Chapter 2501 Mysterious Adopted Son. Hearing these words, Ji Yanting felt very upset. He did not expect that the woman he had always pampered was actually using him, and had no sincerity towards him. To put it bluntly, even if you raise a dog, you will have deep feelings after raising it for so many years. Chu Xinting not only did not have that, but was full of disgust towards him. All these years, his deep affection was really wasted. What's funny is that he still suspected that Ji Ruiqing was lying. Chu Xinting was obviously not as good as Su Maoyang. Thinking of this, Ji Yanting regretted it, and looked at Chu Xinting with cold eyes. I am blind. Since you are not interested in the engagement, we will break up today, and have nothing to do with each other from now on. After saying that, Ji Yanting resolutely turned around and left. He felt sick when he looked at Chu Xinting's powerful face one more time. Dongfang Liu couldn't help but sigh after watching this. Doesn't Chu Xinting have a brain? Even if she doesn't like Ji Yanting, there's no need to do it so drastically. I heard that the Chu family and the Ji family have been friends for generations. Today's incident will definitely cause a rift between the two families, which will do more harm than good to her. If they didn't fall out, at least there is a free medicine warehouse. And Ji Yanting is at least a promising poison master. Ji Ruiqing smiled with a cunning look on his face, and took over the conversation. You don't know? I heard that Chu Xinting is hooking up with someone better. So of course, she has to quickly cut off her relationship with this person. Better? Who? Dongfang Liu's gossip soul was instantly ignited, and she immediately came forward and asked curiously. Ji Ruiqing smiled mysteriously, pretending to be mysterious. You know the Sky Poison Clan? Of course the Sky Poison Clan knows about this. Last time, the son of the Sky Poison Clan's deputy clan leader, Xinxinghe, came to the palace. They wanted the Tianzi token in the hands of Emperor Yin, but they were driven away by Emperor Yin because they offended Su Maoyang. Dongfang Liu looked disgusted when she talked about the Sky Poison Clan. Ji Ruiqing nodded. I heard about it. In fact, it's not surprising that Xinxinghe is anxious. The Sky Poison Clan leader has been childless for many years due to physical reasons. The heir of the Sky Poison Clan was originally Aunt Xinxinghe, who knew that a year ago, an adopted son suddenly appeared beside the clan leader. It is said that the poison refining talent is even better than Xinxinghe. The clan leader wanted to hand over the Sky Poison Clan to this adopted son. So he gave the Sky Poison Clan's only Tianzi token to the adopted son. Xinxinghe probably had no choice but to come to Emperor Yin with a shameless face, with Fang Yibin and others tipping her off. Ji Ruiqing was well informed about the outside world even if she stayed in Wuwang Peak. Naturally, she couldn't hide these from her. Dongfang Liu nodded in understanding after hearing this. She had heard Nanny Tang mention this before, so she was not surprised. However, when she thought of Chu Xinting, she was confused just now. But suddenly she had an idea and her eyes widened. You mean, Chu Xinting has taken a fancy to that adopted son? Xinxinghe and the daughter of the leader of the Jiogong clan have been engaged for a long time, and they have been talking about marriage recently. I don't think it will be Xinxinghe. Then the only one who is related is the adopted son. Smart. It is the adopted son. Think about it. The adopted son has such a high chance of inheriting the Tiandu clan. She should grab such a good opportunity. Ji Ruiqing gave her an admiring look. Dongfang Liu was still puzzled. But, isn't the Tiandu clan secluded? How did Chu Xinting hook up with him? I heard that her master had some friendship with the chief of the Sky Poison Clan. After hearing about this person, Chu Xinting became interested and asked her master to help her make a match. When the chief of the Sky Poison Clan learned that the woman had this intention, he naturally did not reject this marriage. But the adopted son is a mysterious one. He has been in seclusion, and has never appeared in front of the world. Fortunately, he can be seen today. Dongfang Liu suddenly realized and looked extremely excited. So that's it. There is actually this level of relationship in it. That Chu Xinting is too mean. Isn't the Sky Poison Clan still dealing with poison? Isn't it just trying to please her? It's just that she has found a better one and wants to kick Ji Yanting away. Su Maoyang, who was standing aside, saw that the two people who were not familiar with each other were now intimately chatting together, and shook his head helplessly. Peachy secrets are indeed the best way to win over women. Ji Yanting, who was not far away, heard all these words without missing a word. His fingers were clenched tightly under his sleeves, and he almost pinched them to bleed. However, just as Dongfang Liu finished speaking, he heard a cold but familiar voice from behind. Aren't you the same? You climbed up to a better one and want to kick out the old one. Dongfang Liu was shocked as if she was hit by a sharp arrow in the head, and turned around stiffly. I saw Xiao Zian, who I hadn't seen for a long time, wearing a black brocade robe, standing upright with his hands behind his back. His face, which was a little immature before, has now grown into a sharp face, perhaps because of dealing with poisons for many years. His skin color is a kind of sickly pale, but his facial features are more handsome and outstanding than before, especially his eyes, which are sharper and brighter than before. A glance from her made Dongfang Liu shudder uncontrollably. You? Why are you here? Dongfang Liu was stunned for a long time, and she almost cried with excitement. But her tone changed when she spoke. Xiao Zian curled his lips and sneered, staring at her condescendingly. Why? Did I appear here to disturb your love affair with Emperor Yin? Dongfang Liu immediately realized that he had misunderstood and waved her hand quickly. No, it's not what you think. But before she could explain, Chu Xinting's voice came from a distance. This is the adopted son of the chief of the Sky Poison clan, Mr. Xiao. Right? Before the voice fell, Chu Xinting had already walked over quickly and greeted Xiao Zian with a smile. Hearing this, Dongfang Liu's eyes widened in shock, looking at him in disbelief. You are the adopted son? Xiao Zian's eyes were on Dongfang Liu from beginning to end, and he replied coldly, Yes. It was unclear whether he was answering Chu Xinting or Dongfang Liu. I heard Master mention young Master Xiao before, and I learned that young Master Xiao is handsome and talented, and can be called the best among the young generation of poison masters. After seeing him today, I found that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. Chu Xinting smiled and complimented. Xiao Zian glared at her and said without giving her face, I admit that he is handsome, but you haven't even seen me making poison. How do you know that he is worthy of his reputation? Chu Xinting choked instantly. These were all polite words, meant to please people, but this man actually took it seriously. How bizarre. Today you can see the gentleman's demeanor. Right? Chu Xinting awkwardly tried to save face. Xiao Zian said bluntly, Then you better open your eyes and see clearly. But Dongfang Liu felt that this was said to her. Just then, a loud voice sounded, interrupting their slightly awkward conversation. Zian, you are chatting with Miss Chu, and your godfather wanted to introduce you to each other. The man who came was an old man with gray hair, but a rather young face. If it weren't for the old voice, I would have thought he had gray hair at a young age. Chapter 2502 Someone in My Heart. Xiao Zian turned around and clasped his fists to the old man and saluted. Adoptive father. Chu Xinting had originally intended to establish a relationship with the Sky Poison clan's patriarch, so she followed suit and saluted, and called out sweetly, Senior Poison Master. My master was just talking about you. And you came. It's true that we are in sync. The only one who can be called Poison Master is Feng Yumya, the Sky Poison clan's patriarch. Feng Yumya knew about Chu Xinting and had always been quite satisfied with her. Hearing her say that, he immediately stroked his beard and laughed. Ha! Your master said you are a smart ghost. Seeing you today, it is true. I can only be a little clever. I am not as good as Master Xiao. He became famous in just 1 or 2 years and became the successor of Senior Du Zun. I can't catch up with this intelligence. Chu Xinting smiled shyly and glanced at Xiao Zian with admiration beyond words. Feng Yumya laughed out loud when she heard her praise her favorite student. Ha! Your mouth is amazing. No wonder your master can't stop laughing when he mentions you. After all, he is a man of this age. Seeing Chu Xinting's enthusiasm, he knew that she was very satisfied with Xiao Zian. Then he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. My adopted son is good in everything, but he is a little slow in emotions. Now he is still alone. Since Miss Chu thinks my adopted son is good, I wonder if he is willing to get married. Hearing Feng Yumya's initiative, Chu Xinting was almost ecstatic, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. She only replied shyly, My marriage is up to my master. I bet that you still need to ask my master. Feng Yumya had communicated with her master long ago and understood what her master meant. Now that she said this, she actually agreed to the marriage in disguise. So Feng Yumya nodded with satisfaction. Okay. In this case, I will discuss it with your master. However, as soon as he finished speaking, He heard Xiao Zian coldly say 4 words. I don't agree. Feng Yunmiu was frozen and looked at Xiao Zian in confusion. Why don't you agree? Chu girl. You are beautiful. A beautiful woman. And you are also the last disciple of Elder Xianin. You are talented and powerful. Which of them is not worthy of you? Godfather. Her excellence is her business. And it has nothing to do with me. I have someone in my heart these years, and can no longer accommodate anyone else. In front of Feng Yunmiu, Xiao Zian still behaved with special respect. Feng Yunmiu had never asked about his relationship before. But when he mentioned it, he raised his eyebrows and asked, Oh, do you have a crush on someone? Who is that person? Do I know him? Chu Xingting was rejected on the spot, and her smile froze on her face, looking uglier than crying. Hearing Feng Yunmiu's question, she looked at Xiao Zian with great reluctance, wanting to know who the beloved who surpassed her was. Xiao Zian did not intend to hide it, and directly extended his hand to Dongfang Liyue and introduced her. It is this Dongfang girl. Chu Xingting was shocked when she heard it, and exclaimed in disbelief. You are crazy. She is the woman of Emperor Yin, and she has just been canonized as a concubine. How could she marry you? Feng Yunmiu was also shocked when he learned about Dongfang Liyue's identity, and he scolded Xiao Zian. Asshole. You can choose any other woman, but you have to compete with Emperor Yin for a woman. Are you tired of living? Godfather. Liyue and I have known each other for a long time. We have been through life and death together, and have decided to spend our lives together. I don't know why she suddenly became the imperial concubine of Emperor Yin, but I have chosen her for this life, and I will not marry anyone else but her. Xiao Zian's attitude was very clear. If it weren't for Dongfang Liyue, other women would not be within his consideration. Chu Xingting was almost foaming at the mouth because of this. She admitted that she was not as good as Dongfang Junmo, but she never expected that she would be surpassed by Dongfang Liyue. I heard that Dongfang Liyue's strength was not outstanding, and it was all because of her good sister that she got some favor. Even if she is worse than this parasite, she is much better than this parasite. What is Xiao Zian thinking? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Chu Xingting almost lost her good self-cultivation and said angrily, Mr. Xiao, are you blind? You didn't choose the best one when it was in front of you, but chose the worst one. Are you still sober now? Hee. Mr. Xiao is a wise man. He is more sober than anyone else. After all, not everyone is as stupid as me to fall in love with a woman like you who is only interested in profit and plays ungrateful. Ji Yanting watched this and couldn't help but add insult to injury. His voice was not deliberately concealed, and almost everyone present heard it clearly. Chu Xingting's face darkened because of Ji Yanting's words, and she returned unconvinced. Just because I rejected you, you started to slander me. You are just a despicable and shameless villain. When it comes to despicable and shameless, I can't compare to you. Ji Yanting sneered. He didn't know why he was so obsessed in the first place. Listening to this conversation, Feng Yunmiu roughly figured out some clues. But even if Chu Xingting was not a good match, she could not be the woman of Emperor Yin. Therefore, he still refused with a tough attitude. No, she is the concubine of Emperor Yin. Don't mention whether I agree or not. First of all, it will be difficult for you to pass the test of Emperor Yin. I am not an unreasonable person. Since they love each other, how can I bear to break up the couple? At this time, Emperor Yin came from a distance with a smile, looking happy to help. Feng Yunmiu looked puzzled, and after carefully examining Emperor Yin, he bowed and asked, What do you mean? Emperor Yin? Emperor Yin knew that Feng Yunmiu was unsure of his thoughts, so he explained. In fact, Dongfang Liyue was adopted by the Ji family as a daughter, and was forced to enter the palace to replace the daughter of the Ji family. I never had any sexual feelings or physical contact with her from the beginning to the end. Later, because of the queen, I raised her position. So, Senior Duzuan, don't worry about your identity. As long as Dongfang Liyue is willing, I can let her out of the palace at any time. After hearing such a guarantee, Feng Yunmiu didn't know how to answer for a while. Although Emperor Yin and Dongfang Liyue had nothing, this reputation was always bad. In addition, Dongfang Liyue had no power and no family to support her, so naturally her conditions were not as good as Chu Xingting's. At this moment, another voice interrupted, immediately freeing Feng Yunmiu. Emperor Yin, Master Feng has proposed marriage to me before, and breaking off the engagement now will really damage the reputation of my disciple. I hope Emperor Yen will forgive me. Chu Xingting saw that her master had come, and her nervous and anxious mood was instantly soothed, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Feng Yunmu immediately walked down the stairs and nodded in acknowledgement. Your Majesty is kind. I appreciate it. I have already discussed with Elder Xianin about my son's marriage, so I won't betray him. Haha. You have been treacherous before. You are making these excuses because you think he has no backers. Since Emperor Yen is willing to let go, I don't mind helping her sister for the sake of the queen. At this time, Elder Wu came from a distance, and seemed to have some complaints about Feng Yunmu, and mercilessly exposed his lies. After that, he looked at Donfang Liyue and asked, Liyue girl, are you willing to be my daughter? From now on, I will protect you, and I don't think anyone will dare to look down on you. Chapter 2503 Retribution came so quickly. Donfang Liyue was confused by this series of operations, and was stunned on the spot. Su Maoyang hurriedly poked her waist and whispered, It's a pie in the sky. Why don't you catch it? It must be said that Elder Wu gave a big face. Donfang Liyue was reminded by her, and then reacted. She nodded woodenly. I am willing. You should know that Elder Wu is the honorary elder of Wuong Peak. He has a very high status and treatment. He holds great power. But he does not have to bear the affairs of the peak. He is equivalent to the existence of a mascot. If she became the daughter of Wu Elder, she would be able to walk sideways in Wuong Peak. Such a good thing. Of course she is willing. Ha ha ha. Good thing you are willing. From now on you are my daughter. Wu Elder laughed with his head raised, and his hunched figure seemed to straighten up a lot. Then he looked at Feng Yunmu and said provocatively, Feng Yunmu, if I hadn't gone crazy back then, you might not have become the patriarch of the Tiandu clan. To put it bluntly, I gave you the position of patriarch. So as poison masters, our levels are not much different. You adopted a son and I adopted a daughter. We have the same status, and are a perfect match made in heaven. What else can you do to stop us? Yu Fengyu knew that he always disliked him, but he didn't expect that he would interfere in the marriage of his juniors. This was not like his character of not caring about anything. Elder Xuanin's face darkened immediately after hearing this, and he said unceremoniously, Elder Wu, when it comes to the marriage of our children, there must be a first-come first-served order. I have already made an agreement with Elder Feng, and you suddenly did this, which is really overbearing and unreasonable. Elder Wu sneered. His ugly face made people feel a little more pleasing to the eye. Haha. It is true that we should pay attention to first-come first-served, but you have to understand that the one who came last is your disciple, not my daughter. Didn't you just hear that Master Xiahou and my daughter knew each other long ago and promised to spend their lives together? You two old guys didn't ask the young people's opinions and just randomly arranged a couple. You are the overbearing ones, right? Elder Xianin was so angry that his face froze and he couldn't speak. Wu Xiaohe has always been arrogant and domineering, and his mouth is not forgiving. But his strength and status are there, and you are so angry that you can't do anything about him. Feng Yunmu seemed to have long been accustomed to his temper, and was relatively calm. He could also persuade him kindly. Junior brother, I know what happened in the past, and you have many misunderstandings about me, so I don't ask you to reconcile with me, but I ask you not to be impulsive and deliberately embarrass me. Wu Elder raised his eyebrows and said confidently, Now I recognize Liu Girl as my daughter. I care about my daughter's lifelong happiness. How can I deliberately embarrass you? Su Maoyang heard Feng Yunmu call Wu Elder brother, and then he understood the relationship between the two. No wonder they are so familiar with each other. From the tone, it seems that there was a grudge in the past, which led to the breakdown of their relationship. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang couldn't help but advise, Senior Duzuan, Donfang Liyue and Xiahou Zian love each other, and have gone through many ups and downs. It is not easy for them to reunite now. I hope that the senior will let the lovers get married for their unswerving commitment. I am willing to prepare a generous dowry as compensation. What do you think? Who are you? You are so arrogant. Feng Yunmu heard someone interrupting and couldn't help but glance at Su Maoyang. Xiahou Zian went forward and bowed respectfully to Su Maoyang. Boss, I'm late. Too many things have happened during this period. I can't get in touch with you. I'm sorry to have worried you. Although Su Maoyang had lost her memory, the old man Jinjuan just told her everything about Xiahou Zian. She immediately shook her head with relief. It's okay. I'm so happy to see you achieve what you have now. Feng Yunmu was confused by the word boss. Boss? Xiaozian explained. Father, you don't know that I was able to become a poison master thanks to the support of my eldest sister. She taught me how to make pills, helped me prepare the furnace and herbs, and always encouraged and supported me. That's why I had the opportunity to come to Salua Realm and meet you. Father, if I hadn't laid the foundation before, I probably wouldn't have caught your eye. She's an alchemist? Feng Yunye didn't notice it just now, thinking she was just a woman with outstanding appearance and temperament. But he didn't expect that she had this relationship with Xiaozian. Speaking of alchemists, Ji Ruiqing opened up and immediately boasted proudly. More than an alchemist. My junior sister is a divine rune alchemist at the peak of the alchemy master level. Any pill she makes is a Saint King grade pill with a second level high level divine rune. You should be happy to be associated with such an alchemist. Peak of alchemy master. Second level high level divine rune? Hearing such words, even the knowledgeable Feng Yunye was frightened. At his age, he has only just reached the level of poison master, which means that this little girl is on par with him at such a young age. And she can also copy the second level high level divine rune. This kind of talent is too absurd. After digesting it for a long time, Feng Yunye couldn't calm down the shock in his heart. But he still didn't forget to ask. She is Xiaozian's boss. What is her relationship with Donphan Liyue? Why would she speak for Donphan Liyue? She is Donphan Liyue's sister. That is, my queen. Speaking of it, the prehistoric land was conquered by her troops. Don't you, the Tiandu clan, want to enter the prehistoric land? If this marriage is successful, I will allow you and Xiahou Gongzi to come and go as you please. I wonder if Senior Duzuan is satisfied with such a dowry. Emperor Yin was very tactful and threw out the bait of the prehistoric land. Wu Elder heard this and teased Feng Yunye. Not only does he have a father like me, a sister who is a divine pattern master at the peak of Donzuan, but also Emperor Yin personally prepared a dowry. Such an honor is more than enough for your adopted son. What else is there to be hypocritical about? Feng Yunye was indeed moved by such conditions. The medicinal materials in the prehistoric land are definitely not comparable to those in the Xianshan realm. Once the mining rights are obtained, it will be a great help to him and Xiaozian, and even more beneficial than marrying Chu Xinting. Of course, even if there is no prehistoric land, such a young Donzuan peak has a promising future. If a good relationship is established, the subsequent benefits will definitely continue. Moreover, with Elder Wu as the father-in-law, he can also get the help of Wuwang Peak. This is indeed a sure-win business. Chu Xinting knew that the situation was not good, and looked at her master anxiously. Elder Xianin also frowned and asked, with a very ugly face, Master Feng, are you going to betray me? Ji Yanting didn't expect that they still had the nerve to blame others, and couldn't help but sneer. If we talk about betrayal, it should be Chu Xinting. I had an engagement with her a long time ago, and she regretted the engagement in public, and turned around and wanted to climb other trees. There is no such good thing in the world. Now that she is rejected in public, it is also her retribution. If it were me, I would not have the face to mention the word betrayal. Chapter 2504 A Good Marriage. Elder Xianin was speechless again. It was indeed Chu Xinting who was at fault in this matter. She told herself that Ji Yanting had already settled the matter, so he introduced her to the other party. She didn't expect it to be so ugly. It was really embarrassing. Feng Yunye saw that Chu Xinting was still involved with other men, so he naturally stopped thinking about it. What's more, there was a better marriage waiting for him. So why not do it? So, without thinking, Feng Yunye agreed very tactfully. Since Emperor Yin, the queen and junior brother are so sincere, then this old man has nothing to be dissatisfied with. When the time comes, we will find an auspicious day and set the date. My Tiandu clan will open its doors to welcome Miss Dongfang. That's great. Then the queen and I will wait to drink your wedding wine. Emperor Yin nodded with a smile. Xiahou Zian excitedly clasped his fists towards Feng Yunye and Emperor Yin, and even said several words of thanks for their help. Donphan Liyue lowered her head in shame, and looked very satisfied. She came here to watch the fun, but she didn't expect that she became the fun instead, and the marriage was decided inexplicably. However, she was still happy to marry her sweetheart. Elder Xianin saw that other people's marriages were finalized, so he had no face to stand here. He directly gave Chu Xinting a warning look and left. Chu Xinting knew that she had angered her master this time, and she was afraid that she would not have a good life for a long time. She glared at Ji Yanting and followed him in shame. Su Mayang saw that Dongfang Liu had finally waited for her happiness, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After expressing his gratitude to Elder Wu, he tactfully pulled Ji Ruiqing, Shi Nu and others aside, leaving the space for the young couple to express their love to each other. After all, they haven't seen each other for so long and have experienced so many things. I'm afraid there are still misunderstandings that haven't been sorted out. As an elder, Feng Yunmu certainly couldn't stand between the two young people. He exchanged a few words with Emperor Yin, asked when he could go to the prehistoric land, and then walked towards the direction of the Sky Poison clan. The commotion on their side was so big that many forces present had noticed it. Many members of the hidden clan were talking about the quota for the prehistoric land falling into the hands of Xiaozian, and they were quite jealous. In particular, the deputy patriarch of the Sky Poison clan was extremely dissatisfied with Emperor Yan's decision. Last time, he sent his son and elders to personally intercede and planned to give a generous reward. But Emperor Yan refused without even looking at it, which was really disrespectful. Now, just because he facilitated the marriage of the queen's sister, he easily promised, which was simply a slap in his face and embarrassed him. Therefore, as soon as he saw Feng Yunmu coming, he started to mock him. Patriarch, I didn't expect that you would start selling your son in order to enter the prehistoric land. You are even willing to take the women left over by Emperor Yin. You are really flexible. When Feng Yunmu heard this, he frowned and scolded. Watch your mouth. Miss Dongfang and Emperor Yin have no physical relationship. It's just a name. How can you slander the girl's innocence at will? You say you are innocent. But who knows if you are innocent in your heart? Don't marry a slut and make a fool of yourself. The deputy patriarch sneered, obviously not believing the nonsense of Emperor Yin. Feng Yunmu heard his sour words and knew that he was jealous. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xin Xinghe, who was standing not far behind him, and said sarcastically, It is important for a woman to be innocent. But if there is no prehistoric land, no help from Wuwang Peak, and no relationship with Danzuan Peak, what is the point of marrying more innocent women? Seeing Feng Yunmu's eyes and hearing these insinuations, no matter how dumb Sun Weilu was, he knew what he meant. It was just a satire on his son. What if he married the daughter of the Jiogong clan? He still couldn't even go to the prehistoric land. Thinking of this, Sun Weilu glared at Xin Xinghe, blaming him for his inability to do things and his failures. With so much reward, he couldn't even get a place in the prehistoric land. Knowing that Emperor Yin favored the queen, he wanted to anger the queen. Now, he offended her at the beginning, and there was no hope at all. Seeing the two father and son's eyes meet, Feng Yunmu smiled and comforted. However, Xinghe still has a chance. As long as he apologizes to the queen, sells good things, and makes the queen happy, maybe he can go in with Xian. Humph! I won't bow to the arrogant and domineering woman. Xin Xinghe stiffened his neck and retorted angrily. Feng Yunmu sighed regretfully. It seems that it is better to be flexible. After all, face cannot be eaten, and it cannot bear the responsibility of the Tiandu clan. Sun Weilu was so angry that his breathing stagnated, and he clenched his back teeth and said, Patriarch, don't be too happy too early. This Wuwang Steel Forest is the most authoritative way to test the successor. It is still uncertain who can take on the responsibility. It is uncertain, and I plan to wait and see. Feng Yunmu's confident expression hurt Sun Weilu's eyes, and the latter was so angry that he took a few deep breaths before suppressing his murderous anger. Not long after, when everyone was discussing heatedly, Elder Qi, who presided over the Wuwang conference, finally walked out in the expectant eyes of everyone. Seeing that various forces brought their proud descendants together, Elder Qi was very pleased and announced with a smile, Today's Wuwang conference. We are honored to invite so many heroes to support us. Wuwang Peak is honored. I believe everyone has heard the legend of Wuwang Steel Forest, so I will not elaborate on it here. It is worth reminding that after entering the Burning Heaven City, although it is a dream, all casualties are real. Once you die in a dream, your real body will also perish. Wuwang Peak is not responsible for life or death, so please do what you can. Su Mayang learned a lot about the Wuwang Steel Forest from Nani Tang. It is said that the first step to enter the Wuwang Steel Forest is to understand the cultivation experience and skills on the steel forest. The closer the stone tablet is, the more powerful the skills are. And there are even inheritances from ancient times. This is why even if you can't understand it, everyone wants to enter the front row to gain insights. After all, there are not many opportunities to see the experience of the ancient gods. Even if you can't cultivate it, it will be of great benefit. And once you succeed in understanding, the steel will reward a weapon suitable for the practitioner, and then open the entrance to the Burning Heaven City. The Burning Heaven City is actually a city created in a dream. The contestants only need to enter it. You can use the weapons and skills learned on the stone tablet. In addition to countless opponents, there are also many ancient beasts whose names cannot be called. If you want to get rewards in the Burning Sky City, you must keep fighting and accumulating points. The points will be displayed on the stone tablet, but only when you reach 100 million points will your name be permanently engraved on the stone tablet. Due to the difficulty, only the master of Wuwang Peak has accomplished this feat. It is for this reason that Wuwang Peak has stood for so many years, and is still the top force in the Great Yin Dynasty. Zhuge Ying made a bet with her. In addition to planning to compete with her in talent in the Steel Forest, he should also want to enter the Burning Sky City to compete with her. Chapter 2505 Entering the Wuwang Steel Forest. While thinking, Elder Qi had already opened the Wuwang Steel Forest and invited the disciples with tokens to enter. Su Maoyang saw everyone file in and take their seats. He briefly explained to Ji Ruiqing, and she knew and prepared to enter. Ji Ruiqing blinked and took out the Xian character token with Xinua. Haha. We have one too. Although it is not as good as your Tian character token, we are still qualified to enter the 9th row. In fact, with our talent, even the 8th row is not a problem. Unfortunately, we have not been at Wuwang Peak for a long time. It is not our turn in terms of seniority. We can only settle for the second best. Ji Ruiqing is still very confident in her talent. Otherwise she, an orphan, would not be accepted as a disciple by the Immortal Palace Gate. What surprised her was Xinua. Although Xinua's qualifications were not bad, she was still a little far away from those serious geniuses in the Xianshan realm. But Xinua was a werewolf, and he made up for the lack of talent with diligence and willpower. Since returning from the Wulong conference, she seemed to be stimulated and determined to enter the Wuwang Steel Forest. During that period, although she only had one hand, she practiced hard without slacking off, and her left hand became as agile as her right hand. Whether it was weapons or moves, her left hand could be used flexibly, and even better than her right hand. Now that her right hand has recovered, she can use both hands without affecting each other. The moves are complicated and treacherous, and it is completely a killing weapon. If we talk about the top killers in the Xianshan realm, Xinua must be one of them. In addition, the elders of Wuwang Peak have never been prejudiced against foreign disciples. They do not recognize identities, but only strength. So Xinua got the Xian character token without any suspense. This time, the three of them can enter the Wuwang Steel Forest together. Xinua didn't say much, but looked at Su Maoyang with burning eyes. But she was excited in her heart. Thousands of words turned into just one sentence. Master, I will never hold you back again. Her master is so outstanding. If you want to follow her, you must keep working hard and keep improving. She doesn't want to be her burden anymore. She doesn't want to be her drag anymore. She wants to be strong enough to stand by her side and carry the sky for her. Su Maoyang heard this. Her heart ached. Her eyes reddened. And she touched Xinua's hair with relief. You have never held me back. On the contrary, it is you who made me complete. You are my biggest motivation for me to get to where I am today. Ji Ruiqing was also full of excitement, and was so happy that she pulled one by one to the Wuwang Steel Forest. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go in quickly. Dongfang Xian saw Su Maoyang and the other two walking towards the Wuwang Steel Forest, and reluctantly said goodbye to Dongfang Liue for the time being. Just now, they had talked about the reasons why they lost contact during this period. Why he did not show up. Why he did not look for her. Why Dongfang Liue entered the palace to become a concubine. And all the misunderstandings were solved. He now had no worries, and only hoped to get good results in the Wuwang Steel Forest this time, and successfully take over the Tiandu clan, and live up to the expectations of his adoptive father. Dongfang Liue knew that the matter was of great importance, and repeatedly reminded him of safety, then waved and let him go. In this way, more than 3,000 disciples entered the Wuwang Steel Forest one after another, selected the stone tablets, sat on the ground, and began to comprehend. Su Maoyang followed the large group and walked to the 7th row in front. There were only 8 disciples in this row. She looked around and found that they were all new faces she had never seen before. Of course, it was heard that those who could enter the 7th row were geniuses of the previous generation in their 30s or 40s. Their age exceeded the requirements of the prehistoric war, so they did not appear in the prehistoric land. It was normal that Su Maoyang had no impression of him. On the contrary, she was a newcomer in her 20s, who had not experienced the heavenly tribulation, had not entered a great realm, and had not been reborn. She appeared in the 7th row. She was a special case in the Wuwang Steel Forest, and a special existence in the eyes of everyone. Therefore, after a while, some people started to discuss it. It was nothing more than dissatisfaction with Su Maoyang, who was obviously not qualified to enter the 7th row, but occupied a good seat because of her relationship with Emperor Yin. This kind of relationship household was the most despised by everyone. Hearing the condemnation around them, Xu Xinting, Xu Gaing and others sneered, found their own seats, and sat on the ground calmly, as if they had expected today's situation. After all, Dongfang Junmo dared to choose the 7th row, so he had to be mentally prepared to be pointed at. As for Cin Xinghe and Fu Qingwan, they were gloating. Everyone knew that the 7th row was not a good place to sit. If they could comprehend it, it would be fine. If they could not comprehend it, they would not only become a laughing stock, but also be accused of wasting resources. Not to mention Dongfang Junmo himself. The entire Great Yin dynasty would lose face. Emperor Yin did this inappropriately to please the queen. The elders of the major forces present felt it was ridiculous and shook their heads. But they were not in the court and had no status to persuade, so they could not help but ask the head of the Zhuge family, who was sitting not far away. Head of the Zhuge family. This Tianzi token should belong to Concubine if we rank seniority. How could it fall into the hands of the queen? Why don't you help persuade her? The elders of the Blood Sword Pavilion knew Zhuge Muing's talent, and that she was a genius of the previous generation who had experienced the heavenly tribulation. How could she be more suitable than Dongfang Junmo, a newcomer who had just emerged? The head of the Zhuge family smiled and glanced at him, and said helplessly, "Can we old bones persuade the decision made by Emperor Yin? It is said that the head of the Wei family quarreled with Emperor Yin in the palace last time, and it was a big fight. But he still did not change Emperor Yin's mind. What's the use of us saying more? What? There is such a thing?" The elders of Songhai Gate looked at the head of the Wei family in disbelief. And sure enough, the latter tacitly agreed with this statement with a gloomy face. "I didn't expect that Emperor Yin would do this for the queen. I really don't know whether to say that he is too infatuated or too impulsive. Compared with the reactions of others, the Wei family and the Zhuge family were much calmer. They believed that it was better to speak with facts than to argue with reason. The result will eventually hit Emperor Yin's face hard and make him wake up completely. There is no need for them to get close to it. Anyway, it's not their shame." Most of the people present looked at Su Maoyang entering the 7th row with an attitude of watching a joke. But in fact, the focus was on their own younger generation. This time is not only about the future of the younger generation, but also about the development of the entire family. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was the subject of discussion, turned a deaf ear to the outside world. After choosing a stone tablet, he sat on the ground and probed into the stone tablet with his spiritual sense. There was no text on these stone tablets, and one had to communicate with spiritual sense or mental power to see the experience and skills. The first time Su Maoyang studied the stone tablet, he did see many obscure patterns, and they were all runes from ancient times. If he had no previous experience, it might be really difficult to decipher. Fortunately, Su Maoyang had a divine rune atlas and had studied the divine runes of ancient times, so it was not difficult to decipher. However, to her surprise, after she tried hard to decipher the divine runes, she found that there was no experience or skills on the stone tablet at all. Chapter 2506, retreating to the last row. After unlocking the pattern, it was blank. Nothing. This was a bit strange. Su Maoyang was unsure whether this was a test for her or a hidden secret. She was unwilling to give up, so she desperately urged her mental and spiritual power to explore the empty stone tablet. In the end, she couldn't count how many times she encountered setbacks, but still got nothing. Time passed by bit, and 3 months had passed in the outside world. But Su Maoyang, who was immersed in it, was still unaware. As a result, everyone present witnessed her retreat from the original 7th row to the 8th row, and then from the 8th row to the 9th row. Almost every month, she would retreat from the front, and finally retreated to the 10th row. But the stone tablet and her still had no reaction. Motionless, as if asleep, obviously, let alone the 7th row. Even the last row was incomprehensible to Donfang Junmo. As expected, without the protection of the spirit beast and puppet, her strength was greatly reduced. Seeing this scene, everyone had an expression of not being surprised, and they all started to ridicule. Just because Donfang Junmo overestimated his own ability, Emperor Yin insisted on his own way, and a good quota was wasted in vain, which was a pity. See, I should have given the quota to my elder sister earlier. Otherwise my elder sister might have rushed to the first 3 rows now. Shuga Shio snorted unhappily, with a proud tone. Although this was arrogant, it was hard for everyone to disagree, because they saw with their own eyes that Zhuge Muying, holding the Earth token, also rode away and successfully squeezed from the 8th row to the 5th row, one step faster than the most outstanding geniuses of the previous generation. Although he was behind others at the starting line, he was able to catch up with his opponents. This kind of talent is indeed the most powerful among this group of people. Of course, the geniuses of the previous generation were not weak either. Most of them also moved forward 1 row and stayed in the 6th row, as long as they did not move back. It means that they have comprehended it. It is only a matter of time before they have successfully cultivated it. Therefore, in comparison, Donfang Junmo, who started at a high point but fell to the last place and could not comprehend it at all, is simply embarrassing. At this time, Shuga Muying had been staying in the 5th row for a while. Perhaps she encountered a bottleneck and had to give up and retreat to the 6th row. She felt regretful and could not help but look back at Su Maoyang's figure. She found that the other party not only had no color, but also retreated to the last row. Her depressed mood instantly brightened a lot. She knew that Donfang Junmo was humiliating himself. Such a person, who is not even worthy of being her opponent, had the nerve to accept her bet. Thinking of this, Shuga Muying's mouth flashed a sneer of contempt, and she quickly retracted her gaze, closed her eyes, and reconnected with the stone tablet, and chose to enter the dream of Burning Sky City. She has successfully comprehended the 6th row of stone tablets and obtained the weapon. It is not very hopeful to comprehend the 5th row. Instead of wasting time, it is better to enter Burning Sky City early to practice and achieve good results. Xin Xinghe, Fu Qinglan, Chu Xinting and others also successfully practiced from the stone tablets, and looked at Su Maoyang with irony. As they expected, Donfang Junmo could not sit in the 7th row at all, and became a laughing stock. The queen of the Great Yin dynasty made such a big fool of herself in public, and she was afraid that she would not be able to face people in the future. When they thought of this, they felt that their breathing became much smoother, and they all started to train in the Burning Heaven City. Gradually, the disciples of the Wuwang Steel Forest entered the Dreamland one after another, and began another journey of training. But Su Maoyang still sat there, like an old monk sitting still. The major forces watching this scene began to gloat over the misfortune and talk about it. But Emperor Yin was as steady as a mountain and indifferent. It was as if the person who retreated from the front to the back was not his queen. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that Emperor Yin was really patient. However, the queen couldn't even comprehend the steel, so she should have no chance to enter the Burning Heaven City. This is also a good thing for her. If she really entered the Burning Heaven City and met Zhuge Muying, if something happened, Emperor Yin wouldn't even be able to ask for responsibility. After all, the bet was there, and the rules of the Burning Heaven City were that life and death were at your own risk. If she died, she could only blame her inferior skills. In this way, Donfang Junmo might be able to save his life, but he would have to roll out of the Great Yin dynasty in disgrace. I don't know if Emperor Yin is willing to do so. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but think about how to persuade Emperor Yin to fulfill the bet. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't know that everyone had already set their sights on her position as the queen. Facing the empty stone tablet, she fell into a dilemma without a clue. It's impossible that there is nothing. What link went wrong? Or is there a mental method on it? But she can't see it with her current strength? But even if she can't see it, with her strong mental and soul power, she can at least feel it. But there is nothing. As if what is in front of her is really a piece of ordinary and pure stone. Pure? Yes, pure. It is impossible for a stone that has been endowed with various powers, recorded various techniques, and experienced the long river of time to be pure. So, the highest realm it pursues is the realm of purity. Just like people, when they practice to a certain level, they no longer pursue complexity, but return to the original and simplify. Is this stone tablet trying to tell her that everything is nothingness? And nothingness is integrated into one? Only when she is as clean as a blank sheet of paper can she become everything. And everything can be integrated into one. Because she had learned too many techniques before, and obtained too much information from the outside world. She had been inputting it into her body. After all these years, she had already formed a fixed pattern of practice. But if you want to break the shackle and break through the bottleneck, you need to liberate yourself and turn yourself into a plastic blank sheet of paper, so that you have thousands of ways and countless possibilities, just as pure as a newborn baby. After figuring this out, Su Maoyang suddenly felt a powerful force emanating from the stone tablet and rushing into her body. At this time, outsiders actually saw a dazzling light from the sky, just covering Su Maoyang's body, making her look like a god descending to the earth. Sitting here, the next second, before everyone could react, she instantly passed the stone tablets in the front row and moved to the front of the Wuwang steel forest. Everyone had not paid much attention to Su Maoyang, but they didn't know there would be such a change. They were all shocked and their eyes widened, and they regained their spirits. But before they figured out what was going on, Su Maoyang had passed the first row of stone tablets and sat in the center of the steel forest. You should know that the Wuwang steel forest is a circular steel forest. Each row spreads outward in the form of a circle, but the middle is empty. Now Su Maoyang actually passed the first row and sat in the most central seat, as if he had formed his own school and integrated into the steel forest. This scene even shocked the elders of Wuwang Peak, because there is no stone tablet in the middle of the Wuwang steel forest. Not only that, no one has the ability to get close to the middle. So even the old people who have been guarding here for so many years don't know that there is a seat in the middle. Chapter 2507 7th Lifetime Memory. The former head of Wuwang Peak could only sit in the second row, but Dongfang Junmo sat directly in the center. What does this mean? They dared not even think about it. Did she comprehend it? Or not? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked. But as soon as the words fell, anyone with a clear mind gave that person a nonsense look. Why do you need to hold the special token made by Wuwang Peak to enter the Wuwang Steel Forest? It's because the token can help resist the mysterious power from the Wuwang Steel Forest. And Wuwang Peak has been researching for so many years. And the tokens it has made can only resist the power of the seventh row at most. The first few rows need to comprehend the stone tablets and practice successfully before they have a chance to enter. If you can't comprehend the stone tablets and resist the power of the steel forest, how can you skip the first few rows and sit in the middle? If you use your brain, you won't ask such a question. However, without the stone tablet in the middle, how can she comprehend the experience and skills from the stone tablet and enter the burning sky city? Everyone has never encountered such a scene, and they can't figure out Su Maoyang's situation for a while. No one knows what she is doing. After looking for a long time, no one understands. But everyone knows that this change is unusual. They stare at Su Maoyang closely, not daring to blink, for fear that they will miss such a magical opportunity if they are distracted. At this time, Su Maoyang is still sitting there with his eyes closed. Only people with keen senses will find that the steel forest has set off a terrible aura, and countless energies are gathering towards Su Maoyang in the center. This is probably a sign of impending storm. Su Maoyang herself thought that she had comprehended the true meaning of the stone tablet and could see the so-called experience and skills. But she didn't expect that she turned into a baby boy and was born in a farmer's home. She attached herself to the baby boy and saw from the first perspective that she grew up in an extremely difficult and harsh environment since she was a child. She worked hard to practice and strengthen her body, while studying at night to pass the exam. Hard work pays off. Not only did he pass the exam, he also cultivated a good martial arts, and stepped towards the pinnacle of power step by step, and finally became the prime minister of the country, who was second to none. He spoke eloquently, and there were divine patterns surrounding him. When he splashed ink, he had a monstrous artistic conception. He could rule the country or kill people. He was a great scholar. From birth to old age, Su Maoyang experienced it personally. Countless insights came to her heart, and she was instantly filled with emotion. When she had almost digested the insights of this life, she started another life, and was reincarnated into a general's family. In this life, he was also a baby boy, and was trained by his elders as a successor. He followed his father to the battlefield at the age of 10. At the age of 17, he had made great achievements, and was named a young general. The cruelty of war, and the high expectations of his family made him forge ahead, and constantly polish himself. He was invincible on the battlefield and became a god of war in his early 20s. In this life, he was either training soldiers or fighting in the south and the north. He studied Chimanduanjia and military tactics for 10 years. He fought countless battles, trained countless soldiers, defended his country, and expanded his territory. In the end, his achievements were greater than his master, and he was suppressed and suspected by the king. In desperation, he rebelled and established himself as a king, becoming a generation of heroes. Su Maoyang witnessed the widespread suffering and starvation, experienced the court's infighting, and the separation of the emperor and his ministers. From the initial indignation to the final calmness, countless insights flowed into her mind, coating her body and spirit with an unbreakable golden layer. The scene changed, and she was reincarnated as a beggar. She was born without a father or a mother, wandering around and making a living by begging. When she was 6 years old, she met an elder with sharp features and coldness. He saw that he was a material for martial arts and took him in. It was a killer organization with thousands of children locked up in it. If they wanted to survive, they had to kill their opponents and stand out. He fought bloody battles for a month and finally killed all his peers and even older competitors. Standing to the end, the organization appreciated his bloodiness and tenacity and cultivated him into the world's sharpest killing weapon. In his life, he was either killing people or on the way to killing people. He couldn't count how many times he had swung his knife and how many people's blood he had stained. It seemed that he lived and died for killing, and eventually became a generation of terrifying killing gods. Just when Su Maoyang was about to go crazy with killing, the scene changed, and she was reborn into a family of alchemy, and was cultivated by the family to become a sought-after and superior alchemist. After completing her life as an alchemist, she was reborn as a formation master, a beast master, and a seal master. But when the seventh life came to an end, the scene stopped abruptly, and Su Maoyang fell into nothingness. She witnessed the memories of 7 lives, and she learned and became famous in each life. She could destroy a world with a flick of her finger. Su Maoyang was shocked and moved. Obviously, these are not her memories, but the memories of the owner of the Wuwang Steel Forest. Although he has different identities, different appearances, different cultivation methods, and different paths in each life, his soul is the same. So Su Maoyang is sure that these 7 lives are the same person. He must have practiced some kind of reincarnation technique to have so many lives. Therefore, Su Maoyang is very curious about who this legendary figure is. I think he will never be weaker than the gods in ancient times, and even surpass the gods. Now that he has experienced so many lives, Su Maoyang truly understands the true meaning of the Wuwang Steel Forest. There are indeed experience methods on the stone tablet, but its essence is creation, because there is no once-and-for-all method in this world, and there is no unchanging way of cultivation. What they are learning now is the experience of their predecessors based on their own research. Copying the experience of predecessors will always fall behind. If you want to stand out and surpass yourself, you need to create your own method. This is a true genius, a true talent. At this moment, Su Maoyang had a great enlightenment, and her whole body felt unprecedentedly comfortable. She absorbed the 7 lifetimes of enlightenment with great pleasure, and fell into an extremely mysterious state. She sat there for another 3 months, without any intention of entering the Burning Heaven City. But the geniuses in the Burning Heaven City began the final competition. Sister, I have led people to search for 3 months, but there is still no trace of Dongfang Junmo. It seems that she has not been able to enter the Burning Heaven City at all. Zhuge Yuanfeng looked at their most respected elder sister Zhuge Muing, sneered and said, "Don't talk about the bet. She is not even qualified to stand in front of you now. I am afraid she will have to roll out of the Great Yin Dynasty this time." Zhuge Muing heard this, and a hint of irony flashed across her eyes. At the beginning, she thought that she could comprehend the last row and enter the Burning Heaven City no matter how bad she was because she won the primordial battle. I didn't expect her talent to be so bad. It seems that she overestimated her. Chapter 2508, Closing the Net. Where are those people? Zhuge Muing had lost interest in Dongfang Junmo, and couldn't help asking about the friends who were close to Dongfang Junmo. Zhuge Yuanfeng put away his contempt this time and replied, "Her friends are not bad. The 2 girls have accumulated 10 million points each, and Xiahou Zian has accumulated 15 million points. However, no matter how powerful they are still for my elder sister. Although I can't kill Dongfang Junmo this time. It's good to kill a few of her friends to vent my anger. Zhuge Muying smiled with her lips curled, her eyes sparkling. 3 people, more than 30 million. I am not disappointed. It's just that the Tiandu tribe is a bit difficult to deal with. She didn't take action against them before, just planning to let them kill and accumulate points. She would appear at the end to catch them all in one fell swoop, which could save a lot of time. Only Xiahou Zian is a bit tricky. After all, he is the adopted son favored by the Tiandu clan leader. If he is killed, it will offend the Tiandu clan and there will be a lot of trouble. Zhuge Yuanfeng naturally understood her concerns and comforted her. At most, kill the 2 women and save Xiahou Zian's life. It's just to snatch his points. The Tiandu clan leader can't say anything. Besides, as long as the eldest sister successfully reaches 100 million points and leaves her name on the stone tablet forever, she can become a guest of honor at Wuwang Peak, and even have the opportunity to become the successor of the Peak Master. By then, the Tiandu clan will not only dare not touch you, but also try to curry favor with you. In addition, if Dongfang Junmo rolls out of the Great Yin dynasty, his eldest sister will rise in status, and the vacant queen position will naturally fall on his eldest sister. With such an identity, even if the Tiandu clan wants to move, they can't. You are the only one who understands. Zhuge Muying smiled and glanced at him, obviously agreeing with what he said. Zhuge Yuanfeng smiled and clasped his fists, complimenting. Next is the time to close the net. I wish you the crown, and your name will go down in history. These words touched Zhuge Muying's heart, and her smile became brighter. It's getting late. It's time to close the net. Where are they now? No need to look for us. We came by ourselves. Are you surprised or not? Ji Ruiqing, Shi Nu and Xiahou Zian walked slowly from a distance, with smiles on their lips, but their eyes were full of provocation. Zhuge Muying was shocked when she heard this. She turned around and saw the 3 of them walking towards her fearlessly. She couldn't help but stare at them and sneered. You are so brave that you dare to come and die. I am afraid that you can't find us, so I save you time. What if you can't kill us and the Burning Sky City is closed? I have always been considerate and considerate of others. You don't have to thank me. Ji Ruiqing explained considerately. Zhuge Muying was furious. Her words were clearly a naked mockery of their incompetence. Humph. It won't take even a stick of incense to kill you. You worry too much. None of you will get out alive today. Zhuge Muying was enraged. She snorted coldly and raised her sleeves to attack Ji Ruiqing. Ji Ruiqing did not dodge, but waved his hand to summon the 2 iron hammers given by the stone tablet, and rushed forward. Leave the others to you. Let me meet her first. This time, in addition to seed players such as Zhuge Muying and Zhuge Yuanfeng, the Zhuge family also came with several young people in their 30s with outstanding strength. They may not be as talented as Zhuge Muying and Zhuge Yuanfeng, but they are good at fighting and can help Zhuge Muying accumulate points in Burning Heaven City. There is strength in numbers, and they did a good job in fighting for points. Therefore, while dealing with Zhuge Muying, they can also earn a lot of points from these people. Such a good opportunity. Ji Ruiqing naturally cannot miss it, and she knew, and Xiahou Zian didn't need her to say anything. And they attacked Zhuge Yuanfeng and several other older juniors in the next second. The speed was so fast, and the movements were so fierce, that they killed them in just one encounter. Zhuge Yuanfeng and others were so shocked that they immediately summoned weapons to catch Shi Nu and Xiahou Zian's moves. However, as soon as they set up their positions, Zhuge Yuanfeng and others found that their arms began to rot visibly. Even their weapons were covered with a layer of dark green poison gas. Oh no! Poisoned! Retreat quickly! Zhuge Yuanfeng roared and rushed back. In fact, he knew that Xiahou Zian was a terrible poison master, so he released the protective shield in advance before they approached. Therefore, even if the opponent's poison technique was advanced, it would be impossible for him to poison so quickly. But they still fell for it. It seems that Xiahou Zian's method is a bit terrifying. However, what they never expected was that in the few seconds when they were terrified and poisoned, a shadow approached, and they were cut off by a sword before they could see the opponent's weapon clearly, splashing blood all the way, staring with eyes wide open, and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, the major forces watching outside gasped in horror. They couldn't hear the sound in the Burning Sky City. They could only see the picture. So in their opinion, Zhuge Yuanfeng and his men were killed almost at the first sight. Such a sudden change was like a wake-up call that shocked everyone. Zhuge Muying, the person involved, was shocked to see this scene, and her face turned pale, looking at the person who attacked in disbelief. At this time, she knew it was calmly wiping the bloody sword. Sighing, "It's still a little slow." It actually gave them time to summon weapons. If Xiao Zian hadn't restrained them with poison, she probably wouldn't have succeeded in one move. So, she had to increase her speed. But what she said was just a naked show-off and sarcasm to Zhuge Muying. And she clenched her fists in anger. "Sister Zhuge, you still have the time to be distracted. You should worry about yourself." Ji Ruiqing saw that Zhuge Muying was attracted by Xinuo, and sighed with a smile. And the iron hammer in her hand hit her face like thunder. Zhuge Muying didn't take Ji Ruiqing seriously at all, and dodged to the side, raising her hand and slashing with a sword. However, the next second was beyond her expectation. The iron hammer actually broke through her sword intent directly, and the powerful residual power burst out in the air with a rumbling sound, spreading towards her body. Zhuge Muying's breathing stagnated, and she quickly swung the sword to burst out the martial arts she learned from the stone tablet, trying to intercept the power and counterattack. But who knew that the two iron hammers did not show any clumsiness when facing her sharp and dexterous swordsmanship, but blocked her moves and resolved all her moves. Zhuge Muying believed that her sword skills were perfect, not only in terms of artistic conception, but also in terms of strength. In the past, when she fought with opponents with heavy weapons, she basically didn't need any collision, and could kill them directly with the sword intent. Who would have thought that today she would encounter a tough bone? And her sword intent was blocked, and her long sword actually collided head-on with the other person's iron hammer. Her long sword was not as powerful as the iron hammer, so this head-on collision did not have any advantage at all. So within a moment, Zhuge Muying felt exhausted. Chapter 2509 Acquired efforts are equally important. What's hateful is that in the Burning Sky City, she was suppressed to the same level of cultivation. If she were outside, with her strength as a peak Supreme Emperor spiritual master, she would not be able to defeat a newcomer who had just entered the ranks of Supreme Emperor spiritual masters. Thinking of this, Zhuge Muying's self-esteem was hurt, and her face flushed red after trying her best. In comparison, Ji Ruiqing was much calmer. She couldn't catch up with Zhuge Muying in cultivation, but she was no worse than Zhuge Muying in her understanding of strength, speed and martial arts. After all, she was an orphan without a father or mother and no background. But she could get to this point today. She had suffered much more than Zhuge Muying, so she was naturally not comparable to a pampered genius. Seeing that Zhuge Muying was unable to break free from her moves, Ji Ruiqing sneered and said sarcastically, "Sister Zhuge, it seems that you have been served too well in the harem these years, and you can't use your hands anymore." Zhuge Muying's face became even uglier when she heard this. Indeed, she has been served meticulously by the palace maids and servants in the harem these years, and she has very few opportunities to do things herself. Perhaps her life is too comfortable, and her mind is on Emperor Yin, so her daily training is far less diligent than before she got married. In addition, her status and position have reduced her opportunities for actual combat operations, so although her level has been improved, her combat effectiveness has remained stagnant and even gradually degraded. This is also the reason why she is at a disadvantage in the real fight. Realizing this, Zhuge Muying gritted her teeth in a hurry and almost used all her strength to block this wave so that she would not be too ugly. Ji Ruiqing could not deny Zhuge Muying's strength. Even though she had neglected her training for so many years, she was still a formidable opponent. Faced with such an aggressive move, she still tried her best to hold on. Ji Ruiqing was knocked back several steps with a loud bang. Of course, Zhuge Muying was not much better. Her breath was disordered, and it was difficult for her to accumulate strength. As expected, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. You still have some skills, but unfortunately, they are just some skills. Today, you will be removed from the top talents. Ji Ruiqing failed to complete a move and attacked again. She danced the two hammers with great power. There was a hidden thunder and lightning force in the collision of the air, and a terrifying silver light burst out. When the hammer came, Zhuge Muying actually felt that the power of the sky was coming down, and it was unstoppable and chopped towards her. She quickly swung her sword to block. Her moves were only forward and not backward. Her speed and strength were pushed to the extreme, and the originally elegant and sharp sword intent also became domineering and fierce, like a violent storm, with clouds and winds. The two of them almost became afterimages, and they had exchanged hundreds of moves in a few breaths. Finally, there was a blast, and the two figures flew out. The next second, Shuga Mewing fell heavily to the ground and lost her combat effectiveness. Ji Ruiqing, on the other hand, withstood the impact and stabilized her body with difficulty. Of course, she was also seriously injured and looked a little embarrassed. But she was younger than Zhuge Mewing and her level was lower than Zhuge Mewing. Logically, her experience in martial arts and combat was not as good as Zhuge Mewing's. But she defeated Zhuge Mewing and defeated the top genius in everyone's mind. Although the level suppression played a big role, it is an indisputable fact that Zhuge Mu won or lost. Therefore, Ji Ruiqing believed that fighting was not entirely dependent on talent. She had understood a truth through herself, and she knew all these days. And now she couldn't help but tell Zhuge Mewing, in terms of talent, maybe I'm not as good as you, but I work harder than you. I can endure more hardships than you, and I'm more willing to fight in person than you, rather than sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, take shortcuts, and rely on defeating the big score holders in one fell swoop to win the final victory. You have to know that you can't become a fat man in one bite. So talent is important. But there is no acquired talent. Try hard. You will still become mediocre. Shinua nodded in agreement, staring at Zhuge Mewing, who was dying on the ground, with contempt, and even lost interest in taking her life. He just said coldly, "You can't even beat us. And you still want to defeat my master. It's a foolish dream. Yes, my junior sister. 1 beats 10 of me. Much better than me. You can't even pass me. And you dare to claim to defeat her. It's simply overestimating yourself." Ji Ruiqing took over with a sneer, and didn't take Zhuge Mewing's ridiculous bet seriously. Zhuge Mewing was furious when she heard this ridicule. But in order to save her life, she didn't dare to provoke the three again, and quietly crushed the teleportation talisman in her sleeves and retreated from the burning sky city. The people of the Shuga family were relieved to see Zhuge Mewing wake up. The person in charge of Wuwang Peak waved his hand, and someone immediately came forward to support Zhuge Mewing, escorted her out of the Wuwang Steel Forest, and personally sent her back to the hands of the head of the Zhuge family. At this time, Zhuge Mewing was not convinced by Ji Ruiqing, and she knew his words. She was worried about whether Dongfang Junmo had comprehended the stone tablet. So she looked up at the Wuwang Steel Forest. Unexpectedly, this glance was like a blow to the head, which made Zhuge Mewing completely stunned. Dongfang Junmo actually moved from the last row to the center of the Wuwang Steel Forest. Did she see it wrong? Dongfang Junmo. What happened to her? Zhuge Mewing pointed at her in disbelief, wanting to learn about Dongfang Junmo's current situation from her family. But the people of the Shuga family looked at her for a long time. But they didn't understand the situation, and they also shook their heads in confusion. I don't know what happened. She suddenly moved to the center, and seemed to be trapped in a mysterious state, and has not woken up yet. The head of the Shuga family explained with a gloomy face. In fact, he was not in the mood to care about Dongfang Junmo at all. After losing several outstanding juniors in a row, he now only wanted to tear Shinua into pieces. When Zhuge Mewing heard this, how could she not understand that Dongfang Junmo had a great fortune to enter the state of enlightenment? What's more, being able to sit in the center of the Wuwang Steel Forest already explained everything. Before, she was wondering why Dongfang Junmo didn't enter the burning sky city. It turned out that she had an extraordinary encounter. But, among so many people, why was it her? Zhuge Mewing was unwilling, but her serious injuries made her unable to say anything more. She could only swallow the pill silently to recover her strength. The other members of the Shuga family were in a heavy mood. They hated Dongfang Junmo and Shinua and others to the core. But they couldn't help staring at the stone tablet of Shinua and others, looking forward to their final results. After less than an hour, the experience of the burning sky city finally ended. All the disciples woke up from their dreams one after another and checked their points on the stone tablet. Among them, a small number of outstanding disciples reached 10 million points, and only 3 of the top disciples reached 50 million points. Most people were in the range of several million points. Shinua killed several big players and earned 30 million points. Ji Ruiqing was not fast enough and only earned 25 million points. Xiaozian's poison master was elusive and made people guard against him, earning 40 million points, although they did not reach 100 million points. The results of the 3 of them were all independent, and not inferior to the geniuses of the previous generation. They successfully squeezed into the ranks of the top geniuses in the Xianshan realm. If there is still a chance to enter the Wuwang Steel Forest, they will definitely have the potential to compete for the 100 million points. Everyone really didn't expect that the three young people who were originally unknown would stand out in such an occasion. And all three of them were related to Dongfang Junmo. I don't know where Dongfang Junmo went to meet so many great people. Chapter 2510-9 Heavenly Tribulations. Thinking of this, everyone involuntarily turned their eyes to Su Maoyang, seeing that she was still immersed in the epiphany, and that a terrible aura was brewing all over her body. Everyone was relieved again. She herself was an unfathomable existence. So it was not surprising that she had made such friends. At this time, Su Maoyang did not know that the Burning Sky City had already ended, and everyone was waiting for her result. She was still immersed in her memories, greedily absorbing the perception of this peerless great power. This time, she gained a lot. With these perceptions, she directly touched the threshold of the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master, and even the spiritual immortal. And the spiritual power in her body also reached the peak of promotion. So she did not hesitate to sprint towards the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master. In a moment, everyone heard a loud rumbling sound. Lightning and thunder in the sky. Dark clouds pressed down, and the horizon seemed to be infected with blood, like a bloody mouth, spreading along with the laws of the avenue, covering the sky above Dongfang Junmo. Feeling this momentum, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavenly tribulation! It's heavenly tribulation! She intends to advance." Dongfang Junmo is a congenital emperor spiritual master. Now that he has attracted the heavenly tribulation, it must be a sign that he is going to advance to the Supreme Emperor spiritual master. The Supreme Emperor spiritual master is the beginning of polarization. If he successfully attracts the heavenly tribulation, he can at least reach the realm of spiritual immortal in the later stage. If he fails to attract the heavenly tribulation, he will basically stop at the Supreme Emperor spiritual master and have no chance to enter the ranks of spiritual immortals. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation also has different levels. If it reaches the 4th level of heavenly tribulation or above, it can smoothly enter the acquired spiritual immortal in the later stage. If it reaches the 6th level of heavenly tribulation or above, it can even reach the congenital spiritual immortal. Above the 7th level, it is very rare. After all, there are not many people who can reach the supreme spiritual immortal in the entire Sanluo realm. Now that Dongfang Junmo has attracted the heavenly tribulation, it is basically stable for her to advance to the spiritual fairy in this life. I just don't know how many layers of heavenly tribulation will be formed, and what height she can hope to reach in the later stage. Thinking of this, everyone stared at the tribulation clouds in the sky, watching how many layers of heaven it would condense. Gradually, the tribulation clouds gathered more and more, extending from the 1st heaven to the 2nd heaven, and from the 2nd heaven to the 3rd heaven, and unknowingly spread to the 4th heaven. Soon someone admired and praised with envy. It's amazing. The 4th layer of heavenly tribulation. There is almost no suspense that she will become an acquired spiritual fairy in the future. Above the spiritual fairy is the acquired spiritual fairy. And above the acquired spiritual fairy is the innate spiritual fairy. In the Xianshan mirror, let alone the innate spiritual fairy. Even having the potential of the acquired spiritual fairy is already a great genius. But for some of the proud children of heaven, who are already blessed by nature, this heavenly tribulation is still not enough. So someone sneered and said in disagreement, "The 4th level of heavenly tribulation may be good enough for my Xianshan mirror, but it is not worth mentioning in the entire Sanluo realm. I heard that most of the top talents in the life and death realm and the demon moon realm have reached the 6th level. In comparison, she is still far behind." The speaker was Sun Xinghe. He had attracted the 5th level of heavenly tribulation before, so he looked down on the 4th level. But as soon as he finished speaking, someone pointed to the sky in horror and shouted, "6th level! 6th level! Reached the 6th level!" They didn't expect Dongfang Junmo's tribulation cloud to gather so quickly. It had spread to the 6th level in the time it was spoken, and there was no sign of stopping. The scary thing was that in the blink of an eye, someone else shouted, "Oh my God! The 7th level! The 7th level of heavenly tribulation! I am not dreaming. Am I? If it is the 7th heavenly tribulation, she will have the hope of becoming a supreme spiritual fairy in the future. When Dongfang Junmo grows up, won't he be on par with figures like Hades and Demon King?" Realizing this, everyone's heart was shaken and their mouths twitched. and their breathing was stagnant for a moment. Xinxinghe wiped his eyes in disbelief. Seeing that the tribulation cloud had not reached the seventh heaven, it was still spreading wildly. He took a step back in shock. What kind of pervert is this? However, before Xinxinghe and others recovered from their shock, the tribulation cloud had covered the sky and the sun, making the world dim, and it expanded to the outside of the ninth heaven. This time, everyone was completely uncalm. The ninth heavenly tribulation is the top and most terrifying of all tribulations. The person who attracted this tribulation is almost going for the spirit god. In other words, this person has the hope of becoming the legendary spirit god. You must know that spirit gods were rare in ancient times. Not to mention the current Sunlu realm. Only a pervert like Emperor Yin, who can't think with common sense, has ever caused the first ninefold heavenly tribulation in Sunlu realm. But who would have thought that Dongfang Junmo has also completed the feat of Emperor Yin in the past? And Sunlu realm has gained another powerful figure, who is expected to become a spiritual god. This is simply incredible. No matter old or young, everyone present was shocked by this scene. They stood there stupidly, staring at the ninefold tribulation cloud, and their hearts were almost numb with shock. Seeing the ninefold tribulation cloud condensing into a force, even the head of Wuang Peak, who was standing far away and had been out of the matter, murmured in shock. This Sunlu realm is really going to change. Shuge Muing expected that Dongfang Junmo would be able to move to the center of the Wuang Steel Forest, so his talent must be good. But she never expected that he would be so abnormal. She knew better than anyone what the 9 heavenly tribulations were. When she condensed the 6 heavenly tribulations cloud, she was already the most proud genius of the Shuge family. And Dongfang Junmo was directly 3 levels higher than her, comparable to Emperor Yin. With such a talent, she was afraid that she would never catch up in this life. I think the only hope is to be reborn again. Thinking of the irreparable gap between them, Shuge Muing felt extremely heartbroken, and the palms under her sleeves were pinched hard with blood marks. Did she lose? No. She was unwilling to accept it. Originally, all the glory and all the eyes belonged to her. Why did Dongfang Junmo take away everything that belonged to her as soon as he appeared? This is unfair. Chu Xinting, who hated Su Maoyang to the core, was also very unwilling at this moment. Looking at the 9 heavenly tribulations cloud, she felt unspeakable jealousy and resentment in her heart. She had hoped that Dongfang Junmo would not be able to comprehend the stone tablet and become a laughing stock. But she didn't expect that the other party would not only sit in the center, but also attract the ninefold tribulation cloud, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Her previous provocation turned into a joke. Damn it! So what if she attracted the ninefold tribulation cloud? If she doesn't have a strong body tempering and defense, she will only fall. So, the ninefold tribulation cloud is not necessarily a good thing for her. Although Fu Qinglong was shocked, her reason told her that if she could withstand it, she would have great luck. But if she couldn't, she would have lost her life in vain. In her opinion, it was not worth taking such a big risk to fight for the luck of a spiritual god. The Yin Emperor's ninefold tribulation cloud was also a life-threatening experience, and he had to retreat for many years before he recovered. Not to mention Dongfang Junmo, a delicate woman who had not been tempered. So, this ninefold tribulation cloud is not here to make her successful, but to destroy her. Chapter 2511. Who is he? Fu Qinglong understood this truth, and so did the others. Not to mention her age and level. Even many of the older generation present could not bear the ninefold heavenly tribulation, because she had to bear a total of 9 great laws, each one more terrifying than the last. And in the end it was almost not life-threatening, but soul-destroying, and she would never be reborn. Such a heavenly tribulation was undoubtedly a catastrophe for Dongfang Junmo. So, hearing this, everyone shook their heads with regret. It was rare for Xinxinghe to produce such a potential genius, and it was going to die, which was a pity. However, Shuge Muing, Chu Xinting, Xinxinghe and others, who had a grudge against Su Maoyang once again had hope, looking forward to Dongfang Junmo's soul-destroying fate after being struck by the laws of heaven. At this moment, the sky and the earth were dark. The wind and clouds were turbulent, and with a rumble of thunder, the laws of the Great Way accompanied by a silver dragon like lightning struck Su Maoyang. Everyone saw the figure sitting in the middle of the Wuang Steel Forest, who was instantly chopped black and bloody, and was pressed to the ground. Su Maoyang had already woken up from the memory of the owner of the Steel Forest, But she almost fainted before she could even breathe when she faced such a perverted grinding. At this moment, she only felt that the law of the Great Way was like the true fire of Samadhi burning her skin, her internal organs, and her bones, trying her best to burn her into ashes. Su Maoyang rolled on the ground and wailed in pain. However, before she could adapt to the burning pain, another law of the Great Way chopped down mercilessly, as if it directly split her forehead in half. The severe pain in her head made her collapse and grin, holding her head and rolling around. Just when Su Maoyang was about to faint from the pain, the third law of the avenue suddenly arrived, and hit her heavily with a clang, making her like a dead dog. She didn't even have the strength to struggle. She only felt thousands of lightnings turned into iron hammers, hitting her body hard, and each time brought a tragic twitch and unbearable pain. Seeing this, everyone present tightened their hearts for her and held their breath. The third law is already so terrifying, and there are still 6 to come. How can she hold on? Seeing this scene, Shi Nuo clenched her fingers in pain. After enduring for a long time, she couldn't help but rush up to share her pain. Ji Ruichen grabbed her and stopped her sternly. You are crazy. That is a heavenly tribulation. Not only can you not save her, but you will also bury yourself in it. No matter who it is. Even if the Demon King and Hades come, they can't do anything about this ninefold heavenly tribulation. You have to bear your own heavenly tribulation by yourself. No one can help you. This is an unchangeable and irreversible law of the Great Way. But I can't watch her die in torture. Shi Nuo collapsed and roared, tears pouring down. She won't die. She is so tenacious, so tough. No one can take her life. Not even the ninefold heavenly tribulation. Donfang Liu has said with a firm face. Su Maoyang is the god in her mind. A miracle that will never leave. She has gone through so many storms. She can bear this test. Yes, she can. We have to believe in her. Xiao Zian nodded, also full of confidence in Su Maoyang. However, the heavenly tribulation is cruel. No matter how they comfort each other and cheer each other up, the fourth law of the Great Way is still getting more and more intense. Like a domineering and fierce bandit, slashing Su Maoyang unreasonably. This time, Su Maoyang felt like thousands of ants were gnawing at her body, and the pain was like a needle piercing, spreading from the epidermis to the internal organs and every corner of the brain nerves. It was a torment worse than death. The 4 levels of pain were all superimposed on each other, causing Su Maoyang to faint directly. But the heavenly tribulation did not intend to let her go. The 5th law followed, as if not letting her have a moment of peace, and woke her up from the state of fainting. Obviously, for Su Maoyang, even death is not an easy thing. Seeing this, everyone was worried for her, and all sighed at the abnormality of the 9-level heavenly tribulation. If it were an ordinary 5-level heavenly tribulation, it would never be abnormal to this extent. Obviously, the 9-level heavenly tribulation not only increased the number of tortures, but also increased the intensity of each one. In this way, Donfang Junmo is too unlucky and too tragic. At this time, Su Maoyang's mind was blank. How could she still sigh about the unfairness of fate? The only thought at the moment was to survive. But when the 6th, 7th, and 8th laws came to her one after another, she didn't even want to survive, and even lost the desire to live. She only hoped that she could die quickly, because this despair of wanting to live but not being able to die had completely collapsed her spiritual world. Death was her only wish. Having lost the will to live, Su Maoyang soon lost the motivation to resist, and her consciousness gradually began to blur. She let the 8 kinds of pain be added to her body without any reaction. Yan Di, whose heart was tightened for her, saw this and realized that something was wrong. Seeing that the 9th law was about to fall down, he could no longer bear it, and flew towards the Wuwang Steel Forest, covering Su Maoyang's whole body. The major forces of the Great Yin dynasty did not expect that the Yin Emperor would be so crazy. They all shouted in fear. Yin Emperor. No! Although the Yin Emperor had experienced the 9-fold heavenly tribulation, it was his own heavenly tribulation and his own fortune. But now it was Donfang Junmo's. There were too many unknowns and too much risk. In addition, she was in the center of the Wuwang Steel Forest. In addition to withstanding the heavenly tribulation, the Yin Emperor also had to resist the mysterious power of the Wuwang Steel Forest. If he was not careful, he would die. Yin Emperor's move was almost life-threatening. However, as soon as their voices burst out, they were covered by the sound of the avenue that collapsed the sky and cracked the earth. Everyone could only watch the Ninth Avenue Law hit the back of the Yan Emperor heavily, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. His breath instantly became weak, and his face was as pale as a dead person. Seeing this, everyone covered their mouths in fear. Although this was blocked by Emperor Yin, the power of the 9 heavenly tribulations was far more than what everyone saw. It still penetrated Emperor Yin's body and hit Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang had already fallen into a coma, and under the impact of the last force, she almost instantly lost her vital signs. But in a haze, she felt someone calling her name. Lianger, Lianger. Such a call was familiar and hard-moving, as if she had fallen asleep with such a voice for countless nights. Gradually, she fell into a dark void, and in front of the void stood a tall figure, wearing a black robe and full of murderous aura. Under the cover of darkness, she couldn't see his appearance, but only heard his emotional calls. Su Maoyang's heart surged, and she couldn't help but drag her heavy and empty steps and walk towards him with difficulty. Who is he? Why does he affect her thoughts and make her miss him so much? Chapter 2512. Completely awake. Su Maoyang kept walking forward. Walking, and she didn't know how long she had walked. Just when she had spent all her life's energy, she finally walked in front of the man. She pushed aside the heavy mist and looked up. This glance seemed to light up her whole world, allowing her to finally see the appearance that she had been worried about in her heart. It was a face that was so beautiful that it angered both humans and gods. The crystal-like face was angular and cold, and the thick eyebrows flying diagonally into the temples were like 2 swords hanging high, carrying the domineering and wildness of killing the world. The dark and deep blue eyes below were flashing with a piercing cold light, like an eagle in the dark night, inadvertently exuding the strength and pressure that looked down on the world. The tall and straight figure, with his black robe fluttering in the wind, blended into the darkness, making people tremble with fear like a demon descending to the world. But at this moment, he gently reached out and touched Su Maoyang's face. His thin lips slightly parted, and his low and affectionate whispers sounded like the sound of nature in Su Maoyang's ears. Leon, promise me. Live on. This voice that she seemed to have heard for thousands of years suddenly made her shudder, and her heart suddenly surged with a dull pain. Countless forgotten images flooded her mind like a tide, making her hold her head uncomfortably. Jun Haotsong. It's Jun Haotsong. It turns out that the person I forgot, the person I cared about, and the person I loved deeply, has always been Jun Haotsong. It's you? Su Maoyang suddenly learned the other party's identity, and was instantly excited and burst into tears. She subconsciously wanted to throw herself into his arms, but suddenly threw herself into nothingness. The figure in front of her instantly disappeared and turned into darkness. Su Maoyang panicked and searched for him in horror. Haotsong. Haotsong. Come back. Don't leave me. Come back to me. Where have you been? Why can't I find you? Please come back. Okay. Woo. Su Maoyang cried. And what about liking Emperor Yin? What about senior brothers and junior sisters? All of them are lies they made up. When the old man Jinjuan heard the questioning of her soul body, he knew that he could not hide it anymore. So he had to tell the truth. When you went to the Evil Sea prison to get the Samsara stone, you encountered a terrible attack. In fact, it was Jun Haotsong who appeared in time to help you block it, so that you could buy a little time to hold on until Emperor Yin arrived and rescued you. You know everything about what happened later. We didn't hide it from you on purpose. At that time, you were seriously injured and dying. If we knew about Jun Haotsong's death, we were afraid that you would not be able to hold on. So we had to hide Jun Haotsong's death for the time being. The heavenly demon Martin also hurriedly explained. Yes, you are our master. Your safety is more important than anything else. We can't watch you give up your life. But it was Sun Yu's idea to match you with Emperor Yin, and it had nothing to do with me. I was originally against you and Emperor Yin being together, but seeing you so happy, I had no choice but to agree. Sun Yu was called out, and said in a guilty voice, You can't blame me for this. I'm doing this for the good of the master. Emperor Yin is in a high position and has great power. He can save the master and protect the master for life. The master can at least live a carefree life with him, which is the life that many people dream of. In addition, Emperor Yin is deeply in love with the master. So why not help him? Besides, the dead cannot be resurrected, and it will be useless even if the master knows the truth. Hearing these words, thinking of Jun Haotsong who died to save her, but she had completely forgotten him, Su Maoyong felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe, and she broke down and cried. She had always regarded Yan Di as her savior, and had always been grateful for all his care and concern for her, even if she didn't have that so-called heartbeat. She married him without hesitation to repay his kindness. But she didn't expect that he would actually cheat on her. How could she be worthy of Jun Haosong? How could she be worthy of their years of relationship? At this moment, Su Maoyong was so painful that she lost all her strength, as if her soul had been hollowed out. And even her crying became silent, thinking of everything that had happened before. Su Maoyong still had nothing to understand. This must be Yan Di's masterpiece. She was wrong from the beginning. Very wrong. And extremely stupid. She couldn't just die like this. She wanted to avenge Jun Haosong. Su Maoyong's body began to try to recover vitality, while Yan Di, who was hugging her tightly outside and refused to let go, cried like a tearful man. No one expected that Yan Di, who never showed emotions and rarely showed joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, would cry like a child at this moment. The person in his arms seemed to be the most precious treasure in the world. Because of the fear of losing, he was in a panic and trembling. In the past, they only heard that Dongfang Junmo was favored. Today, they confirmed that Yan Di really loved Dongfang Junmo. However, even with Yan Di's desperate escort, Dongfang Junmo's body could not withstand the ninefold heavenly tribulation. She was destined to fall here today. However, just as everyone was sighing, the figure in Yan Di's arm suddenly moved. But before Yan Di could be happy, he was slapped hard and flew out. He had just taken on the ninefold heavenly tribulation, and was injured by the power of the steel forest. He was exhausted and powerless. In addition, he did not expect this sudden change, and he was caught off guard even though he was so powerful. Everyone present was also stunned by this scene. The next second, they saw Su Maoyong standing up from the blood, stretching out her hand and showing the Qingming sword, pointing coldly at the center of Emperor Yan's brow. Her voice cold and emotionless. Yi Nantian, you are really scheming. You have tricked me. When did it start? You were targeting me when I was a disciple. Su Maoyong combined all the previous things, and the doubts she had originally had suddenly became clear. Emperor Yan knew that she was smart, and she must have noticed something wrong before, but she just didn't figure it out. Now that she asked this question, she should have figured it out. So, he had nothing to hide. No, it was earlier than that. Starting from when you burst out the power of your previous life in the Northern Spirit Realm. That was the first time he felt her breath after searching for so many years. He was so happy at that time. When he heard that she had successfully entered the Fairy Palace Gate, he ran to the Fairy Palace Gate to see her without even taking time to recuperate. She was still as stubborn as in her previous life, and she injured herself all over in the 8 gates. She didn't know that every wound and every drop of blood on her body made him feel painful and almost lost his breath. Hearing this, Su Maoyong couldn't help but sneer. I didn't expect that you still didn't give up and planned to fabricate the memory of the previous life to deceive me. Do you really think I don't know that the dream was an illusion you deliberately created through the sound of the piano? Illusion? Do you think that everything is an illusion? Yan Di asked back with difficulty. And his pupils, which had just been calm, flashed a hint of obvious pain. Chapter 2513, Everything is his masterpiece. Su Maoyong no longer wanted to see his hypocritical face, and asked directly, I just want to ask you. Dongfang Liue was bullied when she first arrived in the Great Yan Dynasty, and she happened to be seen by the Ji family and adopted as a daughter. Were you behind the scenes? Yes. Emperor Yan did not deny it, and he admitted everything he had done. When he learned that Dongfang Liue was her friend, he knew that this was an opportunity that came to him. The Ji family did not want to send their daughter to the palace. And seeing Dongfang Liue, a wandering girl with no background, it was natural for them to easily come up with the idea of adopting her as an adopted daughter and replacing their daughter to enter the palace. Of course, even if she failed to enter the palace in the end, he could lead Su Maoyong to the Great Yan Dynasty through Dongfang Liue. As a big family in the Great Yan Dynasty, the Ji family would attend any occasion, and she could always rely on this relationship to get in front of him. Fortunately, things went unexpectedly smoothly. Su Maoyong had something to ask of him. She wanted to enter the palace to get the dragon bone and the heart of life. So he fulfilled her wish. Therefore, if he hadn't pushed the issue behind the scenes, how could the two of them enter the palace smoothly with the Ji family's connections alone? Obviously, Su Maoyang was not surprised by such an answer, but the pain in his heart deepened. He asked again unwillingly, Senior Jinghani of the Blood Sword Pavilion was also disguised by you, right? Yes. Emperor Yen admitted again. Su Maoyang bit his silver teeth and continued to ask. Ning Qixuan got the news that he could go to Wu Elder Peak to treat his arm. You also secretly revealed it, right? Yes. Looking at Emperor Yen's calm expression, Su Maoyang almost gnashed her teeth in hatred. She said that she had no intersection with the forces of the Great Yen dynasty. So how could such a big man come to help her out? Ning Qixuan's news was so timely. It turned out that he had already started playing chess since then. Just thinking of the next question, the tears she tried to hold back finally burst out. And she growled in grief. Did you also frame Jun Haotsong for killing Guan Qing? Yes. Although Guan Qing was a divine pattern alchemist he trusted very much, in order to split the relationship between her and Jun Haotsong, he had to sacrifice his confidant and let Jun Haotsong be tarnished. In this way, she must feel guilty. And if he showed an attitude of understanding, it was basically a moral responsibility. And she must be grateful to him. Su Maoyang, who thought of Jun Haotsong's tragic death, could no longer control her emotions. Her hand holding the Qingming sword was shaking with hatred. The Evil Sea prison. Taking the Samsara stone was fake. But killing Jun Haotsong was real. I didn't wrong you. Did I? Jun Haotsong was already unconscious. So why did he suddenly appear in the Evil Sea prison to block the attack for her? Yendi's thoughts were already clear. Sure enough, Yendi squeezed out the two words she had expected. No. Although Yi Nantian admitted everything, every word he said made him suffocate with pain. She was so smart that she had seen through it all. His lies would only appear despicable. Instead of doing so, it would be better to admit it openly. But when he looked at the eyes that wanted to kill him, he became more desperate and scared than ever before. He loved her so much, but she hated him so much. Everything he did was to have the opportunity to be with her, to love and take care of her. Was it wrong? He didn't ask for the love in her heart, but just a position by her side. Jun Haotsong was so good. In order to love him, did he even lose the affection of growing up together? Emperor Yen was in pain, and Su Maoyang was also in pain. Now that she knew the truth, she suddenly laughed with her head raised, laughing and laughing until tears of blood came out. Ha ha ha. I'm so stupid. I thought I was a chess player, but I didn't expect to be a chess piece on someone else's chessboard. You led me from the Nine Netherworld to the Sunlu realm step by step, from the Tiansheng dynasty to the Great Yin dynasty step by step, and from the people to the palace step by step. Jun Haotsong was killed by you, but I married my enemy, became your queen, and became your wife. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. She claimed to be smart and insightful. Only she calculated others, and no one else could calculate her. But she didn't expect to be played around by this terrible man in front of her. Every step she took, every piece of information she got, every illusion she saw, and every direction she was guided to were all calculated by him, and were all his carefully planned masterpieces. She was deceived by him so badly. This was the first time she was fooled by someone and didn't know it. And she was grateful for the other party's efforts. In the end, she looked like a joke. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised his sword and approached his heart, sneering, Do you think that my sword will make you feel heartache? Oh, I forgot. You have no heart. How can it hurt? Everyone present was shocked to see Su Maoyang's murderous intent, and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. How dare you? That's Emperor Yen. If you dare to hurt him, you will be an enemy of the entire Great Yin dynasty. Don't think about walking out of this Wuong Peak alive today. Yes, Donphan Junmo. Stop it quickly. If anything happens to Emperor Yin, you will be the center of the Great Yin dynasty. We will tear you into pieces and leave you without a burial place. Emperor Yin looked up at her calmly. No one of you is allowed to interfere. This is the grudge between her and me. As he said that, he actually grabbed the long sword in her hand and pressed it against his heart. Come on. Let me taste the taste of having no heart. This is what I owe you. And now I'm paying you back. I think that only by cutting out his whole heart, he will not feel pain for her and be trapped for her. Su Maoyang saw his fearless and open-minded appearance, and her heart was filled with grief and anger. Why did he do so many things to hurt her and still be so righteous? Do you really think I don't dare? Su Maoyang was very angry and really pushed the sword in a few points. which immediately pierced his chest and spilled blood. Seeing this, Emperor Yin simply closed his eyes. I can give you anything, including my life. Everyone didn't expect Emperor Yin to do this for Dongfang Junmo, and they all shouted in panic. Quick! Close the steel forest! So many of them didn't dare to act rashly because they were worried about the power of the steel forest. Now Emperor Yin was in danger of his life. So how could they sit still? The person in charge of Wuang Peak saw the seriousness of the situation and immediately came to his senses and quickly ordered people to close the steel forest. However, this time the formation failed. Everyone worked hard for a long time, and the steel forest still stood there, emitting its unique power. What's wrong with you, Wuang Peak? If something goes wrong with Emperor Yin, can you, Wuang Peak, afford it? The head of the Wei family shouted angrily, almost rushing over to beat the person in charge. But the person in charge was also confused and could not figure out the situation. It's not that we don't care. It's that the formation has failed and seems to be controlled by someone. Control? Who has the ability to control it? The Peak Master? The head of the Wei family asked. And everyone looked at the Peak Master of Wuang Peak in the distance. The Peak Master shook his head and made a terrible guess. It's not me. Now the only one who can control the Wuang Steel Forest is probably her. Chapter 2514, She Can't Hate Him. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Not only did she comprehend the stone tablet and sit in the center, she could even control the steel forest? In this way, isn't she more perverted than the head of Wuang Peak back then? You know, she is only in her 20s. Such a terrifying talent is not inferior to Emperor Yin. It's a pity that such a rare genius now stands on the opposite side of them and wants to kill the king they support with all their heart. Realizing this, the head of the Wei family no longer cares about his old face. He shouted decisively, Quick! Everyone! Form a formation and kill in together. This woman cannot be left alive. If Emperor Yin really dies in her hands, the other 3 realms that have been ready to move will definitely attack the Xianshan realm. By then, the Xianshan realm will face a catastrophe. And the price it pays is definitely not something that any of them present can bear. Therefore, no matter what, he would not allow Dongfang Junmo to harm Emperor Yin in the slightest. But if he wanted to break into the steel forest, he would definitely not be able to do it with his own strength. Only when the leaders of the major forces present joined hands could they hope to resist the power of the steel forest and break in. Of course, the head of the Wei family could think of this, and the other heads of the family naturally understood this truth. After hearing what he said, the 12 families headed by the Zhuge family, the Gongong family, and the Lin family all stood up without hesitation. Everyone formed a battle formation, and an unbreakable defense was formed around them in an instant. A fierce force radiated rapidly with them as the center. The younger generation had never seen such a terrifying battle, and they all retreated dozens of feet away in fear to avoid the danger of being affected. However, seeing that the battle formation was complete, but no one was controlling the center of the formation, the head of the Wei family immediately turned his eyes to the head of the Ouyang family and shouted anxiously, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and do it. The Ouyang family is the best family at marching and fighting. So of course, the head of the Ouyang family should be in charge at this time. But the head of the Ouyang family was very entangled. No matter what, Dongfang Junmo was also the savior of his Ouyang family, saving the lives of Ouyang Yu and Ouyang Xie. If he participated in the killing of Su Maoyang, wouldn't he become a sinner who repays kindness with enmity? The head of the Zhuge family understood his concerns and immediately reminded him, Ouyang Ji, this is related to the rise and fall of the Great Yan dynasty, and even the entire Xianshan mirror. As a general of the Great Yan dynasty, how can you abandon the country and the nation in danger for personal grudges? If you don't want the lives of the people of the Xianshan mirror to be destroyed, if you don't want the people to be displaced, if you don't want to let down the country and the monarch, you have no choice but to kill this woman. The head of the Zhuge family's resounding warning sounded like a huge bell in Ouyang Ji's ears, shaking him so much that he felt numb all over and closed his eyes with difficulty. Seeing this, Ouyang Yu knew that he had the intention to kill, and his face turned pale with fear. He quickly advised Su Maoyang, Junimo girl, stop it. Emperor Yin is a wise king and the hope of everyone in Xianshan mirror. If you kill him, it means destroying the entire Xianshan mirror. If you have any personal grudges between you, can you sit down and talk about it? If Emperor Yin has ever owed you anything, We are willing to compensate you on his behalf. I just ask you to show mercy. And everything else is easy to talk about. On one side is the national justice. And on the other side is the grace of saving a life. Which is really embarrassing. Su Maoyang knew that the Ouyang family was unwilling to attack her. But Yin Di killed her husband. How could she compensate for such a blood feud? Jun Haocong was gone. So what was the point of giving her the entire Xianshan mirror as compensation? Thinking of this, she smiled bitterly and cried a line of blood and tears, looking at everyone with sarcasm. Compensation? What compensation? Can you bring back the dead, who has been reduced to ashes? You said he was your hope. And even the hope of the entire Xianshan mirror. But what about my hope? My hope has fallen. And who of you has cared? Who has cared? As she said this, Su Maoyang felt unsatisfied and stabbed Yin Di's heart a few inches. As long as she thought that Jun Haocong had died for so long. And it was hidden so well. As if there had never been such a person in the world. Who died quietly. She trembled with heartache. And wished to transfer all this pain to Yin Di. Ironically, it was not long ago that Jun Haocong won a victory for the great Yan dynasty, and made great contributions to the Xianshan mirror. He was obviously a great contributor worthy of praise. But he was accused of killing Wan Qing, and ended up in ashes, and no one cared about him. They care about Emperor Yin and his life and death. But who cares about Jun Haocong's life and death? How to compensate for such pain and hatred? Junimo girl. I know you have resentment in your heart. But the dead cannot be resurrected. Even if you kill Emperor Yin, it will be useless. I only ask you to show mercy for the sake of my Ouyang family. Your great kindness will be unforgettable in my Ouyang family. Ouyang Ji said earnestly. Su Maoyang glanced at the people of the Ouyang family. Thinking of Ouyang Yu and Ouyang Xia, who had specially mobilized the army for him to go to the Tiansheng dynasty to help him save people. She remembered this kindness. Even Emperor Yin had made a great effort to rescue the Dongfang family. This man had obviously played her around, and killed Jun Haocong. Even his series of actions to help her, and treat her well had ulterior motives. But for some reason, she just couldn't hate him. She knew that everything was just sugar-coated bullets and his conspiracy. With her ruthless character, she would never be soft-hearted to this man. But facing the clear and calm eyes in front of her, she couldn't do it. In the end, Su Maoyang closed her eyes, drew her sword, and blasted Emperor Yin out of the steel forest with force. From now on, don't let me see you again. She was afraid that she would regret not being able to kill him on the spot today to commemorate Jun Haocong's spirit in heaven. The major forces present saw Emperor Yin being pushed out and immediately stepped forward to catch him. The head of the Wei family was relieved to see that Emperor Yin had saved his life. But looking at his tragic injuries, and thinking that he would probably have to recuperate for a long time, he still couldn't swallow this breath, and snorted again. You dare to do this to Emperor Yin. Don't even think about leaving this Wuwang Peak today. After that, the head of the Wei family still attacked her without giving up. At this time, Emperor Yin was seriously injured by the power of the steel forest, and his heart was stabbed by Su Maoyang. He was almost dying. It can be seen that the head of the Wei family took action, but he still held on to intercept the power of the head of the Wei family. The head of the Wei family had the blessing of the battle formation, and his power was already very terrifying. After colliding with Emperor Yin immediately spit out blood again. But even so, he still firmly and clearly expressed his attitude. No one is allowed to touch her without my order. Unfortunately, before the last word fell, his body softened and he fainted. No one expected that Emperor Yin could do this. At this critical moment, he was still protecting her. It turned out that it was not that the emperor had no heart, but that his whole heart was on Dongfang Junmo. Zhuge Muying, who was far away, saw the scene. Compared with his attitude towards her, she pinched her fingers in hatred, but her face was expressionless, and tears flowed quietly, appearing numb and calm. The head of the Zhuge family was furious, and his eyes looking at Su Maoyang were even more sinister and resentful. You hurt Emperor Yin. How can you let him go? Even if you don't die, you have to peel off a layer of skin. After that, the head of the Zhuge family rushed towards Su Maoyang. This woman comprehended the stone tablet and could control the steel forest. She must know a lot of secrets of the steel forest. So even if it is not for Emperor Yin, she must be captured and asked clearly. Chapter 2515 The Next Peak Master. Master Zhuge had such selfishness. And so did the other masters. Therefore, This time, everyone was surprisingly united and attacked Su Maoyang almost at the same time. However, before they could get close, the surrounding stone tablets changed their positions instantly and flew towards them, blocking their way. At this time, invisible forces suddenly burst out from the stone tablets and repelled everyone in the blink of an eye. Feeling this kind of impact, everyone secretly thanked themselves for having a battle formation to protect themselves. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured just now. It seems that it is not easy to capture Dongfang Junmo alive. But Dongfang Junmo has to be captured. Although Emperor Yin did not allow them to take action, it was clear that he was bewitched by her and made a wrong decision. I believe that when he wakes up, he will regret what he did today. Therefore, as sober outsiders, they must share Jun's worries and eradicate the scourge. What's more, if Dongfang Junmo injured Emperor Yin so badly without paying any price and left safely under the eyes of so many people, if this were to be spread out, where would the dignity of the great Yin dynasty and the 12 families be? Wouldn't the other 3 realms laugh at them? A group of old guys who couldn't do anything to a little girl. Thinking of this, everyone launched a second wave of attacks unwillingly. With the experience just now, they were very careful this time, and cooperated with each other to avoid several waves of stone tablet attacks. After several twists and turns, they finally forced Su Maoyang in front of them. Su Maoyang was also ready for the battle. He saw a flash of cold light, and the Qingming sword in his hand was wielded cleanly and swiftly, as fast as lightning, and the sword light flashed around him, drawing countless brilliant blue rays in the air, just like a sword formation, trying to cut the space into pieces. No one could imagine that she was only a Supreme Emperor spiritual master. But now she was facing a peak spiritual fairy without any hesitation. With such a span, even a late spiritual fairy would not have a chance of winning. Not to mention that she was facing not just one peak spiritual fairy, but a group of them. Just when everyone admired Su Maoyang's courage to face the enemy head-on, Su Maoyang and several family heads had fought for several rounds in the blink of an eye. Because the power of both sides was too terrifying, and the speed was too amazing. The young generation who witnessed this scene from a distance could not see their fighting moves clearly, but only felt waves of terrible power sweeping over them. And they were horrified and broke their defenses and kept retreating. But even so, the strong sense of oppression still made them sweat and shiver all over their bodies. Speaking of which, they could not withstand such power at such a long distance. And it was hard to imagine how terrible the impact was on Dongfang Junmo, who was at the center of the power. But Su Maoyang stood straight like a benchmark in the center of the steel forest from beginning to end. Although she was struggling to resist, she did not show any signs of weakness. Her agile figure became more and more courageous as she fought harder and harder, and her sword became sharper and sharper. She actually fought with the spirit immortals and brought out true fire. Every blow brought about an earth-shaking battle. No one has ever seen the thrilling scene of the Supreme Emperor spiritual master facing the siege of a group of spirit immortals, and becoming more and more courageous and stronger with each setback. Of course, she was able to resist for so long thanks to the blessing of the power of the steel forest. However, if her moves and skills were not good, and her understanding of spiritual power was not good, she would soon be defeated by the steel forest alone. Because several spirit immortals also formed a battle formation and strengthened their strength and defense. It was a miracle that she could hold on until now. Before, everyone had many complaints about her talent and strength. But now they have seen her killing all around, fighting a group of top spirit immortals alone, and not losing at all. Everyone had to sigh that Dongfang Junmo was indeed the most brilliant figure among the younger generation, and could even be comparable to Emperor Yin. Thinking of this, Xin Xinghe of the Tiandu clan had a gloomy face, and his brows were furrowed so much that they could kill an ant. He used to look down on Dongfang Junmo, a woman in the harem, and thought she was just a silk flower attached to Emperor Yin. So he openly humiliated her. Seeing her enter the Wuwang steel forest, he was even more pessimistic, and was looking forward to seeing her laugh. Who knew that not only was her talent comparable to Emperor Yin, but she also had such unmatched strength. I guess, in her eyes, I was a joke. Realizing this, Xin Xinghe felt as bad as if he had eaten shit. This Dongfang Junmo is really amazing. If she survives today, this Xianshan mirror will probably produce another figure like Yindi. Someone from the younger generation suddenly sighed. Fu Qinglan snorted in disapproval. The key is that she didn't survive today, with so many spirit immortals attacking. No matter how powerful Dongfang Junmo is, she is just holding on. Unless she defeats all the spirit immortals by herself, she still won't be able to walk out of Wuwang Peak alive today. After hearing this, everyone was silent again, and had to admit that she was right. Today, Dongfang Junmo had no choice but to die here or break through the siege and fight his way out. But it was so difficult to completely defeat so many peak spirit immortals. As expected, Su Maoyan was soon overwhelmed by the beatings, and his physical and spiritual strength were seriously overdrawn, and his moves gradually became incapable. Although she was an ancient spirit body, and her spiritual power was much more abundant than that of ordinary people, she was facing a peak spiritual fairy who was 7 levels higher than her. No matter how much more spiritual power she had, it was difficult to make up for such a large level of suppression. So it was her limit to be able to hold on until now. At this time, seeing Su Maoyan being blasted and scarred, retreating again and again, the head of Wuwang Peak couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to intervene in the feud between Dongfang Junmo and the royal family and the family. But this person could control the Steel Forest, and obviously became the inheritor of the Steel Forest. So he couldn't sit idly by. Thinking of this, he flew into the Steel Forest, and suddenly waved his sleeves to resolve the aggressive killing moves of the Wei family head and the Zhuge family head, and directly shocked them out. The head of the Zhuge family was about to seriously injure Su Maoyan, but he didn't know that he was ruined in the next second. After stabilizing his body, he looked at the Peak Master with an angry face and asked angrily, "Peak Master, what do you mean by this? It means that you are not allowed to hurt her." The Peak Master replied coldly, and protected Su Maoyan behind him with a firm attitude. "This is the grudge between us and her. What does your Wuwang Peak have to do with it?" The head of the Wei family also roared unhappily. If they only deal with Dongfang Junmo, they are still very sure. But if Wuwang Peak is involved, then they really have no chance of winning today. The Peak Master glanced at him expressionlessly, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said in a loud voice, "Of course it is related, because she is the next Peak Master of my Wuwang Peak. She will also be the young master I swear to be loyal to. If you dare to touch her hair, ask me if I agree first." Chapter 2516 Xuanzu Insane Emperor. The next Peak Master. Everyone was shocked by the decision of the Peak Master of Wuwang Peak. No one expected that Wuwang Peak, which has always been aloof from the world and does not like to meddle in other people's affairs, would directly designate Dongfang Junmo as the successor in order to protect her? In this way, if the heads of several families want to kill Dongfang Junmo, they have to consider the power of Wuwang Peak. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but sigh that the world is unpredictable. Just now they were still regretting that Dongfang Junmo could not escape death. But in the blink of an eye, she became the successor of Wuwang Peak. It was a blessing in disguise. Ha ha ha. I told you. My junior sister is such a lucky person. How can she die so easily? Wasn't Wuwang Peak there to protect her at the critical moment? Although I am no longer the queen of your great Yin dynasty, it seems that being the Peak Master of Wuwang Peak is not bad either. Ji Ruiqing was relieved when she saw the senior Peak Master stand up, and smiled and raised her eyebrows to look at Fu Qinglan, Zhuge Muying and others. This group of people always hope that Su Maoyan will suffer, and it seems that they will be disappointed. Zhuge Muying snorted coldly and said disapprovingly, "Naive. Wuwang Peak is undoubtedly digging its own grave by doing this, which is extremely stupid. Wuwang Peak is strong, but it is facing the royal family and the 12 families of the great Yin dynasty. After all, the weak arm cannot beat the thigh. So, almost everyone can imagine the fate of Wuwang Peak with their big toes." Although he was not afraid of Wuwang Peak, the head of the Zhuge family still had a dark face because of the obstruction of the Peak Master. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior Xing, you made such a hasty decision on such an important candidate. Are you deliberately going against us?" Although Xing Haochuan looked like a middle-aged man of the same generation as them, he was 500 years old and was the undisputed helmsman of Wuwangfeng. Therefore, once he spoke, it was basically a done deal for Dongfang Junmo to become the head of Wuwangfeng. But given the current situation, they still didn't want to completely break up with Wuwangfeng. She got the inheritance of the Forest of Steels, and can be called the chosen one of Wuwangfeng. How can she be considered careless? But you, at such an old age, are still not willing to give in and bully a little girl aggressively. You are not worthy of being a great man. Xing Haochuan snorted coldly and glanced at the several family heads who had taken action sarcastically. The family heads who heard this were almost vomiting blood. What does it mean to bully a little girl? It is true that Dongfang Junmo is a little girl, but she almost took the life of Emperor Yin and fought against a group of them on her own. It is even more terrifying than a flood or a beast. If they hadn't formed a battle formation, it would be hard to tell who would bully whom. The head of the Wei family was furious and cursed. Just do it. Why waste time talking to him? If she hurts the Emperor Yin, she will die even if she is the king of heaven. Although Wuwang Peak is the most powerful and well-established force in the Great Yin dynasty besides the royal family, they are not afraid of the 12 families joining forces. So, as soon as the voice fell, the head of the Wei family rushed forward again regardless of anything. Seeing this, the others also came to support. Now they finally had the opportunity to capture Dongfang Junmo legitimately, so they naturally couldn't miss it. Seeing that this group of people were stubborn, Xing Haochuan frowned and waved his palm to greet them. Although his strength was above that of this group of people, the other party had the advantage of being outnumbered, and it was impossible to repel them all in a short time. So seeing the Peak Master entangled with several family heads, several elders of Wuwang Peak were worried that he would be too busy to take care of them. So they also joined the battle. They all knew that a person who controlled the inheritance of the Steel Forest could not fall into the hands of outsiders. Now with the help of Wuwang Peak, Su Maoyang had a chance to breathe. But she had no time to recover, and was knocked away by the palm print that came from the sky in the next second. This hit caught her off guard and injured her severely. She fell to the ground and struggled for several times, but couldn't get up. The tearing pain immediately penetrated from her heart and lungs, spreading to her limbs and bones, instantly making her face pale and dying. This palm came silently, but it was so terrifying. The person who came was obviously a powerful figure. As expected, a deep and majestic voice, like a dragon bell, resounded on Wuwang Peak. If you hurt my grandson, there is no reason to live. If Wuwang Peak blocks you, don't blame my royal family for being ruthless. The roar was like thunder, shaking the air. Then a tall and slender figure slowly appeared from the horizon, accompanied by this fierce and domineering pressure, and went to suppress Xing Haochuan and several elders of Wuwang Peak. The roar alone shook several people out of the Steel Forest, which shows the strength of this person. Of course, the only person who can call himself this emperor is Xuanzun Shengwang. That is, the great-grandfather of Emperor Yin. It is said that this person has lived for thousands of years, and is hundreds of years older than the Peak Master and elders of Wuwang Peak. Such an old monster is naturally not someone that Wuwang Peak can afford to offend. Seeing this, Shuga Muing and others were completely relieved, and they all showed their expected expressions. She had said long ago that Wuwang Peak could not beat the Thai, and now even the ancestor of the royal family has come out in person. There is no doubt that Dongfang Junmo will not be able to escape today, and will definitely die. It's just a pity that after struggling for so long, he still has to end up with a tragic death. And finally, he has to sacrifice Wuwang Peak for nothing. This Dongfang Junmo is really a disaster. Fortunately, she will die here today, and she will never have to see this annoying face again. Speaking of which, she is looking forward to what Emperor Yin will feel when he learns that his beloved woman died in the hands of his ancestor. The scene must be very exciting. Thinking of this, Shuga Muing couldn't help but curl up a bloodthirsty and excited smile at the corner of his mouth. When the head of the Shuga family and the head of the Wei family saw that the royal ancestors had come forward to support them, they felt relieved and naturally had no worries. They immediately attacked Su Maoyang. At this time, seeing Su Maoyang in danger, Ji Ruiqing, Shi Nuo and others screamed in horror. However, the next second, everyone was surprised to find that the force that almost fell on Su Maoyang suddenly condensed in midair, and then returned to the original path for the first time, hitting several heads of the family. I saw that several heads of the family were directly blasted out dozens of feet away, and fell straight in front of everyone. They vomited blood, couldn't struggle, and looked extremely embarrassed. There was no momentum as the head of the family just now. The sudden change frightened everyone, and even Xuanzun Saint Emperor glanced at the miserable state of Zhuge family master and others in disbelief. Obviously, he had never expected that someone would dare to attack under his nose. And the attack was so cruel that he was not alert at all, which clearly showed that he was not taken seriously. Xuanzun Saint Emperor was instantly aroused with anger and roared, "Who? How dare you attack in front of me? Get out of here!" Chapter 2517. Destroy your royal family for 18 generations. You are not worthy of calling yourself the emperor in front of me. A deep voice came down like a punishment from heaven. and it was so powerful that it seemed to break people's bones. Everyone was frightened and their hair stood up. I saw a shadow passing by like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye it fell in front of Su Maoyang. He was an old man with an old face and a tall and straight figure, if you ignore the white hair and wrinkles on his forehead. At first glance, you would think he was a young man in his early 20s, with a graceful demeanor. His facial features were sinister and sharp, and his eyes were as deep as lightning. Even in broad daylight, he exuded the sinister aura unique to ghosts. Everyone looked at him out of curiosity, and it seemed as if they were frozen by his cold and strange pupils. They were so frightened that they felt cold in their hearts, and could not move. At this moment, everyone present had the same question. Who is this person? He has such a strong aura that he dares to challenge the Holy Emperor Xuanzun. Even the Holy Emperor Xuanzun stared at him in surprise. After a long time, he came to his senses and said, "Where did you come from? You rascal? How dare you interfere in the affairs of my royal family? I don't have the time to care about your royal family's trivial matters. But if you want to attack my disciples, don't blame me for killing your royal ancestors for 18 generations. I'll start with you." Wei Yuanzhou's sinister and domineering voice echoed on Wuwang Peak, and the sound of the avenue that lingered made everyone tremble. Kill the royal ancestors for 18 generations. Started with the Holy Emperor Xuanzun. What a big tone. I didn't expect that this person was actually Dongfang Junmo's master. No wonder Dongfang Junmo is so powerful. It seems that this master has made great contributions. However, Xuanzun Saint Emperor had never been humiliated like this. He was furious and shouted, "How dare you? You arrogant kid. You dare to openly challenge the majesty of my royal family. Take this palm from me." After that, Xuanzun Saint Emperor directly attacked. A huge palm print suddenly formed in the air, and it suppressed him with terrifying power like a mountain. At this age, he would never be threatened by a younger generation. Speaking of which, this is the first time that everyone has seen Xuanzun Saint Emperor attack in so many years. If he doesn't attack, it's fine. Once he attacks, it's earth-shaking. So, feeling this overwhelming imperial power, everyone was so scared that they shrank their bodies and kept defending and retreating. They absolutely believed that if this palm fell on them, they would be destroyed and their souls would be scattered. However, before they could stand still, they saw the ghostly old man flick his sleeves and slap the palm print in the air back, hitting Xuanzun Saint Emperor heavily. The next second, everyone saw that the arrogant old ancestor was slapped away by a slap, and blood splashed in the air. Judging from the degree of injury, it seemed that the head of Zhuge and Wei was more serious. Seeing this scene, everyone seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue, and they were stunned in the place for a moment, before everyone could come back to their senses. Another cold voice shook up. "Your moves. When I was 500 years old, I had already slapped them for fun. You are still the same after living for thousands of years. And you don't mind embarrassing the royal family." As he said that, Wei Yuanzhou flicked his sleeves in disdain again, and rewarded a palm of Bagua palm that was several times more authentic than the previous one, and hit the latter again, causing blood to splash, and staggering away a long distance. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard this. This person has reached the realm of Xuanzun Saint Emperor at the age of 500? Who is this person, and why is he so strong? Just when everyone was shocked by his identity, Wei Yuanzhou had already picked up Su Maoyang and said a simple and rough sentence. "You'd better beg her to be okay. Otherwise, no one in the Great Yin dynasty will escape." After the words fell, he turned into a residual image again and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye, leaving only the strong and domineering echo that made everyone's head buzz. The blood color of several family heads who had attacked Su Maoyang before faded. Their faces were miserable, and their bodies were cold. Dongfang Junmo has such a strong backer that even the royal ancestors of the Great Yin dynasty are not his opponents. I'm afraid that everyone in their forces will be in danger. But no one expected that the situation would take a turn, and in the end a super powerful person would appear, seriously injuring Xuanzun Saint Emperor and saving Dongfang Junmo. Now we can only hope that Dongfang Junmo is fine. Otherwise, if she is really targeted by that powerful person, not only the 12 families, but also the royal family will have a hard time. Thinking of this, the other onlookers were glad that they did not intervene in this matter. After all, it is not terrible to offend a genius, but it is terrible to offend the big forces behind her and be forcibly targeted. Some people are afraid. Some are glad. And of course some people secretly hate that Su Ma-young escaped by chance. Shuga Muying's clenched fingers were already bulging with blue veins, and her cold and gloomy cheeks were covered with dark clouds, gradually forming a terrible gloom, making her whole body exude a biting cold. She hated why Dongfang Junmo was always so lucky. Not only did she get the favor of Emperor Yin, but she also had such a powerful backer. Even Emperor Xuanzun could not do anything to her. Shuga Muying almost choked with hatred when she thought that she would be trampled under the feet of Dongfang Junmo in her whole life. Fu Qing'an, Chu Xinting and others were shocked and completely lost their temper. Their strength and talent were not as good as Dongfang Junmo, but they were unwilling to admit it. They always relied on their noble birth and powerful background to comfort themselves. Dongfang Junmo was powerful, but they still couldn't beat him. But who knew that Dongfang Junmo had such a strong master? But he never relied on his background to show off himself, and always spoke with his own strength. It made them seem too despicable. Shi Nu and Ji Ruiqing were confused by the master, who suddenly appeared. After looking at each other in confusion, they looked at Dongfang Liyue and whispered, "When did she have such a powerful master?" Dongfang Liyue was also confused. When she was suddenly asked, she immediately waved her hand. "How should I know? Aren't you often with her during this period?" Ji Ruiqing didn't believe it. "I'm with her every day, and I've never seen such a big shot." Dongfang Liyue felt wronged. She wasn't a worm in Su Ma-young's stomach. So how could she know so much? She knew Su Ma-young's personality. Usually, he kept things to himself and rarely told them. It was normal for Dongfang Liyue not to know these things. Then she advised, "No matter who it is, they are the master savior. As long as the master is safe, it's fine." Xiao Zian nodded in agreement. "Yes, as long as the boss is safe, it's fine. But I don't quite understand what the boss said to Emperor Yin just now. Is Jun really dead? Perhaps because he felt it was taboo. He did not mention Jun Haotsong's name." Dongfang Liyue nodded solemnly. "In order to save Lianger, he died in the Evil Sea prison. Lianger was seriously injured. In order to let her recover from her injuries, everyone let Yin Di feed her the forget-me-not grass. And she lost her memory. She may have recovered her memory after encountering a heavenly calamity just now. And now she remembered everything. Alas, from what she said, it seems that everything is Yin Di's conspiracy. Junior sister is really miserable. She was actually calculated like this," Ji Ruiqing said angrily. Dongfang Liyue secretly hated herself for being stupid. "I was also blind at the beginning. I didn't realize Yin Di's wolfish ambition. I thought Yin Di liked you?" Xiao Zian glared at her speechlessly. Dongfang Liyue was embarrassed by his sarcastic eyes, and lowered her head instantly. At this time, Poison Lord Feng Yunyu, who had been paying attention to them, quickly stepped forward and came to Dongfang Liyue, smiling and said, "Ha ha ha, Dongfang girl, since Inner likes you, I will arrange a date for you to get married immediately. What do you think?" Dongfang Liyue is Dongfang Junmo's sister. Dongfang Junmo has such a powerful background, so of course, he has to make good use of this relationship. Chapter 2518 Waiting for his reincarnation. Feng Yunye, can you have some shame? Didn't you disagree with their marriage before? Now you are pushing for marriage again? Elder Wu couldn't stand his snobbish face, and said sarcastically with disdain. Feng Yunye immediately refuted. "When did I disagree? I just rejected Elder Xianin and his disciples of Kanghamen in public for the sake of Dongfang girl. So many eyes are watching. You can't wrongly accuse me." When this was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but look at Chu Xinting in the distance. Chu Xinting was publicly executed again, and her face was as uncomfortable as if it was on fire. How could she have the face to stay here? She immediately fled with Elder Xianin. Wu Xiuhe looked at him with disdain and snorted. "I don't know who said not to embarrass you just now." "Ha. No. Junior brother. In order to let the two juniors finally get married, let's make peace. After all, we will be relatives in the future." Feng Yunye hurriedly stepped forward and shamelessly asked Wu Xiuhe for peace, with a smile on his face that was as flattering as it could be. Wu Xiuhe looked at him with contempt. "TSK. Who wants to be your in-law? I just adopted my daughter and want to keep her for a few more years. So this marriage is still under discussion. Based on Dongfang Liyue's current status, she can get any man she wants. And the successor of the Tiandu clan has to line up obediently. You You are too rude. You just promised it yourself. How can you go back on your word? If you have any anger, come to me. Don't joke about the lifelong events of two young people. Feng Yunyu was immediately anxious. If this drags on, it may fail. For the sake of my daughter's happiness, I must consider it. Do you think you are selling your son for profit? You? Ji Ruiqing saw two old guys arguing over the marriage of their juniors, and patted Dongfang Liyue's shoulder with emotion. Your married life should be very lively. Dongfang Liyue and Xiahou Zian held their foreheads helplessly, unable to bear to watch. At present, Su Maoyang was seriously injured and missing. So how could the two have the heart to hold a wedding? So Dongfang Liyue was worried that the two old men would really quarrel, and immediately stepped forward to explain to Feng Yunmiao. Senior Duzuan, I'm really sorry. My sister's life or death is uncertain. Everyone is in a heavy mood. It's really not the time to hold a wedding. So this marriage should be postponed, and we will discuss it after my sister returns safely. I hope Senior will forgive me. After this, everyone was silent. Yes, although Su Maoyang was rescued, the blow from Emperor Xuanzun was not light, and whether she could survive was still a serious problem. Therefore, they had no time to care about their marriage. And now they just hoped that Su Maoyang was okay. Zion Gongmen. After returning from Wuwang Peak, Su Maoyang had been in a coma for 2 whole months. Wei Yuanzhou couldn't count how many rare treasures and rare elixirs he used to treat her injuries, and finally snatched her back from the hands of the King of Hell. Her life was saved, but her heart was dead. Now her body was obviously fine, but she was reluctant to wake up, like a living dead person, which made Wei Yuanzhou so angry that he couldn't help but scold her. You heartless girl. Is it worth it for a man? I spent a lot of money and worked very hard to save you, and I also endured a month of heavenly punishment. Is this how you repay me? The Immortal Palace sect is a secluded sect with strict rules. Elders are not allowed to interfere in external affairs. Even if the disciples are in danger of life, they cannot help them casually to avoid exposing their identities. And he, a ghost immortal and the great guardian of the Qitian Palace, openly violated the rules for her and suffered cruel heavenly punishment. He was tossed around. She, on the other hand, didn't appreciate it at all. So many rare medicinal materials were fed to dogs. Thinking of this, Wei Yuanzhou felt that he was unlucky. He had never thought of accepting disciples for so many years. Now he finally found a good seedling. But it turned out to be a lovesick person who didn't even want his life for a man. Where can he go to seek justice? But when he thought of what she had experienced, Wei Yuanzhou suddenly couldn't bear to blame her. After all, Jun Haocang died for her. If she was really heartless and heartless, he would not accept her as his apprentice. Thinking of this, Wei Yuanzhou sighed helplessly. Alas, you said you were quite smart before. Why are you confused at this critical moment? Some things are not necessarily true when you see them. Not to mention that you haven't seen them with your own eyes. Are you so sure that he is dead? You didn't even know whether he was alive or dead. But you were in a hurry to report downstairs. What if he is still alive? Aren't you doing a stupid thing? Hearing this, Su Maoyang's tightly closed eyes were slightly moved, and tears gradually overflowed from the corners of his eyes. After a long time, he said coldly, It's useless. He has been reduced to ashes and his soul has been scattered. Her voice was as light as the wind, ready to dissipate at any time, as if she would also disappear from this world with Jun Haocang. Wei Yuanzhou heard this and immediately retorted angrily. Who said that his soul was scattered? Don't you still have his human soul in your body? As long as there is still a soul left in this world, he still has a chance to reincarnate. In other words, you can still find his reincarnation with his human soul. But if you follow him, without the memory of this life, do you think you can still find him? Such a simple truth. Why don't you understand it? Only when Su Maoyang heard the human soul did he suddenly open his eyes and glanced at the old man standing by the couch against the light. Who are you, and why do you know the human soul? These days, she has lost the will to live and blocked everything from the outside world. She has no desire to know who saved her and why she saved her. Now when she heard him mention the human soul, she had doubts. I am called the ghost immortal after all. If I still can't see through this little secret in your body, wouldn't I have lived for 2,000 years in vain? Wei Yuanzhou glared at her unhappily. Su Maoyang didn't expect that it was the ghost immortal who saved her. A flash of surprise flashed across her pupils, and she looked at him puzzledly. Why save me? She had heard Ji Ruiqing mention the ghost immortal before. This person has a very high status in the Immortal Palace Gate. He is usually elusive and rarely shows up. Last time, he suddenly appeared in the Qitian Palace to preach, which made Ji Ruiqing and the others very excited. Unfortunately, they were busy at the time and couldn't rush back. They didn't expect that the ghost immortal would come to her door and save her life. Of course I saw your talent. Otherwise, do you think I am the kind of person who meddles in other people's business? Wei Yuanzhou told the truth mercilessly. I just didn't expect you to be so stupid. It's really a waste of your lover's human soul. In fact, Su Maoyang forgot about the human soul, because the human soul had been severely injured. She thought it had dissipated long ago. But now it seems that the human soul still left an indelible mark in her body. If it is true as the ghost fairy said, she can find Jun Haotsong's reincarnation with the human soul. Then she really can't die like this. Even if she has to wait for a lifetime. Hundreds of years. Or even thousands of years. She will wait for his reincarnation. Chapter 2519 Senior. Do you know Yunqiang? With the motivation to live. Su Maoyang cheered up a little, looked at Wei Yuanzhou deeply, and asked curiously, since you have lived for 2,000 years, you must have heard about the things in ancient times. Right? She had only seen a few short fragments in her dream before, and did not see the whole picture of the whole thing. So all this has troubled her for too long like a mystery, and has become her heart knot. Now another Yan emperor has appeared, deliberately fabricating a false memory of the past life to deceive her. So she is eager to know what happened in ancient times. For example, who is Yunqiang? Why is she related to Lu Yiyuan of the Demon Clan, and forged a blood feud? And what role did Yan Emperor play in his previous life? And why did he target her? All of this, she must figure it out. Wei Yuanzhou didn't expect her to suddenly ask about the ancient times, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. What do you want to know? Su Maoyang didn't shy away and directly said the name. Yunqiang. Have you heard of it? Ice God? You actually know the Ice God's maiden name. I can't tell that you know a lot at such a young age. Wei Yuanzhou exclaimed in surprise. You should know that the Ice God was a cross-era figure 10,000 years ago. In that era, everyone called her the Ice God, and few knew her specific name. Moreover, now that 10,000 years have passed, even fewer people know her. Unexpectedly, this young girl actually knows so much, which is not right. Did she learn it from the inheritance of the Forest of Steels? Just when Wei Yuanzhou was guessing the source of her information, Su Maoyang's face suddenly became quite ugly. After a long silence, she said, Is Bingshan the leader of the God Clan? What kind of person is she? Bingshan is not actually the leader of the God Clan. The real leader is the God of Fighting. Unfortunately, during the war between gods and demons, the God of Fighting was ambushed by the demons and died. Fairy Yunling also died for love. The task of revitalizing the God Clan was handed over to the God King's capable subordinate, Shengfu Tianjun. Shengfu Tianjun has since become the patriarch of the God Clan, and Bingshan is the daughter of Shengfu Tianjun. Su Maoyang knew that Yunqiang was a member of the God Clan, but she didn't expect that she was the daughter of the patriarch of the God Clan, and her father was a capable general of the God King. Thinking of the God King, for some reason, her mind suddenly flashed the scene she saw when she climbed to the top of the iceberg on Huangquan Road. The man was as majestic as a mountain, with a majestic aura, standing on the top of the clouds, emitting 1,000-foot light, like the sun breaking through the darkness, so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. He held a baby in his arms, facing a large group of demonic enemies with fearless fear, and launched a desperate fight. Su Maoyang still remembers the devastating battle scene, but she woke up from the illusion before she saw the result. She still didn't know the fate of the man and the baby, but when Wei Yuanzhou mentioned it, she immediately had a very likely guess. Senior, when the God of Fighting was ambushed by the demons, did the God of Fighting still hold a baby in his hand? Wei Yuanzhou's expression suddenly froze when he heard this, and his pupils were filled with unprecedented shock. How did you know? To be honest, he learned all these things from the old man around the palace master, because it is said that the old palace master was a powerful figure in ancient times. He was fortunate to know a little bit. But how did Su Maoyang know these secrets? Seeing his solemn expression, Su Maoyang knew that this matter was very important, and answered truthfully. I once accidentally entered a fantasy during an experience and witnessed this scene. Wei Yuanzhou narrowed his eyes and stared at her for a long time before saying, "It seems that you have some connection with the people in ancient times." "Yes, there is indeed a baby in the arms of the God King. The child of the God King and Fairy Yunling. I don't know the details. I only know that the day was the day when the God King's child was born. The demon seemed to have timed it accurately and killed the God clan when Fairy Yunling gave birth. And the child is said to have received the blessing of God. In order to prevent the blessing of God from falling into the hands of the demons, the God King had to take his newborn baby to escape the encirclement of the demons. Unfortunately, in the end, the God King and the baby both died at the hands of the demons." Su Maoyong heard this result. His heart suddenly tightened, and he asked in disbelief, "Dead? They are all dead?" "Yes, they are all dead. Because of this battle, the gods and the demons formed a deadly feud. Later, the holy Buddha Tianjun served as the patriarch and led the gods and the demons to fight endlessly. And both sides were seriously injured for many years. However, it was precisely in such a harsh environment that such amazing people as the Ice God and the Killing Demon Emperor were born." Killing the Demon Emperor? Su Maoyong's heart skipped a beat, and he clenched his fingers nervously. Wei Yuanzhou sighed solemnly. "Well, the Killing Demon Emperor is a ruthless person who can stir up the world like the God King. Originally, the demons were inferior to the gods. Later, because of the appearance of the Demon Emperor, the gods began to be controlled by the demons in every way and were suppressed. Later, in a great war between gods and demons, the gods were defeated and faced the danger of extinction. What was unexpected was that the bloodthirsty and brutal Demon Emperor did not pursue the victory, but instead proposed the conditions of marriage with the gods and spared the gods. Only then were the two tribes able to cease fighting and recuperate." Su Maoyong's expression changed, and he asked in confusion, "The Demon Emperor proposed marriage with the gods?" "Yes. It is said that the Demon Emperor spared the gods because he fell in love with the Ice God, the daughter of the Holy Buddha. Otherwise, the gods would have been in a bloodbath. So the Ice God is the great benefactor who saved the God clan." Hearing this, Su Maoyong's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley, and gradually a dull pain emerged. If Yunxiang is the Ice God, then Liu Yeyuan should be the Demon Emperor who kills the sky. She never expected that Liu Yeyuan once let the God clan go because of the Ice God. But Yunxiang betrayed him because of Ming Xianin. Although Liu Yeyuan later killed Yunxiang's family because of love, it was Yunxiang who betrayed him first. So, Su Maoyong could not forgive herself for killing Liu Yeyuan and his brothers in her previous life. The most unforgivable thing is that she tried her best to compensate him in this life, but lost him again. When Su Maoyong thought of the suffering and pain he had suffered in his past and present lives, she felt a sharp pain, like 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. She couldn't bear it, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood. Wei Yuanzhou was startled, and hurried forward to feel her pulse, angrily whispering, "What's wrong with you? Weren't you fine just now?" Su Maoyong's pale cheeks overflowed with tears, staring blankly at the roof, his voice hoarse as if it had been cut by a knife. "Nothing. Just thinking of some past events." Chapter 2520 Revisiting the Old Place. "Don't scare me. I finally helped you get well. If you have any trouble again, I will vomit blood." Wei Yuanzhou patted his chest with lingering fear and glared at Su Maoyong fiercely. Su Maoyong coughed weakly twice, but his voice was very firm. "Don't worry, Senior. I won't let anything happen to me before I find Jun Haotsong." She didn't believe that the Demon Emperor of the ancient times would die so easily, and she didn't believe that Jun Haotsong would really be willing to abandon her. So, she had to find him even if she had to dig 3 feet into the ground. That's right. This person. As long as he is alive, there is hope. And if he dies, there is nothing. Besides, I spent so much effort to save you, and I hope you will inherit my legacy and revive the reputation of the Immortal Palace. I can't waste my efforts." Wei Yuanzhou breathed a sigh of relief and said earnestly. Su Maoyong was embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Senior. I will go to find my husband later. I'm afraid I can't stay in the Immortal Palace. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you about inheriting the mantle. I understand. I'm not unreasonable. In your current state, even if I tie you up in the Immortal Palace, I guess you won't have the heart to practice. So, do whatever you want. The most important thing is to open your heart and let your thoughts flow. Only when your body and mind are comfortable, You can integrate and apply it freely in practice. Wei Yuanzhou understood her feelings, but also put forward conditions. However, I will only give you 10 years. After 10 years, you have to return to the Immortal Palace and accept my arrangements. Is this request not too much? The time of the Immortal Palace gate was running out, and even the entire Salua realm was in danger, so he couldn't wait too long. Although Su Maoyang had no desire to survive before, the Ghost Fairy was her savior after all, and she was naturally grateful for her sacrifice. She really couldn't refuse such a request. Okay, I promise you, but I still want to ask the senior for a favor. Stop! I don't want to be punished by heaven again. Hearing her mention of help, Wei Yuanzhou immediately flashed a foot away, with an expression that he was afraid of being relied on. Su Maoyang explained, Senior, you worry too much. It's not a violation of the rules of the Immortal Palace Gate. I just want to go back to the Eastern continent and the Nine Nether Realm. This cold Salua realm gave her too many bad memories. She wanted to leave here and return to the place where her fate with Jun Haotsong began. Back to the place that belonged only to them. But she knew that it was not easy to cross the plain, and it could only be done by teleporting. So she could only pin her hopes on the Immortal Palace Gate. After all, she came to the Salua realm through the Immortal Palace Gate. Wei Yuanzhou's heart, which had been raised to his throat, fell back instantly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I thought something was going to kill me. This is easy. There is a teleportation array inside the Immortal Palace Gate. You can go anywhere you want. As for this, it is a map of the teleportation points in the lower plane. You should keep it well, and you will have to report back on time through these teleportation arrays in the future. Wei Yuanzhou took out a map from the space ring and stuffed it into Su Maoyang's hand. Su Maoyang was grateful in his heart, and immediately propped himself up, wanting to kneel down to Wei Yuanzhou. Senior's kindness, I will never forget it. Please accept my greetings. Wei Yuanzhou didn't care about that, and quickly stopped her. You're fine. Just lie down and don't move. This body cost him a lot of money. If it gets bumped, he'll be heartbroken. Su Maoyang had no choice but to kneel on the couch and kowtow to him to express her gratitude. Okay, if you have a conscience and appreciate my kindness, come back in 10 years to inherit my legacy. Wei Yuanzhou waved his hand indifferently, just hoping that she could return safely and contribute to the Immortal Palace. Master, don't worry. I will live up to your expectations. Su Maoyang promised solemnly. The Ghost Fairy is not only a super powerful man who has lived for 2,000 years, but also her lifesaver. Being his disciple is a blessing she has cultivated in her previous life. So she recognized her master without hesitation. Seeing her respectful attitude and sincere tone, Wei Yuanzhou nodded with satisfaction. Good disciple. The master is waiting for your return. Don't let the master wait too long. Time flies. 2 months ago, Su Maoyang was still at the gate of the fairy palace. Who knew that she had already walked on the land of Dongying continent in the blink of an eye? Speaking of which, Su Maoyang never thought that she would return to the southern Sui kingdom one day. Now walking aimlessly on the street, seeing the breath of the heavenly spirit master emanating from the passers-by, she couldn't help but sigh. 10 years ago, when she first came to this world, she was still a waste without spiritual power. But now she is more than a dozen realms higher than them, and has become a supreme emperor spirit master. She has no doubt that she can destroy the entire southern Sui kingdom with just a flick of her finger. Such a gap is incredible just thinking about it. However, she found that the southern Sui kingdom is obviously much more prosperous and lively than before. The streets were crowded with people, all of them full of energy, rushing in a certain direction, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Su Maoyang didn't understand, so he asked the vendors on the roadside, "Where are they going?" The vendor rarely saw such a beautiful woman, and was stunned for a while before explaining absent-mindedly. Today is the day when Master Wu Wu holds an alchemy conference. It is said that the person who gets the first place will have the opportunity to become Master Wu's personal disciple. Master Wu? Su Maoyang looked puzzled. When she asked about Master Wu, the vendor seemed to have triggered something and started to explain excitedly. Don't you even know Master Wu? He is a powerful figure in our southern Sui kingdom. Back then, he had a disciple named Su Maoyang who ascended to the upper plane and is said to have reached the level of a Junling Shi. So, if you get the first place today, you will have the opportunity to become Su Maoyang's junior brother or junior sister. It is such an honor to be a fellow disciple of the immortals in the upper plane. You may have the opportunity to ascend in the future. Hearing this explanation, Su Maoyang was a little amused. It turned out that she was so famous in southern Sui Kingdom. And even Wu Xinqi became a powerful figure. And the Jun Lingshi he mentioned. She hasn't heard of such a level for many years. Speaking of which, that was the level she reached not long after she arrived in the Nine Nether Realm. I didn't expect that she would be worshipped as an immortal by the southern Sui Kingdom. I really don't know what they would think if they knew that even if she was 7 realms higher than Master Junling, she still couldn't be called an immortal. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, planning to go to Old Man Wu's alchemy conference to see the excitement. After not seeing each other for 10 years, I wonder if that old man is still as childish as before. Chapter 2521 Being Teased. Su Maoyang followed the crowd to the entrance of the square with curiosity. Just as she was about to go in, she was stopped by 2 guards. Please show your ticket. She looked at the 2 of them in surprise. You still need a ticket? It's just an alchemy competition. Does it need to be so formal? There didn't seem to be such a rule before. Nonsense. Don't you know that this is a competition held by Master Wu? Any occasion where Master Wu appears is always hard to get a ticket. What's more, today is Master Wu's personal disciple. So many alchemy geniuses have gathered together. Almost all the forces in the Eastern continent have come. The seats are already full. How can there be extra seats for irrelevant people? If you don't have a ticket, you'd better leave quickly. The guards saw that she was pretty and could patiently explain. But their attitude was very tough. They would not let her in without a ticket. Su Maoyang expected Wu Xinqi to be doing well in recent years. But he didn't expect him to be so good. He immediately chuckled and murmured. He is not very strong. But he is so arrogant. How dare you insult Master Wu behind the back of Su Xianzi's master? Are you going to die? If you don't have a ticket, get out of here. Or don't blame us for being rude. The 2 guards were shocked to hear that she dared to say that Master Wu was not strong enough. And they opened their tiger eyes and scolded her harshly. Su Xianzi was a godlike existence in their Dongyan continent. So even the kings of Nan Sui and Song Yuan were respectful to Master Wu. I don't know where this woman got the courage to criticize Su Xianzi's master behind her back. Su Maoyang was choked by the shouting. Just as she was about to explain, she was interrupted by a voice from the right. Miss, if you don't have a ticket, this prince can take you in. At this time, a large group of people came from the right. The man walking in front was dressed in gorgeous clothes. But he was burly, fat, and greasy. He looked at Su Maoyang up and down with a pair of wretched eyes. And his eyes showed obvious surprise. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. And he felt that all the carefully selected beauties in his palace were unbearable to look at. Su Maoyang glanced at the person who came, frowned slightly, and refused. No need. This person's mind was not pure at first glance. Just his eyes and expression made people feel disgusted. She didn't have the time to deal with such garbage. What's more, she came back to relax, not to make trouble for herself. Seeing that she coldly refused to accept his kindness, the man who claimed to be a prince was not discouraged. He licked his lips and said with a smile, Girl, that is a competition held by the famous Master Wu. Wouldn't it be a pity if you missed it? Besides, this prince is willing to help you. Why do you refuse him? Shan Yangyun, wipe your saliva. You are the prince of Longhang tribe. You dare to tease a decent woman in broad daylight. You are not ashamed. But I am ashamed for you. At this time, a large group of people came not far away. But the leaders were 2 pretty women. The older one was a little more stable and could not see through her emotions, while the younger one had a contemptuous expression on her face and spoke without mercy. What does it have to do with you when I talk to other girls? Do you need to point fingers? The man called Shang Yongnan frowned and counterattacked unhappily. The pretty girl couldn't stand it anymore and cursed. You do evil things every day. I don't know how many women you have harmed. I am willing to help when I see injustice. Why do you care about me? Humph. You have time to help others here. You might as well worry about yourself. I have joined Master Wu's Alchemy Guild and worshipped Elder Guan. I am considered a member of the Alchemy Guild. I came here today just to join in the fun. But you are different. I heard that your Nansha tribe has declined greatly in recent years and can no longer withstand the war. You came to participate in the competition this time. I think you hope to seek support from Master Wu. Unfortunately, your hope will be dashed. Once Nansha is defeated, you will become one of the women in my harem. At that time, you will be helpless. Let's see if you dare to talk to me like this. Su Maoyang didn't know much about the Longhang tribe and the Nansha tribe. She had only been in the southern Sui kingdom and the Songyuan kingdom before. I think these two tribes were small and insignificant forces before, and they have gradually developed in recent years. But from their tone, the relationship between the two tribes is tense, and they are ready to go to war at any time. And the Longhang tribe should be stronger than the Nansha tribe. Keep your mouth clean. You want to marry my sister? Dream about it in the next life. The older woman heard him humiliate her like this. Her face sank, and she shouted angrily. Shang Yongyan sneered. Ha. If your sister doesn't succeed in getting the first place this time, let alone the next life, you will become slaves of a conquered country this month. Hey, who made your father unable to give birth to a son? This old man is sick and can't get up. What can you two women do? Just come back to Longhang with me. At least you don't have to wait until the defeat to suffer the pain of the flesh. The young girl was so angry that her face turned red. She wanted to take action, but was stopped by her sister. My sister's alchemy skills are obvious to everyone. Master Wu once recognized heroes with his wisdom and accepted Fairy Su as his apprentice. He will definitely discover my sister's talent, so you don't need to worry about it. Ha! Princess Lingwei, you are too confident. Don't you know that relationships are the key in this world? Elder Guan is Master Wu's right-hand man. The two have always had a good relationship. As long as Elder Guan says a word, you have to leave. What about your talent? Naive. Shang Yongyan seemed to have heard a big joke. He raised his head and laughed a few times. He felt that these two women had not been beaten by society and thought things were too simple. Although his alchemy talent was not as good as Yuling Yao's, his father gave Elder Guan a lot of medicinal materials and rare treasures. In the face of interests, who would be willing to help a poor and talented junior who didn't know what the future would be like? Thinking of this, Shang Yongyan no longer wanted to continue to tangle with them, and waved his hand lazily. Forget it. This prince will not bother with you two women. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with you in the future. After that, Shang Yongyan walked into the square with a large army. Seeing that the people had left, the playful and lovely woman retracted her fierce eyes and looked at Su Maoyang. Girl, don't take what happened just now to heart. Shang Yongyan is not a good guy. He likes to rob decent women. You have to be more careful in the future. To be honest, let alone him, I have never seen a woman as beautiful as you in my life. Although Su Maoyang didn't take that person seriously at all, she still nodded to her gratefully. Thank you, girl. Miss, you are too kind. Don't be polite to me. I just don't like that person just now. If you don't have a ticket, come in with us. After all, I am Princess Lingyao of the Nansha tribe, and they should give me some face. Yu Lingyao invited enthusiastically. Yu Lingwei, who was standing aside, grabbed Yu Lingyao and interrupted with a look of surprise. We don't have many seats to begin with, and you invited people to go with you. Can you not be so kind? Besides, if you don't have a ticket, it means that you are not invited by Master Wu at all. If I go in with you like this, wouldn't it embarrass Master Wu? This woman didn't have a ticket, so it was certain that she was not a disciple of the Dongyan continent. In addition, she didn't even know about the ticket. I'm afraid she is a frog in the well from a remote mountain. There is no need to make friends with such a person. Chapter 2522. Bring her in. Su Maoyang saw the whole southern Sui kingdom's admiration for her, and guessed that her identity would cause a stir. So she didn't want to alarm Wu Zhenxing and others on this trip, and had to explain. Princess, you're worrying too much. In fact, there's no need to arrange a seat for me. I'll just look from a distance and leave, and I won't cause any trouble for everyone. After all these years, she just missed the road she and Jun Haocong had walked, the past, and visited old friends. But she didn't plan to disturb their lives. If Jun Haocong hadn't died and those things hadn't happened, she might have been able to reminisce with them. But now she really didn't feel like it. So she just wanted to come quietly and leave quietly. Seeing her so humble, Yu Lingyao felt soft in her heart and persuaded her. Sister, it's not easy for people to come all the way here. It's a pity that they can't get in even though they are at the door. Besides, our seats are already very far back. There are so many people at the scene. Who will notice us? It's just one more person. It's not a big deal. Yu Lingwei still had a stern face and stared at Su Maoyang with hostility and refused to let go. Yu Lingyao wrapped her arms around her and acted like a spoiled child. Yu Lingwei was so annoyed that she had to compromise and said, I can take you in. But I hope you will do what you say and leave after watching from the back. Don't do anything to me. Otherwise I won't forgive you. Su Maoyong didn't care about her fierce warning and nodded slightly. Thank you, princess. Yu Lingyao excitedly took her hand and walked into the square. Not only that, she also introduced the situation of the alchemy competition to her with a sense of superiority, and talked about the powerful alchemy geniuses in the East Hian continent. Su Maoyong had been away for 10 years, and Dongyan continent had produced many talented people. She had never even heard of many of the younger generations, so she naturally didn't know them. Of course, she wasn't interested in understanding them, but because Yu Lingyao was in high spirits, she couldn't spoil her fun, so she could only deal with her in a casual manner. But her eyes were looking at the stands in front of the square. There were several old friends sitting there that Su Maoyong hadn't seen for many years, and she suddenly felt emotional. However, what she didn't expect was that Wu Zhenqing actually sat in the most central seat, like a local emperor, overlooking the whole venue. Even Gong Yui and Gong Mayu of Sanyuan Kingdom sat next to him, which showed that the royal family of Sanyuan Kingdom had become a foil in front of him. However, she looked around but didn't see the emperors of Southern Sui and Sanyuan. Seeing Gong Yui wearing the imperial robe, she couldn't help but wonder, has the king of Sanyuan changed? You don't know this? 8 years ago, the former emperor of Sanyuan retired due to illness and passed the throne to the former 7th prince. The 6th prince was named King Hung and made great military achievements for Sanyuan. Now Sanyuan has his 2 brothers in charge, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Yu Lingyao looked at her in surprise. She knew that she might be ignorant, but she didn't expect that she would be so ignorant. Su Maoyong suddenly remembered that the emperor of Sanyuan had been poisoned and posted an imperial edict to seek medical treatment everywhere. In the end, she disguised herself as Master Jun Imo to make elixirs for him to detoxify him. I think the former emperor's body was dragged down at that time, so it is understandable that he retired due to illness. As for Gong Yi, Su Maoyong had had many discussions with him before, and knew that he was a calm and collected man with a lot of ideas in mind. Su Maoyong thought it was reasonable for the late emperor to pass the throne to him. Gong Mayu surprised her. He used to be a playboy who liked to hang out in the red light districts, and he was lazy and unserious all day long. Now he has made great military achievements for Sanyuan state, and he seems to have matured a lot. However, Su Maoyong was a little surprised that the royal family of Southern Sui state was not seen at the scene, and asked again, why didn't I see the king and prince of Southern Sui state? With such a grand competition held in Southern Sui state this time, it makes no sense for the emperor of Southern Sui state and Nanjing Huan not to show up. Crown prince? The emperor is in poor health and has no offspring in recent years, so how can there be a crown prince? Su Maoyong was puzzled. Where is Crown Prince Nanjing Huan? Yu Lingwei had been standing far away because she was dissatisfied with Su Maoyong's company. When she heard her outspokenness, she was shocked and widened her eyes, and shouted angrily, You are so bold that you dare to call the emperor of Southern Sui by name. If others hear it, you will be killed immediately. It doesn't matter if you don't want to die, but don't implicate my Nansha tribe. If their tribes want to gain a foothold in the East Hian continent, they must rely on Southern Sui and Sanyuan. So let alone facing the royal families of these 2 countries. Even when facing the people of these countries, everyone must be cautious and not offend them easily. This woman is so bold that she calls the emperor by name. Isn't this putting their Nansha tribe in danger? Su Maoyong was a little amused. She never thought that the person she once looked down on would be a godlike existence in the eyes of others. Even a figure like Nanjing Huan is revered by so many people. However, it is true that 10 years have passed, and he is now the emperor of Southern Sui, and he is at the pinnacle of power in the East Hian continent. These small tribes will naturally bow down to him. Moreover, judging from the situation, Southern Sui has developed very well in recent years, and there is a tendency to surpass Songyuan. Su Maoyong gradually understood Yu Lingwei's thoughts, and then apologized happily, shut up obediently, and waited for the start of the alchemy competition. Just like that, after a cup of tea, seeing that all the major forces were in place in an orderly manner, Wu Zhenqing stood up and announced loudly, I think everyone has heard that I held this alchemy conference to recruit disciples. So young talents under the age of 20 can become my personal disciples as long as they can get the first place in this conference. The rules are very simple. There are uniformly prepared alchemy furnaces and medicinal materials on the field. You each choose the type of elixir. Whoever refines the elixir of good quality, high level, amazing efficacy, and rare type can get high scores. Everyone can start. After saying that, Wu Xinqing waved his hand, and the young generation, who had been eager to try below, entered the alchemy field with great interest and chose their own alchemy furnace. Seeing this, Yu Lingwei suddenly became nervous. She held Yu Lingyu's hand and repeatedly told her several words before watching Yu Lingyao walk towards the square. Yu Lingyao was confident in her alchemy ability. She walked calmly to the alchemy furnace and made preparations. But someone was trying to interfere. Before the competition officially started, a loud roar was heard. Princess Lingyao is not worthy of participating in the competition. When they heard someone speak, they immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was Shan Yangyun, the prince of the Longtang tribe. Yu Lingyao knew that he was just looking for trouble, and her pretty face turned stern with anger. She loudly retorted, "This princess has already reached the peak of the Grand Alchemist. How can she not be qualified to participate in the alchemy conference? At her age, she is considered the best among the alchemists. In her opinion, no one is more qualified than her." Wu Xinqing was also puzzled as to why he made such a protest, and asked in confusion, "Prince Yangyun, why is she not qualified to participate in the competition?" Hearing this, Shan Yangyun raised a grim smile at the corner of his lips and pointed at Su Maoyang behind him. "Because she brought a stranger in without permission. And I just ran into that woman insulting Master Wu outside. I suspect that this person has a grudge against Master Wu. But Princess Lingyao brought such an unknown person in, which obviously violated the rules of the alchemy conference and was not good for Master Wu's safety. So she is not qualified to participate in the competition." Chapter 2523 What stupid things did they do? After hearing this accusation, Yu Lingyao, Yu Lingwei, and others were shocked. They thought that Su Maoyang would not be easily discovered at the back of the crowd. But they did not expect that he would be caught by Shan Yangyun. Yu Lingwei was so angry that her face turned pale, and she glared at Su Maoyang fiercely. She had said that they could not bring people in. But Yu Lingyao refused to listen. Now, not only could they not participate in the competition, but they also completely offended Master Wu. Is it God's will to destroy his Nansha tribe and make them slaves of a conquered nation? Yu Lingwei was angry and afraid. She was about to distance herself from the matter and save the situation. However, before she could say anything, she saw Wu Xinqing suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted excitedly, "Oh my God! Am I old and blurry?" Not only Wu Xinqing, but also Elder Wei of the Jaime sect and Lu Kani, the dean of Nanqing College, stood up in shock, staring at Su Maoyang in disbelief, wiping their eyes constantly, and also suspected that they were dazzled. Gong Yi was the first to react. His handsome face, which was stiff with shock, gradually jumped into ecstasy. He was so excited that he couldn't even straighten his tongue. Su Maoyang? It's Su Maoyang. She's back? She's back. Gong Mayu next to him was stunned. Although he often heard Su Maoyang's name in these years, he had never seen her since she went to Bayan as a prisoner of war 9 years ago to seek an antidote for himself. Later, I heard that she caused quite a stir in Bayan Kingdom. Even the Emperor of Bayan Kingdom risked his life for her, stole the soul-eating flower, and almost lost his life. Later, he heard that she went to the upper plane, and he had lost all news of her since then. He knew that with the gap between the two of them, they were already people from two different worlds. So he never thought that he would see her again. Now seeing her appear in front of him, Gong Mayu's heart, which had been silent for many years, finally beat at this moment, and the feelings that had been buried for many years surged uncontrollably, making his nose sore and his eyes red. Is it really her? Am I dreaming? Gong Mayu held his breath and concentrated, not daring to breathe, for fear that if he was not careful, he would wake up from the dream and the scene in front of him would become a bubble. Gong Yu nodded, and his tone was trembling despite his efforts to control it. It's her. There's nothing wrong with those eyes. It's just that she's more beautiful than before. If you don't look closely, you can hardly recognize her. She used to have long black hair, delicate and beautiful, and childish. But now she has a waterfall of silver hair. Under the sun, it emits a dazzling silver light. as if she has been coated with a layer of halo all over her body. She is pure and elegant, ethereal and fairy-like. She is really like a goddess, the best in the world. Although her facial features have become more delicate, and her temperament has become more outstanding. Gong Yu will never forget her eyes as bright and dazzling as obsidian, and her clear and cold eyes. When everyone heard the 3 words Su Maoyang, they were even more stunned. They almost dropped their eyes when they stared at Su Maoyang, as if they were overly frightened. Especially Shan Yongyan, who accused Su Maoyang of insulting Wu Zhenqing, stood there like a fool, and his jaw was so wide open that he almost fell to the ground. Su Maoyang? Could it be that this silver-haired woman is the Su Maoyang who went to the upper plane and was regarded as a super powerful person by everyone? Damn it. What did he say just now? Saying that she insulted Master Wu? Even if she beat Master Wu violently, no one should say a word. Thinking of this, Shan Yongyan shuddered. His heart sank instantly, and his face was pale and uglier than a dead person. On the other hand, Wu Zhenqing was excited and his face was flushed. He jumped up with joy like a child, and then ran towards Su Maoyang through the crowd. Everyone on the field was scared and avoided him, but their eyes followed his figure closely until they saw him hugging Su Maoyang and shouting her name loudly. And then everyone came to their senses belatedly. They never thought that the legendary big man who had been so famous before would actually appear in front of them. And he was standing in the crowd, within reach. It was incredible. Yu Lingwei was so shocked by the truth that her body weakened and she took 2 steps back. At this moment, looking at the figure being warmly greeted by Master Wu, Yu Lingwei couldn't help but stand up when she thought of her true identity. She had dared to disdain Fairy Su and ordered her around. If Yu Lingyao hadn't insisted on bringing her in, wouldn't she have offended the most authoritative and capable person in the entire Dong'an continent? Just thinking about it, Yu Lingwei was scared. She only hated her bad attitude just now. She was afraid that she might have upset Fairy Su. She was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground with a plop. Fairy Su, please forgive me. I didn't know it was you. I didn't mean it. If I have offended you, I hope you will forgive me. As she said this, Yu Lingwei kowtowed in fear and asked Su Maoyang for forgiveness. Master Wu couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Is someone disrespectful to you?" Su Maoyang didn't take these things to heart. Seeing her like this, he hurried forward to help her up and explained, "It's not a big deal. Just a small misunderstanding. Princess Lingwei, don't take it to heart." Hearing that she didn't intend to make a fuss, Yu Lingwei was slightly relieved, and then stepped aside in a proper manner, not daring to make any rash moves. Wu Zhenqing wanted to ask for details, but at this time Elder Wei, Gong Yu, Gong Mayu, and others came over quickly and immediately changed the subject. "Girl, you've been gone for 10 years. We've been waiting for so long. I thought you'd forgotten us." "Yeah. We thought we'd never see you again in this life." "Humph. You came back without notifying us. You quietly mingled in the crowd without even saying hello. Are you trying to piss us off?" Su Maoyang listened to everyone complaining about his crime of leaving for so many years, but he felt warm in his heart. Too many things have happened over the years. I can't spare the time to come back. I hope the elders will forgive me, but I am thinking about everyone in my heart. Now that everyone is fine, I feel relieved. Elder Wei was curious about Su Maoyang's experience over the years. He looked her up and down. He didn't see through her strength and couldn't help asking, "Girl, tell me honestly, what level are you now? I heard from your master that you have reached the realm of Jun Lingshi. Is it true?" When he asked this, Wu Zhenqing, Gong Yu, Gong Mayu, and other people present all opened their eyes wide, pricked up their ears, and looked at Su Maoyang expectantly. What they heard before were rumors. Now that he is here, everyone wants to hear the truth. Su Maoyang felt countless curious eyes falling on her, and replied with a bit of a smile, "It's not true." Chapter 2524 7 Realms Higher. Not true? After receiving such an answer, everyone's expected expressions instantly dropped. Wu Zhenqing pulled the corners of his mouth with embarrassment. He said before that Su Maoyang had reached the realm of Jun Lingshi, but it was actually a casual boast. After all, Jun Lingshi was the highest realm he knew within his cognition. He expected that Su Maoyang's talent would be good in the upper plane, and it should not be a problem for him to reach Jun Lingshi. But who would have thought that he would be so boastful and make a fool of himself in public? Feeling everyone's questioning eyes at this moment, Wu Zhenqing laughed dryly and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Ahem. My apprentice is still young. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a Junlingshi. Take your time. Don't rush. You will succeed sooner or later. I believe in you. As he said this, Wu Xinqing patted Su Maoyang's shoulder as if to comfort him. But in the end, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked again, since you are not a Junlingshi, what level are you now? After so many years in the upper plane, even if he didn't reach the level of Junlingshi, it wouldn't be too bad. He felt that his dignity and face could be saved again. Su Maoyang smiled and glanced at him, and replied, Supreme Emperor Lingshi. Everyone was stunned when they suddenly heard such a realm, and looked at each other in confusion. What level is the Supreme Emperor Lingshi? How come they have never heard of it? Girl, what level is the Supreme Emperor Lingshi? Is it higher than the Junlingshi? Elder Wei asked without understanding, not feeling ashamed at all. Well, it's 7 realms higher. Su Maoyang nodded and explained. Above the Junlingshi, there are the acquired Junlingshi, the innate Junlingshi, the Supreme Junlingshi, the Emperor Lingshi, the acquired Emperor Lingshi, the innate Spirit Master, and then the Supreme Emperor Lingshi. Now Su Maoyang has reached the peak of the Supreme Emperor Lingshi, and is only 1 step away from the spiritual fairy. So it is indeed 7 major realms higher, and 28 minor realms higher. However, compared with Su Maoyang's calmness, the people present heard this, and gasped in shock. It was as if a bolt from the blue hit their heads, and they were stunned on the spot, staring at Su Maoyang with horror on their faces. They thought that Junlingshi was already a super powerful person in the upper plane, standing at the top. So they guessed that Su Maoyang reaching Junlingshi was the limit they could think of. But they never expected that Su Maoyang actually exceeded 7 major realms on this basis, entering a completely unknown field for them. This strength, with their brain capacity, they couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. As a result, Wu Xinqing's hand that was patting Su Maoyang's shoulder froze in midair, and his expression was like a palette overturned, which was extremely wonderful. The wrinkled old face was visibly confused, shocked, ecstatic, and finally burst into tears of joy. For a moment, he was overwhelmed with emotions, and he wiped his tears and cried out, Wu, I said that my apprentice is the most powerful genius in the world. I was right. She is the best. As he spoke, he even buried his head in Elder Wei's shoulder and wiped his nose. Elder Wei rolled his eyes several times and pushed his head away without hesitation. Cry if you want. Don't take advantage of me. I'm too excited. You don't have such a powerful apprentice, so of course you can't understand my feelings. Although Wu Xinqing was wiping away tears, his proud and boastful expression was so mean that it made people want to bite him. Seeing this, Elder Wei took a deep breath of anger and tried to restrain the urge to beat him. Su Maoyang saw that Wu Xinqing was still like a child at his age, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, recalling that when he first went to Songyuan country and was selected by Elder Wei to join the Jaime sect, Wu Xinqing and Elder Wei liked to quarrel. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the two of them still remain the same. It seems that time has not only not made them mature, but more childish. However, this long-lost scene and atmosphere made Su Maoyang's heart warm, and a smile bloomed at the corner of her mouth. This was the first time she really laughed in the past few months. However, some people were happy, and some were worried. At this time, Shang Yangyun was trembling with fear, and couldn't laugh at all. Hearing her strength, he was so scared that his legs softened and fell to the ground. But his pants were wet in a moment. Junlingshi was already a person who could defeat the entire Dongyan continent. She was 7 realms higher than Junlingshi. Doesn't that mean that she only needed to sneeze to wipe out his entire clan? Realizing this, not only Shang Yangyun, but also the elders who accompanied Shang Yangyun were scared to death. However, they were older than Shang Yangyun after all. Although they were scared, they did not lose their composure. They immediately stepped forward and bowed to Su Maoyang respectfully to apologize. Fairy Su, please forgive me. Prince Yangyun did not offend Fairy Su on purpose. I hope Fairy Su will be generous and spare the prince and the Longhang tribe. Hearing this, Wu Xinqing's eyes seemed to have a switch, and his tears disappeared. He immediately scolded him harshly. Humph. You still have the face to come and apologize. I think your Longhang tribe doesn't want to live anymore. After being yelled at by Wu Xinqing, several old men were so scared that they knelt on the ground and cowed out repeatedly to beg for mercy. Su Maoyang glanced at the old men in front of him, and then set his eyes on Shang Yangyun in the distance. I don't mind his offense. But your prince is not clean-mouthed and humiliated Princess Lingyao of the Nansha tribe. How should this account be settled? Hearing that Su Maoyang was going to support Princess Lingyao, the people of Longhang tribe felt a pang in their hearts. And thousands of regrets came to their hearts. If they had known earlier, they should have advised the prince not to make things difficult for the princess of the Nansha tribe. Now, after showing off his ability of talking, he actually wanted to involve the entire Longhang tribe. And why offend anyone else but Fairy Su, who is worshipped as a god by the Dongyan continent? Thinking of this, several elders immediately reminded Shan Yongyan, who was lying on the ground stupidly. Prince, why don't you come over and apologize to Fairy Su? Fairy Su wanted to get to the bottom of it, and he didn't quickly put on a gesture of apology. Does he really want to be confiscated and exterminated? After being reminded by them, Shan Yongyan came to his senses belatedly, and crawled to Su Maoyang, begging for mercy while slapping himself hard several times. Fairy Su, spare my life. I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to speak nonsense again. Please forgive me, and forgive Longhang. It's useless to beg for mercy from me. Princess Lingyao, how are you going to deal with him? Su Maoyang didn't even bother to look at him, and looked directly at Yu Lingyao on the stage. Yu Lingyao was also stunned by Su Maoyang's identity and strength. When she heard her asking about herself, she suddenly woke up. She looked at Shan Yongyun, who was kneeling on the ground miserably, and said angrily, I want his life. Chapter 2525 Emotions that are controlled. Su Maoyang was a little surprised by Yu Lingyao's attitude. She didn't expect that she looked kind-hearted, but could be so cruel at a critical moment. However, she was humiliated by Shan Yongyun, and the survival of the two clans was involved. It was normal for her to want his life. After all, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Su Maoyang admired her clear love and hate personality, and nodded in response. Okay. Since Princess Lingyao has spoken, Prince Yongyun, do you plan to do it yourself? Or do you want me to do it myself? Choose one. Girl, why do you need to do it for this kind of scum? Any one of us can kill him. Elder Wei sneered, not taking Shan Yongyun seriously at all. Shan Yongyun was frightened when he heard this, and immediately asked for help from Elder Guan in the distance. Elder Guan, save me. Save me. Please help me talk to Fairy Su. I don't want to die yet. Elder Guan. Seeing that Shan Yongyun had offended Su Maoyang, Elder Guan had already quietly hidden in the crowd, trying to reduce his presence to avoid getting into trouble. Who would have thought that he would be named by Shan Yongyun in public and be linked to him? Elder Guan felt a chill on his spine, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Wu Zhenqing didn't expect that Shan Yongyun actually knew Elder Guan. He glanced at him and asked sternly, Elder Guan, when did you get involved with the Prince of Longhang tribe? Without waiting for Elder Guan to explain, Su Maoyang asked first. I just heard Prince Yongyun say that he became Elder Guan's disciple and joined the Alchemy Guild. Master, don't you know about this? When Wu Zhenqing heard this, his eyes widened in shock and he roared angrily. What? Join the Alchemy Guild? Elder Guan, when did this happen? Why don't I know about it? I am wronged. I only met him once before, and we are not familiar with each other, let alone the fictitious things such as accepting him into the Alchemy Guild. He is just making a fuss about me. Fairy Su, you have to believe me. President. Elder Guan waved his hand hurriedly to clear the relationship. He was not stupid enough to offend Su Maoyang for the prince of a small tribe. Shan Yongyun did not expect that the other party had received so many benefits from his Longhang tribe, but he did not admit it at the critical moment. He was so angry that his face flushed, and he argued in a hurry. Elder Guan, how can you say that? How many rare treasures and rare medicinal materials have my Longhang tribe presented to you? Have you forgotten them? You clearly promised to accept me as a disciple and let me join the Alchemy Guild. How can you go back on your word now? When did I say that? You should show me the evidence. You can't just accuse me with empty words. Elder Guan refuted sharply and denied it flatly. Shan Yongyun was so angry at his attitude that he gritted his teeth. You? Su Maoyang saw it and couldn't help but sneered. Prince Yongyun, you said that relationships are the most important thing in this world. Now it seems that your relationships are not very reliable. Fairy Su, spare my life. Fairy Su, spare my life. I really don't dare to do it. I apologize to Princess Lingyao. I will work like a cow and a horse for Princess Lingyao. Just ask Fairy Su to spare my life. I am willing to do anything. Shan Yangyun was so panicked that he could only beg for mercy. Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to him. He waved his sleeves lightly, and the fierce spiritual power instantly crushed him to ashes. The figure who was trembling with fear and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy disappeared in everyone's sight in the blink of an eye, as if he had never existed. At this time, not to mention the elders of the Longtang tribe who were close by. Even Yu Lingyao, who was standing on the high platform in the distance, felt the pressure from the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master, and was forced to retreat more than 10 feet before he could stabilize his body. This was when Su Maoyang deliberately suppressed his power, and only targeted Shan Yangyun. Therefore, they could not imagine that if they were targeted, no one present would be spared. Fairy Su really could destroy the entire Dongyan continent with a wave of her hand. After seeing Su Maoyang's strength with their own eyes, everyone swallowed their saliva with lingering fear, and felt that their limbs were stiff and numb from the residual power, and their blood coagulated. They had only heard about it before, and had no idea about the Lord's spiritual master and the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master. Today, they felt the power of the superiors. It was much more terrifying than the rumors. Gong Yui was completely convinced and couldn't help but sigh. You are so strong now. We feel ashamed just standing in front of you. It's really a blow. Yes, we are all human beings, and we all came from the same place. Now we can't even bear your breath. I really don't know how you practiced, Wu Xinqing said sourly. Why is the gap between people so big? Su Maoyang laughed. That's because you didn't go out to make a living. If you went, I guess I wouldn't have anything to do. You said it lightly, but you also have to have the capital and talent to dare to go out and make a living. If you don't have real skills, I'm afraid you would have reported to the King of Hell long ago, and there would be no chance to get together and talk and laugh. Elder Wei laughed and teased. Then, several elders started to talk and compliment Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang just smiled, but her eyes fell on Gong Mayu. She found that Gong Mayu didn't say a word from beginning to end, just looked at her silently. He used to be a noisy person. Why did he become so quiet now? Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel a little puzzled and asked, Are you okay? He blocked an arrow for her in the battle between Song Yuan and Bayan, and almost died of poison. Although she went to Bayan to get the antidote for him later, she didn't know what happened next. Who knew that they would meet again after so many years? So, Su Maoyang didn't know what to say for a while, so she could only ask about his physical condition. Thanks to you, the toxins are cleaned up very well, and the body recovers very well. Gong Mayu curled his lips and overflowed with a warm smile. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. That's good. I heard that you are now the king of Heng, and you have won many battles and made many military achievements. Hearing that she knew all this, Gong Mayu's eyes, which he tried to suppress his emotions, still lit up uncontrollably. He always thought that Su Maoyang had forgotten him a long time ago, but he didn't expect that she actually paid attention to his affairs. Yes, I can't live in a muddle-headed way like before, and lost the person I like. Gong Mayu was hesitant to speak, but the deep affection in his eyes was clearly seen by the people around him. They all knew that Gong Mayu liked Su Maoyang before, but later Su Maoyang went to the upper plane, and his life returned to peace. He rarely mentioned her, and everyone thought he had let it go. Now it seems that he has only been pretending to forget all these years. Chapter 25-26, It is better to cherish the person in front of you. Su Maoyang also felt his emotional fluctuations, but she could not respond to his feelings. She could only nod her head pretending to be stupid. Yes, you are already in your 30s, and you really can't live in a muddle. I just didn't expect that in a blink of an eye you have become a great hero in the eyes of the people of Song Yuan. It is true that a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Gong Yui was so headache that he kept waving his hands. Hey, don't mention any great heroes. He is now concentrating on making achievements, and even his lifelong event has been delayed. He doesn't listen to anything we say. We really can't do anything about him. Fortunately, Maoyang, you are back. You must persuade him well. I think Su Maoyang is the only one in the world that he will listen to. Su Maoyang didn't expect that Gong Mayu hadn't married in so many years, and looked at him in surprise. Gong Mayu laughed dryly and explained hurriedly. Don't listen to his nonsense. I have several concubines in my house, but I haven't married a princess. After all, the princess is my wife, so of course I have to be carefully selected. Not just any woman can be worthy of me. Isn't it normal to delay some time? You delayed for 10 years. Is this normal? Besides, have you ever touched your concubines? What's the difference between them and the nuns in the nunnery? How dare you say that? Gong Yu rolled his eyes speechlessly, with a look of anger. Hearing this, Su Maoyong knew why he didn't want to marry. But in order to protect his face, he could only explain it tactfully. People will see different scenery and meet different people in their lives. What's more, Gong Mayu is a prince and has come into contact with too many women. It's normal to be dazzled for a while. It's just that it's useless to think about the distant mountains and rivers. It's better to cherish the person in front of you, no matter how beautiful the scenery in the distance is. It's not as good as the scenery that belongs to you. I think that as your princess, she may not be the most outstanding woman in the world, but she must be the most suitable and understanding woman for you. So don't set your requirements too high. It's a pity to miss a good marriage if you pick and choose too much. Su Maoyong smiled and joked. He didn't expose Gong Mayu's thoughts openly, but he also persuaded him in disguise to stop clinging to the scenery in the distance. He also has the right to have his own happiness. After all, there are too many beautiful things in this world, and not everyone is so lucky to have them. Only things that can be firmly held in the hands are truly their own. On the contrary, ignoring the people and things around you for some vanity, and failing those who really love and understand you, that is a great regret in life. Gong Mayu is not a fool. Naturally, he understood the meaning of her words. His expression couldn't help but dim for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He tried to pull up the corners of his mouth and laughed at himself. Of course I understand this, but it's not easy to meet a woman who is right for me and understands me. I even suspect that the matchmaker forgot to tie the red thread for me. Gong Yui knew what Gong Mayu was thinking, so he naturally didn't believe his nonsense. In order to completely stop his thoughts, he couldn't help but take over the conversation and said, "In my opinion, it's better to ask Mo Liang for help than to ask the matchmaker. Mo Liang has traveled all over the country and must have met many friends. If he introduces anyone to you, he will be more than enough to match you. I just don't know if Mo Liang has a suitable candidate." Gong Mayu's whole heart is on Su Mo Liang, and he is reluctant to come out. Perhaps only Su Mo Liang will come forward in person to make him give up, and he can start a new life. Go away. Go away. My apprentice finally came back, and she hasn't even had a bite of the hot meal yet. And you want her to be a matchmaker. You are really calculating. Besides, even if she wants to introduce someone, she has to solve her master's lifelong event first. Apprentice, don't you think this makes sense? Wu Xinqing waved his hand to reject Gong Yui's proposal, and then looked at Su Maoyong with expectation. At his age, he also wants someone who understands his feelings. Su Maoyong laughed and shook his head, teasing. Forget it. You have a face full of wrinkles. Which woman would look down on you? He is still thinking about women at his age. He is really an old man. What's wrong with wrinkles? Wrinkles are traces of time, which shows that I am experienced and more caring than these young boys. Wu Xinqing argued unconvinced. Elder Wei glanced at him with disdain, not wanting to pay attention to him, and then enthusiastically invited Su Maoyong. Girl, it's not easy for you to come back from afar. My Johnny sect will have to set up a buffet for 10 days to welcome you. It's just in time for you to go back to the sect to take a look. Johnny's sect has changed a lot now. Su Maoyong didn't plan to stay for long, and quickly declined. Elder Wei, don't bother. I have something important to do, and I'm leaving soon. I came back just to see everyone this time. Since everyone is fine, I'm relieved. Gong Mayu suddenly became anxious and blurted out, You are leaving so soon? After saying that, he felt that he was too concerned, so he had to add, Your master and others have been waiting for you to come back with great difficulty. All good things must come to an end. If there is a destiny, we will meet again. Su Maoyong smiled freely. Lu Kami, the dean of Nanjing College, respected her decision, nodded and said, Child, you belong to a wider sky, and a small place like Nansui Kingdom really can't keep you. But you must remember that no matter how far you go or how high you fly, if you are tired, come back and have a look. Nansui Kingdom will always be your home, and we will always be here. Yes, girl, although I, an old man, can't bear to leave you, I also know that you don't belong here. As long as you recognize me as your master and care about me, I have nothing else to ask for. Wu Xinqing rarely straightened his face and said seriously, "Well, I will. See you later." Su Mayan glanced at everyone with emotion, and engraved everyone's face firmly in her mind. She didn't know when she would meet again after this farewell. Although she wanted to stay with everyone for a while, they would inevitably ask about Jun Haotsong's affairs. Some things are enough for her to bear alone. There is really no need to let everyone worry about her. Therefore, Su Mayan suppressed her reluctance and decisively summoned the flamingo, which soared into the sky and faded out of everyone's sight without looking back. At this time, flying over the sky of southern Sui, seeing the pedestrians and buildings below that were as small as ants, Su Mayan suddenly felt that the place she once thought was the sky was now so small that she could see the end at a glance. As she was thinking, her eyes were quickly attracted by a remote mansion. Speaking of which, the first time she met Jun Haotsong was because she fell into this mansion to avoid the pursuit of the Su family. When Jun Haotsong was still Nanqingjue, he was a disabled person with crippled legs and was not loved by the emperor. So he was not only arranged to live in a remote mansion, but also had very few servants serving him. But the two of them spent a wonderful and happy time in this remote and simple palace. It's just that they had been gone for so many years, and the house should have been overgrown with weeds. But she was surprised to find it so clean and tidy, as if someone had lived there before. Chapter 2527. See old friends again. Su Mayan's heart moved, and she immediately decided to go down and take a look. Just returning to the place where Jun Haotsong once lived, looking at the plaque of Huizhu Hall, the scene of fighting wits and courage with Jun Haotsong suddenly appeared in front of her, making her nose sore and almost overflowing with tears. At that time, she came from the modern times and became a waste that was not tolerated by the world. She was framed and imprisoned by her relatives, facing the malice and persecution of the surrounding and even the entire southern Sui kingdom. Only Jun Haotsong didn't care about her identity, didn't mind her ugliness, and clearly suffered from a cold and had difficulty walking. But he also resolutely protected her under his wings, supported her, and escorted her. He was the first light that lit up her dark life, the first fire that warmed her lonely and desolate heart, and the first key to open her heart that had been closed for many years. From meeting and knowing each other to falling in love, they have experienced so many hardships and overcome so many difficulties, and have never left each other and moved forward hand in hand. But I didn't want to look back suddenly. I could only stand in the place where he used to live and miss him. At this moment, a feeling of melancholy and loneliness that I was the only one left in the world hit my heart, making Su Mayan cold all over, and tears involuntarily dripped on this land that seemed to still carry his breath. I knew you would come here. Behind him, a low and slightly hoarse voice suddenly came with a relieved smile. Hearing the news that she returned to the southern Sui kingdom, he rushed out of the palace as soon as possible. But he didn't expect that she had already left in a hurry. Fortunately, he didn't give up and came here to take a look. But he didn't expect that he really met her. Su Mayan was startled for a moment, wiped away her tears immediately, and turned around to look. She was so absorbed in missing Jun Haotsong that she didn't notice someone coming behind her. However, what she didn't expect was that the person who came was none other than Nanjinghuan, whom she hadn't seen for many years. But the man in front of her no longer had the handsome and elegant temperament. He only had a thin body, deep sunken facial features, and a sickly face without any blood color. There was no trace of the high-spirited shadow when he was the prince of southern Sui. Su Mayan almost thought he had recognized the wrong person. He looked at him for a long time before he said in disbelief, "How did you become like this?" Nanjinghuan smiled sadly. "I did too many wrong things back then. Maybe it's retribution. My health is getting worse and worse. I'm just struggling to survive." After saying that, he changed the subject indifferently, pointed to the courtyards around him, and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this mansion?" It seems that in his eyes, the body is not as important as the layout of this mansion. Su Mayan heard this, and suddenly realized that this mansion, that had been uninhabited for a long time, was renovated to look like new, all of which were Nanjinghuan's masterpieces. The clever thing is that the landscape and layout of each place still maintain the appearance before he left. It must have taken some thought. Thinking about it, Su Mayan looked at him deeply. "You don't need to do this. It's meaningless. Some things are not done because they are meaningful. Just think of it as atonement for your ignorance back then. Of course, I just want to leave a memory for myself." Nanjinghuan smiled bitterly, looking at the eyes that he once hated so much but finally made him miss them. and his heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness. Speaking of which, Su Maoyong should have been his crown princess. Unfortunately, he was too proud and conceited at that time, and was blinded by Su Yixue. Not only did he refuse to accept her feelings, but he also used extremely bad means to fight back and tease her. Perhaps it was because he brought her too much suffering that she chose Nan Qingjue, who was not favored at the time. So, he pushed her away with his own hands, and he lost her because of his own fault. Thinking of all this, it was all his own fault. Nan Jinghuan has been living in regret and self-blame for these years, and his body is getting worse year by year. She could have been his woman, but because of his ignorance, he pushed her further and further away. Now even if he stands in front of her, the two hearts seem to be separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, causing Nan Jinghuan to be unable to capture her emotions towards him no matter how hard he tries. Su Maoyong smiled faintly and replied, "It's all over. I've forgotten what happened in the past. You don't have to take it to heart." Hearing such a calm answer, Nan Jinghuan's heart suddenly tightened, and a sour feeling rushed to the tip of his nose. He had to pinch his fingers under his sleeves tightly, and try to keep calm so as not to reveal the sadness that had been eroded by regret over the years. Yes, so many years have passed, and she is no longer the same as she was back then. She is more outstanding and more beautiful than before. She has experience and vision that he doesn't know, and has strength and status that he can't reach. In her eyes, he has become an ant. After facing more storms, the little waves he created before are naturally not enough. So much so that when he stood in front of her, she seemed to be looking at an insignificant stranger, without any emotion. He had imagined the scene of reunion many times. He wondered if she would dislike him or hate him, but he never thought that she had forgotten him. The funny thing is that he was the only one who was still trapped in this small piece of land, complaining and feeling miserable. Thinking of this, Nan Jinghuan felt a needle-like pain in his heart, which spread to his limbs, but he couldn't bear it for a moment and started coughing. Su Maoyong didn't expect Nan Jinghuan's health to be so bad, and frowned to remind him, "Since you are not in good health, don't run around." At this moment, she suddenly remembered that Yu Lingyao said that the emperor of the southern Sui kingdom was in poor health and had no children. It seemed to be true. No wonder he was not seen in such a grand alchemy competition just now. He was so sick that he must have no energy to attend. Although Nan Jinghuan once made her very disgusted, so many years have passed, and the previous grievances have long disappeared. When they met again, she seemed to have no choice but to watch him die. She took out a bottle of pills and handed it to him. "The pills here should be able to keep you alive for 100 years. You have to take care of yourself in the future." Nan Jinghuan held the bottle of pills and felt the amazing heat and power seeping out of it. He was shocked. These pills, whose names and grades he couldn't even tell, were definitely priceless treasures in the upper plains. But now she stuffed them into his hands without any grudges, just for his miserable life that was not worth pitying. Nan Jinghuan suddenly didn't know what to say. "Don't feel burdened. These pills are eaten by my spirit beasts as candy. There are many of them." Su Maoyong smiled and comforted. "The southern Sui kingdom needs you. Your responsibility is not over yet. You can't fall so soon. Nan Jinghuan has no offspring. Once he falls, the court will definitely be in turmoil. At that time, all forces will definitely be ready to move, and it will set off a bloody storm. Although she doesn't belong here, there are friends and relatives here that she can't let go of, and she doesn't want her relatives to be implicated." Nan Jinghuan understood what she meant, and after a moment of silence, he solemnly promised, "Don't worry. As long as I am here, the southern Sui kingdom will be peaceful. I will make arrangements for your master and friends." Chapter 2528. Where did Beilingi go? But what about you? Where are you going next? Will you come back in the future? Nan Jinghuan only cared about her whereabouts. He was afraid that this was the last time he would see her in his lifetime. "I don't know. I guess she won't come back." Su Maoyong looked into the distance, confused and unable to find the direction. Perhaps, after traveling all over the country and meeting her former relatives and friends, she would eventually go to the Evil Sea prison to find the truth. After all, Jun Haosong was destroyed there. Even if she couldn't find his reincarnation in the end, she had to avenge him. Unfortunately, she is not strong enough now, and she can't calm down to practice. So she can't go to that evil place in a short time. What's more, she still has many things and responsibilities to complete. I think the only way is to arrange all the people and things she cares about. Open up her heart. Improve her strength. Fulfill the promises she once made. And take on the responsibilities she should bear. By then, she would go to the sea of evil prison without any worries to end it. This was the only way she could think of to live up to everyone's expectations. When Nan Jinghuan heard that she would not come back, his heart sank, and he felt empty. After a moment of silence, he still couldn't help but ask, did something happen to him? From the moment he came in, he saw her standing alone at the door of Huizhu Hall, staring at the plaque in a daze. Although she later concealed it well, he still easily caught the sadness in her eyes. It was obvious that something had happened, and it was related to Nan Qingjue. Besides Nan Qingjue, he couldn't think of anyone else who could make her so concerned. Su Maoyang retracted his gaze and looked at him. He went to a very far place. I want to find him. Facing the pair of cold but firm black eyes, Nan Jinghuan understood everything instantly. While feeling sorry for her, he also envied Nan Qingjue to the extreme. If it were him, he would have no regrets in his life even if he died because he could be loved by her so unswervingly. Nan Jinghuan felt bitter on the tip of his tongue, and pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly. The thousands of words in his heart finally turned into one sentence. Then I wish you a safe journey and find him as soon as possible. No matter where you go, I hope you can find your own happiness. After setting off from the southern Sui kingdom, Su Maoyang embarked on the road to the Huanxi continent. Along the way, she took a quick look and felt the changes in this plain. Unknowingly, she finally arrived at the Baiyan kingdom that she could not forget. Because there is an old friend here who made her unforgettable and could not let go. Back then, he betrayed the country for her, sacrificed his life, stole the soul-devouring flower, and caused a lot of ups and downs, and ended tragically. Although she finally used the stone infant to bring him back to life, he lost his memory and forgot about herself. She was very concerned about how he was doing now. So, this time Su Maoyang sneaked into the palace at night, wanting to see Bai Lingyi from afar. But she was lucky enough to catch up with the state banquet hosted by Baiyan Kingdom for the envoys of Fengtian Kingdom. That night, in the imperial garden, the royal family and civil and military officials and their families were accompanying the guests of Fengtian Kingdom to drink and watch the lanterns, and exchange the cultures of the two countries. Su Maoyang did not dare to disturb them, and only stayed on the roof of the palace far away and looked from afar. Fortunately, with her current realm, it is still very easy to see and hear a group of royal spiritual masters and sect spiritual masters clearly. So she almost recognized several old friends who she had not seen for many years at a glance. For example, Ho Jianhui, the dean of Lingyi College, Yu Goen, the president of the Alchemy Union, and Jiang Qianlan, who had given warmth to her mother, were obviously much older than before. Even her brother Mu Yuanhang, who had always been gentle as jade, was much sharper and gloomier than before. However, what shocked Su Maoyang the most was that the man sitting on the dragon throne and wearing the imperial robe was not Bai Lingyi, but the war god prince Bai Hanyu, who had abducted her to Baiyan Kingdom. Su Maoyang had a deep impression of Bai Hanyu. In order to sneak into Baiyan Kingdom, she had been a concubine in his mansion for a period of time. Later, Bai Lingyi, who was the emperor at the time, discovered her identity and took her into the palace, and the two broke off their relationship. However, what she could not have imagined was that after a few years, the throne had changed hands? What happened in these years? Where did Bai Lingyi go? Was he usurped? Or did he die? Could it be because of her that he was liquidated and suppressed by various forces in Baiyan state, and was forced to abdicate? I thought that if he forgot about her, he could live a comfortable and easy life as an emperor. But unexpectedly, it was because of her. Su Maoyang felt cold all over when she thought of these possibilities. Self-blame and worry were like a mountain pressing down on her, so heavy that she tightened her heart. Compared to Su Maoyang's grief, the mood of the people in Baiyan state sitting in the garden was not much better. Because Feng Tianwu came this time with ill intentions. They had the intention of kicking the club and showing off their power. The reason why they were so bold was related to the fact that the 4 top elders of Baiyan state were killed by Su Maoyang, and 2 of the 6 major families were expelled at one time, which seriously injured Baiyan state, and the court was turbulent and heading towards decline. Fengtian Kingdom just seized this period of time and worked hard to develop and improve. In recent years, it has made rapid progress and has caught up with Baiyan Kingdom. Since Baiyan Kingdom lost its top ancestor and the family power has been replaced, Fontian Kingdom is now in a better situation. In addition, Fontian Kingdom and its neighbor Yutian Kingdom have formed an alliance, which is very likely to target Bayan Kingdom. Therefore, in order to avoid the danger of being attacked from both sides, Bayan Kingdom can only bear humiliation and try not to provoke war. But the more they give in, the more Fontian Kingdom will push forward. After 3 rounds of wine, the envoy of Fontian Kingdom took the initiative to ask, "Your Majesty, in addition to exchanging culture and strength with Bayan Kingdom, our Fontian Kingdom also wants to establish a good relationship with Qin and Jin, and consolidate the relationship between the two countries. What do you think?" When everyone heard this, they all looked at Princess Jinfeng, who was sitting above the envoy. Although Princess Jinfeng is not the most outstanding princess of Fontian Kingdom, she is also a person with some influence. Now that she is here with him, the envoy has mentioned marriage again, presumably wanting to marry the princess to the emperor. Thinking of this, Bai Hanyu naturally has no reason to refuse. After all, if the princess takes the initiative to come to the marriage, if she is rejected, it will show that his Bayan Kingdom is too unkind, and the relationship between the two countries may drop to the freezing point. Therefore, Bai Hanyu nodded and agreed without thinking. Marriage is good for the country and the people. I naturally agree. Since Su Maoyang left, his heart has been empty. Anyway, he has to fill the harem, reproduce offspring, and complete the task. He doesn't care who he marries. Hearing his frank agreement, the envoy smiled with satisfaction, and then looked at Mu Yuanhang opposite him, and put forward a condition that made Bayan extremely embarrassed. Since the emperor agrees, then I would like to wish Princess Jinfeng and General Mu a happy marriage and eternal love in advance. What did you say? General Mu? Bai Hanyu was shocked by his words, and asked with his eyes wide open. Yes, Your Majesty. You don't know that Princess Jinfeng has taken a fancy to the handsome, brave and warlike General Mu Yuanhang during this trip, and wants to hire him back to Fontian Kingdom as a consort. Such a good marriage. I think the emperor will also make it happen, the envoy explained with a smile. But the content of his words shocked everyone in Bayan. In history, there have always been princesses sent to marry, and Fontian Kingdom actually sent a princess to choose a consort. It would be fine if they chose a son-in-law, but they chose an important official from the court of Bayan. Isn't this deliberately humiliating and embarrassing Bayan? Chapter 2529 Su Maoyang died in the upper plane? Everyone knows that the position of a consort is a sinecure, and the focus of life is to serve the princess. A consort like Mu Yuanhang, who comes from other countries, has no status or human rights at all, and is no different from Princess Jinfeng's male concubine. But Mu Yuanhang is a minister that Bai Hanyu values very much, and he has spent a lot of effort to cultivate him. How could a general who defends his country go to Fontian Kingdom to be a male concubine? In addition, Mu Yuanhang is more ambitious than his father. After Mu Rong's death, he propped up the shaky Mu family and stabilized the Mu family's status as one of the 6 major families. In other words, Fontian Kingdom's move is not only to poach important officials from Bayan Kingdom, but also to destroy a family power. Who can accept such an ambitious proposal? Bai Hanyu immediately flew into a rage and shouted, How dare you? Mu Yuanhang is the general of my Bayan Kingdom. How can he follow you to Fontian Kingdom to be a consort? It's ridiculous. Your Majesty, my Princess Jinfeng is the most beloved princess of my monarch. Her appearance and strength are both first class. Princess Jinfeng doesn't like many men who want to be a consort to Princess Jinfeng. Now that he can look down on General Mu, it is already a blessing for him to cultivate for 3 lifetimes. The envoy glanced at Mu Yuanhang sarcastically, and hit back mercilessly. Asshole! My General Mu is extremely talented, brave and good at fighting. He is a rare talent among men. I don't know how much better he is than your princess. Yet you let him be a crappy prince consort. Your Fontianhua is not worthy of it. Bai Hanyu was so angry that his eyes were wide open. He slammed the table with his palm, and his roar echoed throughout the garden with a loud bang, making everyone's eardrums hurt. Bai Hanyu was once the war god prince of Bayan Kingdom, and his strength was beyond doubt. Although he had been the emperor for these years, he had not neglected his training, and his momentum was still quite terrifying. But Princess Jinfeng was not frightened. Instead, she sneered disdainfully. This princess is of royal blood after all. But the emperor compares this princess with a minister, which is too much of a disregard for the royal family of Fontian Kingdom. Bai Hanyu saw that a mere princess dared to challenge his authority. and the anger in his chest was about to burst out like boiling water. Ho Jianwei knew that if this continued, he would definitely break off relations with Fengtian Kingdom, and the situation would get out of control. He immediately took over the conversation and said, "It is indeed an honor for General Mu that Princess Jinfeng likes him. But Princess, don't forget that General Mu is Su Maoyang's brother. I'm sure the princess has heard a little about who Su Maoyang is. There is no need for me to remind him. Su Maoyang caused a sensation in Baiyan Kingdom because of the soul-eating flower. After that, he ran to Fengtian Kingdom to hide for a while. Finally, he was found by the 4 elders in the Shangguan family of Fengtian Kingdom. The Shangguan family, the father and daughter of the Lu family, and the people of the whole city witnessed that great battle with their own eyes. In the end, Su Maoyang defeated the strong with the weak and killed the 4 elders. It was precisely because of the horrible battle that Su Maoyang's divine power quickly spread throughout Fengtian Kingdom and was praised by everyone. So even after so many years, everyone is afraid of Su Maoyang's name. What's more, the families that came to Fengtian to exchange strength this time happened to be the Lu family and the Shangguan family. I believe that after hearing him say that, Su Maoyang's divine power will jump out before our eyes, which will have the effect of shocking Fengtian. However, after so many years, Fengtian has already had other ideas. Lu Yina, who witnessed that battle, sneered indifferently. If you didn't mention Su Maoyang, we would have forgotten that there was such a person. I heard that she seemed to have gone to the upper plane, and she has been missing for 8 or 9 years. As far as I know, General Mu has been in danger several times and almost lost his life. But she didn't come forward to help. She has been missing for so long. I'm afraid she has died in the upper plane. That's right. I heard that the former emperor of Baiyan had a deep friendship with her and even gave up his life for her. But Baiyan, the country was in turmoil because of her, and she didn't come forward to help. I think she either died there or became very successful and had long forgotten you insignificant poor relatives. I think she is most likely dead. I heard that the upper plane is a place where people are eaten without leaving bones. Geniuses like her are everywhere. She is a person from the lower plane, with no identity and no background. It is not easy for her to gain a foothold. If she is not careful, she will end up dead without a burial place. The other young generations of Fengtian Kingdom all echoed. They are not much different in age from Su Maoyang. Some of them did not see Su Maoyang's divine power back then, and they just thought that everyone was exaggerating too much. Of course, even if the other party has some strength, the upper plane is a place where even the most powerful people will suffer a lot. Besides, there has been no news about her for so many years. It is hard not to suspect that she died there. Otherwise, these people from Baiyan Kingdom would have informed the situation long ago and gone to get reinforcements. Why would they have to suffer the anger of Fengtian Kingdom here? Hearing this, Shangguan Majing, who was also in the Fengtian Kingdom team, frowned. When Su Maoyang was seriously injured, he took her in, and she was the only one who understood his homosexuality. So Su Maoyang was one of his few confidants who he could talk to. Later, she gave him a large sum of money to repay him, which led to his current status as the #1 alchemist in Fengtian Kingdom. He was grateful to Su Maoyang, and now he heard that Su Maoyang was dead, and he felt uncomfortable. But he was a member of Fengtian Kingdom after all, and they were on the same side. Even if he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to show it easily. But Jiang Qianlan, as a mother, was very emotional after hearing this, and she gritted her teeth and cursed. Nonsense! My daughter is alive and well, but you cursed her to death behind her back. You are so vicious. It is you who should die. Madame Mu, what you said is wrong. We are just talking about the facts and speaking the truth. How can it be vicious? If it is vicious, Su Maoyang is the most vicious one. If it were not for her, your Baiyan country would not have fallen to this point. So, you adopted the daughter of an ungrateful person and treated her as a treasure in your hands. It is really stupid and ridiculous. Lu Yina retorted mercilessly, and immediately humiliated Jiang Qianlan to the point of being completely exhausted. Back then, she loved Shangguan Majing deeply and wanted to marry into the Shangguan family. But Su Maoyang intervened and seduced Shangguan Majing's soul, destroying their engagement. At that time, she wanted to chop Su Maoyang with her own hands. But unfortunately, she was not as skilled as him and could not do anything to him. Later, she heard that Su Maoyang was probably dead in the upper plane. and she still felt that she was not satisfied because she could not personally understand her. At this moment, Su Maoyang's mother and brother were at the scene, so her anger naturally shifted to Mu Yuanhang and Jiang Qianlan. Jiang Qianlan has always been in poor health. After being stimulated by her, her blood rushed up, and she had difficulty breathing. She was so angry that she pointed at her for a long time, and could not speak. Finally, she was out of breath. Her eyes rolled up, and she fainted. Chapter 2530 Su Maoyang, Mu Yuanhang, who was standing next to her, was startled and quickly supported Jiang Qianlan. In the panic, he didn't have time to call the imperial physician. Then Yugoan, the president of the Alchemy Union, rushed over quickly and fed her a pill to stabilize her breath and blood. Fortunately, the pill was effective, and Jiang Qianlan's pulse quickly stabilized after the medicine was given in time. After repeated confirmation, Yugoan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Mrs. Mu is fine now." It was just a blink of an eye, and everyone's mood was ups and downs, and they were still in shock. Fortunately, there was no danger. Otherwise, they really didn't know how to explain to Su Maoyang. But when Lu Yina saw the scene, she felt it was hypocritical. Seeing Jiang Qianlan fainted from anger, she was still adding fuel to the fire. TSK. She is really delicate. She fainted after just 2 sentences. Could it be that she was pretending to scare people? Mu Yuanhang had been holding back for the sake of the overall situation. Hearing that she was still insisting, he could no longer bear it. He suddenly stood up and drew his sword, pointing at Lu Yina and warned, "Shut up. If anything happens to my mother, I will make you bleed on the spot today. How dare you? My Fengtian kingdom came all the way to visit your Ban kingdom, and this is how you treat guests?" Princess Jinfeng saw that the young generation in her team was pointed at the nose by Mu Yuanhang with a sword. She frowned and shouted, showing the majesty of the royal family. Mu Yuanhang was so angry that his remaining self-control and rationality were completely exhausted. He actually moved his sword directly towards Princess Jinfeng. "If you are really here as a guest, my Ban kingdom will naturally open its doors to welcome you. But some people not only refuse to be guests, but also refuse to be human beings. They insist on speaking rudely and hurting my elders. Don't blame me for being rude. You are so bold that you dare to point your sword at the princess. Do you want to declare war on my Fengtian kingdom?" The people of Fengtian kingdom did not expect Mu Yuanhang to be disrespectful to the princess. They stood up in shock and drew their swords to point at him. However, before Feng Dianguo's tough and overbearing threat fell, a cold and gloomy voice came through the air more forcefully, hitting the ears of everyone present like a punishment from heaven. "Then declare war." Princess Jinfeng heard that someone dared to accept the challenge, and subconsciously asked loudly, "Who? Who dares to challenge the prestige of Feng Dianguo?" "I, Su Maoyang." The 4 sonorous and powerful words came with the wind. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a fairy-like and stunning woman striding in the misty night in the distance. She was like a god descending from heaven, with a silver luster on her body, as if she fell in the night with starlight, coming from the mist and stepping on the moon, step by step into everyone's sight. But the murderous aura that permeated was like a sharp wind blade, scraping everyone's cheeks and pulling everyone back to reality from their infatuation, and quickly recognized the identity of the person who came. Su at this moment. The 3 words Su Maoyang seemed to burn their mouths, and they were so frightened that they stammered and couldn't even finish their words. Ho Jianhui stood up excitedly, walked out of his seat quickly, and called out in disbelief, "Master? Oh my god! Am I dreaming?" As he said that, he slapped Yugoan next to him and asked, "Does it hurt?" Yugoan was also scared silly. At this moment, he was slapped for no reason. He suddenly woke up and kicked Ho Jianhui in the butt, causing him to stagger. "Does it hurt?" Ho Jianhui felt the pain in his buttocks and suddenly burst into tears of joy. He touched his buttocks and nodded like a fool. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It's real. I'm not dreaming. My master is really back." Even Jiang Qianlan, who had just fainted, seemed to have sensed it. She opened her eyes and looked weakly at the figure approaching, and asked excitedly, "Yaching? Is Yaching back?" Mu Yuanhang, who was supporting Jiang Qianlan, also had red eyes at this moment and nodded in response. "Yes, she is back. Yaching is back." Although they knew Su Maoyang's true identity long ago, they still regarded her as their exclusive Mu Yaching from the bottom of their hearts. So the name for her has not changed over the years. No matter who she is, how powerful she is, where she went, or who she became. She is Jiang Qianlong's daughter, Mu Yuanhong's sister Mu Yaching. Bei Hanyu was also stunned by this scene, staring at the figure that had made him love and hate and thought about day and night, and appeared in front of him as if walking out of a dream. He felt that the blood in his body was boiling, as if it was madly shouting the name he had repeated thousands of times in his dream. Compared to the excitement of the people of Bei'an, the people of Fengtian Kingdom were frightened to a pale face, with their bones and hair standing on end. They never thought that Su Maoyang, who had been missing for so many years, would come back at this critical moment. Didn't she die in the upper plane? Didn't she abandon Bei'an Kingdom a long time ago? The upper plane is so dangerous. How could she, a helpless woman, come back unscathed? At this moment, seeing that Su Maoyang was not only unscathed, but her aura seemed to have risen many times more than before. Fengtian's hope that she was dead was instantly dashed. Everyone stared at Su Maoyang in horror as he approached step by step, and gradually they were crushed by the overwhelming pressure, like a flood and a beast passing through. Before Su Maoyang could make a move, everyone in Fengtian Kingdom was blown away by the wave of air. No matter the young generation or the old generation leading the team, no matter the bottom or the top of the strength, they all fell to the ground with serious injuries and were dying. Only Shangwan Majing stood there in good condition, which was extremely abrupt and special among the people in Fengtian Kingdom. He himself was also shocked by this strange scene, and looked around in disbelief. And his heart couldn't help but beat, because just now, he clearly felt a terrifying force passing by, and then it accurately avoided him and blasted around. Now he looked at everyone in a blink of an eye and saw that they were seriously injured. But he didn't even touch a hair. Just the aura he exuded. He possessed such terrifying strength and perfect control. It was simply to the point of perfection. How could one not be amazed? Strong? Really too strong. Is this the strength from the upper plane? Shangwan Majing swallowed his saliva with lingering fear, and looked back at Su Maoyang, who was already standing in the garden. Her peerless beauty and immortal figure were reflected in his pupils, as if the waves in the clear lake were shaking and ready to burst out of his eye sockets at any time. In addition to being shaken, the other people in Fengtian Kingdom were more frightened, fearful, and desperate and suffocating in the face of death. Especially Lu Yina, like a glass doll that was about to break at any time, staring at Su Maoyang in panic and trembling. At this time, she was still alive, but her body was already cold. Chapter 2531 Fengtian Kingdom. Danger? The envoy was the first to react. He was already knocked to the ground, so he prostrated himself and cowed out heavily. Spare me, Master Su. Spare me. We didn't recognize Master Su. We didn't know it was Master Su. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Aren't you going to declare war? Why are you kneeling down to beg for mercy before it even starts? Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly, and his calm tone seemed to be wrapped in ice and frost, which made everyone in Fengtian Kingdom shudder. It's unfair. It's unfair. We are a poor and remote country in Fengtian Kingdom. How dare we declare war on the rich and powerful Bei'an Kingdom? Master Su must have heard it wrong. The envoy lied with his eyes open, and it sounded like the truth. Su Maoyang sneered after hearing this, and the last few words suddenly rose up, and he rushed to the people of Fengtian again with the force of thunder. You made my mother faint, and pointed your sword at my brother. Did I see it wrong? After this, no one in Fengtian would dare to answer, and they were all trembling with fear, burying their heads in the ground like quails. The envoy was a smart man after all, and at the critical moment, he immediately pushed Lu Yina out to take the blame. Master Su, my Fengtian had no intention of offending your relatives. It was Miss Lu who was young and ignorant, and said something bad that angered Madame Mu. We will punish Lu Yina now, and vent your anger for you and Madame Mu. As he said this, the envoy took the lead in swinging his sword and neatly wiped Lu Yina's neck. Lu Yina, who was already frightened by Su Maoyang, had never expected such a sudden change. She was caught off guard by this sword, staring at the envoy with bloodshot eyes, and finally fell in a pool of blood with her eyes wide open. She would never have thought that she would die at the hands of her own people, without even Su Maoyang doing anything. How sad. However, such a punishment was not painful, and was not acceptable to Su Maoyang. she said expressionlessly. A dog barking and biting means that its master did not teach it well. I am always fair and just. So, no one in Fontian Kingdom can escape. After that, Su Maoyang waved his sleeves lightly, and a terrible force came. Except for Shangwan Majing. Everyone in Fontian Kingdom was instantly blasted to ashes and disappeared into thin air. If there was no residual warmth in the air, Shangwan Majing would have suspected that he had seen it wrong. These 100 people, whether old or young, are all people standing at the peak of Fontian Kingdom strength. Su Maoyang said to destroy, and she destroyed. And she killed in one move. Such a difference in strength is simply terrifying. No matter how strong Shangwan Majing's heart was, he was frightened to the point that his blood coagulated and his whole body was numb. It was Su Maoyang's voice that pulled him out of his trance. Go back and tell the Emperor of Fontian Kingdom that if he dares to step into the territory of Bayan Kingdom again, he will be exterminated. Hearing her words, Shangwan Majing was scared. He knew that he could stand here alive because he had treated her wounds and had some friendship with her. Otherwise, he would be like the people of Fontian Kingdom present, and he would not even have a complete body left. Of course, with Su Maoyang's current strength, it would be no problem to destroy the entire Fontian Kingdom. The reason why he didn't kill them all was probably because of his face. Thinking of this, Shangwan Majing was grateful and immediately clasped his fists. Thank you, Miss Su, for showing mercy. I will personally tell the king to ensure that Fontian Kingdom will not invade again and will follow Bayan Kingdom's lead from now on. Su Maoyang gave him such a big face. If he didn't appreciate it, he would be too stupid. Su Maoyang didn't talk nonsense with him, but walked straight to Jiang Qianlan. Jiang Qianlan saw that she was already excited and in tears. Seeing her coming, she quickly broke free from Mu Yuanhong's arms and tremblingly reached out to hold Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang felt the coldness of her palm, and her heart twitched. She choked and said, Mother, I made you suffer. Nonsense. If it weren't for you, I would have died 10 years ago, and I wouldn't have such a pampered life now. Now, thanks to you, I can still attend the state banquet. All this honor is brought to me by you. Jiang Qianlan shook her head in disapproval, and then pulled her and looked at her body with concern. It's you. You have suffered a lot running around outside these years. And I, as a mother, can't help you. So I feel guilty. What are you talking about? Mother, I can solve the things outside by myself. Why do I need? You are asked to come forward. Just enjoy your life. Mu Yuanhang also smiled and agreed. Yes, my sister is very powerful. She must be a big shot in the upper plane. Don't worry about it. Su Maoyang heard the words and looked at Mu Yuanhang, with a long-lost smile on his face. Brother, you have worked hard these years, taking care of mother and supporting the Mu family. These are what I should do. It's not hard at all. Mu Yuanhong's face, which was slightly gloomy before, finally cleared the clouds and saw the sun, and became bright. Seeing his sister who he hadn't seen for many years, it seemed that the previous sufferings became insignificant at this moment. Master, I am the one who has been waiting for you the hardest. You have been gone for so many years, and there is no news. We are worried to death. Seeing that Su Maoyang was only talking to Jiang Qianlan and Mu Yuanhang, Ho Jianwei squeezed in jealously and instantly diverted Su Maoyang's attention. In recent years, everyone said that Su Maoyang died in the upper plane. He never believed it, and kept telling himself that everything was a rumor. But he couldn't help but worry in his heart. Now seeing Su Maoyang standing in front of him alive, his heart that had been hanging for many years finally let go. Su Maoyang saw that he was not ashamed to call him master at his age, and he looked proud of it. He couldn't help laughing. I see that you are rich and prosperous, and you are obviously living a good life. How can you look like you are working hard at all? Don't look at my body being rich, but my spirit is empty. Without the master's guidance in refining the elixir, life is really boring and the future is confusing. Ho Jianwei hurriedly explained. Su Maoyang was amused. While you go and frown with disgust? Bah! Eating delicacies every day. Free and easy. But spiritual emptiness is a bummer. Hey, you old man. You will feel uncomfortable if you don't ruin my show for a day. I think you are jealous of me for refining a purer Qingling pill than you. Are you mistaken? I am the president of the Alchemy Union and a real alchemist. How can I be jealous of you? A half-baked person who changed careers halfway? If you didn't worship a good master, I wouldn't care about you. Yugoing glanced at him speechlessly, as if he didn't want to have anything to do with him. Seeing the two of them arguing, Su Maoyang suddenly recalled that Ho Jianhui, as the dean of Lingyi College, did not do his job properly, did not cultivate spiritual power, but liked to make pills. In order to compete with Yugoin in alchemy, he even ignored his age, and specially worshipped her as his master. Now that so many years have passed, he is still focused on alchemy. It seems that he likes alchemy from the bottom of his heart. Not to be angry with Yugoin. It's great to have such a like-minded opponent who can improve together. On the contrary, she didn't even have anyone to quarrel with. At this moment, Su Maoyang actually felt a little envious. Yugoin was very careful, and noticed that Su Maoyang's face was not right. He stopped quarreling immediately, looked behind Su Maoyang, and asked, "Su girl, where are Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng, Jiang Zheng, and others? Why haven't they come back?" Xiao Linchen was a figure on the genius list of Lingyi Academy, and he was also a very promising alchemy seedling. After leaving with Su Maoyang for so many years, Yugoin didn't see him, so he couldn't help but care about him. Chapter 2532 Sad Past. Suddenly hearing these names buried deep in her memory, Su Maoyang froze for a moment, and the smile she had just put on instantly froze at the corner of her mouth, and she could no longer smile. Although many years have passed, and Su Maoyang has avenged them, she can still clearly recall the scenes of Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng, Lin Water, Jiang Zheng and others fighting for her and serving her. At midnight, she often dreamed of their tragic deaths, and was always scared to wake up from nightmares. She thought more than once that if Xiao Linchen and Wang Feng had not followed her, would they have already been successful in the lower planes and become powerful figures. Perhaps they would have established their own families and lived a stable and comfortable life, and would not have ended up with a torn corpse. In the final analysis, it was she who killed them. Yugoin saw Su Maoyang's face change, and her expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He suddenly realized that something was wrong, and his heart skipped a beat. He asked tentatively, "What happened?" Xiao Linchen and others, not only Yugoin, but also the nervous Ho Jianhui, straightened his face and looked at her in confusion. And he also had a vague ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough, before he could think about it carefully, he heard Su Maoyang tell the cruel truth, which was like a bolt from the blue. And Ho Jianhui and others were shocked and speechless. They are dead and will never come back. Suddenly learning the news of the death of Xiao Linchen and Wang Feng, Yugoin couldn't accept it for a while. After a long while, he still shook his head in disbelief. How could it be? When did this happen? 6 years ago. I was trapped in the burning blood city. They blew themselves up to protect me. Every word Su Maoyang said was like a sharp knife, ripping back and forth in her heart. She closed her eyes in pain, and the tears she had suppressed for many years finally burst out. They were devoted to her and risked their lives, but ended up in a miserable way. Su Maoyang could never forgive herself in this life. Seeing Su Maoyang in grief, Jiang Qianlan took her into her arms with heartache, and comforted her with red eyes. "Child, it's not your fault. You have done well enough. At least you survived. This is the result they paid for with their lives. You did not live up to their sacrifice. Yes, in life, no one can be perfect. No matter how strong you are, you can't protect everyone. You must know that you are a human, not a god. Don't force yourself too much." Mu Yuanhang couldn't help but persuade him. He understood Su Maoyang's pain, her powerlessness and self-blame. But some things are beyond human control. Forcing too much will not only fail to solve the problem, but will only increase sadness. Moreover, the tragedy has already happened, and the dead cannot be resurrected. The most important thing is that the survivors live well. Standing in the distance, Bei Hanyu, who had never known how to face Su Maoyang, frowned in pain when he heard such a thing, and comforted her. "Although I didn't see that scene with my own eyes, I can imagine how dangerous the situation was at that time. If they didn't make sacrifices, they might have been wiped out. Instead of dying together, it's better to save you and have the opportunity to avenge them. So you are their willing choice and their only hope." Su Maoyang raised her eyes and looked at Bei Hanyu. In the past, he always looked furious when he saw her, but now he can comfort her, which is rare. Ho Jianhui heard Bei Hanyu's words and immediately remembered the fate of his enemies. He asked excitedly, "Where are the enemies? Have they been killed?" "All killed." Su Maoyang's eyelids drooped slightly. hiding his lonely look. At that time, he felt relieved when he killed people everywhere. But looking back, no matter how many people he killed, he still couldn't bring back their fresh lives. Everything was in vain. It's good to get revenge. And they can also smile in the grave. Yugo nodded inside. Bei Hanyu didn't want to continue this topic to make Su Maoyong sad. So he quickly interrupted and said, "The past is over. You finally came back today. On such a festive day, you should sit down happily and drink to celebrate." As he said that, Bei Hanyu clapped his hands and ordered the palace maids to serve wine. Su Maoyong was in no mood to drink. After taking a deep look at him, she finally asked the question she had been wanting to ask. "Where is Bei Lingyi?" The 3 words Bei Lingyi suddenly shocked Bei Hanyu. And the smile he had managed to squeeze out froze on his face, which was even uglier than crying. But this expression hesitated for only a few seconds before returning to normal. He replied calmly, "He left behind a letter of abdication." Abdicate? Where did he go? Su Maoyong did not expect Bei Lingyi to make such a decision after losing his memory. "I don't know. I think he was tired of the infighting in the court and the power struggle. So he hid in a place where no one could find him." Bei Hanyu sighed helplessly. Su Maoyong frowned, looking at his expression suspiciously, trying to figure out the truth of his words. "Is this true?" Su Maoyong asked Ho Jianhui next to him. Back then, Bei Hanyu and Bei Lingyi had a very bad relationship because of her. So Su Maoyong was suspicious of Bei Hanyu's words. Ho Jianhui nodded quickly. "It is true. The edict was written by the late emperor himself. So it should not be false." Su Maoyong was silent. She knew that Bei Lingyi did not have the intention to be the emperor. He became the emperor and had power in order to match her. Later, he forgot her and lost his love. He was not interested in the imperial power. And it was not impossible for him to live in seclusion in the mountains. However, with Bei Hanyu's character, would he really not know anything? "Didn't you send someone to look for him?" This question was obviously asked to Bei Hanyu. "We searched all over the country but couldn't find him. Since he deliberately hid himself, he probably didn't want us to disturb him. Later, when there was really no news about him, we gave up." Bei Hanyu shook his head regretfully. Su Maoyong frowned. She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. So she just accepted his statement. Maybe she thought too much. That night, Su Maoyong was forced to stay and drink a lot of wine. In the end, she couldn't resist Jiang Qianlan's enthusiasm and was invited back to the Mu family to spend the night. Although Su Maoyong was not around in these years, Jiang Qianlan still sewed a lot of clothes for her by hand. Now that Su Maoyong finally came back, she asked Su Maoyong to change into them all at once. Looking at her daughter dressed by herself, Jiang Qianlan nodded frequently with satisfaction, praising her for being as beautiful as a fairy. Not to mention how proud she was. In addition to clothes and jewelry, she also stuffed a bunch of amulets for her, and asked her to carry them with her, saying that they were obtained from the monks of Hanya Temple, and could turn misfortune into good fortune, ward off evil, and ensure safety. Su Maoyong naturally didn't believe these, but Jiang Qianlan strongly praised Hanya Temple, saying that even Bei Hanyu went to Hanya Temple to burn incense every year, and also built temples and Buddha statues on a large scale to pray for peace and prosperity in the country. It is said that the monks of Hanya Temple have the ability to predict the future. Several major events that happened in Bang country were predicted by him, and thus disasters were avoided. What she meant was that if Hanya Temple could protect the country, it would not be a problem for a single person. Su Maoyong didn't expect that Bei Hanyu, who didn't believe in ghosts and gods, killed people without hesitation, and never knew what kindness was, would suddenly pray to the gods and Buddhas. He asked curiously, "Does Bei Hanyu often go to burn incense?" "Yes. I go 3 or 4 times a year. Even I have been there several times with the big group. When my mother thought about the various dangers you faced in the upper plane, she was worried every day. So she went to Master Liang'an to have a fortune telling. The master said that you would turn danger into fortune and return safely. Look, this has come true. It shows that Hanya Temple is really spiritual." Chapter 2533 Master's Ingenious Calculations. Su Maoyong listened to her boasting and suddenly had an idea that she herself thought was outrageous. If this Master Liang'an could really predict good and bad luck in the future, could he also help her predict Jun Haotsong's whereabouts? Thinking of this, Su Maoyong's thoughts slowly drifted away. She had no impression of what Jiang Qianlan said and how long she had said it. It was not until late at night that Jiang Qianlong left the room reluctantly for fear of disturbing her rest. And she pulled herself out and made a decision, regardless of whether Master Liang'an was reliable or not, and whether his ability to predict the future was true or not. She did not want to miss any opportunity to find Jun Haocong. Seeing hope, Su Maoyang did not want to delay for a moment, and set off for Hanya Temple overnight. She knew that if she did not leave at night, Jiang Qianlong would definitely keep her for a few more days, and she would not be able to hide the matter of Jun Haocong when she went to Hanya Temple. Jiang Qianlong was distressed that she was out there, and she was afraid that she would worry about her again if she knew about these things. Therefore, in order to avoid emotional involvement, Su Maoyang had no choice but to leave without saying goodbye and go alone. Fortunately, Hanya Temple was very famous in Ban country, and the location was not difficult to find. Su Maoyang arrived at the foot of the mountain of Hanya Temple before dawn. However, she still politely waited until the rooster crowed at dawn and opened the temple gate before officially climbing the mountain to visit. As Jiang Qianlong said, Hanya Temple was very popular and crowded with people. There were pilgrims going up the mountain one after another so early. Su Maoyang did not come to burn incense, so she avoided the large group and went directly to the abbot in charge of today's affairs, and asked to see Master Liang'an. The abbot seemed to have expected her to come, and respectfully performed a Buddhist ceremony, and revealed her identity in one word. Amitabha. Are you Su Sure? Su Maoyang's heart was slightly shocked, and he nodded repeatedly. That's right. I am Su Maoyang, and I beg Master Liang'an to give me some advice. This is the incense money, which is my little gift to Hanya Temple. As he said that, Su Maoyang took out a large bag of fairy crystal stones and holy king-grade elixirs, the value of which could probably buy dozens of Ban countries. The abbot was shocked by Su Maoyang's generosity, and was also very tempted by such a reward. But he still rejected her kindness. Mr. Su is too polite. You are the destined person of Master Liang'an, and I cannot accept this money. Master Liang'an has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. The abbot resisted the pain in his heart and turned to lead the way. Su Maoyang saw that the other party regarded money as dirt, and it was not good to humiliate the monks with vulgar things. So he followed him into a wing room. As soon as she stepped into the room, she could smell the rich and fragrant sandalwood. The very regular sound of wooden fish came into her ears, like a mantra to purify her heart. But in a moment, her somewhat impetuous mood calmed down. She looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a monk in monk's robes sitting cross-legged in front of her. He had his back to her, and was beating the wooden fish in his hand. The whole person was in a dim light, and the smoke was all around him, making it difficult to see clearly. Only the knocking sound echoing in the room was particularly clear, as if every knock hit Su Maoyang's heart. Unexpectedly, just when Su Maoyang was curiously looking at the other party spoke first. If there is a destiny, we will meet. Donor Su. Don't worry. Su Maoyang's heart was shocked. She didn't expect that this person not only knew that she would come, but also knew what she was asking. She immediately believed in his ability for a long time and asked hopefully, Master is really a genius. Master, can you tell me when we can meet? When we renew our past relationship, it is the time for you to meet again. Master Liang'an was silent for a while, although his hoarse voice was covered by the sound of the wooden fish. Su Maoyang still heard some emotion and couldn't help but become more confused. Since we have renewed our past relationship, we must have met again. Isn't this nonsense? Master, I don't understand what you mean. If I want to meet again, what should I do, and where should I meet? Please give me some advice. Su Maoyang frowned and shook his head, hoping that he could speak human words. The only thing you did was one word. Wait! Master Liang'an didn't seem to want to say more, and he actually summarized all the answers with one word. Su Maoyang was completely speechless. She came all the way here, and asked a word. Wait! Isn't this playing tricks on her? She was anxious and asked unwillingly. What kind of answer is this? Master, are you a fraud? Amitabha. I have revealed the secret, and I have said all. Donor Su should not be too obsessed. Dao Jian, send the guest away. Master Liang'an did not want to waste time, and directly ordered him to leave. Su Maoyang was helpless. She came to ask for help, not to make trouble. The other party did not want to say more, and she could not do anything about him. She could only say tactfully, Sorry. I was too anxious and offended the master. I hope the master will forgive me. If we really have to wait, I don't know how long it will take. I don't know how long it will take. No matter what. Donor Su. Remember to take care of yourself. There is hope only when you are alive. Master Liangyan said earnestly. What's the point of living if you lose the one you love? Su Maoyang smiled bitterly. Master Liangyan retorted very disapprovingly. You only remember the one you love. But what about the one who loves you? Do they deserve to be sad and cry and be heartbroken? Su Maoyang was still immersed in her own sorrow. And suddenly heard the master, who had always been calm and indifferent, suddenly raise his voice. And she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, hearing the slightly disordered knocking sound in his hands. Su Maoyang looked at him suspiciously. But it was a pity that he had his back to her and couldn't see his expression. However, judging from his breath, she knew that Master Liangyan was angry. Just now, she questioned him for being a fraud. And he didn't fluctuate at all. I didn't expect that he would be angry for her sigh. Master, don't worry. My relatives and friends will be settled. And I will not shirk the responsibility I should bear. Su Maoyang thought he was speaking up for his relatives. And then explained, you live safely and happily, which is their greatest wish. Everything else is false. Master Liangyan seemed dissatisfied with her answer and corrected her righteously. Su Maoyang was somewhat confused by his anger. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, Master, you are right. Master, you are so sympathetic to the suffering of the people. No wonder the Emperor, who does not believe in ghosts and gods, has to come to you for advice. I don't dare to give you advice. I just help you calculate good and bad luck. The current Emperor is wise and intelligent. Even if I am not here, I can see through it thousands of miles away. Su Maoyang shook his head. Master, you are too modest. Since you can calculate good and bad luck, then help me calculate another person. The eldest son of the Mo family. The former prime minister of the southern Sui dynasty. Is he alive or dead? After he finished speaking, Su Maoyang clearly saw that Master Liangyan's hand that had been knocking on the wooden fish suddenly paused. And the sound of the wooden fish stopped abruptly, making the empty and cold room silent instantly. But soon, the other party adjusted his breath and sent out a rhythmic knocking sound again. As if the moment just now was just Su Maoyang's illusion. He was silent for a long time before giving the answer. Gee, he's still alive. But such an answer was meaningless to Su Maoyang. She curled her lips and sneered. Master is indeed a man of great foresight and power. I just wonder if Master has predicted that his identity will be exposed today. Chapter 2534. Donor has mistaken the person. Donor Su. What do you mean? I don't know. Master Liangyan's tone was calm, as if he really didn't understand what Su Maoyang meant. Su Maoyang didn't bother to beat around the bush, and directly exposed him. Mo Hauge. How long are you going to pretend? Didn't you forget me? How do you know so many things about me? Did you pretend to have amnesia before? Ba. Donor Su must have mistaken the person. I am a monk. How could I be the late emperor? Donor. You are embarrassing me. Master Liangyan stopped beating the wooden fish and put his hands together to perform a Buddhist ceremony. Hearing him directly mention the former emperor, and clearly knowing the relationship between the two, Su Maoyang suddenly became angry and asked sternly. Mo Hauge is Beilingi, the former emperor of Beian. Only Mo Hauge knows it. How did you, a monk, know this? When the Mo family was exterminated, everyone thought Mo Hauge was dead. Later, Su Maoyang went to Beian and found out that Mo Hauge had turned into Beilingi, the emperor of Beian. Beilingi's former identity and experience have always been a secret of the royal family. Even Bei Hanyu may not know it. Isn't it strange that Master Liangyan, a monk, knows it so well? I know some divination skills, can understand the past and the present, and predict the future. Naturally, I know a thing or two about Master Su and the former emperor. Otherwise, Master Su would not come to me to ask me to predict good and bad luck. Master Liangyan reminded her the purpose of this trip. The reason why Su Maoyang suspected him was that he had just fooled her, and she couldn't help but question the authenticity of his divination ability. So she deliberately mentioned Mo Hauge to test him. Because Mo Hauge had died 10 years ago, and it was not a secret. If Master Liangyan really knew the art of divination, he would definitely know that Mo Hauge was still alive. However, he reacted greatly when she mentioned this person. Su Maoyang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and made a guess. The Master Liangyan in front of her was most likely the missing Beilingi. But he kept saying that he had divined it himself. So Su Maoyang couldn't find a way to refute him. After all, she had no evidence and relied entirely on her own guesses, which really didn't prove anything. Since Master Liangyan is not an old friend and agreed to divine for me, why did he turn his back on me and refuse to show up? Su Maoyang always felt that his behavior was suspicious and kept asking. Hearing that she still didn't believe him, Master Liangyan sighed helplessly, and finally stood up in Su Maoyang's suspicious eyes, turned around, and met her eyes frankly. Donor Su, I just don't like to show myself to others, but I didn't expect that you would misunderstand me. Su Maoyang saw the face in front of him clearly, which was very different from what he expected, and he felt lost instantly, perhaps unwilling to accept this fact. Su Maoyang still had some hope in his heart, and said relentlessly, "Who knows if you took the disguise pill and changed your appearance and voice? Just based on a face. Do you think I will believe it? Donor, don't be aggressive. Even if you suspect that I changed my voice and appearance, a person's aura cannot be faked. With your strength and your familiarity with the late emperor, can't you tell the difference between the aura of this monk and the late emperor?" Master Liangyan asked righteously. Su Maoyang was speechless. She had to admit that although the room was lit with rich sandalwood, with her strength she could feel his aura as soon as she entered the door. He was indeed not similar to Beilingi at all. And he was very strange. Obviously not even someone she knew. It was very easy for a person to disguise his appearance, temperament, voice and body shape, but it was not possible to change his breath. Maybe she was too suspicious and thought in the wrong direction. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang clasped his hands together and bowed to him with an apologetic look on his face. "I am rude to you, Master. Please forgive me." Master Liangyan was a great monk after all, so he didn't take these things seriously. He humbly returned the greeting. "It's okay. Donor Su is worried about his old friend, and his concern makes him confused. I am moved, so how can I blame him? But Donor Su will have a great love and death tribulation to overcome in the future. I hope you can stick to your original intention and don't be confused by appearances like today. Otherwise you will be doomed and affect the people of the world." Su Maoyang's heart trembled when he heard him say it so seriously. Even if he didn't believe it completely, he couldn't help asking, "What did you predict?" "I can only predict that you will have a tribulation, but I don't know what it is. The hexagram shows that you need to beware of someone." Master Liangyan shook his head solemnly. Su Maoyang's heart was lifted up all of a sudden. "Who?" "Yi Nantian." Suddenly hearing this name, Su Maoyang's whole body was shocked, and his face turned as pale as paper. Yi Nantian, the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, the mysterious senior brother of the Immortal Palace. This Master Liangyan, who is in the lower plane, actually knows the name of the emperor of the Sunlu realm. It seems that he is well versed in the past and present, and his ability to predict the future is indeed true. In this case, he is even less likely to be Beilingi. No matter how strong Beilingi is, he will not have such a powerful divination technique. This is all I have to say. I wish Mr. Su take care of himself and have a safe journey. Jian Dao. Send the guest out? Master Liangyan felt that he had given the proper reminder, so he did not want to continue the greeting and call the abbot to send the guest out again. The abbot who was waiting outside the door came in quickly and made a gesture of invitation to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was still immersed in the shock just now, and was a little overwhelmed. Then she was asked to leave the room by the abbot like a walking corpse. It was not until she walked 10 feet away that she was brought back to her senses by the surprised and excited voice in the space. "Girl, the stone baby has woken up. Old man Jinjuan has been taking care of the stone baby like a nanny for these years. But it's a pity that the stone baby has been sleeping for so many years, and there is no sign of waking up. Originally, he had no hope that the stone baby would wake up, but he didn't expect it to wake up today, which gave him a big surprise." Su Maoyang was also surprised. As soon as he looked into the spiritual sense, he saw that the stone baby who had been sleeping for many years had opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt Su Maoyang's gaze and immediately called mother in a baby voice. The long-lost call made Su Maoyang's heart ache, and his eyes were red with joy. The stone baby had fallen into a deep sleep for many years to save Beilingi, and now he woke up when he revisited Ban country. I don't know if it was a coincidence or fate. Coincidence? Suddenly realizing this word, Su Maoyang stopped his steps and stood there in a daze. No, this should not be a coincidence. Su Maoyang's heart suddenly tightened, And he asked with concentration, "Stone baby, how did you wake up?" The heavenly demon Martin felt strange and said angrily, "You asked this question strangely. It must have rested enough and recovered its strength before waking up." Su Maoyang ignored the heavenly demon Martin, stared at the stone baby with his spiritual sense, and made a terrible guess. The stone baby scratched the fetal hair on his head and said ignorantly, "The baby was awakened by his former soul power." Soul power? Su Maoyang's heart was shocked, and he asked, "Have you ever invested soul power in Beilingi?" Chapter 2535. This time, I will help you. Shuring nodded. Yes, baby used up some of his soul power on him to save him. This time baby was awakened by this familiar soul power. Confirming his guess, Su Maoyang seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and his whole body was nailed to the spot. Impossible. Impossible. His aura is completely different from Beilingi. Even if he changes his appearance and voice, he can't change his aura. Su Maoyang felt that there were many loopholes, and shook his head in disbelief. The old man sighed with emotion and said with a reluctant look, "I heard that it is not impossible for a person to change his own aura. You only need to cut off your tendons and veins, abandon your cultivation, and become a complete cripple to wash away the past marks. But this method is too cruel, and is not accepted by the world." So it disappeared. Cut off your tendons and veins, abandon your cultivation, and become a cripple. Su Maoyang's heart, like a lead ball, weighed down in his chest when he heard these words, and it hurt so much that it almost fell out. Just by the literal meaning, Su Maoyang could imagine how perverted and painful this method was. Not to mention Beilingi, who had experienced it personally. At this moment, Su Maoyang was trembling with fear. He had never hoped so much that he had recognized the wrong person. He was unwilling to make up for his identity. The aura can change. But what about the ability to predict the future? It can't be said that he has the art of divination because he has become a cripple? Divination is such a mysterious thing. In addition to one's own talent, one must practice for decades. It's impossible for such a special and mysterious skill to be born out of nowhere. The ancient blood ghost dragon couldn't listen any longer. Yawned, and said disdainfully, "You are indeed a little girl who is still wet behind the ears. And you are surprised by what you have seen. That kid died once, and he was no longer a person in this world 10 years ago. It was you who went against the will of heaven, and forced the stone infant to pull him back from the Hades palace, which is equivalent to rebirth. It's not surprising that such a person is given a talent. I think he has gone through the yin and yang paths, and opened the yin and yang eyes. So he has the ability to predict the future. But he should not be able to predict too much. Otherwise it will consume a lot of his lifespan. And he will not be far from death. The ancient blood ghost dragon has lived for so many years. And he is not surprised by these things. He can't help but think that Su Maoyang is too ignorant. After listening to its explanation, Su Maoyang suddenly understood why she had such a talent. She was also a reborn person, who was forcibly reincarnated into this world by time and space. Could it be that Master Liangyan is really Beilingi? After learning the truth, Su Maoyang turned back in panic, and looked at the looming figure hidden in the shadows in the distant wing room. Su Maoyang suddenly burst into tears and cried. She wanted to run to him and ask him why he did so many stupid things. But she was so heartbroken that she was weak all over. Her legs were so heavy that they seemed to be filled with lead, and she couldn't move a step. How could she face him again? Young master, don't go. The reason why he would rather abandon his cultivation and change his aura is that he should have calculated that you would have such a disaster. But he was afraid that you would feel guilty about him. So he couldn't appear in front of you as Beilingi to solve your doubts. So he had to change his identity. He was willing to become a useless person and enter Buddhism just to make you feel at ease. Do you want to disappoint him and let everything he has done go to waste? The old man Jinjuan connected Beilingi's actions together, and it was not difficult to figure out his intentions. He really couldn't bear to break Beilingi's arrangement for Su Maoyang with great care. Such a pure and sincere, unswerving love. Even if it was shattered and hurt, he couldn't bear to destroy it. Su Maoyang heard the words, as if thousands of arrows pierced her heart, as if thousands of steel cables were strangled by her flesh and blood, and her blood solidified in an instant. At this moment, her mind flashed through the past with Beilingi, so clear and vivid, so unforgettable. At this moment, what else did she not understand? It turned out that he had lied to himself from the beginning. What amnesia? What Master Liangyan? They are all lies. In order to let her leave with peace of mind, He had to pretend to have amnesia. Later, because he calculated that she would have such a disaster, he did not hesitate to break his tendons and veins, and entered Buddhism to become Master Liang'an, just to answer her questions today, and encourage her to live hard and not give up hope of life. No wonder he once told fortunes for her mother, saying that she would return safely, in order to comfort her mother. No wonder Beihanyu went up the mountain to burn incense several times a year, and built temples on a large scale. He probably knew Beilingyi's identity long ago, but in order not to expose his whereabouts, Beihanyu had to use disappearance as an excuse. It turned out that Beilingyi had never forgotten himself. He had always stayed in Bang country silently, waiting for her, paying attention to her, and ready to dedicate everything to her at any time. So stupid. Why are there such stupid people in this world? Su Maoyang couldn't figure it out. She felt that the heartache and tears were about to drown her. Finally, she forced herself to turn around before Beilingyi found out the clues, and continued to move forward step by step. The heavy and firm voice of the old man Jinjuan was in her ears. Yes, go forward. Don't look back. Once you look back, the peace of mind he seeks will be lost. What he wanted was for Su Maoyang to feel at ease. And Su Maoyang also wanted him to feel at ease. As long as the other party is fine, why bother to expose some things? The sound of the wooden fish, like a mantra for clearing the heart, hovered over the Hanya temple, soothing the hearts of all living beings. But it only echoed in Su Maoyang's heart, setting off a huge wave. Later, until the last moment of her life, she would never forget the sound of the wooden fish that tore her heart and lungs like a knife. The figure who had been hiding in the dark from his youth to middle age and burning his life for her. And how difficult it was to leave Hanya Temple. Once, you fulfilled me. This time, let me fulfill you. Mo Hauga. Beilingyi. Thank you for appearing in my life. I just hope that we won't see each other again in the next life. 3 years later. Jiuyo Realm. Sky City. Because of the great battle that killed the elders from Salua Realm 8 years ago, the major forces in Jiuyo Realm were reshuffled, and emerging forces and rising stars were all over the continent like mushrooms after rain. The Cloud Peak battle, which used to be held every 10 years, had to be shortened to once every 4 years with the rapid rise of the younger generation. Now, as the battle of geniuses is approaching, the heroes of Jiuyo Realm have gathered together and once again landed in this independent Sky City that does not belong to any force. There are many legends about the Sky City. In addition to the domineering and powerful Yunlu Emperor and Yunlu Empress, who joined forces to kill the elders of the Upper Plane 8 years ago, everyone also regards the deep love between the two as a beautiful story. To this day, the two are still the topic of conversation after dinner. However, this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the zither player who suddenly appeared in the Sky City 3 years ago. The whole restaurant was filled with news about this zither player. Chapter 2536 The Qin Master of Chunfengfeng. I heard that a superbly skilled Qin Master came to the Northern Spirit World. Since she performed on stage, she has become famous and attracted many people to Chunfengfeng to enjoy the music. Have you heard about this? The speaker was a young boy who was very fresh in his first visit to the Northern Spirit World. The young man who shared the table with him took over the conversation with a proud face. Not only have I heard about it, I once had the honor to go to Chunfengfeng to listen to a piece of music. I was surrounded by Miss Nianjuan's music. It was like being bathed in the spring breeze and being as happy as a god. Oh, is it really so magical? The boy stared at the other person with interest, his eyes full of curiosity. That's right. Many people have had sudden enlightenment under Miss Nianjuan's piano music. Everyone says that it is the sound of nature, which is very beneficial to cultivating the mind and body. Otherwise, so many people would not rush to go there. Unfortunately, it is hard to get a ticket to Chunfengfeng. The price is too expensive. It is not affordable for ordinary people like us. When the young man mentioned Miss Nianjuan, his eyes lit up, and he looked fascinated. But when he talked about the price, he shook his head and sighed in disappointment. In fact, he is not an ordinary person. He is from a powerful force in Fengshuishan City. Unfortunately, he is not a top genius, and has no strong backing behind him. Naturally, he is not as rich as those rich children with good status. The young man looked rich and generous, and said generously, "Money is not a problem. The key is whether Miss Nianjuan is beautiful? Ha ha ha. I can't tell that you like women's appearance at such a young age." The young men next to him laughed obscenely. Everyone loves beauty. Tell me what Miss Nianjuan looks like. The boy was not embarrassed and kept asking. The young man who had heard Miss Nianjuan playing the piano shook his head regretfully. You will be disappointed. Miss Nianjuan has always worn a veil, and has never appeared in front of people. No one knows her appearance. Why do you wear a veil? Is it because you are ugly, and dare not show it to others? The boy felt strange. Oh, ugly? She is obviously as beautiful as a fairy, and can be called the most beautiful woman in the 9 netherworld. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. At this time, the man at the next table retorted dissatisfiedly, obviously very unhappy that someone slighted the goddess in his mind. The young man was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile. Why, brother? Have you seen Miss Nianjuan's beauty? I haven't seen her, but I have friends in Chunfengfeng, and I have heard a lot about Miss Nianjuan. It is said that Miss Nianjuan has fair skin and beautiful features, and her eyebrows and eyes are as beautiful as paintings. She is more beautiful than the fairies in the sky. She wears a veil hat just because she is not good at socializing and refuses to serve others with her beauty. After all, Chunfengfeng is not a brothel. The girls inside are all talented women with clean backgrounds and skills, and never engage in sex trade. The people who go in are also well-known figures, and they all act like gentlemen. They mostly communicate about music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and cultivation methods. But they don't have such dirty thoughts as you. The man at the next table glanced at the young man with a noble and upright manner, and his tone did not hide his contempt for him at all. The young man was so embarrassed after being scolded by him that he snorted angrily. Today I want to see what this Miss Nianjuan looks like. She can still fascinate all of you without showing her face. TSK. Let's go to Chunfengfeng first. The men around all shook their heads in disdain. Chunfengfeng is backed by the Realm Master. In the past 3 years, countless people wanted to see Miss Nianjuan's beauty, but were turned away. Not to mention a boy who was still wet behind the ears. In this 9 netherworld, there is no place that I, Yuan Tianyao, cannot go to, and no one that I cannot meet. The young man snorted domineeringly. And then he stood up and strode out of the restaurant. Immediately afterwards, several men in the hall stood up and followed him out of the restaurant. It was not until this group of people faded out of sight that someone realized it and exclaimed, It's him, Yuan Tianyao, who has become famous in the Zhenwu ancient clan in recent years. Oh my god! No wonder he is so arrogant. I heard that he has been very strong in recent years. He just turned 18 this year. Just like the Emperor Yunlu back then. He has reached the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. He can be called the most outstanding genius in the 9 netherworld. It is said that he has been selected by the major forces in the upper plane. His future is limitless. He has been selected by the upper plane. So why did he come to the Northern Spirit Realm to participate in the Cloud Peak battle? Is he bored? Someone was puzzled. He didn't come here for the game. He came here for revenge. Don't forget that the Zhenwu ancient clan suffered heavy losses when they surrounded Su Maoyang. Yuan Tianyao, as a rising star of the Zhenwu ancient clan, has also been favored by the great forces of the upper plane. Now that he has grown wings, he must avenge the previous shame and vent the anger of the Zhenwu ancient clan. So that's how it is. It seems that there will be a good show tonight in Chunfengfeng. Everyone nodded in understanding, with some anticipation in their eyes. Since Yuan Tianyao doesn't care about this game, he doesn't have to abide by the rules of the Northern Spirit Realm. With his arrogant personality, I think he will turn the Northern Spirit Realm upside down. As they talked, many people followed them to pay the bill and leave the restaurant, planning to go to Chunfengfeng to join in the fun. Maybe there is still hope to see Miss Nianjuan's true face tonight. Just thinking about it makes people excited. A beautiful woman in purple skirt sitting in the corner saw a large group of wretched men moving at the news, and sneered with disdain. Men are really not good. They drool when they hear that others are beautiful. Don't generalize. Your brother, me, and your brotherling you are not like this. Ji Yuzheng was affected by the fish pond and corrected helplessly. Ji Weilun glanced at them with a sneer. That's because you have seen my cousin, who is more beautiful. So you can be so calm. Otherwise, I think you are no different from those people. Speaking of this group of people, it's really ridiculous. Any cat or dog can be called the most beautiful woman in Jiuyo. A group of frogs in the well. In Ji Weilun's eyes, only her cousin Su Maoyang can be called the most beautiful woman in Jiuyo. Unfortunately, some of these younger generations were not born at that time, and some were just little kids. and had never seen Su Maoyang's peerless beauty. Nowadays, any zither player who appears at random can be called the most beautiful woman in Jiuyo. It's not that they have never seen the world. Ji Yuzheng heard this and nodded in agreement this time. Yes, there is no other woman as outstanding as my cousin in the world. I just don't know how my cousin has been doing in these years. There is no news at all. Hearing the Ji brothers and sisters mention Su Maoyang, Yanlingyu's thoughts were suddenly pulled away. He stared at the wine glass in his hand and was lost in thought. It was not until Ji Weilun called him several times that he came back to his senses and said blankly, "What did you say just now? What are you thinking about? You are absent-minded. I say, let's go to Chunfengfang tonight. I also want to see how beautiful a lousy zither player can be." Ji Weilun was purely a woman's competitive desire, and her tone was quite unfriendly. Chapter 2537 All come for Miss Ninjuan. Ji Yuzheng shook his head helplessly. You should be more polite. Don't forget that your cousin can also play the piano. How can my cousin be the same as the woman in Chunfengfang? My cousin plays the piano for sound attack, which is used to kill people, not for sadness and amusement. Ji Weilun has two faces, and her double standards are justified. You are clearly prejudiced. I heard that this musician is not an ordinary woman. She can not only practice by herself, but also help others practice. She is obviously a kind-hearted woman with a big picture. How can you say that she is a pastime for others? Ji Yuzheng frowned in disapproval. Ji Weilun said with a look of having found something wrong. See, she said she was different from other men. But she's already speaking for me before we even met. If she was really so selfless, why would she charge admission and set such an expensive price? At first, they didn't charge any money. But later, there were so many people that Chunfengfang couldn't accommodate them. So they started charging. After all, entertaining so many people would cost manpower, material resources and money. And I heard that her piano music is profound, and it's useless to listen to it without the ability. And ordinary people don't need to spend that money. Ji Yuzheng explained helplessly. Ji Weilun was in the wrong, and was too lazy to argue with him. She looked at Yanlingyu and said, Brother Lingyu, let's go quickly. People from all the major forces have arrived today. We have to go to Chunfengfang to hunt for beauties. If we are late, there may be no seats. Yanlingyu had no objection and nodded slightly. He said to several disciples of Dongli Academy, since it is very beneficial to practice, it would be good to go and see it. After the Great War 8 years ago, Lord Fentian disappeared to the upper plane, and many forces were liquidated by Su Maoyang. The status of Tian City fell into decline, and its development in recent years is obviously not as good as that of Fenglin Empire and Yunlu Dark Domain. However, Su Maoyang did not kill all the people in Tian City for the sake of King Pingnan and Princess Ping'an, but only executed a few old guys and family forces who led the trouble in Tian City. Originally, his Yin family also participated in the encirclement and suppression of that year. But fortunately Su Maoyang showed mercy for his sake and did not pursue it too much. Therefore, the task of revitalizing the Yin family naturally fell on his shoulders. Over the years, he has lived up to expectations and made a name for himself in Tian City. Now, he and the brothers and sisters of the Ji family are already the leaders of the younger generation of Dongli Academy. So they will lead the team to participate in the Battle of Yunding this time. At this time, the disciples present were all excited when they heard Yanlingyu speak. They had long wanted to go to Chunfengfang to enjoy the music. But because the captain didn't say anything, they didn't dare to move. Now it was undoubtedly what they wanted. Seeing that everyone was impatient, Yanlingyu smiled and shook his head, and couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. He was also a young man with blood and energy back then. And he also liked a woman. Unfortunately, the other party was too outstanding, and his deep affection was wasted. He could only hide it in his heart as a little comfort in life. But every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but blame himself. If he had kept his heart, it would be great, so that he wouldn't still be living under the shadow of that person until now, unable to get rid of it and forget it. In fact, he thought more than once that if she hadn't shown mercy to his family back then, he might have been able to break up more thoroughly. Unfortunately, there is no if. Chunfengfang. Yanlingyu and his group followed the crowd and just arrived at the door of Chunfengfang. They met a familiar face. When Ji Weilun saw the other person, her eyes lit up and she greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Lan Feng. Ji Yuzheng didn't even need to see the person. Just by seeing Ji Weilan's enthusiasm, he could guess who the other person was. He immediately glared at her speechlessly. You are still talking about me. You don't even look at yourself in the mirror. When you see a handsome young man, your eyes are about to roll out. Brother Lanfeng. I don't usually see you call me your brother so affectionately. However, despite what he said, Ji Yuzhen was still very polite and saluted Yin Lanfeng. Yin Lanfeng naturally recognized them. The aunt of the Ji brothers and sisters was the princess of Pingnan. And the king of Pingnan and the princess of Pingnan were the parents that Su Maoyang recognized in Fengshuishan City. They had a deep friendship with Su Maoyang back then. And later they had several encounters with him in the Northern Spirit Realm and the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. So, even though the other party was from Burning Blood City, Yin Lanfeng still treated them with many courtesies for Su Maoyang's sake. Now that they met, it was fate. And he politely clasped his fists in return. Brother Ji. Miss Ji. Brother Lingyu. Long time no see. Yes. It has been 3 years since we last parted in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. I wonder if General Yin is doing well. Yin Lingyu felt particularly cordial when he saw him. Perhaps because they had both fallen in love with someone they shouldn't have loved. And the two of them had a subtle resonance. Yin Lanfeng smiled and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Brother Lingyu. Everything is fine. I was looking forward to the next opportunity to lead troops to fight against your disciples from Donli Academy again. But I didn't expect to meet today. I have to discuss the training later. Yin Lanfeng was born in a military family, and he was best at arranging troops and fighting. In recent years, he has grown a lot on the original basis, and has made in-depth research on tactics and battle formations, and gradually trained a very outstanding combat team for the Yunlu Dark Domain. Therefore, in the years since the Emperor of Yunlu left, Yin Lanfeng has gradually become the leader of the younger generation, and has a pivotal position in the Yunlu Dark Domain. That's great. These disciples of my academy are just right to learn from the soldiers under your command. Yin Lingyu was more than happy to accept it, and readily agreed. When Ji Weilan saw that Yin Lanfeng was no longer concerned about the training, he immediately interrupted and said, Let's talk about the training later. Brother Lanfeng, are you here to see Miss Nianjuan this time? That's right. I heard that Miss Nianjuan is a wonderful woman, and her piano music can help with cultivation. So I brought the soldiers to see her. Yin Lanfeng nodded, and openly admitted the purpose of this trip. Although he said it seriously without any distractions, it was not very pleasant for Ji Weilan to hear. Humph. Men are all the same. When they hear about beautiful women, they all rush to join in the fun. I didn't expect that even Brother Lanfeng is like this. Ji Weilan muttered sourly. Is Miss Nianjuan very beautiful? I don't know about that. However, I am a rough man who marches and fights. And I have been in the military camp for many years. I don't have any improper thoughts about women. Beauty has no meaning to me. Yin Lanfeng was afraid that she would misunderstand that he was here for fun. So he explained seriously. But after hearing this, Ji Weilan thought of other things and still couldn't be happy. That's because you have always had someone in your heart. And no one can enter your heart anymore. So you have no interest in any kind of woman, beautiful or not. Am I right? Yin Lanfeng was pierced by her sharp words, and was choked and speechless. Upon hearing this, Yin Lingyu looked at Yin Lanfeng deeply, then lowered his eyelids to hide his expression. Ji Yuzhen grabbed Ji Weilan and angrily scolded. You are talking nonsense. If you continue to talk nonsense, don't even think about entering Chun Fengfang tonight. Chapter 2538 Waiting for you to come back. Ji Weilan knew that she had no right to be jealous of Su Maoyang, but she still couldn't help but feel a little jealous, because she admired Yin Lanfeng, a man with impeccable strength, appearance, background and even personality. Unfortunately, he has someone else in his heart, and he will never think of her. Thinking of this, Ji Weilan put away her ridiculous wishful thinking and snorted with a look of disapproval. Since you are here, there is no reason not to go in. After that, she took the lead in stepping into the gate of Chun Fengfang and walked in with a swagger. Ji Yuzhen couldn't do anything about her, so he had to apologize to Yin Lanfeng. Sorry, General Yin. My sister has always been outspoken. Don't take it to heart. It's okay. She is straightforward and has no malice. I understand. Yin Lanfeng tried to pull a smile and pretended to be free and easy. Yin Lingyu didn't want to continue the previous topic, so he urged, Let's go. If we continue chatting, Miss Nianjuan's performance will probably be over soon. Yin Lanfeng smiled and nodded. extended his hand to make a gesture of invitation, and then walked in hand. It must be said that this Chun Feng is indeed very good. The entire hall is decorated magnificently and luxuriously. If I didn't know that it was just a tea house for drinking tea, listening to music, exchanging cultivation experiences, and meeting friends with poetry and painting, I would have thought I was in a magnificent palace. In addition to the hall, there are also private rooms upstairs. The door of the private room is separated by a bead curtain. People in the hall can't see the private room clearly, but people in the private room can see the hall clearly, and even have a better view to watch the performance than people in the hall. It's just that the number of private rooms is limited, and not everyone has the capital to book one. Therefore, most people still sat in the hall. It didn't matter where they sat, since they were listening to music anyway. When Yan Lingyu and others entered, many people were already sitting in the hall, so they had to find a corner by the side. But even so, they waited for 2 hours before finally waiting for Miss Ninjuan to come on stage, because everyone had been looking forward to it. As soon as they saw Miss Ninjuan appear, the scene was instantly filled with thunderous applause. Cheers and cheers filled the entire Chun Feng, and immediately pushed the atmosphere to a climax, until Miss Ninjuan sat down in the center of the stage and played the strings. The cheers did not stop, which shows how popular this person is in the Bailingjai. Ji Weilun saw this scene and curled her lips in a cold voice. But her eyes were fixed on the beautiful figure on the stage that made countless people crazy. She didn't forget to comment. She is wearing a veil and wrapped tightly. I don't know how you can tell that she is as beautiful as a fairy. Ji Yujing seemed to be deliberately against her. She has a slim figure, slender fingers, and fair skin. Her appearance must be good. TSK. I haven't seen her face yet. Don't be too sure. Some people have a good figure and fair skin, but it doesn't mean they have good looks. Ji Weilun sneered and was about to argue. But the next second, she was startled by the sudden sound of the piano on the stage, and her heartstrings trembled, blocking her words. At this moment, the whole audience fell silent, with only the clear and melodious notes being heard, like the gurgling of a spring in a deep valley or mountain, trickling in, winding and continuous, like the sound of a ringing pendant. Although it is clearly surrounding the ears, it feels like a breeze blowing on the face, making people feel refreshed. And not only the auditory and tactile enjoyment, but also the visual satisfaction. Because Ji Weilun found that although this person was wearing a veil and could not see her face, she had an elegant temperament. Not only were her slender jade fingers playing the piano stunningly beautiful, but even the arc of her playing was extremely beautiful, like ripples in the lake, flowing into everyone's hearts layer by layer with the sound of the piano, as if to wash away the dirt in everyone's heart and remove the tired dust. Just as everyone was immersed in the moving melody, a clear and pleasant voice, like a jade bead falling on a plate, with a hint of desolation sounded. I am here, waiting for you to come under the stars and ride the wind. I am here, burying the strong liquor, waiting for your story to begin. A sea of thousands of people. The lights are dim. How many times have you been away? Walking up and down, turning all the way. Morning and evening. The black hair has turned white. I am waiting for you in the world. Waiting for you in the world. Guarding outside the prosperity. Take all the stars into your arms. Thousands of rivers return, and turn into a vast ocean. I am waiting for you in the underworld. Waiting for you in paradise. Looking at the flowers on the other side. Long facing the 3 lives of floating white. Not afraid or changing. Crossing the past and the future. I am here, waiting for you to cross mountains and seas. Stepping on clouds and smoke. I am here, looking at the end of the world. Wind and rain will not change. Quietly and quietly. Time flies. You may linger. Say goodbye to near and far. Covered in dust. Looking up and down is helpless. I am waiting for you in the world. Waiting for you. Guarding the prosperity. Take all the stars into your arms. Thousands of rivers return, and turn into a vast ocean. I am waiting for you in the underworld. Waiting for you in paradise. Looking at the flowers on the other side. Long face the 3 lives of whiteness. Not afraid or change. Cross the past and the future. I am waiting for you in the world. Waiting for you. Guarding the prosperity. Embrace all the stars in your arms. Thousands of rivers return, and turn into a vast ocean. I am waiting for you in Jioyo. Waiting for you in paradise. Looking at the flowers blooming on the other side. Long-term 3 lives of floating white. Not afraid of change. Cross the past and the future. Long-term 3 lives of floating white. Not afraid of change. Cross the past and the future. The soft and quiet voice with a low and sad melody seems to have traveled through the years, through time, and walked with the yearning. Everyone was pulled into an unforgettable relationship, with a burst of bitterness and regret in their hearts, and their eyes were red inadvertently. And the woman under the veil had already burst into tears. 3 years. She has been waiting for him here for 3 years. She crossed mountains and seas, and went all the way, from the Supreme Emperor Spirit Master to the late Spirit Immortal. From the Fantasy West Continent to the Joyo Continent. From the Cloud Tower Dark Domain to the Sky City. Walking on every road to find him. Every place she passed. Every moment she stayed. And every footprint she left were full of deep longing for him. Unfortunately, even if she traveled all over the country, she still couldn't find his whereabouts. In desperation, she came to the Northern Spirit Realm and became a musician at Chunfengfeng, named Nianjuan, because he had been reborn here. She hoped that a miracle would happen again and bring him back to her. So, she worked hard to build a reputation and pinned her hopes on every audience who came to hunt for beauty, hoping that he would hear her call and appear in front of her. However, after 3 years, there was still no sign of him. She didn't know how long she had to wait. 3 years? 5 years? 10 years? Even a lifetime. But she knew that no matter how long it took, as long as she had a breath left, she would keep waiting. She would wait for him in the mortal world, in the human world, wait for him in the underworld, in paradise, wait for him to come under the stars and on the wind, wait for him to cross mountains and seas, and come on the clouds, wait until the stars are in her arms, and the thousands of rivers return and turn into a vast ocean. As she sang, Su Maoyong burst into tears, and the dull pain in her heart attacked her throat, making the song low and desolate. Everyone was enveloped by this strong grief, and slowly they were suffocated and a little breathless. Some even cried bitterly, unable to control their grief, as if they had experienced a vigorous love along with the piano and the song. Chapter 2539. Sir, please respect yourself. They seemed to see a woman standing under the eaves, looking at her husband who was going away. Spring, summer, autumn and winter came and went, and she always waited here silently for his return. The smoke from the cooking stove rose, and she waited for him at the door. The sun set, and she waited for him by the mountain. The leaves turned yellow, and she waited for him under the tree. The moon was curved, and she waited for him on the 15th day. The drizzle came, and she waited for him under the umbrella. The water was frozen, and she waited for him by the river. Life was tired, and she waited for him in heaven. They were old, and she was waiting for him in the next life. She was waiting for someone who didn't know if he would come back. Even Yanlingyu and Yin La Feng were affected by the terrible sound of the piano, and couldn't help but feel sad, evoking the past that was buried in their hearts, and was unbearable to look back. Aren't they waiting for someone who will never come back? Ji Yuzheng had never suffered the pain of love, but he could barely keep his mind steady and exclaimed, "It's amazing. Miss Nianjuan's piano skills can actually mobilize everyone's emotions and fall into the world she created. Some are deeply trapped in it, and I'm afraid they have already spent their whole lives in her world." Ji Weilun rarely refuted his words when she heard this, because she had to admit that such piano skills were indeed shocking. It obviously has no attack power, but it can make people heartbroken and unable to extricate themselves. With such means, Ji Weilun has no doubt that if Miss Nianjuan has any bad intentions, no one present can escape her palm. This woman is really not simple. Yin La Feng looked solemn and asked, "Do you think this voice is so familiar?" "It seems to be." Before he finished speaking, Ji Yuzheng and Yanlingyu looked at each other subconsciously. Obviously, they all knew who Yin La Feng was talking about. Ji Weilun also felt similar, but she couldn't accept it in her heart, and immediately rejected this guess. "Impossible. My cousin went to the upper plane. How could she appear here? If she really returned to the 9 Netherworld, she could be open and above board. Why did she hide and refuse to show up?" Miss Nianjuan wore a veil and didn't interact with outsiders. She had been mysterious for 3 years, which was obviously not Su Maoyong's style. That's right. With her strength and identity, there is really no need to hide. What's more, there are her relatives and friends here. If she really comes back, there is no reason not to meet them. Yin La Feng nodded slightly, but his tone could not hide the loss. compared with their loss. The others present were immersed in the melody and obsessed. Even Yuan Tianyao, who came to hunt for beauty, couldn't help but narrow his eyes in amazement. He had seen many beautiful women, smart women, talented women, and women with outstanding strength. But he had never seen such a woman who could confuse people's minds. In fact, he was able to cultivate to the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master at the age of 18. In addition to his talent, it was largely due to his proud willpower and self-control. Therefore, for so many years, he had never been affected by the outside world. But he didn't expect that today he would be aroused by a woman who he had met for the first time and had never seen her appearance, relying on a piece of piano music and a few lyrics to stir up strong emotions. It seems that his trip was really worthwhile, allowing him to discover such a treasure. Since it is a treasure, there is no reason for him to return empty-handed. Therefore, when Su Maoyang finished a song and was about to get up and leave, he stopped her without hesitation. "Miss Ninjuan, I spent a lot of money to listen to your piano playing. You are leaving after playing just one song. It's too disrespectful." Su Maoyang paused, her veil fluttering, and immediately attracted the hearts of countless men who coveted her looks. Then, under Yuan Tianyu's scorching gaze, she said coldly, "I only play for half an hour every day. This is my rule. I hope you will forgive me." Her purpose was not to play the piano for entertainment. Since there was no breath belonging to Jun Haotsong, she had no need to stay. In the past, some people did not abide by the rules and forced her to stay. But after being taught a lesson by the guards of Chun Fengfeng several times, everyone gradually learned their lesson. Knowing that Chun Fengfeng had the support of the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm, they did not dare to act rashly. But who would have thought that today they would meet a troublemaker who was not afraid of the Lord of the Realm? "Miss Ninjuan, you are going too far. Everyone has come so far, waited so long, and spent so much money, and you just sent them away with a song. Aren't you deliberately playing tricks on people?" Yuan Tianyao was dissatisfied with her attitude, and his voice was mixed with a bit of anger, and he asked sharply. Yuan Tianyao joined in the humiliation, and the guests at the table followed suit. Everyone was still immersed in her music, and some practitioners even wanted to rely on the music to comprehend life and improve their perception of spiritual power. They didn't expect that they would be interrupted halfway through their comprehension, so they naturally refused to comply. "I've said it before. This is my rule. There are no exceptions." Su Maoyang refused unmoved. "Okay. You have your rules. I cannot embarrass you. But you have to lift up your veil and let me see your appearance. Otherwise you can't retreat easily today." Yuan Tianyao made concessions on the surface, but put forward a condition that made Su Maoyang more embarrassed. Su Maoyang's face was gloomy, and his cold voice was obviously unhappy. "I said, I'm waiting for a destined person. Only a destined person can take off my veil, and you are not my destined person. Please respect yourself." After that, Su Maoyang was about to leave. Seeing that she was so disrespectful, Yuan Tianyao was furious. He stepped on the stage and blocked Su Maoyang's way. "Miss Ninjuan, don't refuse a toast. My patience is limited." Su Maoyang raised her head slightly. Her black eyes were as cold as ice under her veil. She met the annoying and aggressive eyes in front of her. Her voice was chilling. "My patience is also limited." The boy looked young. Su Maoyang didn't want to bully him, but he was so aggressive that he pushed her to her. "Ha ha ha. You are a prostitute who provides pleasure for others. You have been enduring in Chun Fengfeng for 3 years. What else can't you endure?" Yuan Tianyao laughed as if he had heard a big joke. In his opinion, a thing that is exposed and entertained by others, why should it pretend to be noble? Su Maoyang frowned when he heard his rude words, and patiently gave a final warning. "I say again, this is my rule, and it is also the rule of Chun Fengfeng. If you break the rules, don't blame me for being rude." She went to Chun Fengfeng to be a zither player. On the one hand, she believed Bai Lingyi's words and waited for Jun Haotsong to appear. On the other hand, she took advantage of her free time to help the younger generation of Jiuyo realm provide insights and help with cultivation. However, she didn't expect to be misunderstood as a prostitute by this thing with filthy thoughts. How could she bear this? "Okay. I want to see how you can be rude to me." Yuan Tianyao didn't even take the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm seriously, let alone the rules of Chun Fengfeng. At the moment, he opened his arms unscrupulously, as if he would let her do it. Chapter 2540 I Don't Know You. However, before he finished speaking, Su Maoyang waved his sleeves impatiently. There was a loud bang, and everyone saw that Yuan Tianyao, who was just arrogant and rude, was instantly knocked off the stage, falling to the ground, bleeding. And it was so tragic that it seemed as if he had experienced a brutal fight. If everyone hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that Yuan Tianyao, who was rumored to have a talent comparable to that of the Emperor Yunlu, would be beaten like a useless dog by a woman with one move. And he had no power to resist. The elders who followed Yuan Tianyao were also shocked by the scene in front of them. After a moment of shock, they hurriedly got up and rushed over to help Yuan Tianyao up, shouting angrily, "How dare you hurt my young master? I have warned him many times. He asked for it. So you can't blame me," Su Maoyang had said before, and gave him opportunities again and again, who made him not cherish it. Several elders were furious when they heard her arrogance. "My young master is an inner disciple appointed by a powerful force in the upper plane. How dare you be so cruel? You are looking for death." After that, one of the elders clenched his fist and attacked Su Maoyang first, determined to seek justice for their master. Although Miss Ninjuan has the support of the Realm Master, the Realm Master is no bigger than the forces in the upper plane. Even if they overturn the entire Chun Fengfeng, the Realm Master would not dare to do anything to them. So he must make this woman who doesn't know how to live or die pay a painful price. Su Maoyang saw another person coming to die, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He raised his hand and slapped him, and he was knocked out before he could get close. Everyone originally thought that with the elder's actions, Yinjuan was afraid that she would be in danger. After all, the elders have lived for most of their lives. Even if they are not talented, they are experienced and have an advantage in spiritual power level. Who knew that his fate was no better than Yuan Tianyao's? He still fell to the ground like a dead dog, dying. How miserable! The elders of the Jinwu clan were defeated by a woman, a young-looking prostitute. It was a great shame. The other elders immediately lost their face and beat Su Maoyang in anger. If they couldn't teach this woman a lesson today, how could the Jinwu clan have the face to stand in the Nine Netherworld in the future? However, before their spiritual power could fully explode, they were dissolved by Su Maoyang in the next second. Then everyone saw that they were thrown out one by one like a pile of dead meat, and they formed a small mountain in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, the frail and thin Miss Ninjuan stood on the stage without even a flicker of her hat veil. She only sneered with contempt. "What are you doing? Are the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa?" One by one, they rushed up to hit her. But not only did they not touch her, they also got themselves involved. The elders of the Jinwu clan are really interesting. Unfortunately, Su Maoyang didn't have the time to play the game of saving Grandpa with them, and directly ordered, "Come on, carry these people out. Don't dirty the place of Chun Fengfeng and ruin everyone's mood." After hearing Miss Ninjuan's words, the manager of Chun Fengfeng suddenly came back to his senses, looked at her fearfully, and quickly arranged for the thugs to drive them away. Although there were people who didn't know the rules and offended Miss Ninjuan before, they restrained themselves more or less for the sake of the face of the World Master, and dared not to do it again after being taught a lesson by Chun Fengfeng. But who knew that the Jinwu clan was so fierce? Relying on being chosen by a powerful force, they did not take the Realm Master seriously, and directly attacked Miss Ninjuan. Therefore, this was the first time he saw Miss Ninjuan take action. He did not expect that she would be so powerful as soon as she took action. With just one move, she knocked down all the people of the Jinwu clan. It can be seen that Miss Ninjuan is not only good at playing the piano, but also has a terrifying strength. Although her specific level cannot be felt, it is definitely above the acquired Imperial Spiritual Master. Such a level can be regarded as a great figure at the peak level of the Nine Nether Realm. Realizing this, everyone present was shocked and stiffened, and a cold sweat broke out. Fortunately, they did not do anything too outrageous just now, but simply echoed a few times. Otherwise, if they offended such a person, let alone being beaten to the ground and dying, they might even lose their lives. After all, they did not have the support of the forces of the upper plane, and if they were killed, they would only have a miserable life, and they would not even have the opportunity to take revenge. Thinking of this, everyone took a breath of cold air with lingering fear, and they were all afraid and silent, and did not dare to act recklessly. The atmosphere in Chun Fengfeng instantly reached freezing point, and there was no more excitement. Su Maoyang was in no mood to stay any longer. So she coldly retracted her gaze and prepared to leave. Who knew that a fierce force suddenly broke through the air and hit her face directly. Su Maoyang was forced to retreat in an instant. And in a panic. She even used stealth to barely avoid the attack. She steadied her body with fear and raised her head suddenly to the direction of the private room on the second floor. This force was quite terrifying. If she hadn't quickly pressed down the light gauze in front of her, or if she was a second slower, the veil would have been lost. This person could quietly avoid her perception easily and force her back with a breath. His strength was obviously above her. But when did the Nine Netherworld have a stronger person than her? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's face darkened and she asked loudly, "Who are you? You are so aggressive as soon as you make a move. What do you want to do? Miss, you have been waiting for me for 3 years. But now the person you are waiting for appears in front of you. But you can't recognize him?" At this time, a mellow and magnetic voice came from the private room on the second floor. The familiar voice shocked Su Maoyang's heart, and her dark and cold pupils gradually burst into excitement. Jun Haosong. It's Jun Haosong. He's here. He's finally here. At this moment, Su Maoyang's eyes were red with excitement, and tears flowed out unbridled. But before she could call out, she saw a man wearing a black mask on his face lifting the bead curtain and walking out of the private room. He was tall and straight, and his figure was indeed very similar to Jun Haosong. But the aura he exuded was extremely unfamiliar, and there was a faint murderous intent in his body. No matter how you look at it, he had nothing to do with Jun Haosong. Su Maoyang was full of expectations, but after feeling his aura, her expectations were instantly dashed, and the corners of her lips that had just been raised in excitement suddenly froze on her face. He was not Jun Haosong. Although their figures and voices were very similar, their auras were completely different. Moreover, if Jun Haosong knew that she had waited for him for so long, he would not have time to feel sorry for her. So how could he have the intention to kill her? Moreover, Jun Haosong always called her Lianger. How could he call her Miss? This is clearly a pervert pretending to be Jun Haosong. Thinking that she had recognized the wrong person, Su Maoyang's heart sank to the bottom again, and she warned angrily, "I don't know you. Young master. You can't make such a joke. Don't know you? You were so madly in love with me just now. But now you don't know me? You, woman, are as cruel as ever." The man smiled coldly, with a bit of sarcasm in his tone. Chapter 2541. I know you even if you turn to ash. Su Maoyang was confused by his words. She looked at him suspiciously for a long time. After confirming that she did not know him, she spoke again. "Sir, I think you must have recognized the wrong person." The man sneered when he heard it. The mask engraved with strange totems seemed to be coated with a layer of cold light because of his emotional fluctuations. The fire in the hall shot straight into Su Maoyang's eyes, making her squint. Although she could not see his appearance clearly, Su Maoyang could still hear the hatred from his voice that was so beautiful but sharp as a knife. "I know you even if you turn to ash. How could I recognize the wrong person?" Su Maoyang was even more confused. He seemed to have a deep hatred for her. Even if he stood so far away, she could still feel a monstrous hatred sweeping towards her, as if he was going to swallow her up at any time. But she clearly remembered that there was no such person on her list of enemies. Could it be that the enemy's relatives or friends came to vent their anger and support them? Realizing this, Su Maoyang suddenly became alert, because the strength of the man in front of her was unfathomable, and she couldn't figure out his details after spying for a long time. Then there was only one possibility. His level was far higher than hers, and she was definitely not his opponent. If she fell into the hands of such a mysterious person with unknown origins and a grudge against her, her fate could be imagined. However, the more you fear something, the more it will come. Before Su Maoyang could come up with a response, she heard the other party give an order in an extremely cold and heartless voice. "Take him away. I want him alive." As soon as these few simple words fell, Su Maoyang saw that the 4 old men who had been standing at the door of the private room, motionless from beginning to end, like stone lions guarding the house, finally moved. If they didn't move, it would be fine. Once they moved, they were in front of her in the blink of an eye. The sharp and fierce momentum descended on her like a storm. Su Maoyang was so scared that her hair stood on end, and she quickly took action to defend. But it was too late. The spiritual power shield was open 1 second ago, and it was smashed to pieces by the opponent's punch the next second. Instead, she wasted the opportunity to dodge in time, and Su Maoyang was slapped hard. However, even if she dodged, it should be useless, because the four men came with great momentum, and their strength was actually above the mid-stage postnatal spiritual immortal. The terrifying sense of oppression was like a prison that directly trapped her inside, and there was no escape. Su Maoyang has now reached the level of a late-stage spiritual fairy, and it is not a problem to fight across 1 or 2 levels. But the four men in front of her are 3 or 4 levels higher than her, and they have a great advantage in numbers. And judging from their figures, they seem to be of a certain age. So their methods are ruthless, and they have rich combat experience. They hit her deadly spot with every move, leaving her powerless to resist. She didn't expect that after so many years, she would fall into such an embarrassing predicament when she was gradually growing stronger. She couldn't help but feel depressed and unwilling. In a hurry, she had to burst out and fight to the death. She didn't know who the other party was, why he hated her, and why he captured her. At least she wouldn't die in obscurity. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang used almost all her methods. At this moment, the terrible power of both sides collided, and Chun Fengfeng was immediately bombarded into ruins. The guests present had not had a chance to watch this battle beyond their cognition before they were blasted hundreds of feet away and were seriously injured. Su Maoyang, who was in the ruins, was still tenaciously dealing with the four old men. But every attack and every defense exhausted her energy and was extremely difficult. Her body was soon covered with scars, her skin was torn, and her mental and spiritual powers were exhausted. If it weren't for her willpower, she would have fallen to the ground and fainted. But she knew that she couldn't fall down. And once she fell down, she would never get up again. She still had to wait for Jun Haotsong here. How could she bear to leave him without saying goodbye and make him sad? It was because of this obsession to see Jun Haotsong that Su Maoyang survived. Although she was shaky, staggering, pale, weak, and full of holes, bleeding. But her dark pupils revealed bright determination and tenacity, as if to say that as long as her life was not taken, she would keep fighting and would never surrender. The four old men were also shocked by her character. They thought that the master was making a fuss by asking them to deal with a little girl. But who knew that this woman would be so stubborn? She was obviously at the end of her strength. But she still insisted on not giving up, and naively wanted to resist the beating of several levels higher than her by herself. They couldn't understand why she had to fight for her life when the master said that he would capture her alive, which clearly meant that he would spare her life. Not only the four old men were angered by Su Maoyang's unyielding spirit, but the masked man's cold pupils reflected her bloody figure, and gradually brewed a terrible storm, and squinted his eyes solemnly. Would she rather die than go with him? It's just that she wants to die. But it's not that easy. He hasn't had enough fun yet, so he can't let her get away with it. Thinking of this, the man finally flew into the battle circle, waved his long sleeves, and violently shook off the four old men. His low and cold voice was filled with anger and almost broke people's bones. A bunch of trash, I said. Catch them alive. Don't you understand? The four old men were knocked to the ground and spit out blood. But even so, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. They quickly got up, endured the pain, and knelt down to the side. It's hard to imagine that four mid-stage postnatal spirit immortals would crawl in front of the man like a dog, which shows how terrifying his status and strength are. But at this time, Su Maoyang no longer had the energy to delve into his identity. Although she had a chance to catch her breath and barely fought to the end, her injuries were much more serious than those of the four old men. She was shaky like a leaf about to wither, ready to sink into the soil and become nutrients at any time. So, when she saw that tall and handsome figure falling in front of her like a mountain, Su Maoyang had already leaned back and fell down due to exhaustion. Seeing this, the man's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly reached out and hugged her, looking down at this face stained with blood but not hiding her beauty at all. The man's eyes could not help but show a little ripple. But such emotions were fleeting, so fast that it seemed like an illusion. At this time, the smoke dissipated, the remaining power faded, and the ruins slowly returned to calm. When everyone approached and looked around, they found that there was no figure. Everything that happened just now seemed like a dream, dissipated completely. But the hot beating heart and the violent sound that seemed to still echo in their ears were still reminding them of the level of battle they had just witnessed. Others were in a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. While in La Feng, Yinling Yu and others woke up as if they had been hit by a wake-up call. Su Maoyang. She's back. Chapter 2542 Demon Palace. The night was so thick that it could not be melted. Like a huge black cloak, covering the magnificent and demonic demon city. The air was dotted with dense snowflakes, which drifted down with the biting sea breeze, gently covering the earth with a thick blanket of snow. In such a blizzard, the demon realm, which was surrounded by the sea and isolated from the world, finally ushered in the new year. The demon city, as the power center of the demon realm, had already lit torches on the city walls, illuminating the entire city as brightly as day. However, just as the demons were hanging lanterns and immersed in the joy of the new year, the demon palace was dead and gloomy. Water, a weak and soft voice sounded intermittently in the huge and silent palace. It was obviously lower than the sound of falling snow outside, but it was like a huge bell in the ears of the two maids in the palace, which shocked their hearts and minds, and they immediately rushed up. She's awake. She wants to drink water. Go get some water. Seeing the woman on the couch frowning and mumbling, showing obvious signs of waking up, a pretty maid in an orange skirt suddenly jumped up in surprise and excitedly urged the baby-faced maid in a blue skirt beside her. The maid in the blue skirt was also surprised and at a loss. After she reminded her, she rushed over to pour a glass of water, lifted the woman's head on the couch, and carefully poured it in. After drinking a glass, Su Maoyang slowly woke up. At this time, two unfamiliar faces were reflected in his eyes. His drowsy head instantly became much clearer, and his pupils suddenly became alert. Who are you? Thank God. You finally woke up. Girl, if you don't wake up, all of us maids and magic doctors will be buried with you. Fortunately, my head is saved. The maid in the orange skirt was relieved when she saw her completely awake. She clasped her hands together and said several prayers of God's blessing. 5 days ago, the demon lord returned to the demon palace with murderous intent and summoned all the magic doctors for consultation. As a result, no one could wake up the girl. The demon lord was furious on the spot and killed 2 incompetent magic doctors. He threatened that if he couldn't save the girl, he would let all the magic doctors bring their heads to see him. She and Xiaoji were unfortunately sent to take care of this person. It was the first time they saw the demon lord get angry, and they were trembling with fear, fearing that they would lose their heads if they didn't serve her well. So the girl was in a coma for many days, and the magic doctors and palace people were in the shadow of the demon lord's anger, and they were frightened for many days. Now that she finally woke up, they felt that they were alive. Thinking of this, the maid in the blue skirt was also relieved. Seeing Su Maoyang's puzzled face, she explained with a smile, Miss, I am the maid sent by the demon lord to take care of you. My name is Xiaoji, and her name is Xiaoqian. Su Maoyang was even more confused after hearing this. Wasn't she beaten up in Chunfengfeng? How could she suddenly appear here? And there were 2 little maids with unfamiliar faces? And who is the demon lord? Where is this? Why am I here? Su Maoyang looked around in confusion and asked uncertainly. This is the Ningxue Palace at the westernmost end of the Demon Palace. The girl was seriously injured and was arranged to recuperate in the Ningxue Palace. The maid in the blue skirt replied. Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling. Devil Palace? Could this be the Devil Realm? The maid in orange skirt nodded repeatedly, explaining with a flattering face. Yes, girl. There are 18 islands in our Devil Realm, and Devil City is the most central island. The Devil Palace is where the Demon Lord lives and is the power center of Devil City. So the place where you are now is a holy place that many demons can't get their hands on in their lifetime. However, the girl is favored by the Demon Lord, and there will be much more in the future. There are also overwhelming wealth waiting for the girl. Speaking of this, the maid in orange skirt's eyes lit up. Su Maoyang was even more puzzled. She didn't even know who the Demon Lord was. So how could it be related to the word favor? Stop. Can you tell me who the Demon Lord is first? Su Maoyang frowned and interrupted. Her mind was as confused as a ball of paste. Miss, you don't know the Demon Lord? I saw that the Demon Lord took good care of you, and I was very worried about your injury. I thought. The maid in the orange skirt was stunned by the question, and a strange look appeared on her face. Su Maoyang found that she couldn't get any information from these maids, and she was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. She immediately took out a bag of fairy crystals and put them on the bedside table. I don't know any demon lord. I have something important to do, so I can't stay for long. Here are the fairy crystals. Just take it as a thank you for taking care of you during this period of time. As she said that, Su Maoyang tried to prop herself up and wanted to get off the bed and leave. Seeing this, the two maids were so scared that they quickly reached out and held her down. Miss, you must not do that. The demon lord personally told me to take care of you until you recover from your injury. How can I let you go now? Su Maoyang had been through so many years of life and death, and she didn't know how many times she had stepped into the gates of hell. She didn't care about this injury. She waved her hand immediately. Don't worry. I'm fine. After saying that, Su Maoyang forcibly pushed the two people away and got out of bed. However, as soon as her feet landed on the ground and she didn't have time to put on her shoes, she heard a cold and angry voice from the palace door. Are you fine? It seems that the four guardians were too gentle. They should break your legs and cut your tendons to see if you can still run around. Before seeing the person, Su Maoyang staggered a step by the pressure coming at her. At this time, a tall and majestic figure seemed to come out of a dream. Every step was like a drum hammer, hitting Su Maoyang's nerves, making her heart beat faster, her blood rushing up and beating. The same eyes, the same nose, the same mouth, the same outline. This stunning face that she had dreamed of thousands of times suddenly entered her sight without any warning. The pair of deep blue eyes that were as charming as ever were now staring at her coldly, like a calm but dangerous ocean, as if it would drown her and suffocate her at any time. Su Maoyang was shocked by the sudden surprise in front of her and froze in place. Before her face was filled with excitement, tears had already burst out of her eyes. Hao Tsong choked and hoarse voice trembled from the depths of the soul, like a patient with hallucinations due to lack of water in the desert, full of uncertainty and caution when he saw the oasis, fearing that the beautiful dream in front of her would be shattered if she was not careful. Seeing the person she had been thinking about day and night standing in front of her alive, Su Maoyang had no reason at all, and immediately ran towards him without hesitation. However, she, who had always been delicate and cautious, ignored the sinister look in the other person's eyes. Chapter 2543 Split Personality. The tall and cold figure, without waiting for anyone to get close, suddenly swung out a palm and landed firmly on Su Maoyang's shoulder. Su Maoyang was caught off guard, and before the excitement on her face could disappear, she was blasted back, stumbled, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Her delicate feet had just been frozen stiff and pale by the cold air, but now they were scratched by the smooth floor that could reflect the figure of a person, leaving a glaring red mark, faintly seeping blood. Her face, as clear as the sky, almost instantly lost all its blood color, and was even whiter than the snow outside. However, she was suddenly hit, but she didn't feel the burning pain under her feet at all. Her whole heart and body seemed to be hollowed out, hollow and fragile like a puppet without a soul. She fell to the ground and stared at the man she had waited and missed for 3 years. She was shocked and confused to the extreme. Hao Tsong. She didn't expect Jun Hao Tsong to push her away. She didn't expect that he would look down on her with an extremely cold and disgusted expression, as if he was looking at a dirty and disgusting bug. Feeling such a look, Su Maoyang's pupils suddenly tightened, and he denied in a hissing voice, "No! You are not Hao Tsong. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be him?" Such a tone and such a breath made her suddenly startled and sober up, and she immediately recalled the mysterious man who had people besieging her in Chunfengfeng. She had felt that this person was particularly similar to Jun Hao Tsong in terms of figure, temperament and voice before, but she didn't expect that even his appearance was exactly the same. But why did he pretend to be Jun Hao Tsong and disguise himself so much? Did he take the disguise pill made with Jun Hao Tsong's blood? If so, does it mean that he has seen Jun Hao Tsong before? Thinking of this possibility, Su Maoyang's heart, which was pierced by the wound, was lifted up again. But when the other party heard this name, a look of disdain flashed across his face, and he sneered sarcastically. Impersonation? He is just a personality split from the original. I don't even bother to impersonate a stupid and useless personality. For him, Jun Hao Tsong's personality is the shame of his life, and he is a betrayer who disobeyed his oath. Even though he was hurt so badly by this woman, he still fell in love with her hopelessly, and was willing to die for her. It was so stupid that he lost his identity as the Demon Lord. Fortunately, He was completely awake. And he would never allow himself to do such stupid and despicable things again. Su Maoyang was stunned by the shocking truth. And her pupils suddenly jumped with a trace of horror. Split personality? What do you mean by that? The man seemed to enjoy her surprised and frightened look. His eyes slightly raised. And a bit of evil sneer in his cold and domineering manner. Yunqiang, I didn't expect that you have become much dumber after reincarnation. Can't you even recognize your archenemy? It was obviously a careless ridicule. But the 3 words Yunqiang exploded in Su Maoyang's ears like thunder. Her head banged, and everything went blank. Her limbs quickly stiffened at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, she seemed to have turned into a stone sculpture. And her heart seemed to stop suddenly. After a long time, she explained in shock. Lu Yeyuan. You are Lu Yeyuan. The previous life of Jun Haosong that she saw in the illusion. Lu Yeyuan. The great devil who had a blood feud with Yunqiang. Lu Yeyuan. So, you have already recovered your memory of your previous life. But you pretended to know nothing and stayed by Jun Haosong's side. You are really as insidious and cunning as in your previous life. And you are only interested in profit. When Lu Yeyuan heard her accurately say his name, his pupils shrank slightly, and his chest was filled with disappointment and anger. He had originally expected that this woman would change after reincarnating and going through so many ups and downs with Jun Haosong. Not to mention how kind she would become. At least she would have a conscience. Unexpectedly, he still overestimated her. Such a woman with deep scheming and unscrupulous means. It is estimated that only Jun Haosong, that idiot, would believe her lies wholeheartedly. Su Maoyang saw that he misunderstood him, and hurried to explain. No, it's not what you think. I haven't recovered my memory. I just saw you in the illusion. I only know the grievances between you and Yunqiang. And I don't know what happened between you. Do you think I will still believe your lies? Lu Yeyuan snorted coldly, and a subtle self-mockery flashed in his eyes. This woman is good at saying sweet things, but actually pretending to be innocent and aggrieved. He was fooled by her like this back then. And now, he will never be fooled by her again. Su Maoyang heard that he didn't believe it at all. And he couldn't defend himself. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked tremblingly. I did let you down in my previous life. You are resentful in this life. No matter how you retaliate against me, I have no complaints. I just want to ask. Jun Haosong, will he disappear from this world from now on? The last few words were extremely difficult for Su Maoyang to utter. She didn't care about Lu Yeyuan's revenge. Nor was she afraid of what would happen to her. She just wanted to know. If Jun Haosong was really just a personality of Lu Yeyuan, did that mean that when Lu Yeyuan woke up, Jun Haosong would never exist? Lu Yeyuan thought of the love between Jun Haosong and Su Maoyang, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He said disgustedly, yes. He disappeared forever. He didn't exist after doing so many stupid things. After receiving such a cruel answer, Su Maoyang felt a sharp pain in his heart and shook his head, unwilling to believe it. No! No! You lied to me. He said he would stay with me forever. It's you? It's you who did it. Su Maoyang got up from the ground like crazy, regardless of the injury on his feet, rushed to Lu Yeyuan, grabbed his collar, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Where did you hide Haosong? Give him back to me. Give him back to me. Lu Yeyuan didn't expect that she dared to rush up to him even after being hit by his palm. He was caught off guard by her. The strength of her collar seemed to eat him alive. Thinking of what she had done before, Lu Yeyuan became even more furious. He immediately pried her hands apart and threw her back to the ground. Yunqiang, why are you pretending here? Haven't you already married Emperor Yan as his queen? Do you still care about Jun Haosong's life or death? He is the reincarnation of me. He is a failure created by me during my sleep. He is just a personality. For a cruel and heartless woman like you, he should not be worth mentioning. For the sake of wealth and glory. For her own interests. A woman who can marry someone else in a blink of an eye is still pretending to be affectionate here. Su Maoyang fell back to the ground. At this moment, she seemed to have lost the backbone of her life. Her body softened, and she fell completely on the cold floor. The black pupils that were tightly open because of unwillingness seemed to be covered with a thick layer of shadow. Even if they were open, people could not see the slightest spirit. They were empty, and had no focus. Tears slid down the corners of her eyes numbly. Silently, but with a piercing coldness, disappeared. Jun Haosong disappeared just like that. She'd lost the light that illuminated her life from then on. It turned out that the man she loved for more than 10 years was just a split personality of Liu Yeyuan. What a ridiculous and cruel truth. Chapter 2544. Please give Song back to me. From then on, she could no longer feel that affectionate gaze, see that heart-moving smile, or hear him calling her name intimately in her ear. No one would protect her behind her domineeringly. No one would hold her in his arms tenderly. And no one would support her and accompany her to run wild. No one would tolerate her bad temper. No one would care about her thoughts and preferences. No one would condescend to do things against their nature to make her happy and for her friends. And no one would walk hand in hand with her until old age. Gone. All gone. Su Maoyang felt that her eyes went dark and the world collapsed. She was so scared that her whole body trembled. As if every nerve was twisting and every cell was being cut. As if she was going to be removed from Jun Haotsong's flesh and blood. The heart-wrenching pain from the depths of her soul tortured her so much that she spat out blood with a snap. The bright red color, illuminated by the fire in the hall, was so dazzling and breathtaking that it directly entered Liu Yeyuan's pupils, causing him to narrow his cold eyes and clench his fists. He had never seen Yanqianga so fragile, so helpless, and so sad. Her petite body curled up under her long dark shadow, as weak as a homeless and dying bird in a snowstorm, as if a gust of wind could take her life. She was so stubborn and resolute before, full of fighting spirit and killing people everywhere. But now she cried so palely and weakly, with all hope lost, so weak and desperate that it was heartbreaking. At this moment, he could no longer tell whether she was expressing her true feelings or pretending. He just felt that his heart was about to break apart with pain. A heart that had been silent for many years, and soaked in hatred and riddled with holes, spasmed violently with the slowly falling tears. And finally he took a deep breath in pain, forced himself to look away, forced himself to move his legs that felt like they were filled with lead, and wanted to escape from this suffocating Ningxue palace, and escape from this woman who made him hate her, but also touched his nerves. However, just as he turned around and had no time to walk, a tearing cry came from behind him. No! Don't go! Su Maoyang on the ground didn't know where she borrowed strength from, and quickly climbed to Liu Yeyuan's feet, as if she had used up all her tenacity in her life, and grabbed Liu Yeyuan's clothes tightly, and begged hoarsely, "Please, give Song back to me. Okay. He is everything to me. My life. I can't lose him. As long as you give him back to me, I can agree to anything you want, and you can torture me however you want. But Jun Haotsong is innocent. Even if it's just a personality. He was once an independent person. He would laugh, get angry, be sad, be happy, love hard, and desire to be loved. Why do you deprive him of his existence? Why? I beg you. Please give him back to me. Please." At the end of crying, Su Maoyang was already sobbing, and her trembling voice made her words have to bend several times. Just a few words seemed to have exhausted her life's mind. But the man in front of her turned his back to her unmoved, leaving her with only a tall and cold back, like an insurmountable mountain that stood between her and Jun Haotsong, blocking all the light shining on her. The cold voice, with the anger that was suppressed, pierced her heart like a sharp arrow. There is no Jun Haotsong in this world. There is only me, Liu Yeyuan. I hope you will remember this in this life, the next life, and all the lives to come. The thunderous warning, with rolling demonic power and murderous intent, fell on her. At this moment, Su Maoyang completely understood. Jun Haotsong is really gone. She couldn't see any trace of Jun Haotsong in him. She couldn't see the blue eyes that always looked at her affectionately and contained love. She couldn't see the doting smile that was always open to her at the corners of his mouth, although he was cold. And she couldn't see his open arms facing her. There was only a murderous back with a demonic power, so tall and so distant, as if he was a giant standing on the edge of the sky and could not be touched. It turned out that the distance between her and Jun Haotsong was not a separation of life and death. Not that I stood in front of you, but you didn't know that I loved you. But the strange and strong figure in front of her, the back that she could never save. Liu Yeyuan felt the shaking of the hem of her clothes. Even if he didn't look back, he could fully imagine that she was crying all over her pale face. Her eyes, which were originally stubborn and resolute, and full of vitality, must be as dim as the night covered by fog. Her petite body must be twitching because of crying and trembling because of fear. He didn't know why. She was clearly holding the white hem of her clothes, But every time she pulled it, it seemed to be pulling on his heart, bringing a tearing pain. But he must not be soft-hearted, because once, he also begged her in such a humble and pitiful way not to leave, not to abandon himself, and not to stop loving him. For her, he abandoned his dignity, his status as the demon lord, and the people of the demon realm. But what he got in return was her leaving without looking back and killing people at all costs. He still remembers the cruel and heartless face, and the cold and decisive back. Every time he thinks of it, it's like a sharp knife stabbing him, making him bleed and feel heartbroken. However, he never thought that the pain he felt was not even 1/10,000th of what he felt now. It turned out that she was not as strong and heartless as he imagined. She would also feel pain, fear, and would lower her status to beg others for the one she loved. However, the person who made her sad and reluctant to leave was not him. Realizing that all his efforts in his previous life were not as good as the status of a personality in her mind, Liu Yuyuan could no longer endure such painful torture, and roared violently. "Why don't you drag your master back to the couch to recuperate?" After the roar fell, the two maids who were kneeling on the ground to welcome Liu Yuyuan were frightened and tremblingly stood up, rushed up to pry Su Maoyang's hands apart, and dragged her back to the bed. Liu Yuyuan felt the strength under his feet loosen, and his mood sank instead of relaxing. But the pain in his heart still forced him to flee from Ningxue Palace, until he walked a long distance. The pain still echoed clearly in his chest, forcing him to stop and press the position of his heart with difficulty, and then tried to suppress the fishy sweetness that surged into his throat. He didn't expect that no matter how much psychological preparation he put in to face this woman, he still couldn't remain calm. And in the end, he had to flee like a loser. Could it be that he still hasn't recognized the true face of that woman? Could it be that the lesson from the previous life wasn't enough, and he still couldn't bear to let her go? No! No! He only hated her. How could he still love her? It must be that idiot Jun Haotsong, who disturbed his heart and interfered with his thoughts. I didn't expect that even though it had disappeared, there were still strong feelings left, reminding them of their past all the time. Damn it! Chapter 2545 Life is in danger. As the closest residence to the Demon Lord's residence, the Ningxue Palace should have enjoyed the best treatment. But after 3 consecutive days of heavy snow, it seemed as if a thick snow wall had been built, completely cutting off contact with the outside world, because everyone in the palace knew that the taboo of the Demon Lord lived here. That day, the Demon Lord came out angrily. Although it did not cause any waves, it caught the eyes of every palace person. Almost without asking, everyone could guess that it was probably the woman in the Ningxue Palace who angered the Demon Lord. So no one dared to approach the Ningxue Palace these days, for fear of getting into trouble and losing their lives. But for Xiao Qian, who originally wanted to rely on a favored master to rise to the top, it was a huge torture. How long are you going to wipe her? She's so sick. She can't be saved. Seeing Xiaoji constantly wiping Su Maoyang's face with a wet cold towel to cool her down, Xiao Qian yelled impatiently. Such a sickly person, with a high fever in such a snowy day, unfortunately offended the Lord Demon. There's no way she can be saved. Although Xiaoji knew that there was little hope, she still didn't want to give up so quickly. No, waiting like this is not a solution. I'll go talk to the guards. Let's see if they can invite the demon doctor. You help me take care of her first. As she said that, Xiaoji handed the towel to Xiao Qian and wanted to get up and go out. Xiao Qian was not willing to take care of a worthless waste, so she grabbed her and stopped her, saying, Xiaoji, can you please stop being silly? Before, we thought she was the Demon Lord's sweetheart, so of course we had to serve her wholeheartedly. But now we know that she is the Demon Lord's enemy. Can you still let her have an easy life? Aren't you deliberately going against the Demon Lord? But the Demon Lord had said before that she should live. Xiaoji was in a dilemma. Xiao Qian stared at her with a look of disappointment. Don't you understand yet? You asked the guards to inform the Demon Lord so many times. But the guards didn't even see the Demon Lord. They were all blocked by the Hao Miao Demon King beside the Demon Lord. It is obvious that the Demon Lord doesn't care about her life or death at all, and just wants to torture her for revenge. Xiaoji was silent, judging from the hatred that the Demon Lord had for this woman that day. He really didn't want her to have an easy life. But watching her die, her conscience was not good. No. She is alive after all. You can't just watch her die and leave her alone. Xiaoji shook her head and struggled to break Xiao Qian's hand. She couldn't ignore it against her conscience. As long as the demon lord didn't say that he wanted her to die, they had no right to decide her life privately. Seeing that Xiaoji didn't listen to the advice, Xiaoqian rushed out of the hall and stamped her feet in anger. She was so unlucky. Not only was she assigned to take care of such a hot potato, but she also had a pig teammate to accompany her. Lord Mosen obviously didn't want to care about it. So why did he do so many things? It would be better to let this woman die of illness as soon as possible, so that they can take other profitable jobs. But Xiaoji was a stubborn person, and wanted to save the enemy of the Mosen innocently and kindly. Isn't this sending herself to death? Outside the Masha Hall, looking at the two guards at the door, Xiaoji was so cold that she rubbed her hands and begged. "Two brothers, please help me and go in to report that Miss Su has a high fever and hasn't eaten for 3 days. She is really dying. It's not that we don't want to help. We have already gone in to inform the Demon King Haomu before. But the Demon King Haomu said that the Demon Lord was in seclusion and could not be disturbed. He also caused us to be scolded. How can we dare to go in again and get into trouble now?" The guard brother was helpless. After the Demon Lord came back from Ningxue Palace that day, he announced that he was in seclusion with a bad face. And everyone knows the rules of the Demon Lord. No one is allowed to disturb him during his seclusion. Even if the sky falls, they have risked their lives to go in and report twice. And they were scolded by the Demon King Haomu both times. It can be considered that they have done their best. Xiaoji had no choice but to take a deep breath and shout loudly. "Master Demon, Miss Su has a high fever and has been in a coma for 3 days. If you don't call a doctor, she will die. Master Demon, whether Miss Su lives or dies depends on your words." Although she didn't know why the Demon King hated Miss Su, the Demon King sent so many demon doctors to consult and try to save her, which meant that he didn't want her to die from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, the Demon King personally gave her the task of taking care of Miss Su, so she couldn't fail in her duty. The two guards didn't expect Xiaoji to be so bold. They turned pale and hurried forward to cover her mouth. However, such a big commotion still alarmed the Haomu Demon King Xiao Wanning, who was on duty. Xiao Wanning didn't have a good impression of Su Maoyong. It was said that she was deeply loved by Emperor Yin, who had made her the queen against all odds and at the cost of offending all the noble families. But who would have thought that she would repay kindness with enmity and murder her husband in public, causing a bloody storm in the great Yin dynasty that ended tragically. Lord Demon Lord went to provoke such an ungrateful white-eyed wolf and brought her back to the palace for treatment. He didn't approve of it in his heart. He didn't expect that this woman was so ungrateful. Not only did she anger the Demon Lord, but she also triggered his old illness, forcing him to retreat to recuperate. So, these few days, when he heard the guards report the woman's situation, he didn't bother to pay attention. It was a good opportunity to teach the woman a lesson and let her know that this was his demon realm, not her great Yin dynasty, and she couldn't be arrogant and wild. But unexpectedly, the situation became more and more serious. It seemed that he had to report to the Demon Lord. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanting finally came to the dark room under the pressure of being punished. He stood outside the dark hall with trepidation, asking carefully, "Demon Lord, Miss Su has a high fever and hasn't eaten for 3 days. I'm afraid her life is in danger. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying demonic power swept over without any surprise. Xiao Wanting was shocked and immediately knelt down to plead guilty. "Demon Lord, please forgive me. I didn't mean to disturb your retreat. It was really a critical situation, and I had to report it." He was ready to face the wrath of the Demon Lord, but he knelt and waited for a long time. But there was no movement in the hall. "Master Demon Lord? Master Demon Lord?" He called out twice in fear, but still no response. Finally, he got up in confusion and opened the stone door, only to find that there was no one in the hall. The demonic power just now seemed like an illusion. At this time, a hurricane blew in the Ningxue Hall, and the door of the hall was fiercely knocked open. A tall figure, covered in snow, rushed in like a gust of wind, casting a long, dark shadow on the cold floor. It was clearly broad daylight, but it was as if night had fallen, plunging the entire palace into darkness. Chapter 2546. Torturing you is my greatest pleasure. Xiaoqian, who was dozing off on a chair, was startled by the intrusion of the Demon Lord. She accidentally rolled off the chair and knelt on the ground. Lu Yiyuan looked straight ahead and strode to the side of the couch. He stood in front of the woman like a mountain, casting a heavy shadow on her. But even so, it still couldn't hide her face, which was as pale as a dead person without any blood. He didn't expect that the great ice god would be so weak. He clearly remembered that when he pushed her away, he had mastered the measure, and didn't use even 1/10,000th of his strength. Even if she was so fragile in reincarnation, it would only cause a slight skin injury at most, and it would never be so serious. But she had a high fever, and was unconscious for 3 days. Could it be that the internal injuries left by the 4 guardians had not recovered yet? Thinking of this, Lu Yuyuan's chest was filled with uncontrollable anger, and he shouted, "Get in here!" Before the roar fell, a large group of demon doctors suddenly rushed into the hall. They lowered their heads, bent their bodies, and walked very quickly to the front of the demon lord, and saluted with fear and trepidation. Just now, they were suddenly summoned by the demon lord and were limited to enter the palace within 10 breaths. Everyone was frightened and flustered, and came in a hurry. At this time, the demon lord swept over with a cold and piercing look, and everyone felt a chill on their heads, as if there was a guillotine hanging on their necks, and they were in danger of burping at any time. Didn't you say that her internal injuries had healed? Why is she still unconscious with a high fever? Lu Yuyuan's handsome face was as tight as a piece of ice rock, and his deep voice seemed to be wrapped in lightning, rumbling in the hall. The magic doctors were frightened and hurried forward to check on Su Maoyang. After a long time, after confirming that everything was correct, the leading magic doctor stepped out to reporting to the demon lord. The girl's internal injuries are indeed fine, but her spirit has been severely damaged. She is too sad, depressed, and injured her heart and lungs. She also caught a cold and had a high fever. She didn't eat well and take medicine in the past few days, so her body is very weak, which led to her coma. How can we wake her up? Lu Yuyuan frowned. His tone was irritable, and he just wanted to know the solution. Demon Lord, this girl has lost the will to live. Simply treating her injuries will not be very effective. She still has to save herself. The magic doctor shook his head helplessly. They have already treated her external and internal injuries, and she can recover almost by nursing. But they are really powerless to heal her heart injury. Hearing this, Lu Yuyuan's face became more gloomy, and a cold light seeped out of his eyes when he looked at Su Maoyang. He really didn't expect that the cold-blooded and ruthless ice god, who was not trapped by love, would be willing to die for a personality. What was he in the past? And what was their past? Thinking that he was easily abandoned by her, but a personality was treated as a treasure by her. Lu Yuyuan's anger seemed to explode, and his chest hurt. If you want to die, it's not that easy. Give me medicine, until she wakes up. Since she doesn't eat or drink, then force her to eat medicine. He has plenty of time to waste with her. After receiving the order, the magic doctor immediately took out a few medicinal herbs and gave them to Xiao Qian, and told her the precautions for boiling. Xiao Qian was frightened by the appearance of the demon lord. Now that she was needed, she was determined to make amends. She remembered it well, and turned around and ran out. She was so agile that she didn't even use the time of an incense stick to return to the hall with the medicine. At this time, Xiao Ji had already returned. Seeing her coming with the medicine, she hurried forward to help. Xiao Qian immediately stepped aside and moved the medicine to the side. You are tired. Let me serve Miss Su. Now is the time to show off. So she naturally can't give such a good opportunity to Xiao Ji. I just hope that the demon lord will not pursue her negligence of dozing off because of her act of reform. Xiao Ji certainly knew her little thoughts, and was too lazy to argue with her. She walked to the couch with her, and helped Su Maoyang up to feed her medicine. Unfortunately, Su Maoyang bit her mouth too tightly, and she was in a deep coma, and lost the ability to swallow. So no matter how they fed her, the potion flowed out from the corners of her mouth. And Lu Yuyuan, who was standing by, was furious. Get out. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. Strode forward, snatched the medicine bowl, pinched Su Maoyang's cheeks himself, and forced the potion into her. Because the action was too rough, it splashed all over Su Maoyang's face, and the soup flowed down her cheeks to her neck, soaking her clothes. But Lu Yuyuan didn't show any mercy, and vented one bowl after another, as if he wanted to drown Su Maoyang in this soup. Cough cough. Finally, under Lu Yuyuan's barbaric and domineering efforts, Su Maoyang was choked by the potion and coughed, and opened his eyes in pain. Seeing this, Lu Yuyuan felt relieved, and a sneer appeared at the corners of his cold and stern mouth. Finally you are willing to wake up. Su Milyang was confused. And when she saw the handsome face that had haunted her dreams, she was surprised. But she was awakened by the cold arc of the corner of his mouth, and the cold voice without any temperature. She actually forgot that Jun Haotsong had completely disappeared. The person in front of her was Lu Yeyuan, the ancient demon lord Lu Yeyuan, who wanted to skin her and cut her into pieces. Don't you hate me? Why did you save me? Seeing the medicine in his hand, Su Milyang's eyes were instantly filled with disgust, and her weak voice was obviously angry. Lu Yeyuan stared at her closely, watching her go from joy at the beginning to disappointment later, and finally only had strong disgust. And the anger in his heart burned more and more fiercely. Unexpectedly, after they had gone through 2 lives, he had given so much for her, but she only had disgust for him. Irony. Great irony. Lu Yeyuan felt a pain in his chest like thousands of arrows piercing his heart, and said cruelly, "You want to die. It's too easy for you. I want you to live. I want to see you tear your heart apart. See you cry bitterly. See you kneel down and beg for mercy. See you beg the sky and the earth for no response. Just like when he was betrayed. She had to experience the pain he had suffered one by one to be fair. You torture me like this? Aren't you torturing yourself?" Su Milyang stared at the eyes that had become crazy because of hatred, and a trace of pity arose in her heart. These eyes, which were exactly the same as Jun Haotsong's, were obviously beautiful as if they were filled with stars and the sea. At this moment, they were full of hatred and pain, dark without any brilliance. At this moment, Su Milyang's guilt and regret lingered in her heart, and her chest seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, causing her blood to surge and difficulty breathing. Hearing this, Lu Yeyuan smiled and slowly moved closer to her cheek. His cold and charming face showed a bit of ferocity and madness. "You are wrong. Torturing you is the greatest pleasure of my life." Chapter 2547 died in her heart. After clearly seeing Su Milyang's pupils filled with fear, Lu Yeyuan bit his lips, pulled away with satisfaction, and handed the medicine bowl to Xiaoji beside him. His low voice was as cold and hard as a rock in the snow. "Keep feeding the medicine. I want to see her recover within 3 days." Hearing the death order from the demon lord, Xiaoji hurriedly took the medicine bowl, responded carefully, and immediately scooped a large spoonful of medicine into Su Milyang's mouth. Su Milyang was angry, and he was not willing to drink the medicine obediently and let him do whatever he wanted. He waved his hand in disgust and overturned the medicine bowl. "Take it away. I won't drink it." The decisive resistance was accompanied by a crisp sound, like an arrogant and rude declaration of war, which frightened everyone in the hall and made them tremble with fear, and looked at Su Milyang with horror. They couldn't believe that there was someone in the world who dared to disobey the orders of the demon lord and smash the bowl in front of the demon lord. It seems that she is not only tired of living, but also very brave. At this moment, everyone was so scared that they opened their mouths, took a sip of cold wind, and then took a step back as if walking on thin ice. Sure enough, the next second everyone felt a ferocious murderous aura gushing out from the demon lord, and the rolling demonic power was like the dark clouds before the storm, covering the sky and the sun, and covering the entire palace. The terrible pressure was like the waves in the storm, fiercely hitting them. So even though they were mentally prepared, they were unfortunately shot back by the overwhelming demonic power. Su Milyang, who was the first to bear the brunt, was even more miserable. Lu Yeyuan grabbed his neck directly, and his weak and shaking body was like a broken ship that was about to capsize into the sea at any time. But at this moment, she could no longer feel the pain and suffocation in her neck, because no serious injury, no pain, no torture in the world could destroy her heart and soul more than the face in front of her that she loved all her life, which was now glaring at her with hatred. She clearly saw that the corners of her eyes that were once charming were now stretched to the point of being torn apart, looking fierce and cruel. The forehead that she had kissed thousands of times was now so angry that terrifying blue veins appeared, and it bulged and expanded with the anger, just like Su Milyang's twitching heart. The eyes that made her miss him like crazy were burning with hysterical anger, as if they were about to burst out of the eye sockets and devour her completely. Not to mention other people. Even Su Milyang herself was frightened by his ferocious and terrifying appearance, because she had never seen Jun Haotsong look so terrible. Thinking back, she couldn't remember his angry appearance at all. Not even coldness. It seemed that in her mind, he had always been a gentle, kind, and tender man. even with a cold face, glaring eyes, and angry words. The eyes in his eyes still followed her figure affectionately, and he was reluctant to move away for a moment. However, she never dreamed that she would see such a heartbreaking scene. Her shadow was still reflected in his eyes. But Su Ma-yang could no longer find anything else in his eyes except hatred and anger. Perhaps it was because of complete despair. Su Ma-yang's tears slid down calmly, wetting the back of Lu Yeyuan's hand that was pinched to the ground, and the veins were bulging. Lu Yeyuan felt the coldness of the ice. His heart twitched, and a flash of pain flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand what kind of grief would make the woman in front of him burst into tears, but without any expression. Just like a corpse without thoughts and souls. Instinctively flowing blood. Silently. But the more silent it was, the more he couldn't control his anger. And his eyes couldn't help but become more fierce. I don't want to say it again. Drink the medicine obediently. Otherwise, I will let you experience what it means to be worse than death now. Su Ma-yang stared at him stubbornly. Even if his face was twisted and his throat was choked, he still didn't let go of a word. Lu Yeyuan's eyes hurt because of such an unyielding look, and he roared unbearably. Do you want to drink it or not? You can drink it, but give Jun Haocong back to me. Su Ma-yang still had the last glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope that she was reluctant to give up. However, hearing such an answer, Lu Yeyuan was so irritated that his eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth. Open your eyes and see clearly. There has never been any Jun Haocong. There is only me. Lu Yeyuan. The man you love deeply is standing in front of you. Are you blind? Bah! You are worthy of it. Su Ma-yang was already too weak to speak. But when he heard that he dared to insult Jun Haocong, he was immediately inspired to spit at him. And Su Ma-yang's disgust, like red-hot steel needles, pierced Lu Yeyuan's heart one by one, as if it was not Su Ma-yang who was strangled by the throat, but himself. The suffocating pain made his face pale and tremble slightly. He is just a personality of the original body. A small part of the original body. Is the original body not as good as a personality? Yes, he is a part of you. But you will never be him. And you will never be as good as him. Su Ma-yang almost used up all her life's strength to say these words. Although her tongue was pinched so hard that she couldn't straighten it. She spoke them clearly and loudly. Lu Yeyuan was completely enraged by such an answer and yelled hysterically. He is dead. He disappeared. And he is gone forever. Do you understand what I am saying? Some people are alive, but they are already dead in my eyes. Some people are dead, but they will always live in my heart. Su Ma-yang was pinched by him, and felt dizzy and her eyes rolled back. But her unyielding tenacity still made her utter every word clearly. She didn't know whether she wanted to take revenge on Lu Yeyuan for taking away the man she loved deeply, or to punish herself and forgive the injustice in her previous life. She poured out her vicious words, as if she didn't care about money. It seemed that the more she said, the closer she would be to liberation and Jun Haocong. At this moment, Lu Yeyuan seemed to hear a sound of something breaking, and a stinging pain, like a nail smashed into his heart and pierced through his body. His brain was blank, and the world seemed to be gray in an instant. In his eyes, only the pair of eyes full of resentment and tears stared at him, shaking his fingers and drooping down. Su Ma-yang suddenly got a breath, and immediately coughed and gasped in pain. But he sat on the edge of the couch, listening to her cough, and was silent for a long time. Just when Su Ma-yang regained her strength and looked at him, he suddenly stood up and grinned in the backlit darkness. It turns out that it's not Jun Haocong who is so stupid. It's him. Lu Yeyuan. He has been obsessed with her for so many years, sacrificed so many demon brothers, and paid so much blood. But in the end, he has already died in her heart. Chapter 2548 Death is a Luxury. After a long time, Lu Yeyuan tried to recover from the cruel and cold truth. He looked at Su Ma-yang with eyes that were devoid of all emotions, leaving only the bottomless blue and the overbearing coldness that could not be negotiated. I will give you 3 days. If you are still not healed, don't blame me for arresting your relatives and friends and feeding you medicine in person. By then, you will not be the only one suffering. Think it through. After that, Lu Yeyuan left with a wave of his sleeves, and the thunderclouds and demonic power that enveloped the Ningxue palace dissipated, which immediately made everyone feel relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ma-yang was frightened by his words, and she grabbed the edge of the couch and yelled in the direction he left. Lu Yeyuan, You can't touch them. If anything happens to them, cough, 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 I will fight you. Cough, cough. Now even death has become a luxury for her. Xiaoji was so scared when she saw that she was coughing up blood that she quickly put down the medicine bowl and went forward to help her breathe. Asking about her condition. Master Magic Doctor, please come and take a look at Miss Su's body. Why is she coughing so badly? Several magic doctors stepped forward quickly, took her pulse carefully, and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry. She is anxious and anxious. As long as she takes medicine on time every day and pays attention to rest, recovery will not be a problem. It's just that it will take 3 days to recover, which is a bit difficult. We have to go down and prescribe more medicine for Miss Su. After hearing what the magic doctor said, Xiaoji felt relieved. Then I'm sorry for the trouble. Adults. After that, Xiaoji looked at Xiaoqian and ordered. Xiaoqian, you send the adults out. Xiaoqian didn't like being ordered around by Xiaoji, and glared at her with a stern face. But because the magic doctors were present, she couldn't get angry, so she had to endure it. The magic doctors were very conscious. No need. Miss Su can't have any accidents. You should stay and take care of Miss Su. After saying that, the magic doctors turned around and quickly left Ningxue Palace. As soon as the magic doctors left, the palace became quiet again. Su Maoyang was already exhausted from being pinched, and now he didn't have to face Liu Yiyuan, and the tenacity in his body collapsed, and he fell back to the couch powerlessly. Seeing her look of despair, Xiaoji comforted her distressfully. Miss Su, don't be sad. Even if you don't care about your own health, please consider your relatives and friends. Lord Demon always keeps his word. If you really anger him, not only will you suffer, but your relatives will also be implicated. Why bother? I'm not saying that you are too ignorant of the current situation. You have fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord. You have no choice whether to live or die. Xiaoqian took over the words dissatisfiedly, with a somewhat complaining tone. Speaking of which, the Demon Lord didn't let you die, which is already a great mercy to you. Don't be ungrateful. Xiaoqian, Miss Su is in a bad mood, so you should say less. Xiaoji couldn't bear it after all. Xiaoqian retorted angrily. Did I think I wanted to say this? It was she who refused to take medicine, refused to heal her injuries, and even implicated the people around her. So I couldn't help but remind her. Did I say something wrong? Xiaoji sighed helplessly. She didn't know why this woman would offend the Demon Lord. It was pitiful. Su Maoyang heard the two maids chattering in her ears, and she felt even more annoyed. After a while of silence, she couldn't help but speak. I won't commit suicide for my relatives and friends. You all go out. I want to be quiet. Yu Xiaoqian was aroused by her impatient tone and wanted to argue with her. But Xiaoji grabbed her and shook her head. So many things have happened. She must have to digest it. Put her health first. Xiaoqian was unhappy and shook her hand away. She needs to digest. And I also need to digest. I was sent to take care of such a sickly person for no reason. I feel better. The Demon Lord asked us to serve Miss Su. After all, she is our master. You should be more careful with your words. Xiaoji frowned and reminded in a low voice. Based on her, is she worthy of being my master? Pa! Xiaoqian glanced at the haggard and pale face on the couch, and said with disgust. She turned around and walked out of the inner bedroom immediately, as if she felt that she would dirty her eyes if she looked at her one more time. Xiaoji couldn't do anything about her, so she turned around and tucked the quilt for Su Maoyang. Miss Su, you should take good care of your injuries. Taking care of your health is the most important thing now. I and Xiaoqian are waiting outside the palace. If you need anything, just tell me. Seeing Su Maoyang closing her eyes, crying numbly and unwilling to say anything, Xiaoji sighed in her heart and quietly left. Perhaps because she was too tired, Su Maoyang actually fell asleep in the severe pain and fell into a horrible dream. She dreamed of Yunqiang marrying Ming Xianin and abandoning Liu Yiyuan, and also dreamed of the blood of the gods flowing into a river and her parents lying in a pool of blood. She dreamed of Liu Yiyuan's grief-stricken eyes when she stabbed him in the heart. Finally, she was awakened by the curse echoing between heaven and earth, opened her eyes in horror, and gasped for air. At this time, there were tiny footsteps outside. Princess Yuqing, you are really beautiful and kind-hearted. You even came to visit Miss Su. This heart alone is really touching. Xiao Qian's flattering voice sounded at the door of the inner bedroom with the footsteps. Then, Su Maoyang saw a beautiful and elegant woman wearing a purple dress and a snow-white fur coat walked in under the guidance of Xiao Xi and Xiao Qian. Judging from her attire and outstanding temperament, her status must be good. But she had a gentle and humble smile on her face. I heard that Miss Su was seriously injured and died, which made the demon lord very angry. So I brought some elixirs and medicinal food for your master to replenish his body, hoping to relieve the demon lord's worries. As she spoke, the woman waved her hand gently, and the two maids behind her immediately stepped forward and handed the medicine boxes and food boxes in their hands to Xiaoji and Xiao Qian. Feeling the weight of the box, Xiao Qian was flattered as if she had received a favor. Princess Yuqing is too modest. Your pills from the top pill saint are more than just for nourishing the body. One pill will definitely cure the disease. She will be full of energy in just one day. Haha. Xiao Qian, you are good at making people happy. I dare not guarantee that the medicine will cure the disease, but I just hope that Miss Su's condition will improve, and I will do my best for Lord Demon. The woman chuckled twice, covering her mouth. Although she was laughing, there was no pride in her eyes. Xiao Xi also happily echoed. Lord Demon must understand Princess Yuqing's heart. Please ask Princess Yuqing to come with me. Miss Su has been seriously injured and has lost the will to live. I hope you can comfort her. Chapter 2549, The Demon Emperor's Daughter. Princess Yuqing is the most kind-hearted and popular person in the palace. With her consoling Miss Su will definitely feel relieved and take good care of her injuries. Xiaoji thought so. But Su Maoyang was upset when she saw a large group of people approaching, and directly refused. Go out. I don't want to see anyone. Now. She doesn't have the energy to deal with some irrelevant strangers. Xiao Qian paused in her steps, and stepped down with a smile on her face, as if she could change her face, and shouted, You really think of yourself as the master, right? The princess comes to visit you in person, which is your blessing for 8 lifetimes. Don't be ungrateful. I say again, get out. Su Maoyang's spirit was on the verge of collapse, and being able to drive people away with patience was her limit. Seeing her resistance, Xiaoji kindly explained, Miss Su, this is Princess Yuqing. She heard that you were seriously injured, so she brought elixirs and medicinal food to help you recover. She has good intentions and no ill intentions. I have a doctor to treat my body, so you don't have to worry about it. Su Maoyang didn't care whether she was a princess or a queen, and he didn't want to be hypocritical. Xiao Qian's anger suddenly soared 8 feet high. Do you know who Princess Yuqing is? She is not only the daughter of the Demon Emperor, but also one of the top dancings. Whether it is medical skills or alchemy, she is a genius picked from thousands of miles away. She is much better than those demon doctors. Others can't invite such a distinguished guest no matter how much money they spend. But you don't even appreciate it. Su Maoyang was a little surprised to hear the Demon Emperor. When she heard them calling her princess, she thought that this person was the elder sister of the Demon Lord. But she didn't expect that she was actually the daughter of the Demon Emperor. Regarding the Demon Emperor, Su Maoyang heard the old man Jinjuan mention it a few times when he introduced the 4 realms. It is said that he is of the same generation as the Demon King of the Demon Moon Realm and the Dark Emperor of the Life and Death Realm. And they are all great figures standing at the top level of the Sunluo Realm. But the Demon Emperor is more low-key. His strength is more mysterious, and he rarely shows up in front of people. For example, in the previous prehistoric war, the demons did not participate in the battle of the 3 realms, and they were as if they did not exist. However, Su Maoyang understood the reason why the demons were like this. In ancient times, Lu Yiyuan blew himself up, and the demons were bloodbath. Most of the remaining forces were lingering. If they want to regroup and reproduce the glory of the past, they must spend a lot of time and effort. And being too ostentatious will attract attention and become a target. Only by keeping a low profile and reducing the sense of existence can we recover our vitality, rise again, and quietly surprise everyone. As expected, after so many years of keeping a low profile, they finally welcomed their king and finally welcomed the dawn of unifying the world. So, the current demons are very scary, because originally a demon emperor led the demon realm, which already had the strength to compete with any other realm. Not to mention Lu Yiyuan's awakening, which almost made it impossible for the demons to dominate this Luo realm. Ran Shuqing saw Su Maoyang was silent, thinking that she had known her identity and tacitly agreed to her help. so she naturally came to the couch, curiously looked at the woman on the couch, and said comforting words. I'm not as amazing as Xiao Qian said. But Miss Su, don't worry. I will make you better. But she was so amazed at the sight that she couldn't help but exclaim. Miss Su is so beautiful. Even if she is sick, she is still stunning. This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful woman. Su Maoyang looked up at her with a bad face when she heard the compliment. She found that although the daughter of the demon emperor came uninvited, she was not arrogant at all. The smile on her face was as warm as the spring breeze, and her voice was very pleasant, which made people feel good about her. However, they were not related, and she showed such great kindness when they met for the first time, which made Su Maoyang doubt her motives. After all, even the maids in her own palace didn't like her. But a princess of noble status could ask about her well-being and greet her with a smile. Isn't it strange? Princess, you are a princess of noble status. It is not suitable for you to come to me, lest you be sick by me. Facing this person's smile, Su Maoyang softened his tone. Ran Shuqing smiled and shook his head. I am a doctor and an alchemist. These illnesses are not difficult for me. Miss Su is weak and needs to be treated urgently. So I brought a heavenly soul Yuanmo pill. After you take it, you should be cured in less than 3 days. When Xiao Qian and Xiaozhi heard about the heavenly soul Yuanmo pill, their faces changed in shock, and they looked at each other in disbelief. Then Xiao Qian could not wait to open the medicine box. A crystal clear pill that emitted fluorescence, like a gem, suddenly came into her eyes. Xi Qian's fingers were so hot that she quickly handed it back to Ran Shuqing's maid. Princess Shuqing, this heavenly soul Yuanmo pill requires extremely rare heavenly demon stone, and the best scales of the demon shark as medicine. And it takes 1.5 years to refine. Such a precious treasure. You actually gave it to someone else. You absolutely cannot do that. And you gave it to a sick waste. Isn't this a waste of natural resources? Xiaozhi also looked at Princess Yuqing with fear. Yes, Princess. This thing is too precious. We dare not accept it. This is not for you. This is for Miss Su to treat her illness. The Demon Lord is already worried enough about the Demon Clan. It's not a big deal for me to take some pills to relieve his worries. You guys hurry up and help Miss Su take it. Ran Shuqing waved her hand indifferently. If they didn't know the difficulty and rarity of the pill, they would have thought it was just a trifle. As a peak Danzuan, who was 3 levels higher than the peak Dansheng, Su Maoyang naturally knew the origin of the pill and immediately rejected her kindness. Princess, don't do this. My illness is a mental illness. Drug treatment is not very effective. It's a waste of such a good pill. It's not worth it. Yes. It's not worth it. She is asking for her own death. Why should the princess control her? Only the princess is so generous with such a good treasure. Others are too busy hiding it. Xiao Qian agreed with Su Maoyang's words for the first time, nodding like pounding garlic to dispel her idea. Ran Shuqing shook his head in disapproval. Miss Su's injury is not a trivial matter. The whole demon palace has spread that the demon lord was very angry because of Miss Su's injury, and he also chopped off the heads of several demon doctors. It can be seen that Miss Su is the apple of the demon lord's eye. And if I cure Miss Su with medicine, not only can I relieve the demon lord's worries, but also let the demon doctor save a life. This pill can be regarded as making the best use of it and a merit. Hearing this, Xiao Qian shook her head in dismay. Princess Yuqing, you misunderstood. She is not the one that the demon lord holds dear to his heart. She is clearly the enemy that the demon lord wants to skin and tear out his tendons. The demon lord keeps her just to torture her. Not what you think. You really don't need to waste your energy on such a person. Hearing this, Ran Shuqing raised his eyebrows and was a little confused. Enemy? Chapter 2550. Does the demon lord like her too? Seeing her unbelievable face, Xiao Qian explained again. Yes. The demon lord said in person that he wanted her to be neither alive nor dead, and that she would be helpless even if she cried out to heaven or earth. All the servants were there at the time. So how could it be false? Hearing this, Ran Shuqing's eyes flashed with surprise. The demon lord could say such serious words. And the hatred must be quite big. She really never expected that this woman who made the demon lord furious and nervous was actually his enemy. However, no matter who the other person was, she was of great significance to the demon lord, and she could not neglect it. Thinking about it, Ran Shuqing put on a smile again, with a completely unconcerned look. No matter what, She is the one that the Demon Lord wants to keep, and I will do my best. Xiao Ji was quite moved when she heard this, and couldn't help but praise. Princess Yuqing is kind-hearted and selfless, and I really respect her. After that, she looked at Su Maoyang and asked her what she meant. Miss Su, the princess is sincere. You see, Su Maoyang was a little speechless. She was a Danzuan alchemist. What was she short of was the elixir. Did she need a Danxing to show her courtesy? I really don't need the elixir. Princess, take it back. I want to rest. Xiuji, see you off? Su Maoyang always believed that there was no such thing as a pie in the sky in this world. And she didn't want to owe such a favor for no reason. Not to mention that she didn't know the other party, and didn't know the other party's motives. Xiao Qian didn't expect that Su Maoyang didn't appreciate the princess's sincerity at all. He didn't even say a word of thanks, and wanted to drive him away. Xiao Qian was angry and scolded. Don't be ungrateful. The princess came to visit you with good intentions, and gave you such a precious elixir. It's fine if you don't appreciate it. But why are you driving him away? I think your brain is burned out, and there is no cure. Seeing that Xiao Qian was overstepping her bounds, Xiaoji hurriedly tugged at her hem. But Xiao Qian opened her hand and glared at her with anger. Did I say anything wrong? I have never seen such an ungrateful person. Xiaoji was helpless, and could not argue with Xiao Qian. So she looked at Ran Shuqing with apology. Princess Yuqing is really sorry. Miss Su has been feeling unwell, and in a bad mood these days. So I spoke a little too hastily. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay. She needs to rest. It's my fault. Then I'll come visit her another day. Ran Shuqing did not force it, but asked the maid to take back the pills, and planned to go home. Seeing this, Xiao Qian felt guilty, and quickly offered to send her out. Ran Shuqing didn't have such a big rule. And before leaving, he considerately rejected her kindness. No need to see me off. The most important thing is to serve Miss Su well. The two maids gestured to stop Xiao Qian from seeing her off. Xiao Qian anxiously looked at her back as she walked away, and her anger grew more and more intense. She immediately turned around and vented it on Su Maoyang. Do you know who you just rejected? That's a genius alchemist at the peak of the Dan Saint level. A big shot you need to look up to in your life. One of his pills is more precious than your life. But you refused without even looking at it. Who do you think you are? The Demon Lord asked us to take care of you. And you really think you are the master? Please figure it out. To put it bluntly, you are just a prisoner now. But you are still dragging yourself up. You really think you are capable? Xiao Qian. Miss Su probably didn't mean that. I'm afraid you misunderstood her. Xiaoji could understand Su Maoyang's feelings to some extent. How could such a precious thing be accepted just like that? Even if Princess Yuqing was willing. If it got to the ears of outsiders, it would cause trouble. After all, with her current status, it would be difficult for her to not be gossiped about if she accepted such a valuable gift. I'm not deaf or blind. Can't I see whether she has this intention or not? Do you need to say anything? Since you treat her as your master, then serve her well. I'm tired and will go back to my room to rest. Xiao Qian didn't want to waste time arguing with Xiaoji, so she turned around and left angrily. Xiaoji couldn't do anything about her, so she could only shake her head and sigh, comforting Su Maoyang. Miss Su, Xiao Qian has an impatient temper, so don't bother with her. Speaking of which, Princess Yuqing really has good intentions. She is the most kind-hearted master in the palace. She is not only kind to her relatives and friends around her, but also to servants like slaves. Almost no one in the palace doesn't like her. Take this visit to you as an example. Others avoided her as much as possible, but she was not afraid of getting into trouble. And she brought food and medicine. She also lives in this magic palace? Su Maoyang was a little curious when she heard her speak so well of Princess Yuqing. Yes, before Lord Demon Lord woke up. This demon palace had always been the residence of the Demon Emperor, and Princess Yuqing grew up in this palace. Later, when Lord Demon Lord woke up, the Demon Emperor wanted to move out. But the Demon Lord, thinking of the Demon Emperor's hard work for the Demon clan for so many years, invited the Demon Emperor to live with him, and gave the palace in the east to the Demon Emperor and his children. And Princess Yuqing, as the Demon Emperor's favorite daughter, was naturally assigned to the Qiyu Palace in the east with the best environment. Anyway, this demon palace covers several thousand acres. And there are thousands of palaces. It doesn't matter if there are more people living here. It will be more lively. Su Maoyang was silent for a moment, and then continued to ask. You said that no one in the palace doesn't like her. Does the demon lord like her too? Xiaoji didn't expect her to ask this. She carefully glanced at her expression and replied cautiously. The demon lord has only been back for half a year. And he has been in seclusion most of the time. I have only seen the demon lord twice. How can I know these things? What's more, the demon lord's thoughts are not something we servants can guess. Miss Su is embarrassing me. Speaking of which, she was able to see the demon lord thanks to Su Maoyang. Otherwise, except for the demon emperor and the confidants around the demon lord, the rest of the people would not even be qualified to appear in front of the demon lord. Su Maoyang heard this and felt that he had asked abruptly. Sorry. I just asked casually. Don't mind it. As for the Princess Yuqing, she should not be as simple as you think. It is better to be more careful in everything. A princess of the demon clan, who is not spoiled, can be so considerate and thoughtful to servants and even to the enemies of the demon king, and please everyone. This alone is extremely difficult. If she is not really kind-hearted, then she is a very resourceful person. However, no matter which type she is definitely not naive and simple. After all, in this power center, no one can rely on simplicity and kindness to be invincible. Xiaoji heard that she had something to say, which was obviously a reminder to herself. She was suddenly shocked. After a moment of stunned, she immediately lowered her head and said yes obediently. She didn't understand why she said that. Perhaps it was because Miss Su was suspicious by nature and had just entered the palace and didn't know Princess Yuqing well, which led to some misunderstandings. She thought that after the two of them got to know each other better, they would be able to live in harmony. Chapter 2551 Allow her to attend the palace banquet. The 3-day deadline set by the demon lord arrived in the blink of an eye. And during this period, several groups of demon doctors came to consult Su Maoyang. They originally thought that it would take more time, but they didn't expect that this woman's body was so good that she was fully recovered in 3 days, which saved them a lot of worry. Xiuji, who witnessed Su Maoyang's recovery, was even more impressed by her amazing recovery ability. She was happy and fortunate, and smiled and complimented. Miss Su is indeed a blessed person that even the King of Hell is reluctant to take away. It seems that the girl will have a long life in the future. TSK. She is just lucky and saved her life. The real blessed person should be Princess Yuqing. She is of noble status, beautiful and kind. She is not only a Dan Sheng but also a postnatal Qin Xian. She may even become the most noble woman in this demon realm in the future. In comparison, she is a sickly girl who can only make the demon lord angry. What kind of blessing is there? I think it's more like bad luck. Xiao Qian thought Xiaoji's brain was broken. She could actually smile and flatter the enemy of the demon lord. She immediately said a few words. The demon Martin in the space was furious after hearing this. This Xiao Qian must have never seen the world. A mere Dansheng. A postnatal Qin Xian dares to act arrogantly in front of a woman? She is really blind. Su Maoyang turned a deaf ear to these words, and even didn't bother to pay attention to Xiao Qian, and ate her medicinal food by herself. She was already immune to these gossips after having experienced many battles. And not only did she not get angry, but she found them a little ridiculous. People at the bottom of society usually like to use malicious speculation and slandering others to make up for their inner dissatisfaction. Xiaoji was worried about Xu Qian's behavior, but she was relieved when she saw that Su Maoyang didn't pursue the matter. She was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, but she heard a strong sound of footsteps outside. Then she saw a tall figure walking quickly from outside, conveying the will of the demon lord through the beaded curtain. Miss Su, the Lantern Festival will be in 3 days. The demon lord has specially approved you to attend the palace banquet because you have just recovered from a serious illness. I hope Miss Su will take care of herself and don't let down the good intentions of the demon lord. Looking at the figure and hearing the voice, Xiaoji almost recognized this person as Lin Shiwei, the confidant of the demon lord. In fact, the people who follow the demon lord are also outstanding and unforgettable. But she never expected that the demon lord would let Miss Su attend the palace banquet. Such great news shocked her for a moment. And then she shouted to Su Maoyang happily, "My God! Miss, did you hear that? The demon lord allowed you to attend the palace banquet. You should know that only the royal relatives and nobles are qualified to attend this palace banquet. I just said that you are a blessed person. And this blessing has come." Su Maoyang was also a little surprised. Logically, Lu Yiyuan hated her to death. So why would he let her attend such an important occasion? Could it be that he was planning something bad and wanted to torment her? Su Maoyang couldn't figure it out. And Xiao Qian was also puzzled. She refused to believe it, and confirmed again and again what Gardlin said. Is it true? Asshole. The Demon Lord personally told me. How could it be false? Lin Chen said solemnly. Su Maoyang was not happy after hearing this. Instead, his face darkened, and he refused outright. You go, and report to the Demon Lord. I won't go. She doesn't have the time to deal with a bunch of insignificant people. He might be thinking about how to torture her. Miss Su, if you go against the will of the Demon Lord, you will not get any good results. For the sake of your relatives and friends, I advise you to think it over. I have already said it. And the choice of whether to go or not is still up to you. Miss Su. Goodbye. Lin Chen's deep and rich voice was full of danger. But after the explanation, he left decisively without staying for a moment. Su Maoyang was so angry at his threat that her face turned pale, and she swept the medicine bowl on the table to the ground with a snap. She had fought for so many years, and she was not afraid to bow her head in the face of death. But in the end, she had to fall to the point of being manipulated by Renlu Yeyuan. Retribution. All retribution. Time flies, and it is another Lantern Festival. Speaking of which, this year's Lantern Festival is much more grand than in previous years, because this is the first palace banquet with a Demon Lord in charge. The entire Demon Palace was carefully preparing to ensure that everything was done perfectly, so as not to spoil the interest of the Demon Lord. So just as dusk fell, and the night had not yet begun, the Demon King and the Demon Emperor, who lived outside the palace, arrived early with their relatives and sat down, chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 2, making it very lively. Although the Demon Emperor and the princes and princesses still lived in the Demon Palace, they were not the hosts of the banquet, so they sat in the lower right position of the main seat. Because they were closest to the Demon Lord, they seemed to be of a detached and noble status. In such an atmosphere of luxury and splendor, Su Maoyang's plain dress was particularly eye-catching. Before she could even sit down, countless pairs of eyes were all on her. Some were surprised, some were confused, and some were full of hostility. However, just as everyone was curiously looking at her, a loud announcement interrupted everyone's thoughts. A black robe was seen strode in with rolling demonic power, like the night that swept over, casting a large and thick shadow on everyone's face. The face as delicate as a jade sculpture shone brightly against the firelight, but it was chilling and made people unable to look directly at it, not to mention the magnificent eyes like the sea, which swept over fiercely, and shocked everyone so much that their hair stood up. Almost subconsciously, they stood up and saluted respectfully to the Demon Lord who walked to the first seat. At this moment, whether it was the Demon Emperor or the Demon King, they all prostrated themselves on the ground humbly, like devout believers worshipping the gods, as if they were burying their heads deep in the ground, shouting slogans of awe and worship, and their voices echoed in the hall like waves, shaking Su Maoyang's head. If she hadn't hated the man in front of her, she would have been infected by the empathy of the people present and felt a deep respect for him. Indeed, Lu Yeyuan has reached an unparalleled height in the eyes of the demons. But it is understandable that the reincarnation of the demon god of ancient times, just this name, is enough to make the entire demon realm bow down. What's more, with his strength and style back then, he can indeed be called the god of the demons, the sky of the demons. But she couldn't kowtow to the bad guy who caused Jun Haosong to disappear. Fortunately, Lu Yeyuan didn't care about her rudeness, just glanced at her coldly and asked everyone to stand up. Just because Lu Yeyuan didn't pursue the matter, it didn't mean that the others didn't. Seeing that Su Maoyang sat calmly from beginning to end, the Demon Emperor frowned and questioned. His roar was deafening, shocking everyone into silence. Whose daughter is this? How dare she be so rude in front of the Demon Lord? Ran Shuqing hurriedly explained. Father, this is Miss Su, whom the Demon Lord brought back from the lower plane some time ago. She was injured a few days ago, and has been recuperating in Ningxue Palace. I think she just entered the palace and doesn't understand the rules of the palace, so she lost her manners. Don't bother with her. When they heard that it was the woman brought back by the Demon Lord from the lower plane, everyone suddenly realized. Before seeing her beautiful and elegant temperament, they thought she was a daughter of a family who had never appeared before. But they didn't expect that she was Su Maoyang, a prostitute who offended the Demon Lord. Realizing that the other party was not presentable, many women present breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but whisper, sitting next to Ran Shuqing. The charming woman in a white fox robe, who looked very graceful, could not help but ridicule her on the spot. Oh, so this is Miss Su, the top performer of Chunfengfeng. It is better to meet her in person than to hear about her. She is really charming. No wonder she is famous, and has fascinated men in the lower plains. As soon as these words came out, the pretty woman on her left, wearing an indigo robe, also covered her mouth and chuckled, echoing, since she is the top performer of Chunfengfeng, I think she is good at singing and dancing. She appeared at the palace banquet today. Could it be that Lord Mosen specially arranged a program for everyone to let Miss Su dance for everyone? Chapter 2552 Help Her Out. Ran Shuqing glanced at the face of the Demon Lord and smiled to help her out. Sister, you don't know? I heard that Miss Su was not originally from Chunfengfeng, but was the favorite of Emperor Yin and the honorable queen of the Great Yin dynasty. Later, it seemed that she had a conflict with Emperor Yin. So Miss Su left the Great Yin dynasty and entered Chunfengfeng. Miss Su has outstanding talents. It should be an unintentional act that became the top card of Chunfengfeng. It can't be counted. It would have been better if she didn't say it. Once she finished, people sneered. Haha. She didn't want to be the queen and the favor of Emperor Yin. But she was obsessed with Chunfengfeng and became the top card for 3 years. This is even more shameless than being originally from Chunfengfeng. Princess Ningen, who was wearing a white fox fur coat, thought it was ridiculous. She glanced at Su Maoyang with contempt, and her tone was full of disgust. Those prostitutes were born in humble circumstances and had no choice but to live as entertainment for others. Su Maoyang, on the other hand, gave up her role as queen and fell into depravity, which shows that no matter how noble her status is, it cannot cover up her lowliness in her bones. Princess Han Yun smiled and nodded. Sister, what you said is that those who voluntarily become prostitutes are more despicable than those who are forced to do so. Since Miss Su likes to entertain others, why not take advantage of the good night and festival to dance for everyone to add to the festivities? Yes, Miss Su can become the top star. She must be a leader. I also want to feast my eyes and feel the happiness of the men in the lower plane. Miss Su will dance for everyone. Another woman who was even younger was even more excited and clapped with great anticipation, hearing everyone humiliating her. Su Maoyang's indifferent face was covered with a layer of frost. But she was too lazy to give these people a glance, but looked directly at Lu Yeyuan, who was sitting upstairs, grinning and sarcastically. If I am shameless, then what is the point of forcing me to come here like a bandit? Even a bitch like me can look down on him. So he must be more shameless? When these words came out, everyone present gasped. They didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so bold that she even dared to insult the Demon Lord. You know, they spoke respectfully, and were afraid of making the Demon Lord unhappy. How dare this woman? The Demon Emperor was furious and shouted. You are so presumptuous. The Demon Lord is not someone you, a bitch, can humiliate at will. Come on. Drag her out and smash her mouth. The Demon Emperor didn't know what the Demon Lord had in mind for Su Maoyang, so he only punished her with torture and didn't take her life. If it were any other slave girl, she would have been crushed to dust, leaving nothing behind. The Demon Emperor thought he had shown mercy, but his daughter was 100 times kinder than him and stood up to plead. Father, calm down. Lord Demon, calm down. Miss Su did not come to my demon realm voluntarily, and she must feel wronged. It is normal for her to not know the rules when she first arrived. Considering her ignorance, let her go this time. If Lord Demon and the guests want to see talent, how about I play a song for everyone to liven up the atmosphere? The Demon Emperor saw that his innocent and kind daughter was willing to volunteer to liven up the atmosphere for a prostitute. He felt helpless and distressed, and sighed disapprovingly. Chinger, you are a princess. Why do you have to humiliate yourself? In such occasions, it is usually the singing girls and dancing girls who entertain the guests. So how could the princess herself go on stage? At worst, there are so many daughters of the Demon King, so it won't be her turn. As long as it can make the Demon King happy, let everyone have a good year. Calm my father's anger, and avoid the punishment of Miss Su. There is nothing wrong with me playing a song. I just hope that the Demon King will not despise my crude piano skills. Ran Shuqing's generous joke was obviously about something that lowered her own status, but her frank and confident demeanor gave people a sense of nobility and elegance. and people did not have the slightest heart to underestimate her. Everyone couldn't help but talk about it, and they all praised this Princess Yuqing for her first-class good nature. She is elegant and generous, tolerant, kind-hearted, and has the virtue of a mother of the world at a young age. The key is that she can play the piano well, and is an extremely rare acquired piano fairy. Speaking of which, everyone is not qualified to appreciate the music of Princess Yuqing on weekdays, but now they have the opportunity to enjoy it. Everyone almost forgot Su Maoyang's rudeness in the blink of an eye and had expectations for Ran Shuqing. After all, they have no interest in punishing a bitch, and Ran Shuqing's music is a rare and heavenly sound. Su Maoyang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard everyone's appreciation of Ran Shuqing, and looked at her with an unpredictable look. In such occasions, the noble princess has always been embarrassed to take the initiative to show her talent. I think that in the banquets on weekdays, most of the people who stand out are the daughters of aristocratic families. But this Princess Yuqing is very smart. When her status does not allow it, she can show her music skills in the name of helping her out. This move not only did not make her lose face, but also won her a wave of goodwill and a good reputation. At the same time, she also left a deep impression on the Demon Lord. She did not suffer any loss after all. Su Maoyang couldn't help but wonder, is this princess really kind or full of calculations? Just when Su Maoyang was thinking about her intentions, the other party had already walked to the center of the hall with a graceful manner. She faced the first seat and sat on the low stool prepared by the maid. With a light wave of her sleeves, a long zither as red as tears suddenly appeared in front of her. The white and slender scallion roots moved the strings of the zither like a dragonfly touching the water, and several crisp and pleasant sounds followed. Her zither sound was brisk. Her skills were superb, sometimes long and sometimes decisive, with ups and downs, and lively tunes, like a deer in the forest jumping into the hearts of the guests, making people's hearts beat and their moods happy. Most long zithers are simple and melodious, which evokes melancholy. However, she took a different approach and played a light and lively tune with a steady and heavy sound quality. Obviously, if she didn't have some skills, she would never reach this level. Of course, the most admirable thing is the atmosphere and artistic conception she created with her mental power. If she hadn't contracted the dragon zither before, got the beast-taming zither score, and got the true teachings of Emperor Yan's zither skills, Su Maoyang would not dare to guarantee that her talent as a zither player could surpass this Ran Shuqing. At this moment, she had to admit that this woman was also a top genius in mental power. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but be curious about her spiritual power. But she used her spiritual sense to spy for a long time. But she didn't notice the fluctuation of spiritual power, which surprised her. Could it be that her spiritual power level is much higher than hers? Finally, Su Maoyang couldn't help but ask Xiaoji behind him, what is the level of Princess Yuqing's spiritual power? Hearing this, Xiaoji hurriedly bowed and whispered in her ear, Miss Su, Princess Yuqing was a premature baby, born with scarce spiritual power, and was not suitable for martial arts due to her weak body and many illnesses. So she did not choose the path of spiritual power. Fortunately, there is always a way out. The princess's spiritual power is particularly outstanding. So the princess has only focused on cultivating her spiritual power since she was a child, and has become an excellent alchemist and zither player. However, although Princess Yuqing has no spiritual power, her zither skills are superb. Her sound attack is very powerful, and she often kills people without being seen. So she is also a person who cannot be underestimated. Chapter 2553 Reward her with a place. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. While she was thinking, she suddenly felt a strong and sharp gaze falling on her. But when she looked up, it disappeared without a trace. She only saw that all the guests present were immersed in Ran Shuqing's piano music and couldn't extricate themselves. Even Lu Yiyuan was no exception. He stared at Ran Shuqing closely, with obvious joy and appreciation in his eyes. He didn't know whether he appreciated Ran Shuqing as a person or her piano skills, or maybe both of them made him extremely satisfied. And he stared at her intently and forgot everything else. This was the first time Su Maoyang saw Jun Haotsong's eyes appear in a woman other than her. It was also the first time she saw him show such an expression to other women. She really couldn't imagine that the man who was once high and mighty, who was not in anyone's eyes, was now as indulgent as other men, which was really disappointing. No, that's not right. She forgot again that the person in front of her was Liu Yeyuan, not Jun Haocong. Jun Haocong had disappeared, and the man sitting in the high position was just a shell of him, bent on torturing his enemy. The soul that loved her deeply had long been buried by this cold winter, and lost the heartbeat that beat for her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang withdrew her gaze in disappointment. Her heavy and painful heart seemed to be filled with cold wind, wrapped in ice and snow, frozen cold and hard, and her face turned a little pale. However, no matter how well she concealed her emotions, she still couldn't escape Liu Yeyuan's sharp eagle-like eyes. I don't know whether he was happy for her sadness or praised Ran Shuqing's piano skills. After the song was over, Liu Yeyuan shouted loudly without saying a word. Reward? Hearing the reward from Lord Demon, not only Ran Shuqing was surprised, but even the old demon emperor laughed excitedly and reminded. Ha ha ha. Qing, why don't you thank the demon lord quickly? Ran Shuqing originally only intended to show up and win the favor of the demon lord, but she didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. And from the tone and expression of the demon lord, he seemed very satisfied with his piano skills, which caught her off guard. She only came to her senses after hearing her father's reminder and stood up to thank him. Thank you, Lord Demon, for your appreciation. It is a blessing for me to play the piano for Lord Demon. I really dare not ask for a reward. You play so well. You deserve the reward. Princess Yuqing is too modest. Liu Yeyuan disagreed with her words. Ran Shuqing obviously didn't take the reward seriously, and insisted, It is the greatest reward for me to make Lord Demon Lord smile. I really don't dare to ask for anything else. The Demon Emperor secretly observed and confirmed that Liu Yeyuan had a good impression of Ran Shuqing. So he immediately boldly proposed, Lord Demon Lord, my daughter has regarded money as dirt since she was a child. No matter how much reward she gets, it is just a thing outside her body. Instead of rewarding her with gold and silver, I think it would be better to reward her with a position so that she can accompany you every day, play the piano for you and share your worries, which may make her happier. Ran Shuqing seemed to have not expected her father to bring up such a shameful topic in public. Her pretty face flushed instantly, and she glared at him in shame and anger. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't be embarrassed. It's not difficult for you to admire the Demon Lord. After all, who here doesn't admire the Demon Lord? The Demon Emperor's words resolved Ran Shuqing's embarrassment, making the initiative to propose marriage seem fair and above board. Indeed, everyone admired and respected the Demon Lord, the reincarnation of the ancient demon god. It was normal for Ran Shuqing to have a crush on him, and there was nothing to hide. But no one expected that the Demon Emperor would openly express his feelings in public. This courage and scheming were admirable. Because of such an occasion, with so many eyes watching, even if the Demon Lord was unwilling, it would be difficult to offend the Demon Emperor. In any case, the Demon Emperor was of great significance to the demon realm, and he was the right-hand man of the Demon Lord. If the Demon Lord refused, wouldn't he be cutting off his own wings? Therefore, the result was obvious, and marrying Ran Shuqing was almost a foregone conclusion. As expected, as soon as the Demon Emperor finished speaking, the Demon Lord nodded without any hesitation. Princess Yuqing is extremely beautiful, talented, and kind-hearted. I admire her very much. Since that's the case, then how about making Princess Yuqing a noble concubine and giving her the title of Jia? Su Maoyang didn't expect Liu Yeyuan to really agree. She looked at him in surprise, but she happened to meet his eyes that flashed with cold light and were as sharp as a knife. That look seemed like a cheetah hidden in the night, looking through her at a glance, with a strong aggressiveness. Su Maoyang's heart trembled immediately, and she couldn't resist and looked away. But she clearly felt that the pressure that made people breathless, like a mountain pressing down on their heads, was still on her. Although Ran Shuqing was in joy at this time, she was still not overwhelmed by joy. She was sharp and careful, and soon discovered the fleeting eye contact between the two. Although she was talking about her reward, she was looking in the direction of Su Maoyang. She didn't dare to think about the meaning. She just failed to win the position of queen and could only be a concubine, which made her feel a little disappointed. In addition, the two of them looked at each other silently, which made her feel even more depressed. But such emotions were quickly suppressed by her. She almost subconsciously raised a bright smile on her face, and thanked her without any clues. Thank you, Lord Demon Lord, for your favor. The Demon Emperor was actually a little dissatisfied with the position of concubine, but the Demon Lord said it himself. and there was no reason to take it back. Fortunately, the demon lord had just returned to the palace, and there was no candidate for the queen. His daughter is now a concubine. But it doesn't mean she will always be one. With his daughter's noble status and likable personality, it shouldn't be difficult for her to become the queen. Perhaps he figured this out. The demon emperor nodded and cast an admiring look at Ran Shuqing. His daughter was so calm in the face of praise and disgrace that she was not an ordinary person at first glance. Seeing that the demon emperor had obtained a position for Ran Shuqing, the other guests also got excited and stood up to recommend their daughters, praising them like they were free. If their daughters were not sitting in the hall, everyone would have thought that they were fairies descending to the earth. It can be seen how shameless these people are for power and status. And the demon lord accepted everyone who came and directly asked people to register the names of these women and confer them another title on another day. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was extremely disappointed. Liu Yiyuan was destined not to be Jun Haotsong. He had the same dirty faces as those who cling to the powerful. In fact, the girls in Chun Fengfeng were cleaner and nobler than them. Thinking of her unyielding fantasy and expectation for him, and her unyielding desire to find the shadow of Jun Haotsong in him, Su Maoyang felt that she was ridiculous to the extreme. However, just as Su Maoyang was laughing at her stupidity and naivety, a bolt of lightning struck her head. In addition, I also want to reward Su Maoyang as a concubine. Chapter 2554, trying every possible way to humiliate her. Selected concubines. Isn't this the lowest class of people in the palace besides the palace maids? Although she is nominally the woman of the demon lord, she has no status, which is equivalent to a nameless and unnamed maid who warms the bed, and is no different from a prostitute in a brothel outside. The only difference is that she can live in the demon palace, live under the eyes of the demon lord, and only need to serve the demon lord. But this can't cover up her lowliness in her bones. They heard that this person offended the demon lord before, and seeing her attending such an occasion today, everyone still had doubts and dared not confirm the authenticity of the rumors. Now it seems that the news that the two have a grudge is absolutely true. Otherwise, the demon lord would not use the identity of selected concubines to humiliate her. Realizing this, everyone present was gloating and whispering. At this time, Su Maoyang was confused by this inexplicable arrangement, and looked at Liu Yiyuan with a face full of shock and anger. She didn't understand. What did the demon lord's selection of concubines have to do with her? How did she become a concubine? Is there something wrong with Liu Yiyuan? However, facing his playful and happy eyes, and hearing everyone's contempt for the identity of a concubine, Su Maoyang suddenly realized, and her heart sank rapidly, as if a piece of lead was stuffed in her chest. And she suddenly pulled a sharp pain. Unexpectedly, he could come up with such a bad way to torture her. It seems that he not only wants to torture her physically, but also humiliate her psychologically and mentally. Not only does he humiliate her, he also wants others to humiliate and destroy her together. He wanted to trample her into the dust, to be spurned by thousands of people and trampled by tens of thousands of people. He wanted her to be his in life and his ghost in death, and never be able to turn over. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt sad, lowered her eyes sadly, and suddenly a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. A man without feelings can really do anything. But in her opinion, such a punishment is completely childish and absurd. Her heart had died with the disappearance of Jun Haotsong. What was left was just a walking corpse. Would she still care about her identity, status, or who she was as a woman? Liu Yiyuan had been watching her expression from beginning to end, seeing the light flickering on her slightly drooping face, revealing only the indiscernible arc at the corner of her lips. He couldn't help but feel a blockage in his heart and narrowed his eyes to ask, "What are you laughing at?" Hearing his question, Su Maoyang looked up with relief. The arc of her mouth spread out like ripples in the river. Her eyes, which had long lost their luster, were now filled with unrestrained and self-satisfied. "You are laughing at me, a widow whose husband died, for being favored by the demon lord and taken into the harem. I really don't know whether I should sigh at my charisma or the fact that the demon lord is too hungry." The words widow and hungry stimulated Liu Yiyuan. His handsome face, which had just been evil and happy, suddenly sank. The deep sea-like eyes instantly stirred up a storm. For a moment, the whole hall was caught in the terrifying power of the demon. "You're looking for death." The three thunderous words seemed to come down from the sky. The sound alone made the guests' blood boil, not to mention the murderous aura that was as sharp as a knife. But compared to the panic of others, Su Maoyang was calm from beginning to end. He held his head high and met Liu Yiyuan's murderous eyes without showing any weakness. There was even a sarcastic sneer on the corner of his mouth. What he said was even more shocking. "It's better to kill me. Otherwise you are a coward. This is definitely the most daring and courageous woman they have ever seen. It seems that even if the Demon Lord doesn't want to kill her, she must die today. It's a pity that everyone waited and waited, and they were almost unable to withstand the destruction of the demon's power and murderous aura. But they didn't wait for a single word of killing. Just when everyone couldn't figure out the Demon Lord's thoughts, they heard a terrifyingly calm voice resounding in the hall. Your provocations don't work with me. I said that I want you to live, and live a life worse than death. Forget about others." After that, he ordered the Haomute demon king behind him. "The list of concubines has been decided. You choose the nearest auspicious day and start preparing. The nearest auspicious day is 5 days later. But will it be too unfair to Princess Yuqing?" Xiao Wuning glanced at Ran Shuqing in the hall and asked undecidedly. Upon hearing this, the demon emperor immediately took over the conversation and said, "No. It's her blessing to marry the demon lord. She's so happy that she can't wait to do it. How can she feel wronged?" Ran Shuqing blushed with shame and pretended to be angry and scolded. "Father!" The demon lord didn't take her shyness of a girl into consideration at all. He just looked in the direction of Su Maoyang, vented his anger, and said that the sooner the better, and then left. When the demon lord left, everyone was a little uninterested. They only drank a few cups symbolically, exchanged a few words, and quickly dispersed and went home. As for Su Maoyang, she was already impatient. Without saying a word, she patted her butt and left, leaving more decisively than anyone else. The princesses were upset when they saw that she was so arrogant, and decided to teach her a lesson, and immediately followed her. When they reached the sparsely populated palace road, Ren Hanyun seized the opportunity and called her out. "Su Maoyang, stop right there." Su Maoyang knew without thinking that she was looking for trouble, so she pretended not to hear and continued to move forward. Princess Hanyun saw that she was ignoring her and walking faster and faster, and her anger suddenly rose 8 feet high. She jumped in front of her, blocked her way, and shouted angrily, "You are so bold. You dare to ignore my words. I don't even take the Demon Lord seriously. Who are you? And you deserve me to stop and listen to your lecture?" Su Maoyang glanced at her coldly and replied in a bad tone. "You?" Ren Hanyun was extremely angry. Her eyes bulged like 2 copper bells, showing a bit of funny. But she couldn't deny that this person dared to offend the Demon Lord and was not afraid of death. So he would not take her. A princess? Seriously? Princess Ning'an saw Han Yun was defeated, and she came up gracefully from behind, sneering and sarcastically saying, "Su Xianxue is so arrogant. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want if the Demon Lord doesn't kill you? You should know that there are many ways in this palace that are more cruel than taking people's lives. I think Su Xianxue can't wait to try them." Su Maoyang thought it was ridiculous, and pointed out their despicable thoughts. "I have no grudges against the 2 princesses. Why are the 2 princesses holding me? Are you jealous of me? And are you angry that a lowly woman can become the Demon Lord's woman? But you can't? Bullshit. Would our princess be jealous of you? A lowly concubine?" Ren Hanyun raised her voice, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Princess Ning'an was so angry that her breathing stagnated, and she winked at Han Yun directly. "Don't talk nonsense with her. Show her some color. I want to see whether our fists are more powerful or your mouth is more powerful." Chapter 2555. Block a whip for her. "Stop!" Before Ran Hanyun could make a move, a stern shout interrupted her action. Ran Shuqing came from a distance. Even though she walked quickly, her beautiful figure and elegant manners did not show any flaws. Only the hem of her long skirt swayed slightly in the night wind with her steps, and with her beautiful face shining in the moonlight, she immediately gave rise to an unstoppable heartbeat. However, this beautiful and dazzling scene made Ran Ning'an and Ran Hanyun both look gloomy, and a trace of jealousy appeared in their eyes. "Ran Shuqing, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." When Ran Ning'an thought of Ran Shuqing becoming concubine Jia just now under the recommendation of her father, he was furious and full of anger as soon as he opened his mouth. Her father doted on her too much and favored her on weekdays, and today he had to sacrifice his old face to seek the position of concubine for her. They are also the biological daughters of their father, but they don't even have the chance to compete with her. just because their father favors her and doesn't want them to become stumbling blocks on her road to success. They have to make way for her. Just because their father intends to use them to win over other forces. They have to sacrifice themselves and fulfill the family. But as princesses, why can Ran Shuqing be with the person she likes and be happy? But they can't? Even the daughter of a noble family and Su Maoyang, a lowly prostitute, can become the woman of the demon lord. Why can't they, the noble princesses, do the same? Thinking of this, Ren Ningyan hated the sister in front of him, who was better than himself in everything. If it weren't for her, the person my father would have recommended would only be her. Ren Ningyan, feeling the other party's hostility, Ran Shuqing didn't get angry, but just reminded loudly, I'm doing this for your sister's sake. Su Maoyang is the demon lord's woman at the very least. If you do it privately without the demon lord's nod, you'll get into trouble and ruin your future. Wouldn't you regret it for the rest of your life? Bah! A shameless, self-degrading, and untamable ungrateful person is worthy of being the demon lord's woman? You're probably addicted to being a good person. Is this kind of person worth winning over? Ren Ningyan said with disgust, with an expression as if he had swallowed a fly. Ren Hanyan also nodded and sneered. Yes, I heard that Emperor Yin was deeply in love with her and gave her all the glory and wealth. But she didn't appreciate it, and she stabbed Emperor Yin with a sword, almost taking his life. In my opinion, such a woman is too honorable even if she is named a concubine. She is only worthy of undressing those stinky men in the brothel. Hearing her mention Emperor Yin again, Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes slightly, unconsciously clenched his fists, and the forbearing warning was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. You can't just talk about the matter between Emperor Yin and me. If I hear it again, don't blame me for being rude. Others say that she is cheap and shameless. Su Maoyang cannot care, but she can't stand hearing the name of Emperor Yin. It was this person who was insidious and cunning, and who used every possible means to plot and scheme. He used her friends, betrayed her trust, and used all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. In the end, he caused Jun Haotsong to fall into the Evil Sea prison. He also shamelessly fabricated a false memory to marry her, and made her the queen. These things are praiseworthy in other people's mouths. But for her, they are the most shameful, painful and unbearable past events. Su Maoyang understands that most people only heard about her assassination of Emperor Yin at Wuwang Peak, but don't know the inside story. But it doesn't mean that she can let others poke her wounds and bring up her sad things. Oh! You dare to threaten this princess. It seems that if this princess doesn't teach you personally, you really don't know what respect and inferiority are. What rules are. As he said, Ren Hanyan condensed his fist and hit Su Maoyang. Ran Shuqing couldn't stand it. Stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. Yuner, don't go too far. Even if she is not worthy, she is now the chosen concubine of the demon lord. If you make a fuss like this, others will think you are jealous. Just think about it. A princess. How will it look if you make things difficult for a chosen concubine? You will not only lose your face, but also the face of the Ren family. As your sister, I can't let you run wild. Ren Hanyan listened to her again and scolded her in annoyance. I don't need you to preach. If you are the daughter of a slave, you don't even have the qualifications to stand and talk to me if you are not adopted by your stepmother. Let alone be my sister and tell me what to do. I usually don't clash with you because I'm giving face to my mother. I didn't expect you to really think of yourself as a person. I advise you to get out of here first. Otherwise my fists won't have eyes. If I hurt you, you'll become the first one-eyed imperial concubine in the history of the demon realm. And that would be a disgrace to the Ren family. Ran Shuqing saw that she had a falling out and actually mentioned her unspeakable life experience. Her face was also ugly and a little embarrassed. But her temper cultivated over the years did not make her lose her composure. Instead, she reminded him with clear thinking, who I was before is no longer important. What's important is who I am now, and who I will be in the future. You have to think clearly. Are you able to bear the responsibility of hurting the current eldest sister and the future imperial concubine Jia? It would be fine if we didn't mention the future concubine Jia. As soon as we mentioned this, Ren Ningyan's nerves were completely stimulated. He immediately waved his hand to summon a fire whip, stretched the whip, and gritted his teeth and said, Yes, we really dare not attack you. But it is really uncomfortable to hold this anger in our chest. Since you are so protective of her, we have to wrong our concubine Su. because I won't let anyone who is close to you go. After saying that, Ren Ningen flashed and appeared behind Su Maoyang. He swung the long whip heavily, and was about to hit Su Maoyang's thin back. This whip carried 30% of the power of the acquired spiritual fairy. Although it would not kill, it could easily penetrate the flesh and break the bones, completely crippling people below the level of the acquired spiritual fairy. She wanted to see how a disabled concubine would serve the demon lord in the future. However, what she didn't expect was that Ran Shuqing, who was standing in front of Su Maoyang, turned around in an instant, protected Su Maoyang behind him again, and blocked the whip desperately. There was a crisp sound, the sound of bones breaking, and the whip just hit Ran Shuqing's arm. Even though she was wearing a thick fur coat, Su Maoyang could clearly see the blood gushing out and the deep whip marks. This time, Su Maoyang was shocked by Ran Shuqing. Originally, she thought that this woman spoke for her just for show, pretending to be a good person, gaining a good reputation, and winning over herself. Unexpectedly, she was serious and even broke her bones to protect her. Speaking of which, her spiritual power is scarce, and she must be weak in physical defense and combat. If she rushes out like this, she will be killed if she is not careful. I really don't know where she got the courage and guts. Chapter 2556, The Demon Lord personally sent her off. Ran Shuqing's maid was so frightened that she lost her soul. She was stunned for a moment before she screamed and supported her. She took out a handkerchief, while crying, and hurriedly pressed it on the wound to try to stop the blood from flowing out. Ren Ningen was also stunned. He stared at her arm, and sighed in disbelief. You are crazy. Ren Hanyun was also shocked on the spot. It took a long time for him to take a deep breath of cold air in fear. Crazy. Really crazy. Fortunately, only the arm was broken. If Ran Shuqing died on the spot, she and Ran Ningen would probably have to pay with their lives. However, Ran Ningen's mother was the most beloved lady of his father, and her mother's family was also a very powerful aristocratic family in the demon realm. Perhaps she could still save her life. But her mother and her mother's family background were far inferior to Ran Ningen, so it was hard to say what would happen to her. Thinking of this, Ren Hanyun was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. What was even more terrible was that just when she was at a loss, a violent roar like a punishment suddenly exploded, frightening her whole body, and she looked at the tall figure walking out of the darkness in the distance with horror. What are you doing? Before the roar fell, the figure like the king of the night had already walked in front of everyone. The tall body immediately cast a large shadow on the women's faces, but it could not hide their pale faces due to fear. Before he could say the next word, Ren Hanyun and Ran Ningen could not bear such pressure. Their legs softened, and they knelt on the ground. Su Maoyang stood straight in the middle of them, looking coldly at Lu Yeyuan, and said, "They injured your concubine Jia, so they can be dragged out and beheaded." Lu Yeyuan ignored Su Maoyang, not even glancing at her, and looked directly at Ran Shuqing, asking, "What happened, Master Demon?" "It was a misunderstanding. My sisters wanted to learn martial arts from me, but I was not good enough and accidentally injured my arm. Thanks to Sister Anne's mercy, I was not seriously injured. It was just a minor skin injury. Not serious." Although Ran Shuqing was already in so much pain that she was barely breathing, she still pretended to be energetic and lied for her two sisters. After hearing this, Lu Yeyuan stared at the wound with anger in his eyes, frowning and retorting, "Your bones were broken, and you still call it not serious? Don't blame Sister Anne. My body is too fragile, and I can't bear any strength. She didn't mean it. I hope the Demon Lord won't blame her for her mistake." Ran Shuqing took all the responsibility. Seeing her pleading in person, Lu Yeyuan couldn't refuse to give her face. Besides, these two were princesses, and they were both important to the Demon Emperor. Moreover, their identities and backgrounds were very involved, so it was indeed difficult to investigate. I think the reason why Ran Shuqing kept things quiet was mostly because she didn't want to embarrass him. This woman has a considerate and delicate heart. I don't know how many times better she is than that woman who is only interested in profit, selfish, and without feelings. Thinking of this, Lu Yeyuan tried his best to control his gaze, and tried his best to ignore the figure standing in the middle of the crowd. He said without thinking, "Forget it. Considering your injury, I will not investigate today's matter. Your bones are broken. Take my magic eagle back to the palace and let the magic doctor come to check your injuries." After saying this, Lu Yeyuan waved his hand and released the 10,000 bones demon eagle. Ran Shuqing had never thought that she could ride on the special mount of the Demon Lord. She didn't care about the pain and was flattered to refuse. This is the mount of the Demon Lord. How dare I? You are so seriously injured. Don't refuse. It's important to recover. Lu Yeyuan frowned, as if dissatisfied with her concerns. Ran Shuqing saw this, and could only obey. Thank you for your consideration, Demon Lord. Seeing Ran Shuqing sitting on the magic eagle, Lu Yeyuan finally couldn't help it, and turned around to explain. But when he turned around, only two restless people were still kneeling on the ground and trembling. And the people he wanted to explain had already left, leaving only a cold back. Seeing this scene, Lu Yeyuan's anger suddenly surged up, as if deliberately venting, and shouted loudly, Wait! These servants are clumsy. I will personally send you back to the palace. After this, Ran Shuqing and the maid opened their eyes wide with surprise, their eyes shining. In the palace, even the Demon Emperor did not have such treatment. Ran Shuqing was definitely the first. The Demon Lord personally sent him off. After today, Ran Shuqing's honor and favor will probably spread throughout the Demon Palace. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Xiao Ji, who was accompanying Su Maoyang, had walked a distance from Su Maoyang, but she still heard the words of the Demon Lord clearly. She carefully glanced at Su Maoyang's face and whispered, Master, looking at what the Demon Lord did today, Princess Yuqing must be a person with great luck. If you make friends with her, your future life should be much easier. As long as Princess Yuqing is willing to say a few good words for her master and ease their previous conflicts, the whole thing may still have a turnaround. Su Maoyang looked indifferent. Xiaoji was anxious and wanted to persuade her. But before she could continue, she was interrupted by Su Maoyang. She was born by a maid? Hearing that she had some interest in Ran Shuqing, Xiaoji's face was happy, and she actively introduced her. But because it was related to the princess's life experience, she had to lower her voice. Yes, Princess Yuqing had a hard life. It is said that her biological mother was a maid who served the mistress before she died. Later, in order to get close to the emperor, she climbed into the bed of the Demon Emperor, and then Princess Yuqing was born. Fortunately, the mistress was kind, and did not care about her biological mother's betrayal. After her biological mother died of dystocia, she adopted her under her own name, and gave her the status of a legitimate daughter. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, and could understand why Princess Yuqing was so gentle and kind. She lost her biological mother since she was a child, and grew up with her legitimate mother. As the eldest legitimate sister, she must be more sensible and well-behaved than other children to please her legitimate mother. In order to live comfortably, she must have trained herself to be a versatile person over the years, so that she can now handle all the affairs of the palace with ease. I just didn't expect that even the princess, who was high above, would have to work so hard to live. It's not easy for everyone. Qiyu Palace? Ran Shuqing had just returned to the palace, when a large group of magic doctors were waiting. Everyone knew that this was the future concubine Jia, so they didn't dare to take it lightly. They all stepped forward to salute, and checked her arm injury with great concentration. After several rounds of diagnosis, the magic doctors agreed that there was no damage to the root. The bones could be connected, and as long as the best pills and liquid medicine were used to nourish for a few days, it would be completely healed. Ran Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and looked happily at Lu Yeyuan, who was sitting not far away. She was about to speak, but was stopped by his absent-minded expression. She found that he had a cold expression since he stepped into her palace. No matter what she said, he only perfunctorily said coldly, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Now the magic doctor has said so much, and I don't know how much he has listened to. Helplessly, Ran Shuqing had to remind him. Master Demon, the magic doctor said that my injury is not serious, and it will be healed after a few days of rest after the bone setting. You are busy with many things, so you should go back and rest early. Chapter 2557 never mentioned the one with the surname Su. Lu Yeyuan came back to his senses, looked up at Ran Shuqing's arm, and said in a light voice, No need. I will watch you fix your bones. Ran Shuqing knew that his mind was not here at all, so he said bluntly, Since the Demon Lord can't let go of Miss Su, you should go and see her. Although I don't know what kind of grudges you have had, I still hope that the Demon Lord can open up and resolve the misunderstanding. When Lu Yeyuan heard this, his sword-like eyebrows frowned, and his face quickly darkened like the night outside the window. His eyes, as sharp as a sword, suddenly raised, and a sinister and cold look shot straight into Ran Shuqing's eyes. Who said that I can't let go of her? You are guessing the Emperor's intentions. Watch your head. Before the shout fell, it was covered by a loud bang. Lu Yiyuan suddenly smashed the table beside him with a palm, stood up, and strode out of the hall. Everyone in the hall was so frightened that they knelt on the ground, silent as a cicada, until the sound waves subsided and the demonic power dissipated. Everyone was trembling and dared not raise their heads privately. On the contrary, Ran Shuqing, who was lying on the couch, was the calmest. She looked at the direction where Lu Yiyuan left with an expressionless face. After a moment of silence, she calmly ordered, "The Demon Lord has left. Get up. It's important to fix my bones." The demon doctors were brought back to their senses by her clear voice. And then they all stood up and treated her wounds without delay. No matter how the other party angered the Demon Lord, she was still a princess of the demon realm and the future concubine Jia. Of course, there could be no mistakes. Therefore, with the efforts of a large group of demon doctors, Ran Shuqing's bones were properly treated within an hour. After a night of hard work, not only the magic doctors were sweating, but even Ran Shuqing felt exhausted and sent them back to rest early. Seeing the crowd go away, Ran Shuqing's personal maid Sui-wan came forward and said aggrievedly for her, "Princess, why do you have to speak for that bitch who doesn't appreciate it at all? How many women are looking forward to the Demon Lord coming but have no chance? But you pushed him out instead. Now you have angered the Demon Lord. Isn't it self-destructive? Yes, that ungrateful person doesn't deserve the princess to treat her so well." Sui-wan nodded angrily. Ran Shuqing frowned and warned sternly, "Don't talk about bitches and ungrateful people like others. She is now Su Xianshi, and she is the Demon Lord's woman after all. No matter how humble she is, you maids can't insult her. I don't want to hear these words again in the future. Remember. But, you angered the Demon Lord because of her. I really feel sorry for you." Sui-wan was unwilling. Ran Shuqing smiled and said with a plan in mind, "Don't worry. I was just a bystander when I said that. Even if the Demon Lord is angry, he will only be angry with Su Maoyang. Not me. I think he will not go to Ningxue Palace in the next few days. Besides, the Demon Lord's mind is not with me. Why should I detain him? It is better to let him go so that everyone can be more relaxed. So that's how it is." The princess is still thoughtful. But I see that the Demon Lord is still very worried about the princess. He personally sent the princess back to the palace, and personally watched the magic doctor treat the princess's injuries. It is obvious that his mind is all on the princess. Cui Shui was overwhelmed with excitement when she thought of the Demon Lord escorting her all the way. Ran Shuqing smiled. Her voice was full of incomparable clarity. "You are too young to understand. There are too many illusory things in this world, which are invisible and intangible. But they are often the easiest to fascinate the mind, making people indulge in them and unable to extricate themselves, but only hurting others and themselves." Sui-wan stared at her pretty face and shook her head in confusion. "Princess, I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just remember that as a woman, you must stick to your heart and never become a vassal of a man, because men are unreliable. And that person is no exception." Ran Shuqing looked at the moonlight outside the window. Her beautiful pupils reflected the quiet moonlight, appearing clear and bright, and her eyes were compelling. When she heard her talk about that person, Sui-wan and Sui-shue were so scared that they covered their mouths. Obviously, their princess felt that Lord Demon was unreliable like other men. "Princess, the Demon Lord is your only support at the moment. As long as you become a concubine and get the protection of the Demon Lord, you can get rid of Qixia Yuanjuan's control, and the poison in your body may also be solved. And you don't have to live a cautious life anymore." Cui Shui still hoped that the Demon Lord could save her master from the water and fire. Ran Shuqing sneered and shook his head. "From the beginning to the end, the only one who can save me is myself. No one wants to break free more than her. But the cruel reality makes her know that she must continue to strengthen herself, so that no one can shake her position, so that she can fight to the end in this desperate struggle. So the Demon Lord is just a stepping stone for her to reach the top." Devil's Palace? Guardlin. Is the Demon Lord still in seclusion? Xiao Wanting has been busy with the affairs of the canonization these days. And today he finally prepared everything. So he took some time to come and report the situation. Hearing this, Lin Chen sighed. clasped his fists and replied in a low mood. The demon lord is in a bad mood, and has locked himself in the palace for 5 days. I dare not go in to disturb him. I am afraid that Lord Xiao will not see the demon lord today. I heard that it was Princess Yuqing of Qingyu Palace who angered the demon lord. Although Xiao Wanting was busy, he had heard some rumors. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not Princess Yuqing. You know how to behave properly. It was she who accidentally mentioned that Miss Su that angered Lord Demon. Oh, it's that Su again. Xiao Wanting frowned. His face gradually darkened. Tell everyone in the palace to be careful. Remember not to mention that Su, lest you anger Lord Demon again. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Lord Xiao reminded me. I will definitely give orders. This name must not appear in front of Lord Demon. Well, you should go and report it. Tomorrow is the enthronement ceremony. I have to report the situation to Lord Demon anyway. Okay, Lord Xiao. Wait a moment. Lin Chen also knew that he couldn't delay such a big event as the enthronement ceremony. Nodded and walked into the hall. Lin Chen couldn't see the figure of the demon lord through the curtain and the magic barrier. He only vaguely saw him leaning on the couch, not knowing whether he was practicing or taking a nap, but thinking that Lord Xiao was still waiting outside. He had to bite the bullet and report. Demon Lord. Lord Xiao is here. What's the matter? After a moment, a voice as cold as snow and frost sounded faintly. Reply to the Demon Lord. It's about the canonization ceremony. Lin Chen replied. His voice suddenly became heavy. Besides the canonization, is there anything else in the harem? Lin Chen couldn't figure out his mood. And when he asked this, he felt a little confused. There shouldn't be anything else. After saying that, he suddenly remembered. By the way, Princess Yueqing's arm has basically healed, and the canonization ceremony can be smoothly held tomorrow. Who asked her? The voice was not satisfied, but a little more angry. Lin Chen was puzzled. Then the demon lord asked how is Ningxue Palace. Hearing the 3 words Ningxue Palace, Lin Chen's heart jumped, and his head lowered even lower, not daring to say a word. I didn't go to Ningxue Palace and didn't know about it. With the example of Princess Yuqing, how could he dare to mention Su Maoyang again? Once he mentioned it, his life would be in danger, so it was better to play dumb for now. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard a violent roar from inside. Get out! Lin Chen was yelled at so much that he broke into a cold sweat and quickly turned around and left the hall. He sighed to Xiao Wanting. Sir Xiao, you are right. The demon lord was furious just by mentioning the Ningxue Hall, not to mention the name of that person. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't mention anything. Otherwise I would have died to see you now. Chapter 2558, You Don't Deserve It. Well done. Xiao Wanting patted Lin Chen's shoulder with satisfaction and nodded with appreciation. I feel relieved to have you serving the demon lord. Lin Chen was appreciated by the demon lord Hao Miao, and he was excited and clasped his fists. He was about to say a few words to express his loyalty, but was suddenly interrupted by a loud shout. Well, good ass. A bunch of idiots. Then, there was a crackling sound of things smashing to the ground. Lin Chen and Xiao Wanting were shocked when they heard the movement from the hall. They tightened their skin and knelt on the ground. However, before they could figure out why the demon lord was angry, they heard a murderous order. Go and call Su Maoyang to me. Lin Chen didn't dare to think too much, and immediately kowtowed and accepted the order, and got up and went to Ningxue Hall. Xiao Wanting stayed where he was, looking at the direction where Lin Chen left, a little confused. The demon lord was getting angrier and angrier, and was going to ask Su Maoyang to come and vent his anger? This hatred was not ordinary deep. Thinking that the demon lord was angry, Xiao Wanting quickly calmed down and quietly retreated. He was not stupid enough to get into trouble at this critical moment. Since the 2 princesses hurt Ran Shuqing because of Su Maoyang, the palace has been quiet for a while. The Ningxue Palace, which was already deserted, is now even more deserted. Su Maoyang took this opportunity to enjoy a few days of peace and comfort. Not only did she take good care of her body, but her alchemist level also went up a level and was promoted to the early stage of Dan Emperor. After more than 3 years, she finally stepped into the realm of Dan Emperor from the peak of Dan Lord. It was a big happy event worth celebrating. But before she could be happy, she was annoyed by the decree from outside. Su Maoyang didn't know what Liu Yeyuan was going to do, so she refused mercilessly. No! Lin Chen couldn't let her go or not, and warned her in a bad tone. Miss Su, haven't you figured it out yet? If you don't go, there will always be someone to go for you. Why bother? Lu Yiyuan always threatened his relatives. Su Maoyang was angry and aggrieved. But in the end, she couldn't escape the fate of bowing her head and compromising. Seeing Su Maoyang get up and walk out of the inner bedroom, Lin Chen was satisfied and stepped aside and made an invitation. Xiaoji didn't know what Su Maoyang was going to do, but she had a hunch that it wouldn't be a good thing. So she said worriedly, Master, I'll go with you. The demon lord only summoned Miss Su, and you servants should wait in Ningxue Palace. Lin Chen glared at Xiaoji, then led the way and walked out of Ningxue Palace quickly. Xiaoji's heart was beating fast, and she chased to the palace gate in worry. Xiaoqian saw her like this and shook her head speechlessly. What's the point of you following her? The demon lord wants to punish her. How can you, a servant, interfere? Xiaoqian's words undoubtedly woke her up. Xiaoji nodded after pondering. Yes, I can't interfere, so I can only ask someone who can. Princess Yuqing is the kindest person in this palace, and she will definitely be able to save Miss Su. Xiaoqian didn't expect that she would set her sights on Ren Shuqing, and she grabbed her in shock. Don't go. Princess Yuqing was very angry with the demon lord last time because she mentioned Su Maoyang. Don't hurt Princess Yuqing. I have to go. Miss Su almost died last time. If I anger the demon lord again this time, the consequences will be disastrous. Princess Yuqing is the most beloved daughter of the demon emperor. Even if she angers the demon lord, she will not be in danger of losing her life. What do you know? Even if you are not in danger of losing your life, you will lose the favor of the demon lord. You know how important favor is to women in the palace. So you must not go. I won't let you go. Xiaoqian grabbed Xiaoxi tightly. Xiaoxi was furious and shouted, which is more important, favor or life? I really don't know whose maid you are. You care so much about Princess Yuqing, so go and join her as soon as possible. After that, Xiaoxi shook her hand away and ran out of Ningxue Palace. As a servant, the most taboo thing is to be fickle and betray the master. Once you have two hearts, you will be close to death. Unfortunately, Xiaoqian will never understand this truth. Masha. Palace. Su Maoyang walked into the palace under the guidance of Lin Chen. A gloomy and cold demonic aura instantly rushed towards her, which suddenly gave Su Maoyang goosebumps and made her feel like she had entered a cemetery. It was clearly daytime, but due to the spread of demonic barriers, the entire palace was as dark as day, and it was very depressing. Just staying there for a while, Su Maoyang felt so heavy that she couldn't breathe. It was hard to imagine how Lu Yiyuan practiced and lived in such an atmosphere. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel a dull pain in her heart. She didn't know whether it was for Jun Haocang or Lu Yiyuan. Demon Lord, Su Maoyang is here. Lin Chen led people behind the curtain and respectfully reported with a fist. Go down. The cold and low voice, unable to distinguish between joy and anger, seemed to come from the mist. Lin Chen ran faster than a rabbit as if he had been pardoned, and disappeared almost in a flash. Su Maoyang had no time to pay attention to Lin Chen, and her eyes were involuntarily attracted by the figure behind the curtain. Although the light was not good, her extraordinary perception still clearly saw that Lu Yiyuan was quietly leaning on the couch with his eyes closed. His long hair was infinitely lazy and scattered around his waist, and his thick and sharp sword eyebrows were tightly furrowed, as if he was wrapped up in all the troubles in the world. The dark eyelashes, as if drawn, cast a thick shadow on the snow-white jade cheeks. The terrifying demonic aura lingered around him like green smoke, making the stunning and gorgeous appearance gloomy and seductive. Jun Haocang was originally too good-looking, and now looking at it this way, Lu Yiyuan, who was shrouded in demonic aura, seemed to have magnified the exquisiteness and beauty of his facial features to the extreme. It was like Jun Haocang who had been reborn, because now, in addition to inheriting Jun Haocang's coldness and loneliness, he also had the sinister and wildness that belonged to Lu Yiyuan. I think it was the awakening of the soul that made him completely become the real him. As if he felt her scrutiny, his deep-sea eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light that pierced the bone marrow burst out from them. Then a cold voice sounded in the empty and depressing palace. Play a song for me to listen to. Su Maoyang heard the words and found that there was a guqin in front of her, which was obviously prepared for her. Forget it. Who made her owe him in her last life, so she should take it as atonement for the grievances in her last life. Thinking of it, Su Maoyang sat down behind the guqin and picked a song at random to play. But this obviously couldn't satisfy Lu Yiyuan's evil taste of humiliating her. Gradually, his brows furrowed more and more tightly, and he interrupted with an unexpected look. "Stop! I want to listen to the song you sang in Chunfengfang that day." Su Maoyang paused, raised his head to meet the aggressive gaze, and uttered 3 words from between his teeth. "You don't deserve it." Chapter 2559, The First Time I Felt Pain for Him. Hearing this, Lu Yiyuan's delicate face, like a piece of fine porcelain, was instantly covered with dark clouds. His eyebrows, like the wings of a mountain eagle, were raised high in anger. His sharp blue eyes were like a sword inserted into the deep sea, emitting a cold blue and evil light. The demonic energy lingering around him became more and more intense, like a flame, making him seem like a monster in the mist. And Su Maoyang's blood stagnated, as if she was falling into the abyss. In the chaotic demonic energy, she saw Lu Yiyuan slowly get up from the couch, lift the curtain, and walk towards her step by step. The tall figure was like the night that swept over, shrouding her in a suffocating darkness. The cold voice hit her more harshly than the cold wind on a winter night. "If I am not worthy, who is?" As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, approached her cheek, and suddenly grabbed her chin. His charming phoenix eyes raised endless sarcasm, and his blue pupils, like the seawater, shone brightly, like fire in the thorn bush. "Jun Haotsong?" Su Maoyang was stunned by him for a moment. Then he curled his lips sarcastically. "Since you know, why ask again?" Lu Yiyuan was blocked by her, and became more and more angry. The force of his grip increased unconsciously, and gradually a striking red mark was left on her chin. "It's that look again. This is the look I hate the most. What qualifications do you have to hate me?" Su Maoyang looked at the face that she deeply admired, but was twisted into a demon, thinking of the fragmented scenes of her previous life. A layer of pity could not help but appear in her eyes. "I don't hate you. I just pity you." "Pity me? I, Lu Yiyuan, am the master of the demon world in both my previous life and this life. I don't need your pity." A sneer flashed across Lu Yiyuan's eyes. He shook her chin away and looked down at her like a god again. Su Maoyang looked at his arrogant and conceited features, with a hint of sneer on her lips. "I pity you for not being loved. So I wish everyone in the world could not be loved. Your twisted and jealous face is really ugly." "You?" Lu Yiyuan was so angry at her words that his eyelids twitched violently. He grabbed her neck with murderous intent and gritted his teeth. "You are the least qualified to say this." In the eyes of outsiders, he was bloody and had taken too many lives. He was indeed not a good person. So the world hated him and blamed him. Hating him, even trying every means to attack him, he would gladly accept it. But she couldn't. He loved her to the bone, and would rather betray the world than betray her. What qualifications and position did she have to blame him? Just because he loved her? Did he deserve to endure her trampling and betrayal? At this time, Su Maoyang's face turned pale due to his fierce strength, and she felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't breathe. But when she looked at the pair of furious and tearful scarlet eyes in front of her, she felt that the pain in her neck was not even 1/10,000th of the pain in her heart. At this time, looking at the tears that were spinning in her eyes and stubbornly refused to fall, Su Maoyang's heart was filled with unprecedented surprise. At this moment, she seemed to experience his grief and despair firsthand, and her heart seemed to be nailed full of nails. And it hurt. For the first time, she knew that a big devil like Lu Yiyuan would actually have tears and be fragile. It was also the first time she knew that she would actually feel pain for Lu Yiyuan's tears and for their past lives. She originally thought that she had lost her memories of her past lives and was unaware of their past. But she didn't expect that the pain in her heart would be so clear and deep. His tears of grief, his expression of hatred, his low roars that were almost like wailing because of his injury. Every frame seemed to pierce into her bones, making her heartbroken and unable to resist. This was the first time she felt the real flesh and blood Lu Yiyuan. Not in the illusory fantasy, not in the unreachable legend, but the real person in front of her. Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel relieved. What was wrong with Lu Yiyuan? Although he took away her Jun Haotsong forever, he was also a poor man who was hurt by love, betrayed and abandoned by the person he loved deeply. And because of this, he ruined the foundation of the demon clan and a group of brothers. He endured too much and carried too much. This world was not fair to him. Why should he be kind? He was right. She really had no right to accuse him, blame him, and humiliate him. After all his tragedies were caused by Yun Qiange. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly felt regretful. She simply raised her neck, closed her eyes, and let him vent his anger. As long as he can vent his anger, he can abuse her in any way. Seeing her like this, Lu Yeyuan thought she was desperate and put on such an appearance of letting others do whatever they want. His anger rose again. Perhaps his 5 senses were blinded by anger, and he did not notice that someone had entered the inner hall. It was not until Ran Shuqi explained that Lu Yeyuan suddenly looked up and found her presence. Who let you break in? Lu Yeyuan waved his sleeves almost subconsciously, and the demonic energy instantly surged towards Ran Shuqing. Although it was just a gust of wind, Ran Shuqing's weak body still couldn't bear it and was knocked to the ground. The food box in her hand was instantly broken into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Ran Shuqing was frightened by Lu Yeyuan's majesty. She fell to the ground and knelt on the ground. She replied in shock, "I heard that the demon lord has been in seclusion these days. I was worried about his health, so I sent some tonic soup to help him. I didn't expect Miss Su to be here. It's my fault for disturbing the demon lord and Miss Sui. I hope the demon lord will forgive me." Because of Ran Shuqing's appearance, Su Maoyang finally got a chance to breathe from Lu Yeyuan's hands and couldn't help but look back at her. It was obvious that Ran Shuqing came to save the situation. Otherwise, with her smart mind, how could she do such a rash thing? What she didn't expect was that Ran Shuqing dared to help the demon lord in the face of his anger. It must be said that she was an admirable warrior. No matter what her intention was, she accepted this favor. Lu Yeyuan was not a fool. But when he heard that she had specially sent him a tonic soup, he immediately had other thoughts. So he softened his tone and said, "It's a pity that the soup was spilled, and your efforts were in vain. I haven't eaten for several days. In this case, you should stay and have dinner with me." It was such a great honor to have dinner with the demon lord. Ran Shuqing was stunned by the sudden good news. After a while, she happily accepted the order. Seeing her coming up, Lu Yeyuan nodded slightly with satisfaction and shouted to the outside, "Set up the restaurant." After that, he glanced at Su Maoyang. "It seems too monotonous to just have dinner. You can play the piano to entertain me and Princess Yuqing." Su Maoyang originally thought that with Ran Shuqing present, Lu Yeyuan would be more restrained. But she didn't expect that he was not going to let her go. He also had to play the piano for them to entertain them and serve the meals. He really treated her as a prostitute for entertainment. Chapter 2560. The same likes and dislikes as Jun Haotsong. She had no objection to playing the piano. But when she thought of Lu Yeyuan having to show affection with Ran Shuqing in front of Jun Haotsong, she felt nauseous and immediately suppressed her nausea and asked for leave. "My piano skills are not as good as Princess Yuqing's, so it's better not to show off my skills. Since the demon lord and Princess Yuqing are going to have a meal, I won't disturb them." But Su Maoyang's cold and hard refusal sounded sour to Lu Yeyuan. A layer of teasing appeared in his cold eyes, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. "Why? Are you unhappy that I am having a meal with Princess Yuqing?" Su Maoyang was slightly stunned and looked at him inexplicably. She didn't know if Lu Yeyuan had slept for too long and damaged his brain. His level of understanding was even lower than that of a 3-year-old child. She didn't know that he could tell from her words that she was unhappy that they were having a meal. At most, she was unhappy that he was swaying in front of her with Jun Haotsong's body, always giving her the illusion that Jun Haotsong was still there. The demon lord misunderstood. "I think that you and Princess Yuqing are in harmony and love each other deeply. It is better for me, an outsider, not to stand here and disturb your time." Su Maoyang's tone was sincere, and his face was full of sincerity. But when Lu Yeyuan heard it, his face was gloomy, and his anger almost burst out of his chest. "Humph. I asked you to play, so you play. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" After that, Lu Yeyuan angrily waved his sleeves and strode out of the inner hall. Ran Shuqing did not dare to express his opinion. After looking at Su Maoyang, he immediately followed. Lin Shen walked quickly to Su Maoyang and reminded her sternly, "Miss Su, you are a smart person. I don't need to tell you what to do." Su Maoyang knew that she was already a fish on the chopping board. It was futile to resist. She might as well lie down and let him kill her. I thought that when he was relieved and felt bored, he might give her a quick death. But when she came to the restaurant and saw the pair of people sitting side by side, shining like pearls in the sunlight outside the window. Su Maoyang still felt that they were very eye-catching. Lu Yeyuan was born exquisite, and his appearance was needless to say. But now even Ran Shuqing, who was sitting next to him, seemed to be coated with a halo. So beautiful that she could not be looked at. At this time, she was still holding a gentle and sweet smile, considerately picking up dishes for Lu Yeyuan. And Lu Yeyuan also happily accepted her care and concern. The picture was even more beautiful than the couple of gods. Why are you still standing there? Do you still want me to treat you? At this time, a sudden and fierce question exploded, interrupting the charming atmosphere and making Su Maoyang sober instantly. Yes, the person in front of her is Lu Yeyuan, not Jun Haotsong. What he does, says, who he likes, and who he eats with has nothing to do with her. She doesn't need to be sad or care. Just play the piano. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang tried to cut off her eyes that couldn't help but look for Jun Haotsong's figure on Lu Yeyuan. Calmed down, and played the song again. And Lu Yeyuan saw that she was immersed in his piano music, not even glancing at him. And he was angry and shouted coldly. Change 1. Su Maoyang seemed to have expected that he would make things difficult for her. And she changed the tune expressionlessly without pausing. But the more she kept silent and obedient, the more Lu Yeyuan pushed his way forward. In just a cup of tea, he clamored for her to change 10 songs. Su Maoyang was numbed by the torture, and the sound of the piano from his fingertips became more and more indifferent, as if he was a piano-playing machine without emotions. Lu Yeyuan was very angry, and he also lost his good face towards Ran Shuqing. Seeing her pick up a piece of fish that he always disliked, he couldn't help but refuse. I don't like fish. Don't pick it up. Hearing this, Ran Shuqing had no time to apologize. But the piano sound in front of her stopped abruptly, attracting Lu Yeyuan's attention. This was the first time since the meal that he saw Su Maoyang raise her head and look at him with surprised and complicated eyes. Gradually, he actually saw her eyes red, filled with tears, and her hot eyes seemed to penetrate his body and look directly into his heart. Lu Yeyuan didn't understand why she had such a reaction, but Su Maoyang knew it very well. Because not liking to eat fish is Jun Haotsong's eating habit. Jun Haotsong has never had any requirements for food, and has never mentioned his food preferences. But after so many years of getting along, Su Maoyang has quietly remembered it in her heart. In the past, every time they ate at the same table, Jun Haotsong never ate fish. When he was in the dark area of Yunlu, the servants rarely saw fish in the meals prepared for Jun Haotsong. Therefore, Su Maoyang expected that he did not like to eat fish. But he did not expect Lu Yeyuan to have such a habit. I don't know if it is a coincidence or there is another reason. If there is another reason, does it mean that Jun Haotsong has not completely disappeared? He is still in Lu Yeyuan's body, affecting his likes and dislikes? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help being excited and surprised. Although it was just a like and dislike, it was also the like and dislike left by Jun Haotsong. And it was the only trace of him left that she could find in this world. But Su Maoyang's surprise didn't last long. Lu Yeyuan's face darkened. He was confused for a moment, and then understood. Such eyes were clearly looking through him to see other people. This other person. You can guess who it is with your big toe. But she didn't expect that she would dare to look for Jun Haotsong's figure in him. She was so tired of living. In extreme anger, Lu Yeyuan knocked over the dining table with a palm, roaring like thunder, shaking continuously. Get out! All of you get out! The light that just surged in Su Maoyang's eyes was instantly extinguished by his anger. At this moment, looking at Lu Yeyuan's scarlet and hateful eyes, Su Maoyang woke up from a dream. Her hot beating heart seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, and her body quickly cooled down. She forgot again that no matter how much the person in front of her looked like him, it would not be him. Knowing that it was not him, and not knowing what she was expecting and longing for, she was actually like a fool. Perhaps she felt ridiculous. Su Maoyang raised a self-deprecating arc at the corner of her lips, then stood up indifferently, turned around and walked out of the restaurant. Seeing that the demon lord was angry, Ran Shuqing did not dare to stay for long and offend him. He politely bowed and left respectfully. Sui Wan and Sui Xue, who were waiting outside the demon palace, saw their master coming out with a pale face, and immediately rushed over worriedly. Although they were outside the palace, they heard some noises. Moreover, their master had risked her life to save the situation. Under the fury of the demon lord, she would definitely not get any good results. Seeing that her face was not good, they both felt resentful towards Su Maoyang. Princess, are you okay? Did the demon lord make things difficult for you? Sui Huan looked her up and down worriedly, fearing that she would be bullied. Ran Shuqing shook her head. Don't worry. I am a princess after all, and the demon lord has to give the demon emperor face. Besides, she was wearing a golden armor that was invulnerable to swords and guns. So at most she would be injured, but it would not be fatal. After all, she was not stupid enough to sacrifice her life for a stranger. But I was terrified when I heard it outside. And I thought, Sui Huan said with red eyes. Cui Xuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I was scared to death. Princess, you shouldn't have taken the risk to help her. Su Maoyang was not favored by the demon lord. If you were involved with her, you would not be favored in the rest of your life. Ran Shuqing gently curled her lips. Her eyes were clear and bright, shining with wisdom. What do you know? Miss Su is the heartache of our demon lord. If he didn't love her to the extreme, how could he hate her to the bone? So, she is very lucky. You have to serve her carefully in the future. Maybe she will become the most difficult person to deal with in this palace. Chapter 2561 Her Thank You Gift. After returning from the demon palace, Su Maoyang had a meal, changed clothes, packed the herbs, and set off for Qiyu Palace. No matter what Ran Shuqing's intentions were, she risked her life to help. Su Maoyang has never been able to accept help from others with a clear conscience, so she had to express her gratitude. However, in Qiyu Palace, Cui Huan, who heard that Su Maoyang was visiting, was like a great enemy, with a face full of rejection. What is she doing here? Is she trying to cause trouble for our princess again? Who knows? It's probably not a good thing. Cui Xuan now feels sick reflexively when she hears her name. Ran Shuqing didn't expect Su Maoyang to come in person. After being surprised, she calmed down and ordered, "Stop talking nonsense and invite her to the reception room." Princess, she just saw that you are too easy to talk to, so she decided to rely on you. Such a shameless person should be beaten out. Why invite her in? Cui Huan shouted in disapproval. Cui Shui rolled up her sleeves directly. That's right. I will drive her away now, so that she won't think that our princess is easy to bully. Shut up. Don't you understand what this princess said? Invite her in quickly. If you say these treasonous words again, you will be beaten with 50 boards. Ran Shuqing frowned coldly and scolded loudly. Seeing that the princess was angry, the two palace maids shut up obediently. Cui Huan couldn't persuade her, so she had to turn around and go out to welcome Su Maoyang in. Su Maoyang only brought Xiaozhi with him. Under Cui Huan's guidance, they behaved politely all the way. It was not until Ran Shuqing showed up that Su Maoyang forced out a slightly sincere smile and greeted her. Princess Shuqing, I am sorry for disturbing you by visiting me today. Haha. Miss Su, what are you talking about? I'm so happy that you can come to see me. How can it be considered as a bother? Ran Shuqing smiled and shook her head, then warmly invited Su Maoyang to sit down and talk. Su Maoyang didn't talk to her politely. After sitting down, she handed the medicine box to Xiaozhi beside her, and her words were full of gratitude. I know that the princess is a warm-hearted person, and she will definitely not care about these things with me. Otherwise she would not risk her life to help me today. I am just doing my best. Miss Su, don't take it to heart. Ran Shuqing smiled indifferently. Su Maoyang shook his head. It is not easy to help in times of need. To express my gratitude, I prepared a few herbs and a small gift. I hope the princess will accept it. Hearing that it was a few broken herbs, Sui Huan sneered in her heart. After all, she was a guy who could not be on the stage, and she could only give a few herbs as a gift. You know, the princess's medicinal herbs are so plentiful that several warehouses are full. So why would she care about the few plants that are not enough to fill her teeth? Compared with the princess's efforts, her thank you gift is really worthless and ridiculous. But due to the princess's warning, Sui Huan still took the medicine box from Xiaozhi. Ran Shuqing nodded gratefully, and did not embarrass Su Maoyang. Miss Su is too polite. It's just a little effort. Your life is not easy. Why spend money on medicinal herbs? It's useless for me to keep it, and it's a waste to leave it. So it's better to give it to someone who needs it. I thought that the princess was used to a life of luxury, and she had no shortage of gold, silver and jewelry. And I heard that the princess was an alchemist, so it would be more practical to give her some medicinal herbs. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Not worth mentioning. Princess. Don't mind it. Su Maoyang's words were indeed true. She had already advanced to the level of Dan Emperor. So why would she need the medicinal materials from the peak period of Dan Sheng? It would be useless if it was just sitting there anyway. So why not give it away? Although it was extremely rare. It was not a big deal for her, who had a spiritual field. Cui Shui was a straightforward person. When she heard her mention the princess's identity as an alchemist, she immediately puffed up her chest with pride and agreed. You are a wise person. It is indeed a waste to keep the medicinal materials in your hands. It is better to give them to a Dan Sheng peak like my princess. Even the worst medicinal materials can be turned into treasures. She emphasized the words alchemy Saint Peak, and warned Su Maoyang in both explicit and implicit ways not to compete for favor with Princess Yuqing. In front of an alchemist like Alchemy Saint Peak, she was nothing. So she'd better not have any wishful thinking. Su Maoyang understood, lowered her eyelids, smiled slightly, and did not argue in vain. Ran Shuqing's face darkened, glared at Cui Shui, and said to smooth things over. My maid has been spoiled by me. She speaks without restraint, and her words are not pleasant to the ear. Don't take it to heart, princess. Don't worry. I won't bother with the maid. It's just that the princess is so kind-hearted that she will inevitably be bullied by the servants when she becomes a concubine in the future. She still has to set up rules. After all, being a good person for too long will make you tired. Su Maoyang waved her hand nonchalantly, seemingly brushing off the matter. But the last sentence caused quite a stir in Ran Shuqing's heart. Just when Ran Shuqing couldn't figure out what she meant, Su Maoyang had already stood up and was ready to say goodbye. It's getting late. Tomorrow is the princess's wedding day. I've delivered the wedding gift, so I won't disturb the princess's rest. I wish you a long-lasting marriage. Goodbye. Su Maoyang had a hard time speaking the words of blessing, but thinking that there was no Jun Haosong in the world anymore, she paused for a moment and said it out, as if she could completely get out of Liu Yuan's world after she finished speaking. After that, Su Maoyang stood up and walked out of the hall without waiting for Ran Shuqing to stop her. Walking decisively and resolutely, Ran Shuqing stood there for a while, and when he saw that she had faded out of his sight, he asked after realizing it, What do you mean by her saying that being a good person for too long will make you tired? What else can it mean? She is probably jealous of the princess's good temper and likability, and deliberately instigated it. Cui Shui sneered, speculating maliciously. Cui Huan nodded in agreement. Yes, in my opinion, she is not favored by the demon lord and is not liked by the palace. So she is jealous of the princess's popularity, and wishes that the princess would be as popular as her. Princess, please don't be fooled by her. Ran Shuqing shook his head solemnly. Why do I feel that there is another meaning? Princess, she is a concubine. Not worth your trouble. You probably don't need this medicine. So I threw it away. Right? Sui Wan glanced at the worthless medicine box, and didn't even have the interest to open it. Ran Shuqing was curious about what medicine she gave her, and stretched out her hand. Show it to me. Sui Wan had no choice but to hand it to Ran Shuqing obediently, and Ran Shuqing took it, and immediately opened the lid. The next second, Sui Wan and Sui Shui heard Ran Shuqing's gasp. Sui Wan immediately came forward and asked in a low voice, Princess, what's wrong? These herbs are the rare herbs I have been looking for several years, but have not found. Ran Shuqing was so shocked that her eyes widened, and there was an amazing light in her eyes. She has been preparing for the promotion from Dan Sheng to Dan Zun for many years, and has devoted countless efforts and hard work. Among them, the herbs for the impact of Dan Zun are indispensable. However, the herbs for the impact of Dan Zun are too rare, and you may not be able to buy them even if you spend money. You should know that in the alchemy industry, in addition to your own talent, you also need money and opportunities. If you have enough money but no opportunities, it's all right. So she paused at the peak of Dan Sheng for many days, and made no progress. If she couldn't find these herbs, she might stop at Dan Sheng, who knew that it would be easy to find something after searching for so long. And Su Maoyang actually gave it to her as a thank you gift. Chapter 2562 Wish him a happy wedding with joy. Cui Huan and Cui Shui were also shocked when they heard her say that. Their eyes seemed to be rusty, and they could not move anymore as they stared at the herbs in the box. Just now, they almost threw away these treasures. Thinking about it now, they are scared. Cui Shui could not accept it, and could not believe it. Is it really so precious? Did the princess get deceived by her? How could she, a prostitute from Chunfengfeng, have such a rare treasure? No. These are indeed genuine rare herbs, and they cannot be faked. Besides, she knew that I was at the peak of Dansheng and could tell the authenticity at a glance. Why did she shoot herself in the foot? Ran Shuqing denied it soberly. Cui Huan heard this and had other guesses. Could it be that she got it when she was the queen of the Great Yin dynasty? I didn't expect that the barren land of the Great Yin dynasty would have such a great resource. Humph. So what if there are resources? If she can't make pills? No matter how good the rare medicinal materials are, they will rot in her hands, just like scrap copper and iron. Fortunately, she gave it to the princess tactfully. Otherwise it would be a pity to waste such good medicinal materials. Cui Shui tooted twice in disdain, thinking that Su Maoyong finally did something smart. Cui Huan nodded. Seeing that our princess will soon become a concubine, she will have a bright future in the future. And she is a good person, so she can take care of her to some extent. So she tried to curry favor with us. She has learned a lot this time. Ran Shuqing was not paralyzed, and still maintained a cautious attitude. Such a precious treasure. You still have to be more careful. You must not be careless. Understand? She wanted to see if Su Maoyong was really kind or had ulterior motives. Devil's Palace? Lin Chen walked quickly into the inner hall, clasped his fists at the curtain filled with demonic barriers, and said, Demon Lord, Miss Su just went to Qiyu Palace. Oh! Are you so impatient to find Ran Shuqing to settle accounts? There was a hint of subtle pleasure hidden in the cold and calm tone. He guessed it right. Women are all hypocritical. Su Maoyong was really unhappy that he and Ran Shuqing were having a meal together. Look! She came so soon. And the two of them had to have a quarrel. Thinking about it, Lu Yiyuan curled his lips and ordered, If there is a quarrel, you should send someone to support Princess Yuqing. Lin Chen was stunned by this and looked at the figure behind the curtain with a puzzled look. There is a quarrel. I heard that Miss Su sent alchemy herbs to Princess Yuqing as a wedding gift. The two hit it off and had a good chat. Miss Su also wished the Demon Lord and the princess a long-lasting marriage. I don't understand why you should send someone to support Princess Yuqing. What? Did you hear it wrong? Lu Yiyuan suddenly sat up from the couch. As suddenly as an emergency brake in a fast run. Lin Chen was confused and looked at the vague figure, trying to discern the truth in the mist. I followed the order of the Demon Lord and arranged people to monitor Miss Su's every move. Of course, I would not have heard it wrong. Besides, this is not a secret. You only need to find a servant in Qiyu Palace to ask, and you will know everything. He had misunderstood the Demon Lord's thoughts before, and he was always worried. This time, he was assigned to monitor Su Maoyong, so he dared not make any mistakes. Lu Yiyuan was out of his mind. His handsome face suddenly darkened, like the unpredictable weather. He didn't expect that Su Maoyong would bring a wedding gift to congratulate him and Ran Shuqing on their happy marriage. Was she mentally ill, or was she a bit stupid? No. She was heartless. She was just an ungrateful person without conscience. He didn't know what he was expecting. He actually thought she was angry and jealous. Who knew that she was still happily wishing him a happy wedding? How ridiculous. Thinking of the scene of the two of them talking happily, Lu Yiyuan had to work hard to resist the urge to kill in Ningxue Palace. After a long time, he could only say one word. Get lost. Lin Chen had already been sweating profusely from the murderous aura that was coming towards him. He felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard the word get lost and quickly retreated. Su Maoyong is really a plague god. It's not right to mention it. And it's not right not to mention it. He is really getting more and more confused about the mind of the Demon Lord. The canonization ceremony of the Demon Palace was particularly grand. Although it was not the canonization of the queen, it was at least the marriage of a concubine. Moreover, this concubine might have the opportunity to become the queen in the future. Therefore, in order to please the Demon Emperor and Princess Yuqing, all the rituals and decorations were made to a high standard. Other canonized concubines also benefited from Princess Yuqing. On this day, they all married in a grand manner and entered the palace with arrogance. In this way, after a whole day of tossing and turning, until night fell, all the palaces lit lanterns and burned red candles, and the canonization ceremony officially ended. At this time, Xiao Qian, who was waiting outside the Ningxue Palace, looked at the direction of the Yufu Palace with envy on her face, and said to Xiao Ji with emotion, At this time, Princess Yuqing, Oh no! Concubine Jia should have moved into the Yufu Palace, and sat in the bridal chamber waiting for the demon lord to lift the red veil. Princess Yueqing's former Qingyu Palace was good, but it was a boudoir after all. Now that she's married, there's no reason for her to live in the original palace. So the demon lord gave her the Yufu Palace, which was specially designed for the imperial concubine. According to the rules, she has now been helped into the bridal chamber by the palace servants, waiting to drink the wedding wine with the demon lord and have sex together. Just thinking about it makes me happy, Xiaoji warned her with a look of suspicion. Keep your voice down. Don't let the master hear it. If he hears it, he hears it. I'm not wrong. Who made her so disappointing? She deserves it. Xiao Qian was quite resentful of Su Maoyang for not taking her with him on these trips. And she also disliked Xiaoji very much. Xiaoji sighed helplessly. Who can figure out the mind of the demon lord? It's not all the master's fault. If not her, who should we blame? Us? I say, you should be more careful, and plan a way out for the future in advance. If the demon lord really wants to take her life one day, it would be unfair for you and me to be buried with such a person. Xiao Qian obviously had a plan. Xiaoji frowned and shook her head, disagreeing with her. Just as she was about to warn her, she heard an order from the inner hall. Xiaoji, go get some wine. Xiaoji was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly advised, Master, you must not do that. You have just recovered from a serious illness, so it's better not to drink. Xiao Qian raised her eyebrows and smiled. I'm depressed. If I don't drink to relieve my sorrow, I'll suffocate to death. Go get it now. Xiaoji was embarrassed and didn't want Su Maoyang to hurt himself. But Su Maoyang insisted. She had no choice but to turn around and ask the kitchen to warm up some hot wine and bring it up. Su Maoyang tried to immerse herself in cultivation all day, trying to block out the disturbances from the outside world. But her ears were really uncontrollable, and she always heard everything Xiao Qian reported without missing a word. As she reported in real time, she couldn't help but think of the wedding night between the demon lord and Ran Shuqing. The more she thought about it, the more she felt depressed in her chest. So she couldn't help but want to drink some wine to numb her nerves and stop thinking about these messy things. Chapter 2563. You strangled him to death. But who knew that she couldn't stop drinking? From the first glass to the later bowls, one bowl after another. Xiaoji, who was serving beside her, looked anxious, and several times she bravely came up to grab the bowl, but was defeated by Su Maoyang's strength. I don't know why. She, who never liked wine, felt that this wine was really wonderful today. Not only could it make people forget their worries, but it also allowed her to see Jun Haocong and feel Jun Haocong's warm breath and hot embrace. Xiaoji was anxious and held her hand to stop her from pouring wine. Master, you really can't drink anymore. I know you are bitter, but life has to go on, and there is no reason to abuse yourself. She knew that the concubines in the palaces and courtyards outside were all happy, but their Ningxue palace was as deserted as a cemetery, without any life. Just because Su Maoyang was a concubine without a name or status, there was no wedding, and her name would not be registered in the book. She could only be an invisible person who entertained the demon lord forever. With such a comparison, anyone would be sad. Su Maoyang was drinking happily but was interrupted. She pushed Xiaoji away in dissatisfaction, but she fell on the table first. Xiaoji saw that she was drunk and sighed helplessly. She had to help her back to the bedroom and wait for her to go to bed. After the bustle, the demon palace was dark at night. There was no moonlight or starlight, only the high and low lights and candlelights of the distant and near buildings swaying in the wind, lingering and charming, like a dream. At this time, Ran Shuqing was wearing gorgeous wedding clothes, sitting quietly on the wedding couch in the bedroom of Yufu Palace. She had been waiting for more than an hour just for Lu Yeyuan to lift the red veil, not to mention drinking the wedding wine and having sex together. Lu Yeyuan, who had been slow to act, did not go anywhere. He sat at the table not far from Ran Shuqing, drinking silently, with only the sound of the water pouring out particularly loud. Ran Shuqing's mood gradually sank as time and the wine passed, and she could not help but persuade him. Demon Lord, it's getting late. It's time to rest. Go to sleep. Lu Yeyuan was as steady as a rock, and he didn't even bother to look at her. Ran Shuqing choked and said embarrassedly, But the red veil hasn't been removed yet? Don't you have hands? Lu Yeyuan didn't care about the red veil, and replied subconsciously. Ran Shuqing was completely speechless. It was obvious that Lu Yeyuan didn't intend to perform the husband and wife ceremony with her at all. The reason why he sat here was just a formality. Pretending. And he didn't even want to complete the empty ceremony. It was enough to show that he had no expectations for this wedding. And he didn't have any thoughts about her at all. Fortunately, this marriage was originally a transaction. She was seeking status and position, not love. In fact, no man in this world is worthy of her sincerity. Thinking of this, Ran Shuqing personally lifted the veil. Her eyes fell on the figure that was made more handsome by the wedding gown. Her red lips slightly opened. And she was considerate. You have been busy all day today. The demon lord must be tired. And it is okay for me to serve you in bed another day. The demon lord really doesn't need to confine himself here for me. I feel so distressed when I see you. After hearing this, Lu Yiyuan raised his eyes and looked at her. He didn't expect a woman to be so reasonable. He really had no intention of getting married. And now he was too lazy to even do the most basic wedding ceremony. It was all thanks to his previous hatred that he had agreed to the ceremony and had to go through the process. But now, looking at the bride who was dazzlingly beautiful under the candlelight, he suddenly felt a surge of hatred for himself for not fighting back. He was angry with himself. He had clearly cut off his love for Yunqiang and hated her to the bone. But now, he couldn't even sleep with a woman he married legitimately. Speaking of which, Ran Shuqing was also very outstanding. Although her appearance was not as good as Yunqiang, she was gentle and considerate. And she would definitely be a competent and good wife in the future. But for some reason, no matter how stunning and soothing the woman in front of him was, his mind was still full of those stubborn and rebellious eyes. Perhaps, this ceremony was a mistake from the beginning. He shouldn't let another woman fall into the abyss of unrequited love like him for his own selfish desires. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and Su Maoyang, the cold-hearted man? Lu Yiyuan didn't want to give Ran Shuqing too much hope. So as she wished, he said coldly, "Well, you are tired too. Rest early." After that, he walked out of Yufu Palace quickly, and his steps were obviously much lighter than when he came. Lin Chen, who was waiting outside the palace, was shocked to see Lu Yiyuan running out on the wedding night. He rubbed his eyes to make sure that he didn't see it wrong. And then, he immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. Lu Yiyuan was too lazy to explain, and asked directly, "How is Ningxue Palace?" With the lesson from the last time, Lin Chen learned his lesson this time, and answered with understanding. Su Xianxia was drunk and rested early. Did she drink? Lu Yiyuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, she was drunk and unconscious. Lin Chen responded. Lu Yiyuan should have felt relieved. But for some reason, he couldn't be happy when he heard that she was unconscious. "I want to walk around. You don't have to follow me." Yes, Lin Chen didn't dare to talk, so he could only respond. It was late at night. The candles in the palaces had gone out, and the darkness came like the wind, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. Lu Yiyuan stopped outside the Ningxue Palace, stared for a long time, waved his hand gently, and set up a barrier. When everything fell into a deep sleep, he finally couldn't help it and appeared beside Su Maoyang's couch, looking at the haggard face lying on the couch, with frowning eyebrows and tears in the corners of his eyes. Lu Yiyuan's heart, which had been stabbed by her, seemed to have awakened a memory, and a severe colic appeared again. Speaking of which, this was the first time he saw her drunk. Was she sad because she saw him spending the wedding night with another woman? Could he understand that there was still a place for him in her heart? Thinking of this, Lu Yiyuan softly touched her face that was hot due to drunkenness, and his palms emanated a spiritual energy, quietly cooling her fever. Su Maoyang, who was trapped in a dream, felt a familiar and comfortable force flowing into her body. Her frown finally relaxed, and a happy smile appeared on her face. She muttered in surprise, "Hao Tsong, Hao Tsong." Suddenly hearing the two words Hao Tsong, Lu Yiyuan's hand paused slightly, and his handsome face like white porcelain instantly merged into the darkness gloomily. He was so stupid. He knew that she hated him and despised him, but he still expected that she was drinking to drown his sorrows. He knew that she didn't love him, but he was still soft-hearted because of her drunkenness. Knowing how hateful she was, he still couldn't control his heart and was played around by her. Lu Yiyuan was in unbearable pain and stood up suddenly, unwilling to face this face that made him lose control of his emotions. But his feet seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't move a step. He stood there steadily, and his tough heart couldn't resist the pain in his heart, letting it run rampant and reddening his eyes. In the end, he couldn't bear the piercing pain and roared to ask the knot that had been entangled for tens of thousands of years. Why? Why? In my last life, I also loved you wholeheartedly with Jun Haotsong's personality. Why couldn't you treat him well? Tears flashed in the darkness, and the voice trembled with tearing. In the end, it wasn't me who made Jun Haotsong disappear. It was you. It was you who strangled him cruelly. And it was you who made him no longer love, only hate. You are the culprit. Not me. Chapter 2564. Has anyone been here? In the early morning, the warm sunlight gently shone on the couch through the white gauze curtain. Su Maoyong seemed to be covered with a layer of golden mist. Holy and flawless. Quiet and peaceful. As beautiful as a fairy floating down from the sky. Now she has swept away her sick look. Her face is like peach blossoms. Radiant. And a happy smile hangs on the corner of her mouth for the first time. I think she had a happy dream last night, so that she was still smiling and unwilling to wake up at noon. However, Jun Haotsong, who was embracing her in the dream, suddenly disappeared in the mist at this time. Su Maoyong was like a frightened bird, and shouted in panic. Haotsong! Haotsong! Xiaoji heard the movement, immediately pushed the door and walked in, lifted the gauze curtain, and called several times anxiously before finally pulling Su Maoyong back from the nightmare. Su Maoyong opened her eyes in confusion and found that Jun Haotsong's face suddenly turned into Xiaoji. She suddenly widened her eyes and regained consciousness in an instant. All the bad memories came one after another, making her body quickly cold. She looked at Xiaoji, and then looked around. There was no Jun Haotsong in the empty room, but she seemed to still have the residual warmth of Jun Haotsong on her body, and she could even smell his breath on the tip of her nose. Su Maoyong grabbed Xiaoji's hand in shock, and hurriedly sat up from the bed, asking excitedly, "Has Jun Haotsong come back? Jun Haotsong? I don't understand what the master is talking about." Xiaoji shook her head in confusion. Su Maoyong suddenly remembered that she, a little palace maid, didn't know Jun Haotsong. So she changed the question. "Did anyone come to Ningxue Palace last night? And did anyone enter my room?" Xiaoji still shook her head in confusion. No one usually wants to come to Ningxue Palace. Not to mention that last night was the enthronement ceremony, and all the palaces and courtyards were busy. I stayed outside the room last night and didn't see anyone. Could it be that the master had a nightmare and was confused? Su Maoyong didn't believe it and insisted. "Are you sure you didn't leave for a moment and didn't distract yourself for a moment? The master was drunk last night and needed someone to serve him at any time. How could I dare to be careless? I was very alert and stayed outside the room. I didn't dare to relax at all. I hope the master can understand." Xiaoji was afraid of being blamed for not serving well, so she knelt on the ground immediately. Su Maoyong felt even more puzzled. "No. I clearly felt his breath. It's impossible that he hadn't been here. The breath last night was so gentle and affectionate. It was obviously Jun Haotsong. She couldn't be wrong. But Jun Haotsong had long been replaced by Lu Yiyuan and disappeared from this world. Could it be that she was just dreaming? Su Maoyong's sleepy mind could no longer distinguish between reality and dream. So he finally gave up. "You go down. I want to be quiet. Master drank so much last night. I'll bring you some hangover soup to relieve your headache." Xiaoji saw that she was frowning, and thought she was just feeling unwell. After hearing what she said, Su Maoyong suddenly realized that she was drunk but had no signs of hangover, and even felt refreshed and particularly comfortable. It was really strange. "I'm fine. Don't bother. Go down." Su Maoyong waved his hand, unwilling to say more, although Xiaoji was not very reassured. The other party insisted, so she had to leave obediently. Seeing that the person had left, Su Maoyong still reluctantly asked the Jinjuan elder and Tianmo Martin in the space, "What about you? Didn't you notice someone entering the room?" Xiaoji might have been deceived, but the Jinjuan elder and the others should be more sober than anyone else. However, she still didn't get the answer she wanted. "Girl, you probably missed Jun Haotsong so much that it was so quiet last night. Not even a mosquito. Let alone people." The Jinjuan elder shook his head and sighed. The Tianmo Martin and Shuri nodded. "Yes, we didn't see anyone, but you were drunk and unconscious, which made us worried all night." Hearing them say this, Su Maoyong completely let go of his unrealistic obsession, thinking that he had drunk too much and had hallucinations. In a flash, Half a month passed, and Su Maoyang stayed in the Ningxue Palace every day, either practicing or refining pills. And he lived quite happily. Originally, because of Jun Haozong's matter, she had nightmares every night. But recently, I don't know whether it's because of her good health or her peaceful mentality, she hasn't had a nightmare again. Every day when she wakes up, she still feels energetic and refreshed. Su Maoyang doesn't want to miss this state, so she intensifies her practice. Her strength has unknowingly improved a step. It seems that she is not far from breaking through to the peak of spiritual immortal. Sui Huan, who has been paying attention to Su Maoyang, saw that she lived a peaceful life like a free and unrestrained cloud and wild crane. And she was bored and completely lost interest. Princess, I think Su Xianshi is not to be feared. It has been half a month, and the Demon Lord has not summoned her again. I think he has forgotten her a long time ago. We don't need to send people to keep an eye on her anymore. Shui Huan carefully sought Ran Shuqing's opinion. Ran Shuqing shook her head solemnly. No, it's too calm, which is a bit wrong. Although the Demon Lord didn't summon her in the past half month, he didn't summon other women either. I heard that the Demon Lord has been in seclusion these days, so he has no time to summon the concubines. Maybe when the Demon Lord comes out, he will summon the princess. Shui Huan comforted. Ran Shuqing narrowed his eyes in disapproval. What do you know? Although the Demon Lord claims to be in seclusion, he actually goes out for a walk every evening, and he doesn't allow Guard Lin to follow him. Does this look like seclusion? This is the Demon Lord's private matter, which should not be spread out. Fortunately, she has been working in the palace for so many years, and her network has already spread to every corner of the Demon Palace. Lin Chen has naturally received a lot of favors from her. It is not difficult to pass on some insignificant gossip to her, so she let her find out a little. Cui Shui frowned and thought for a moment, then said innocently, maybe the Demon Lord is just in a bad mood and wants to be alone for a while to relax? Since he is just taking a walk, why does he have to hide from others and be so secretive? Ran Shuqing still didn't think it made sense. Cui Shui guessed. Is he afraid that the concubines will know his path and disturb his peace? Ran Shuqing glanced at her speechlessly, with an expression that said he was a child who could not be taught. Is our Demon Lord the kind of person who allows others to pounce on him? I'm afraid he will die before he gets within 10 feet of him. How dare the concubines go and get into trouble? What's more, he is not a person who enjoys leisure and ease. Do you think he will take a lot of time to relax? Therefore, Ran Shuqing guessed that there must be something or someone who strongly attracted him to go there. Otherwise, he would not do such a boring thing. As for where he went, who he met, and what he did, even if Ran Shuqing didn't know, he guessed 8 or 9 points. And it was definitely related to Su Maoyang. It's just that the Demon Lord no longer tortured Su Maoyang, which is already a bad sign. Now that he can't let Su Maoyang go, she has to sound the alarm and make a decision. Otherwise, if Su Maoyang really gets together with the Demon Lord, she is afraid that she will never have a chance to be the queen. Thinking of this, Ran Shuqing clenched his fists under his sleeves and made a decision. The previous plan can be arranged. Su Maoyang, don't blame me for hurting you. I was forced to do it. You at least have the favor of the Demon Lord. But I have nothing. Ningxue Palace? Master, it's not good. It's bad. Xiaoji rushed into the inner hall in a panic without even saying hello. Su Maoyang was resting his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaoji approaching him, running out of breath, with a worried look on her face. Why are you so flustered? Before Su Maoyang finished speaking, he heard Xiaoji crying. Master, go and see Princess Yuqing. It is said that Princess Yuqing was refining pills today, and wanted to reach the realm of Danzuan. But she was attacked by the medicinal materials, and her mental strength was damaged. Now she is seriously injured and unconscious. The situation is not good. Chapter 2565. What a treacherous act. How could she, a Dayan saint, be so careless? Su Maoyang frowned, and then realized something was wrong. I'm afraid this is aimed at me. Let's go and have a look. Instead of sitting here and waiting for the result to be announced, it would be safer for her to find out the truth in person. Of course, in addition to Su Maoyang, the princes and princesses of other palaces and courtyards, and the concubines in the harem also hurried to Yufu Palace after hearing the news. After all, Ran Shuqing is not someone else. She is the concubine of the Demon Lord, the daughter of the Demon Emperor. and has a good reputation in the palace. Many people have close ties with her. Now that such a big thing has happened, there is no reason for everyone to stand by and watch. As for the Demon Lord, the Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor's wife Qixia Yuanjun arrived before them, and were quietly waiting for the results of the demon doctor's treatment. Because of the seriousness of this matter, almost all the demon doctors were dispatched, including several highly respected Dan lords at the peak. Fortunately, they arrived in time and fed Ran Shuqing the Jiuxiu Dingshan pill, which was excellent for healing mental power. Otherwise, Ran Shuqing would have gone astray, and her consciousness would have collapsed. This was even more unbearable than taking her life directly. Thinking about the seriousness of the matter, Lord Jiang, the head of the magic doctors, bowed respectfully to his demon lord, Demon Emperor, and Qixia Yuanjun and reported, Demon Lord, Demon Emperor, Madam, and the Imperial Concubine injured her consciousness and damaged her mental power. Fortunately, she took the medicine in time and did not expand her injuries. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Either she would die, or she would become a waste without mental power, or a madman who went astray. He did not say this explicitly, but those present were all people who had seen the world and naturally understood what would happen to the alchemist if the medicinal materials backfired. No matter which one ends up, it is a very dangerous thing. This Qinger is so careless. It is not easy to advance to the Danzuan realm. Now, not only did she fail, but she hurt herself. She is already married, but she is still so worried. Qixia Yuanjun had high hopes for Ran Shuqing, who knew that she had just become a concubine and had not had time to enjoy the favor. And she had such a thing. I don't know if such an injury will affect her alchemy talent in the future. What if the Demon Lord dislikes her? The Demon Lord and the Demon Emperor were able to remain calm, but the princes and princesses standing behind them, and the concubines of the palaces were scared. They didn't expect that Ran Shuqing, who has always been careful and steady, would make such a mistake. It seems that it is really not easy to advance from Danshun to Danzuan. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many alchemy masters who have achieved such achievements as Danzuan at an old age. Ran Shuqing is a little younger after all. Although he has excellent talent, he is still too impatient. Just when everyone was lamenting that Ran Shuqing was too hasty, Sui Wan, who was kneeling beside the couch, cried and complained, Madam, you have wronged the Imperial Concubine. You know that the Imperial Concubine has always been cautious and prudent, more stable than an old man. How could she be so careless? It is clear that someone framed the Imperial Concubine and tampered with the medicinal materials to cause such a disaster. I hope that the Demon Lord, the Demon Emperor, and Madam will see clearly and give justice to the Imperial Concubine. Sui Wan kowtowed to them several times, and her sad and angry voice seemed particularly sincere. Sui Shua also kowtowed, and she was also in tears. Yes, the Imperial Concubine did not know people well, and was tricked by the treacherous people. I hope that the adults will help the Queen. What? Framed? Who dares to frame the Imperial Concubine? Just tell me. If this is true, I will not forgive him. The Demon Emperor was also worried about Ran Shuqing's body and spiritual talent. He originally thought that it was her own mistake, and he couldn't get angry in front of the Demon Lord. But he didn't know that there was something else going on. He couldn't help but scold him. Hearing this, Shui Shui quickly raised her head and said firmly, Su Xianshi. It's Su Xianshi. She sent rare medicinal materials to the Queen half a month ago. At that time, I was puzzled. How could such precious medicinal materials be sent just like that? I didn't expect that it was a poisonous plot set by her. Su Xianshi? Are you talking about the woman named Su Maoyang? Hearing this name, the Demon Emperor's face instantly darkened. A woman without a name or status actually dared to set her sights on his daughter. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Demon Emperor? Cui Shui nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's her. The Demon Emperor was so angry that he was about to burst out. But he couldn't figure out Lu Yeyuan's attitude towards this woman. So he had to suppress his anger and said tactfully, Demon Lord, I know this woman has something to do with you. But this matter is complicated and confusing. I suggest that you summon her up to ask for clarification. Lu Yeyuan's cold eyes swept across Cui Shui's face like a knife, and finally nodded in the expectant eyes of everyone. Send her up. With so many people present, and the two palace maids speaking with certainty, it would be unreasonable not to summon Su Maoyang for questioning. No need to summon. I'm here. before the arresting guards had time to leave Yufu Palace. Su Maoyang's voice was heard in the hall first. Su Maoyang walked in with an elegant demeanor and neither humble nor arrogant, while Xiaoji and Xiaoqian behind him kept their heads down, looking terrified. Xiaoji had come with Su Maoyang to deliver the herbs, so she was considered a half-participant. If she hadn't seen Su Maoyang's calm appearance, which gave her some confidence, she would have been so frightened that her legs would have gone weak, and she would have knelt on the ground. Xiaoqian did not participate in the delivery of the medicine, but she was a little calm. But she was more nervous about Ran Shuqing than her own master. When she heard that Ran Shuqing was in trouble, she quietly followed, and now she looked even more sad and heartbroken. Su Maoyang felt that there were so many actors in this palace, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a little sneer. But this look completely angered the demon emperor. You came at the right time. This emperor was just about to ask you. Qinger has no grudges against you, and she has rescued you many times. Why did you do such a cruel thing to her? Master Demon Emperor, this is what I want to ask. The imperial concubine is my benefactor. Why do I want to murder my benefactor cruelly? Am I crazy? Su Maoyang took the opportunity to ask him back. Su Xianshi, you still refuse to admit it. You say you are grateful to the queen for helping you, but you are actually jealous that the queen is favored by the demon king and liked by everyone in the palace. So you pretend to send her herbs to express your gratitude to take our queen's life. You have such a vicious heart. Sui Wan is the most capable maidservant around Ran Shuqing. In just 2 or 3 sentences, she explained Su Maoyang's motives and methods of harming people, hitting the nail on the head. Su Maoyang glanced at her indifferently and asked, Don't wrongly accuse a good person. I sympathize with your master, who is an alchemist, and sent some valuable herbs with good intentions. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you also turned the tables and repaid kindness with hatred. You are so cruel and heartless. Is this the servant your master taught you? Chapter 2566, A Master at Framing Others. Ahem. Miss Su. Just then, a painful cough came from the couch. Sui Huan heard the sound and was delighted. She immediately knelt down and crawled to Ran Shuqing. My queen, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Ran Shuqing waved Sui Huan's touch away and said angrily, How dare you go behind my back and frame a good person? Why don't you apologize to Miss Su quickly? My queen, although I don't know how to make pills, I can see clearly that you were seriously injured by the backlash of the medicinal materials sent by Su Xianshi. You almost died. How long are you going to cover up for her? I really feel sorry for you. You treated her so well, but she still killed you. Such an ungrateful person deserves to be beaten to death. Sui Wan cried and shook her head, showing her loyalty and righteousness to the fullest. Ran Shuqing frowned and warned, Don't talk nonsense. The backlash of the medicinal herbs was caused by my own improper handling. It has nothing to do with Miss Su. But you, your majesty, have always been careful and have never made any mistakes in the medicinal herbs. Why did such a dangerous incident occur when you used her medicinal herbs? I have to doubt it. Sui Huan still didn't want to believe that it was a mistake. Seeing them acting back and forth, Su Maoyang wanted to applaud. The master and servant performed this double act so beautifully. Ran Shuqing was seriously injured and unconscious at first, winning sympathy in front of everyone, and then let the palace maid reveal the conspiracy and identify her as the culprit. What's more clever is that she turned around and blamed her own palace maid, acting as a bodhisattva who was trying to keep things quiet and cover up for her in every possible way. In this way, she not only maintained her reputation and established a kind and generous personality, but also contrasted her Su Maoyang's hatefulness and aroused everyone's heartache. I think the demon emperor couldn't swallow this breath even if he was embarrassed by Lu Yiyuan's feelings. After all, his daughter was bullied to this extent, and he still tolerated it. If he didn't stand up for her, he would be a demon emperor in vain. As expected, the demon emperor immediately showed his determination to investigate to the end and asked sternly, Qinger, this woman is not worth your protection. Tell your father honestly what medicinal herbs she gave you. Are there any left? Take them out and let the demon doctors take a good look. She gave Chirong Tong Tianju, Babin Xianlan, Han Yuan Qinglian and Zwilankeo. They were all thrown into the furnace when I was refining the elixir before. Even if there are any, they are probably burned out. Ran Shuqing shook his head, hearing that it was a few rare medicinal herbs. Everyone looked at each other in shock, and saw the trick in each other's eyes. Su Maoyang gave away so many priceless medicinal herbs at once, just to repay the favor of protection. It was indeed strange. Let's not talk about whether she had so many rare medicinal herbs. Even if she did, normal people would not be willing to give such treasures away. Perhaps the palace maid named Sui-Wan really did not wrong her. However, they did not know that although these medicinal herbs were picked by Su Maoyang in the wild land with great difficulty, they had grown into countless plants after being planted in the spiritual field. They were no different from ordinary medicinal herbs in her place. She gave them away just because these medicinal herbs could be used to refine the Lian Huanjing pill. Because this kind of pill can help Ran Shuqing advance to the Danzuan realm most smoothly and perfectly, without leaving any sequelae, which is of great benefit to his future spiritual talent. Although other pills can also be promoted, they will have more or less flaws. Only the effect of this Lian Huanjing pill is the most perfect. But the medicinal materials needed for this elixir are too rare, and many people have no chance to advance with the Lian Huanjing pill. Who would have thought that she would be framed by someone after she kindly helped Ran Shuqing? If she had known this, she really shouldn't have been so kind. The Demon Emperor also didn't believe that Su Maoyang could come up with so many rare medicinal materials, and immediately ordered the demon doctor, "Go to the furnace and see if there are any remaining medicinal materials." The demon doctor took the order and quickly walked to the furnace. After a careful inspection, the medicinal materials inside were almost all burned to ashes, and they couldn't see what was wrong. Fortunately, they finally found a half-burned drunken dragon grass in the furnace. This drunken dragon grass looked very normal, and several alchemists didn't see anything strange. Jiang Yu was afraid of missing any small details, so he looked very carefully. After checking it back and forth several times, he finally found the clue and looked up with a shocked face. Fake. This is fake. The pattern of its stems and leaves is different from the real drunk dragon grass. This is Tianshan grass, not drunk dragon grass. What? Fake? Did you see it clearly? The Demon Emperor raised his eyebrows and asked loudly. Jiang Yu immediately clasped his fists. I have handled drunk dragon grass and processed its stems and leaves. This is definitely not drunk dragon grass. I can guarantee it with my head. Hearing that, he was sure. The Demon Emperor's anger erupted like a volcano, and his roar was like thunder. You Su Maoyang, you dare to use fake medicinal materials to frame the imperial concubine of this dynasty. Come on. Drag her out and execute her with slicing to set an example. Wait. The matter has not been investigated clearly. How can you easily convict? Lu Yeyuan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up and interrupted the Demon Emperor's plan. Ran Shuqing was a man who could read people's expressions. Seeing that Lu Yeyuan had not yet completely believed in his plan, he could not help but speak up. Yes, father. The truth is not clear, so it's better not to rush to convict. Speaking of which, it's all my fault for being shallow and ignorant. As a Dan Sheng, I only knew about this medicinal material from books and had never seen it with my own eyes, so I failed to distinguish the authenticity. I think Miss Su didn't know the authenticity of this medicinal material and gave it to me by mistake. Don't wrongly accuse her of plotting to murder her with her good intentions. Qing, you are too easy to trust people. If she really had so many rare medicinal materials, why would she give them to you? You are still speaking for her. Shi Xiaoyuan Jun sighed angrily. The Demon Emperor was even more tough. Humph. Even if it was not intentional, it almost killed you. And it is a capital crime. You know, if you don't punish severely today, everyone in the Demon Palace will use ignorance and no intention as a shield in the future, and everyone will be able to ride on Ran Shuqing's head. Besides, Ran Shuqing was a concubine. If she couldn't punish a concubine, how could she have any prestige if the news got out? I'm afraid no one would take her seriously. Therefore, he had to show an attitude. He believed that the Demon Lord was very righteous and would not let his subjects down. Don't worry, Demon Emperor. The villain who harmed the concubine must be sentenced to death. But who this villain is, we have to find out. Only then can we make a conclusion. Now we can only prove that the medicinal materials are fake. If someone swapped them, it is not impossible. If we kill the wrong person, won't it let the real villain continue to go unpunished and make trouble? Lu Yeyuan's voice became several degrees colder, obviously with displeasure. At this time, Xiao Qian behind Su Maoyang saw that they were in a deadlock and knew that it was time for her to step in and add fuel to the fire. She immediately knelt down and reported, Demon Lord, Demon Emperor. Madam, I know the inside story. The medicinal materials are indeed fake. I overheard Su Xianshi and Xiao Xi discussing sending fake medicine to the imperial concubine. I can't do such a cruel thing. I was afraid of being retaliated by Su Xianshi, so I didn't dare to report it casually. So I said I was sick on the day of sending the medicine. So I didn't go with Su Xianshi. I have been unable to sleep and eat these days. Until today. I saw that the queen almost died because of this. I realized that it's not okay to keep silent. Please ask the Demon Lord and Demon Emperor to do justice for the queen. As soon as these words came out, the evidence was there, and Su Maoyang's guilt was almost set in stone. Chapter 2567 Prove Your Innocence. Xiao Qian is none other than Su Maoyang's personal maid. Now even the people around her are willing to stand up and report her for the sake of justice, which shows how cruel and unpopular she is. Everyone who learned the truth was immediately very angry and stood up for Ran Shuqing. Only Ran Ningyan and Ran Hanyan, who were also princesses, were secretly happy about the fact that Ran Shuqing's spiritual talent was damaged. Now that their previous statements have been confirmed, Ran Ningyan feels even more relieved and starts to sneer. TSK. I told you she was an ungrateful person. But you didn't believe me and helped her out again and again. First, I broke her arm. And this time, she almost lost her life. If I had known this, you shouldn't have stopped us from beating this vicious woman to death that day. And maybe I wouldn't have to suffer such a punishment today. The Demon Emperor was already angry. And after hearing these words, he was even more furious. Gritted his teeth and shouted, Su Maoyang, now even your maid has pointed out you. What else do you have to say? Su Maoyang sneered and glanced at Xiao Qian. Nothing is more convincing than your personal mate coming out to report it. This Ran Shuqing took great pains to find the Tianshan grass, set up a trap, and was seriously injured by the backlash of the medicinal material. And at the same time, she won over the maids around her to make false confessions, which was done without any loopholes, not giving her a chance to breathe, which can be regarded as looking up to her. You want to harm her with just this trick? Dream on. Su Maoyang replied calmly. This maid has been disobedient since she started following me. She looked down on me as a concubine and thought that there was no future for her to follow me. So she threw her whole heart on concubine Jia. She betrayed her master for fame and fortune, and colluded with others to frame me. What's so strange about that? As soon as Su Maoyang said this, Ran Shuqing's face suddenly changed, and she immediately put on a look of grievance and hurt. Miss Su, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that Xiao Qian and I colluded to harm you? Aren't you very clear whether it's a play or not? Su Maoyang retorted. Asshole. My sister is simple and kind. She still believes that you didn't do it on purpose. She defended you in every possible way. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you even slandered her in return. It's really too much. The eldest prince shouted angrily. His sister is the most gentle and kind. She usually doesn't say a harsh word, let alone hurt others. I didn't expect that a kind person would be bullied. Not only did she almost lose her life, but she was also splashed with dirty water. It's heartbreaking to think about it. Qixia Yuanjun didn't want to talk nonsense with Su Maoyang, and went straight to the point. You said they were pretending to accuse you. Then you should produce evidence to prove that what you said was not Tianshanko, but the real rare medicinal material. You can't just slander people without any evidence. We don't have such rules in the Demon Palace. Yes, if you can't prove your innocence, don't even think about walking out of Yufu Palace alive today. The eldest prince said harshly. He didn't care what the relationship between this person and the Demon Lord was. If he wanted to harm her sister, he would have to pay the price of blood. Of course, if she really had a place in the Demon Lord's heart, she would not have become a nameless concubine. Seeing that everyone was staring at him fiercely, and was determined to investigate Ran Shuqing to the end, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Ran Shuqing is indeed a powerful character. Except for the two princesses who had conflicts of interest, almost everyone in the Demon Palace stood on her side. I think, even if Ran Shuqing didn't have ironclad evidence to prove that she was the one who gave the cicada grass, everyone would favor her from the bottom of their hearts and think that it was a trick set by Su Maoyang. Because from the beginning, the world scales have been biased towards her. What's more, she has set up the game, found witnesses, and obtained confessions, and directly cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, wanting to put her to death. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang looked at Ran Shuqing with cold eyes. She hid the evidence. Of course you can say it. Fortunately, I have a lot of rare medicinal materials here, and I don't bother to give some worthless cicada grass to fool people. After that, she waved her hand and took out several medicine boxes filled with rare medicinal materials from the space, and placed them in front of everyone. At a glance, there were hundreds of drunk dragon grass alone, not to mention the rare and precious ones such as Chirong Tontianju, 8-petal fairy orchid, and Hun Yuan Qinglian. The magic doctors present were shocked by the astonishing number, and their eyes widened. Their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Their excited voices subconsciously surged to their throats, but they couldn't say a word. There were only bursts of shocked gasps. After a long time, Jiang Yu stammered and exclaimed, "Oh my god! I am not dreaming. Am I? I can take it out and have a look." Jiang Yu looked at Su Maoyang expectantly, like a child looking forward to sharing toys. Su Maoyang nodded. "It's just a few herbs. Please." Hearing this, the magic doctors took a deep breath again, shocked beyond words. It was just a few herbs. But she said it easily. "You know, these herbs are the lifeblood of many alchemists." She actually looked like she didn't care. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Although Jiang Yu got the nod, he still carefully picked up the herbs, as if he was holding the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. After checking, his eyes lit up, his cheeks flushed, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Where did you get these rare herbs? Where did you get them from? Does it have anything to do with what happened today?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and asked back, "Well, that doesn't matter. I just asked out of curiosity." Jiang Yu was choked and said angrily. Seeing Jiang Yu's excitement, the demon emperor was suspicious and couldn't help but confirm. "Master Jiang, are these herbs really the rare herbs that Qing'er said?" "Yes. The 4 rare herbs she said are all real. And the drunk dragon grass is also real. I can actually see so many rare herbs today. It's incredible." Jiang Yu's heart was so excited that it was about to jump out, and he nodded like pounding garlic. Hearing his certainty, the other demon doctors couldn't help but come up to check one by one. And then, there was a burst of admiration. The demon emperor thought this was too absurd and refused to believe it. "Are you sure? These tens of thousands of them are all rare herbs? I am sure that these are all real rare herbs. And they will never be fake. I think Miss Su really disdains to use Tianshan grass to impersonate drunk dragon grass." Jiang Yu nodded heavily, and his tone unconsciously leaned towards Su Maoyang. Hearing this, Ran Shuqing's heart was shocked, and she tightened her fingers under her sleeves, trying to maintain her composure. Originally, she thought that since these herbs were so rare, Su Maoyang must have only one, and could not give out any other. Who would have thought that the few plants she gave last time were just the tip of the iceberg? And they were hidden so deeply. Qixia Yuanjun was the champion of the last palace fight after all. Even though she was shocked that Su Maoyang had so many rare herbs, she was still clear-headed. But, just because you have a lot of rare herbs doesn't mean you won't use Tianchenko to impersonate Zwilankeo to frame others. What kind of evidence is this? Chapter 2568, Revealing the Truth. Su Maoyang did not comment. This is indeed not evidence. I just want to ask Concubine Jia. Since you used the drunk dragon grass, you must be planning to use these 4 herbs to refine the fiery flame rejuvenation pill, right? Ran Shuqing did not understand why she asked this question. After a moment of silence, he generously admitted, "Yes. Is there any problem? There are not many pills that use drunk dragon grass. Now the only one that can be refined at her level is the fiery flame rejuvenation pill." Su Maoyang smiled. "Now the truth is out. You are indeed shallow and ignorant. You clearly want to play a trick to harm others. But you are reluctant to do the whole set because you are reluctant to give up these rare herbs. Instead, you reveal your truth and have many loopholes." Hearing this, Ran Shuqing's heart skipped a beat and suddenly tensed up. Her mind quickly turned around, trying to recall where she had revealed her flaws. But she could not come up with any conclusion. She just thought that Su Maoyang was trying to scare her. And then she pretended to be calm and said, "I have to admire Miss Su's ability to throw dirty water." She said it as if it were true, and I almost believed it myself. Su Maoyang smiled lightly, not caring about her sarcasm. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. You know, people can lie, but medicinal herbs can't." As she said that, Su Maoyang casually grabbed a handful of 8-petal fairy orchids and handed them to Jiang Yu. "Please, the magic doctors, burn these 8-petal fairy orchids to ashes. Everyone present was shocked to hear such shocking words, and their eyes widened in disbelief. She actually proposed to burn these rare medicinal herbs to ashes. What's the difference between this and burning money? Even if you have money, you can't be so willful. However, seeing that there were still hundreds of plants in the box, everyone fell silent again. She deserves to be so arrogant. Who told her that she doesn't care about rare medicinal herbs? But Jiangyu and the magic doctors present were not calm, and they screamed on the spot. What? Are you crazy? The 8-petal fairy orchid is rarer than the drunk dragon grass, and it may not bloom once in hundreds of years. You actually want to burn them to ashes directly? Are you mistaken? Su Maoyang said, as a matter of course. The demon emperor and his wife want evidence. I am not proving it to them. Jiangyu was so anxious. You want to prove that the drunk dragon grass is real? Why do you abuse the 8-petal fairy orchid? Aren't you implicating innocent people and wasting money? I have my own reasons. Don't worry. Sir, these are my own medicinal herbs. If they are burned, they belong to me. I will never trouble you. Do it. Su Maoyang raised his hand generously, and his generous appearance made everyone tremble with fear. She was so arrogant. She burned such precious and rare medicinal materials without blinking an eye. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Everyone swallowed their saliva with heartache and envy. The alchemists led by Jiangyu were even more reluctant to do it. But Su Maoyang strongly requested it, saying that this was evidence. So they had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. In this way, everyone watched the 8-petal fairy orchid turn into ashes with great pain. Just when they were full of regret, they heard Su Maoyang ask, "You are all powerful alchemists. I believe you can smell a trace of orchid fragrance left in the ashes. Right?" Jiangyu and several other magic doctors pinched the powder with their hands, sniffed it closely, and nodded. Yes, I can smell a faint orchid fragrance. Then smell the ashes in Concubine Jia's stove and see if there is any fragrance? Su Maoyang coaxed. After hearing what she said, not only the magic doctors, but also the others present noticed something was wrong. Jiangyu and others quickly approached the furnace, picked up the powder in the furnace and sniffed it. And then their eyes lit up and they found the key. The ashes in this furnace have no fragrance. Jiangyu raised his head and stared at Su Maoyang with shining eyes. That is to say, there is no 8-petal fairy orchid in this furnace. Ran Shuqing's heart trembled, and he quickly refuted. Nonsense. The 8-petal fairy orchid burned to ashes can't smell the fragrance at all. You are bombing me. Jiangyu shook his head and explained. You don't know, Concubine. The fragrance of the 8-petal fairy orchid after burning cannot be smelled with the nose. Only the alchemists above the level of Danzuing can detect it with their spiritual consciousness. You are still at the peak of Dansheng. It is normal that you can't smell it. Ran Shuqing is too young. Although he is extremely talented, his knowledge of medicinal materials is still not as experienced as those elderly people. Moreover, these are rare and precious medicinal materials, which are rarely encountered in daily life. Books rarely introduce such insignificant hidden properties, so naturally some of them are omitted. Seeing that they are all knowledgeable people, Su Maoyang nodded with relief and continued. As you can see, the 8-petal fairy orchid has a strange shape and is isolated from the world. It is difficult to find similar medicinal materials in the world. Even if the imperial concubine is ignorant, she can distinguish the authenticity. I think among so many medicinal materials, only the drunken dragon grass is not easy to identify and is easily confused with the heavenly cicada grass. Since the queen dared to make elixirs with great determination, even if she mistakenly recognized the drunken dragon grass, she would not have mistaken all the other medicinal materials. Not to mention that the 8-petal fairy orchid has obvious characteristics, so it is even more impossible to be fake. But there is no trace of burning 8-petal fairy orchid in this furnace. So there is only one possibility. The imperial concubine did not intend to refine the fiery flame rejuvenation pill from the beginning. If so, why did the imperial concubine lie in front of everyone? Su Maoyang got to the point, suddenly raised his voice, and asked sharply. Ran Shuqing focused on the drunk dragon grass from beginning to end. So how could she have thought about studying the 8-petal fairy orchid? After all, among these herbs, only the drunk dragon grass can be disguised by the heavenly cicada grass. She was reluctant to give up the other rare herbs that were hard to come by. But in order to make the play realistic, she had to find some herbs with similar properties to mix and burn. and burn the herbs that the fiery flame rejuvenation pill should have according to the exact same proportion. She knew that once the herbs were burned, it would only be a pile of powder, and nothing could be seen or smelled, and the alchemists would not be able to find anything. It can be said that everything was taken care of, and nothing was leaked. But she had never thought that she had missed such a secret property of the 8-petal fairy orchid, which made the alchemists unable to find any traces of the 8-petal fairy orchid being burned in the furnace. Now that Su Maoyang had questioned her head-on, Ran Shuqing's heart tightened in horror, and her mature and steady face instantly turned blue-gray. But she had been working in the palace for so many years, so she soon calmed down and found a seemingly decent excuse. Don't slander me. I put the drunken dragon grass and other herbs first, and was seriously injured by the backlash before I could put the 8-petal fairy orchid. So naturally there was no residue of the 8-petal fairy orchid in the furnace. What's so strange about this? Su Maoyang's smile was infinitely widening, and Ran Shuqing was scared. My lady, what you said is even more outrageous. The 8-petal fairy orchid is more heat-resistant than the drunken dragon grass. In order to extract the medicinal properties of both, the 8-petal fairy orchid is usually put first, and then the drunken dragon grass. As a dancing who has been preparing for such a long time, and wants to impact the Danzuan realm, don't you even know the order of putting the most basic herbs for the Lian Huanjing pill? Is this shallow and ignorant? Or a trap? Isn't it obvious at a glance? Chapter 2569, Being too clever may lead to mistakes. When these words came out, the whole audience was shocked and cast unanimous eyes at Ran Shuqing. Everyone knew that Ran Shuqing had a steady personality, and was rigorous and careful in his work. He had never made such a careless and low-level mistake. Not to mention that it was such a major matter as the impact on the Danzuan realm, which should be more cautious, let alone whether she could successfully advance. But since she dared to start refining the elixir, she must have a certain degree of confidence, and the steps of refining the elixir were the basis. But Ran Shuqing could make mistakes even in the most basic sequence. If this was said to be a mistake, who would believe it? Could it be that, as Su Maoyang said, all this was a trap set up by Ran Shuqing? Ran Shuqing was speechless by Su Maoyang's question. At this moment, facing the pair of eyes that saw through everything like the abyss, he couldn't help but shudder, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. She was so focused on making the drunk dragon grass and the heavenly silkworm grass look realistic that there was nothing wrong with them. But she didn't expect that she had missed the 8-petal fairy orchid. Just now, she was so anxious to explain why she didn't put the 8-petal fairy orchid. But she made a mistake in the order. Now that everyone is watching, it's really hard for her to explain it as a mistake. After all, she is a peak Dan Sheng who has been preparing for the Danzun realm for so many years. But she made a mistake in the order of putting the herbs. Not to mention that others don't believe it. Even she herself doesn't believe it. However, just when her mind was spinning rapidly on how to minimize the loss, Su Maoyang sneered and exposed her method of committing the crime. You are indeed a cautious and smart person. You knew that the drunken dragon grass is not heat-resistant, and was the last herb to be added. In order to make the play realistic, you deliberately put the heat-resistant heavenly silkworm grass to be burned last. You also found some other rare herbs with similar properties to replace them. The order and proportion of adding are exactly the same, just to restore the most realistic process of refining the fiery flame rejuvenating pill. It's a pity that no matter how perfect and foolproof you are still burdened by the desire in your heart. You want to reach the level of Danzun too much, and you want to have strength too much. So you are reluctant to give up the rare medicinal materials that are hard to come by. If the 8-petal fairy orchid didn't have such a hidden attribute, or if you were experienced and had figured out the tricks earlier, today's game might have been successful. It's a pity that there are no ifs in this world. Even the most cautious people can have omissions. I hope you understand that if you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. Su Maoyang's words hit Ran Shuqing like a heavy hammer, making her tremble slightly and fall back on the couch in frustration. She was too smart for her own good, because she was careful everywhere and demanded perfection in everything. She didn't expect that the more she wanted to present the most real and restored state, the more suspicious points she exposed, because no matter how well she pretended, no matter how realistically the medicinal materials were disguised, the fake was always fake and could never replace the real thing. If she met someone who didn't know the business, she might be able to fool him. But she happened to meet someone who knew more and was more shrewd than her. So her biggest mistake was not that she didn't know the medicinal materials, but that she didn't know Su Maoyang. The demon lord saw that Ran Shuqing didn't even have the desire to explain, and knew that there was nothing to ask, and immediately announced, Empress Jia, you used all means to deceive the emperor, deprive the title of concubine, and demote her to a concubine. Reward her with 100 big sticks to set an example. As for the 3 maids, they framed the concubines and committed crimes, and they will be punished with slicing and can be executed. Xiao Qian didn't expect this result, and was immediately frightened out of her wits. Her body softened, and she fell to the ground. The demon emperor was also shocked and immediately clasped his fists to plead. Demon Lord, Qinger has always been well behaved. This time she was bewitched and made a mistake for the first time. Now she has been attacked by the medicinal herbs and has been seriously injured. It can be said that she has reaped what she has sown. Please consider it a punishment for my sake. Most of the 100 boards here are not ordinary ones. They are all handled by powerful and strong demon servants. Each board is full of demonic power, which can cause skin and flesh torn and broken bones at the least, and internal injuries at the worst. It's fine if she is injured, but she is a princess. But she was demoted to a concubine, becoming the lowest concubine in the harem. How can she gain a foothold in the demon palace in the future? Lu Yiyuan frowned and glanced at him coldly. His sinister voice climbed up the back of the demon emperor like a poisonous snake. She played tricks under my nose. She should be dragged out and beaten to death. This is already a lenient sentence for your face. Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor. Please don't be ungrateful. The demon emperor was startled, and suddenly lowered his head, pleading in fear. Demon Lord, please forgive me. But he felt very uncomfortable. Although he was just an insignificant general under the command of the demon god, he was not as good as the few confidants around the demon god. But he stood up to take charge of the situation for so many years after their fall, and led the demon clan with great merit and hard work. Now the demon god has reincarnated and returned, without paying anything, and took over the demon clan that he had led for many years, forcing him to abdicate and give up his power. What else do you want from him when he has to live in such a state of humiliation? Lu Yiyuan doesn't care about the demon emperor's thoughts at all. In his eyes, he is the absolute authority, and no one can influence his decision. I will not vent my anger on others, because the demon emperor has worked hard for the demon clan for these years and neglected the discipline of his children. If it happens again, I will never tolerate it. Do you understand? The demon emperor understood that the demon lord was reminding him that if he was to be strictly investigated, he, the demon emperor, would not be able to escape the charge of not teaching his daughter well. It was just that the demon lord warned him in front of so many people, which was so ruthless and really too much. But due to his majesty, the demon emperor had to bite the bullet and said, Yes, I understand. Seeing that he understood, Lu Yiyuan stopped talking nonsense and turned around and walked out of Yufu Palace. When Xiao Qian saw the guards outside hurried in as soon as the demon lord left, she immediately screamed in fear. Help! Master! Help! I was forced to do it. It was the imperial concubine who forced me. I had no choice. She cried and crawled to Su Maoyang's feet and grabbed her skirt tightly. Su Maoyang lowered his eyes and looked down at her with contempt. You may have called the wrong person. Your master is over there. Xiao Qian followed her gaze and glanced at Ran Shuqing on the couch, waving her hands in fear. No. No. The demon lord asked me to serve you. You are my master. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. I will be yours in life and soul in death. I will never have second thoughts. Since you are so loyal, go downstairs and be my slave. Hurry up and take her away. Su Maoyang kicked Xiao Qian away and reminded the guards, who came in sternly. The guards heard it and quickly responded, and immediately stepped forward to grab Xiao Qian and drag her out. Xiao Qian knew that Su Maoyang hated her to death, so she had to pin her hopes on Xiao Ji. She struggled and cried, Xiao Ji, we are sisters. Please plead for me. I really know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Please speak for me. I really have nowhere to go. Xiao Ji looked at her coldly, without saying a word from beginning to end, just indifferent, watching her being dragged out of the hall without saying a word. She knew that Xiao Qian would die sooner or later for selling out her master for fame. Even if she didn't die here with Su Maoyang, she would die here with Ran Shuqing. Since she couldn't change the ending, why did she waste her breath and annoy her master? Chapter 2570. No one believes the truth. The demon emperor was humiliated by the demon lord. And he was furious. He scolded everyone with a dark face before leaving Yufu Palace with Qixia Yuanjun. Everyone was scolded for no reason and felt wronged. But when they saw Ran Shuqing, who was originally noble and elegant, with a generous demeanor, now had a weak breath and a pale face, as if she had become a different person, they couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Ran Shuqing was excellent in everything, and was deeply loved by the people. She was a good child praised by the elders, a good example of a noble lady, and a lady from a noble family, and a top genius admired by all young alchemists. Who would have thought that under her perfect and excellent appearance, she was actually a vicious and ruthless person? In order to frame a concubine, she dared to play tricks under the eyes of the demon lord, and even sacrificed her body to make a plan. Such audacity and cruelty. Not at all like the timid and tolerant Princess Yuqing they knew. It was obvious that she had been disguising herself all these years, and they were kept in the dark by her, had a close relationship with her, and protected her everywhere. They could not imagine what would happen if they were in her place today. They would have been dead. Everyone was afraid, and their eyes turned serious when they looked at Su Maoyang. She could expose Ran Shuqing's conspiracy, and understand the steps of alchemy, and the properties of medicinal materials so clearly. I think she is also an expert. As an alchemist, Jiang Yu was the most curious, and couldn't help asking, Su Xianshi, are you also an alchemist? She was obviously a woman of the lowest level in the palace. But he couldn't help but use you, which showed that what happened just now made Jiang Yu respect Su Maoyang. Hearing his question, everyone stared at Su Maoyang with curiosity. They had only heard that Su Maoyang was the empress of Emperor Yin, and later, she became a musician in Chunfengfeng. They originally disdained to understand this kind of unspeakable woman, but today's incident made them very interested. Su Maoyang knew that these people were determined to investigate him, and his identity as an alchemist could not be hidden. So he simply nodded and admitted, yes, I am fortunate to have learned a little bit. May I ask what level you are now? Jiang Yu asked shamelessly without any surprise. Su Maoyang answered truthfully, Emperor of Alchemy. As soon as this was said, the whole audience fell silent instantly, as if the pause button was pressed, and the shocked expression suddenly froze on their faces. Dan Emperor? Did Su Maoyang say it wrong? Or did they hear it wrong? She actually reached Dan Emperor at her age, after a long period of stagnation. Ran Ning'an suddenly laughed out loud, and the muscles on his face trembled extremely exaggeratedly. Su Maoyang, do you really think we are stupid? You can make up such outrageous nonsense. Yes, Lord Jiang is 600 years old this year, and he has never crossed the threshold of Danzun. How old are you? You are Dan Emperor? You really brag without thinking, and fool us as fools. Ran Hanun sneered, and his sarcastic eyes wandered around Su Maoyang, just as if he had heard a big joke. You must know that after Dan Sheng, every small realm is difficult to improve. Even those with excellent talent need 3 to 5 years. For those with average talent, it is common to take more than 10 years, dozens of years, or even hundreds of years. And the promotion of Danzun is even more difficult. If you want to be promoted to Dan Emperor, you will definitely not be able to do it without hundreds of years. So Ran Shuqing was able to reach the peak of Dan Sheng in his 30s, which means he was already the top alchemy genius in the demon world. This Su Maoyang looked a few years younger than Ran Shuqing, but he was actually a whole Danzun realm ahead of Ran Shuqing. Isn't this nonsense? Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads and felt it was ridiculous. They ridiculed Su Maoyang one after another, not afraid of blowing his own trumpet. Not to mention the people who didn't know how to make alchemy. Even the alchemists led by Jiang Yu found it unreasonable. Jiang Yu was even more displeased and waved his sleeves. Humph. Su Xianshi, if you don't want to tell us, there's no need to use such words to evade us. Goodbye. After that, Jiang Yu and a group of demon doctors left angrily. Seeing that Lord Jiang had left, everyone was not interested in staying here to listen to Su Maoyang's bragging, and followed him out of Yufu Palace with squinting eyes and grinning mouths. Su Maoyang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She had kept a low profile in order to protect herself. It was fine if others didn't know her alchemy skills. But now she told everyone the truth, and they still didn't want to believe it. It really proved the saying that people don't believe the facts themselves, but believe what they want to believe. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Maoyang didn't plan to stay for long. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, She heard a self-deprecating voice from the couch. I lost. And now you are happy. You lost. Why should I be happy? Su Maoyong stopped and looked at Ran Shuqing inexplicably. Ran Shuqing turned his head and looked at her, with a cold light in his eyes. If you defeat my opponent, you can successfully win the heart of the Demon Lord. Successfully gain a foothold in the Demon Palace. And become the most noble woman in this palace. Isn't it worth being happy? Su Maoyong smiled. Everyone says you are a smart person. But I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. If a man's heart can only be won by trickery and by overthrowing other women, then this heart is too cheap. After all, you can never guarantee that there will be another woman who will win his heart by overthrowing you in the same way. Su Maoyong, don't look down on this kind of love that is worried about gains and losses. Love? There is no love in this world. It's just temporary pleasure and permanent cooperation of interests. As long as I am beneficial to him, I can maintain this relationship forever. Right? Ran Shuqing grew up in this cannibalistic demon cave. It was difficult for her to get even the love of her parents, let alone the illusory love. So, she knew from a young age that there is no permanent love in this world. Only unchanging interests. She doesn't care whether the Demon Lord really loves her. As long as he can give her power and status, she can always pretend to love him. Su Maoyong sneered and shook his head. You are a genius in alchemy and a noble princess, which is beneficial to the Demon Lord. But in the end, you were demoted to a concubine, which shows that the benefits are not reliable. What do you mean? Ran Shuqing frowned and asked. Su Maoyong smiled. You are so smart and outstanding. You can have a world without relying on men. Why do you want to confine yourself to this deep palace and waste your life? Do you think I want to? I was born a princess and a tool for marriage. I either marry the Demon Lord or marry other powerful families. Instead of this, I might as well choose the most powerful and authoritative man in the demon world. Is it wrong? Su Maoyong nodded. In your situation, it is indeed correct. After all, you were born to accept the identity of a princess, and you enjoyed the treatment that a princess should have with peace of mind. You obediently accepted the arrangements of your elders, and even worked hard to promote such arrangements, just because you think this path is the most beneficial and easiest path for you. If it were me, I would not let others control my destiny. Even if I was born a princess, I would find a way to live the life I want, instead of following other people's ideas and choosing the most advantageous path. And I would never rely on hurting others to get to the top. Her situation in the southern Sui kingdom was equally difficult. Her mother died. Her father didn't love her. And in order to save her vicious sister, her family pushed her out to take the blame. Because she had a scar on her face and was a waste. Everyone in the southern Sui kingdom despised her and bullied her. But she still lived her life in her own way. If she had really chosen the path arranged by her elders, the easiest and smoothest path, she should have been the queen of the southern Sui kingdom. I think with her ability, she would be able to move around easily in the harem, like a fish in water. But that was definitely not the life she wanted. Chapter 2571, There is no shortcut. In comparison, Ran Shuqing is much better than her. Even though she lost her biological mother, she still has her father who protects her everywhere. Whether it is true protection or false protection, she is the daughter that the Demon Emperor values the most. No one in the Demon Palace dares to bully her openly. A princess with a talent for alchemy and excellent in all aspects. Ran Shuqing felt ironic. My life is in the hands of others. How can I have the right to choose? Su Maoyong sneered. Can marrying the Demon Lord save your life? You have also seen today that the Demon Lord is a person who cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes. Once he finds that you are doing something under his nose, even the Demon Emperor can't save you. But if you marry someone else, or change your way of life, as long as you don't make trouble in front of the Demon Lord, you have the Demon Emperor backing you up. Even Qixia Yuanjun will not dare to do it easily. And you may be able to find a way out. But you have entered this poor alley. Qixia Yuanjun has used you, and can also kill you with the hand of the Demon Lord. Why can't you figure it out? Ran Shuqing was shocked by Su Maoyong's words, and widened his eyes. He climbed up from the couch with great effort. How did you know? It shouldn't be hard to know. Although it is said that your mother not only raised her own children well, but also treated other concubines' children well, and was a virtuous, kind and gentle mistress. But from a careful analysis of your and Qixia Yuanjun's situation, We can guess that your life is not easy. Your biological mother is Qixia Yuanjun's maid. Qixia Yuanjun has been living a life of luxury since she was a child, and has a strong personality. How could she tolerate a maid by her side hooking up with her husband and giving birth to a child? If there was no love, I could understand it. But Qixia Yuanjun has loved her father since she was young, so she naturally couldn't swallow this bad breath. This is probably because your biological mother died early due to dystocia. Maybe even your father knows the truth. But there is no need to quarrel with a lady he relies on for a maid. And your mother can keep you by her side regardless of past grudges, which shows that she is a patient person. Moreover, you are a woman, and you are not a threat to her 2 sons. Instead, you can be a knife in her hand for her to use. Therefore, she keeps you and keeps you. Not only can she sharpen a handy weapon, but she can also earn a good reputation for herself. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Ran Shuqing didn't expect that Su Maoyang had only been in the palace for a short time, but he had already figured out the twists and turns here. He couldn't help but sigh with a smile. You are really amazing. Since you know everything, you can understand why I must marry the Demon Lord. Although my father is the powerful Demon Emperor, he relied on the support of the forces behind Qixia Yuanjun to sit firmly on the position of the Demon Emperor. Because of her mother's family's face, her father turned a blind eye to many things. So I knew from a young age that it was impossible to overthrow her by relying on her father's favor. Only the peak of power like the Demon Lord can suppress the many forces behind Qixia Yuanjun. Su Maoyang understood her pain inside. But you should have understood since you were reborn as a princess that you were born to represent the interests of the Demon Emperor and Qixia Yuanjun. Even if the Demon Lord likes you, he will be on guard against you. What's more, Qixia Yuanjun is eyeing you covetously. Whether you can get the trust of the Demon Lord and whether you can get his sincere treatment is a huge gamble. Take a step back. Even if you are very capable and really get the trust of the Demon Lord, the forces behind Qixia Yuanjun are huge, and the demon clan is in a state of disrepair and in urgent need of development. How can you be sure that the Demon Lord is willing to offend so many forces in his demon clan for a woman like you, and is willing to abandon the foundation of the demon clan for you? Ran Shuqing was confused by her question and shook her head in disappointment. Yes. How can I make the Demon Lord fight against the world for me? To put it bluntly, it's just a luxury. Su Maoyang knew that she didn't think it through, and couldn't help but remind her. So, in the final analysis, you hate the identity of a princess who is constrained by others, but you are reluctant to give up all the conveniences brought by this identity. You are obviously smart and have the ability to refine pills, but you still choose a seemingly most comfortable and easy way. It's because you not only want to break free from the shackles of Qixia Yuanjun, but you are also blinded by hatred and are eager to avenge your deceased mother. But you have to understand that no matter how smooth and convenient the road paved by others is, it is not as free, satisfactory, and suitable for you as the road you have paved yourself. Su Maoyang's words are undoubtedly from the heart. She couldn't bear that such a smart woman like Ran Shuqing buried her talent and was trapped in this deep palace backyard to live a life of intrigue. She couldn't bear that she was in a loveless marriage and always did evil things against her conscience. She should have a broader sky, but for revenge and to cling to power, she was trapped in marrying and having children and lived in this dark alley. In her opinion, if you rely on the mountain will fall. And if you rely on people will run away. There is no shortcut in life. Only what you fight for yourself is the most stable. At this time, Ran Shuqing was shocked by these sharp words. From childhood to adulthood, the people around her said to her the most that they envied her status as a princess, envied her talent for alchemy, and envied that she would definitely become the most noble woman in the demon palace in the future. In fact, they laughed at her humble origins behind her back. In order to shut these people up, she tried to be perfect and become a role model for all women, just to be worthy of the word dignified. Later, the Demon Lord came back, and she smelled an opportunity to rise to the top in one step, and saw the hope of revenge for her deceased mother. So she worked hard to promote this marriage. But she didn't expect that this was a dangerous move. She was not the chess player from beginning to end, but a chess piece controlled by others. But she wanted revenge too much, wanted to gain power too much, and couldn't help but hope to climb to the position she wanted step by relying on the relationship with the Demon Lord. This was the first time that someone told her that if she wanted freedom, wanted to control her destiny, and wanted to live the life she liked, She had to rely on her own strength to break through, instead of choosing a comfortable path, which seemed easy and flat. It made her lose the power to fight, and made her completely become a tool for others. The funny thing is that she was clearly unwilling to become Qixia Yuanjun's tool. But in the end, she worked hard to become her most capable weapon. It was really ironic. Is this the reason why you left Yin Di and went to Chunfengfeng to be a zither player? Ren Shuqing had to admit that she didn't have Su Maoyang's determination to burn her boats. She hated being bound and controlled. But she had to rely on the benefits brought by this identity. In the final analysis, she didn't have the determination to fight for her life. Su Maoyang's face darkened when he heard Yin Di. That's my personal grudge with Yin Di. I can't accept him against my heart. It's better to leave than to become a couple of grudges. Ren Shuqing sighed deeply. Yes. It's a painful thing to go against your conscience and pretend all day long. She has lived so long. Whether it's to please the elders or make friends, she has been acting. Always going against her heart. And living a miserable life. But she didn't expect that the one who woke her up was her failed enemy. Chapter 2572, You Don't Deserve Her Heart. At night, the moonlight flickered under the cover of dark clouds, casting a cold light on the shadowy leaves. The demon palace was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water, and even the branches swaying in the cold wind could not stir up the slightest ripple. In this quiet night, Lu Yeyuan suddenly woke up from his dream and sat up abruptly. Lin Chen, who was waiting outside, heard the noise and immediately walked in quickly. He whispered through the curtain, "Demon Lord, what happened?" Lu Yeyuan recalled the scene in his dream, took a breath with lingering fear, and rubbed his forehead for a long time before saying, "Nothing. Go down." Lin Chen obviously heard the irritation in his tone, and couldn't help but try to be smart. "Do you need your subordinates to invite Su's selected lady to play the piano?" Since the last incident of Ran Shuqing setting up a trap to frame Su Maoyang, he figured out that Su Maoyang still has a place in the heart of the Demon Lord. Otherwise, the Demon Lord would not support her and let the princess fall into such a field. These days, the Demon Lord would not call Su Maoyang to play the piano when he was unhappy, as if only Su Maoyang's piano sound could soothe his depressed mood. So, he subconsciously moved the idea of inviting Su Maoyang to play the piano. "Get out! Don't you even know what time it is?" Lu Yeyuan was so angry that he grabbed an incense burner and threw it out. He really missed his attendants in his previous life. They were not as blind as Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt that the Demon Lord was moody, and felt very aggrieved. He could only retreat silently. Lu Yeyuan had a splitting headache. His mind was full of scenes from his previous life. He couldn't fall asleep. Finally, he put on his clothes and walked out. Lin Chen, who was outside the palace, saw Lu Yeyuan coming out, and hurried to meet him, carefully saluting. "Demon Lord, where are you going?" Perhaps because he was frightened by the fierceness, he couldn't speak clearly. "Just take a walk. You don't have to follow." Lu Yeyuan was annoyed when he saw him, and he didn't even bother to give him a sidelong glance. So he strode past him and walked forward. Unconsciously, he still walked to the door of Ningxue Palace, and he didn't know why, but his troubled heartbeat actually slowed down. Just reason told him not to go in and ask for trouble. After a moment of silence, he decided to turn around and leave. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a strange movement. Lu Yeyuan paused, stared at the Ningxue Palace in front of him, and then flashed into Su Maoyang's inner bedroom. The other party seemed to have sensed Lu Yeyuan's breath and suddenly attacked him. As soon as Lu Yeyuan entered the room, he saw a black figure flash in front of him, and he almost succeeded. He was shocked as never before. There were not many people who could fight him head-on in the previous life, let alone in this era. This person is not simple. Thinking of this, Lu Yeyuan did not dare to fight back carelessly. His fist immediately formed a terrifying fist shadow in the air, swallowing the man in black like a man-eating devil's cave. The man in black was not a pushover either. He dodged left and right like a fleeting light. His movements were swift and light, as graceful as a banished immortal. After just a few runs, he locked Lu Yeyuan firmly in it. His methods were weird. His moves were strange, and the power he exerted from his whole body was hard to tell whether it was spiritual power or demonic energy. It seemed that he did not belong to this world at all, but his moves were fierce and sharp, giving people a sense of mystery that was hard to understand. This feeling was too familiar and too profound. Lu Yeyuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered. "It's you? Who are you? This person had fought with him in the previous life, and also came for Yunqianga, and kidnapped Yunqianga in front of him. From his tone, Yunqianga and he had a close relationship, and it was obviously an old acquaintance. So, he guessed that the battle between gods and demons that year was probably launched by the gods to rescue Yunqianga. This person and Yunqianga cooperated inside and outside, causing his demons to suffer heavy losses. Unexpectedly, he appeared in front of him so unscrupulously today. Lu Yiyuan's anger burst out instantly, and he punched hard with all his strength, trying to break his mask. The other party didn't expect Lu Yiyuan to still remember him, and he sneered unexpectedly under the silver mask. It's rare that the demon god still remembers me, but it's a pity that you are not worthy of knowing my identity. As he said, his figure swept a distance away, and then ran straight to the sleeping Su Maoyong. He felt that although Lu Yiyuan had not fully recovered his strength, he might not be his opponent if they really fought. Even if they were evenly matched, he would not get any good results in Lu Yiyuan's territory. So, he made a quick decision and prepared to take Su Maoyong with him and evacuate this dangerous place. Lu Yiyuan saw his intention and naturally could not tolerate history repeating itself. He quickly blasted out a palm, and the mighty demonic power swept towards the man in black like the law of heaven with the wrath of thunder. If it were not for the barrier covering it, the entire demon palace would have been blasted into ashes. Feeling such pressure, the man in black could not resist in a hurry. Although he caught the move and resisted the fierce power, the demonic energy entered his body and overbearingly hit his internal organs, which still made his blood surge, and a fishy sweetness surged in his throat. Because of this, his movements were delayed for a second or two, and Lu Yiyuan took advantage of the situation and attacked him, killing him with every move, and quickly forced him off the bed. The man in black was getting farther and farther away from Su Maoyong, and he was anxious, and his moves became more and more ruthless. But the opponent was like a mountain in front of him, which really made him helpless. Lu Yiyuan, since you don't love her, why do you keep holding on to her? It has nothing to do with you whether I love her or not. She is a sinner of my demon clan, so she must stay to atone for her sins. Lu Yiyuan looked cold and punched him on the shoulder. The man in black groaned, and with the force of turning around, he counterattacked the opponent's heart with his left elbow, and then quickly flashed behind him and punched Lu Yiyuan in the head. Lu Yiyuan seemed to have eyes on his back, and he turned sideways, and his right hand just blocked his fist. The man in black did not give up, and his left hand flicked back, and his body suddenly jumped up and kicked him. Lu Yiyuan leaned back, his left hand with a whistling wind collided with the fierce footprints. When the two touched, the power exploded, dust flew, and the barrier roared. Both of them were also knocked back by the air wave, standing against each other with wounds all over their bodies. Neither of them was better than the other. The man in black wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth and said, "The biggest mistake she made in her life was falling in love with you. You don't deserve it at all. I don't deserve it. So do you?" Lu Yiyuan endured the internal injuries and snorted sarcastically. "Of course I deserve it. I am the person who loves her the most and understands her the most in this world. You know nothing and understand nothing. You will only bring her endless pain. You are not qualified to get her heart, let alone her body." The man in black was excited when he said this, and his low and hoarse voice was filled with hatred deep in his bones. Chapter 2573 The Son of God Visits. Ming Xianin? Hearing this, Lu Yiyuan's heart was shocked, and he tentatively said his name. In his previous life, he had never paid attention to Ming Xianin, because among his peers, no one, whether from the God clan, the Underworld clan, or the Demon clan, could compete with him. So even if Ming Xianin was the successor of the Underworld clan, he rarely, or even disdained to understand these fireflies. Later, when he heard that Yunqianga was going to marry into the Underworld clan, he began to take this person seriously, and realized that this person had admired Yunqianga long before he met Yunqianga. Therefore, after the God clan rescued Yunqianga from the Demon clan, they quickly married into the Underworld clan in the hope of gaining the support of the Underworld clan. It just so happened that the man in front of him also loved Yunqianga deeply. No matter in his previous life or this life, he risked his life to take her away. So, except for Ming Xianin, he couldn't think of anyone else. But the strange thing is that Ming Xianin was not his opponent in the previous life. How could he make such rapid progress in this life, and actually have the strength to fight him head-on? When the man in black heard this name, he froze for a moment, then grinned strangely. The legendary demon emperor who kills the sky is really clear-headed and insightful. Since you have guessed it, I won't beat around the bush. Su Maoyang has never belonged to you. You are just a robber who interfered with our relationship. If you hadn't forced the God clan to use her in exchange for the stability of the God clan, she would have married me and become my wife long ago. Bullshit! Regardless of whether you are Ming Xianin or not, and regardless of your past, you must be clear that she married me first. And you forcibly abducted my wife, who is married, in a formal ceremony. Now you dare to speak nonsense here. You are looking for death. Lu Yiyuan's jealousy rushed to his head, and with a roar, he hit the man in black again. The man in black felt that Lu Yiyuan was getting more and more difficult to deal with after being enraged, and was forced to retreat again and again. But after a few rounds, he showed signs of decline. He knew that if he continued to entangle, he would not only fail to take Su Maoyang away today, but he would also probably die in this demon palace. Then, he made up his mind and dodged to distance himself. Want to run? No way. Lu Yiyuan noticed his motive and immediately chased after him. The man in black turned around and sneered, his tone wanton. Although I can't beat you, but if I want to leave, you can't stop me. After that, the man in black seemed to turn into a wisp of green smoke, drifting away in the dark night with the wind. The night wind blew, and Ningxue Palace returned to its former tranquility. Everything just now seemed like a nightmare. Lu Yiyuan was shuddered by the cold wind, and looked at Su Maoyang on the couch. Seeing that she was still lying there quietly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he found it in time. Fortunately, she was still thinking. Lu Yiyuan could no longer hold back the throbbing in his heart, and walked to her side with heavy steps. She saw her silver hair spread on the couch like soft clouds. Even if she fell asleep, her eyebrows were still filled with cloud-like sorrow. There were tears hanging on her long eyelashes, trembling slightly with her shallow breathing, slowly flowing down the corners of her eyes, like small dewdrops sliding down from green leaves. Crystal clear, silently moistening his heart. Lu Yiyuan sighed, sat down weakly on the couch, and after a long silence, he couldn't help but reach out to wipe away her tears. But when he touched her delicate skin, his heart softened, and he felt full of resentment. Have you really never been attracted to me? Ming Xianin is obviously inferior to me in every way. Why do you like him? But you don't want me? Is it because I am a demon? But I ended the war between gods and demons for you, saved the gods for you, and made concessions. Isn't this enough for you to stay? Do you really want to kill me and the demons? Speaking of the pain point, Lu Yiyuan's disordered anger suddenly pulled at the wound, and the tearing pain suddenly called back his reason, making his hand freeze in midair. This woman wanted him to die, but he was still heartbroken about her tears. Lu Yiyuan. Oh, Lu Yiyuan. Wasn't it enough to be fooled in the last life? Will it happen again in this life? No. He can't indulge himself in the false love of the previous life. He must wake up and cheer up. He is Lu Yiyuan, not the Junhao Song who is devoted to Su Maoyang and will never change until death. The next morning, Su Maoyang woke up in a trance, and couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality. She asked a question that had troubled her for a long time. Did no one come in last night? The old man Jinjuan and the spirit beasts still answered in unison. This time, she didn't ask, but stared at the bloodstains on the edge of the bed for a long time, until Shioji came in. She looked up as if she had just woken up from a dream and looked at the sky outside. What time is it now? It's now the evening hour, Shioji replied respectfully. Su Maoyang was shocked. I slept for a whole day and night. Why didn't you call me? Master has been practicing day and night these days. I saw that you were exhausted and couldn't bear to call you, Shioji said distressedly. Su Maoyang was thinking about it and asked subconsciously, didn't someone come to summon her today? Xiaoji was stunned for a moment and shook her head. Lord Lin didn't come. It's already this hour. I guess he won't come today. Su Maoyang choked up. These days, Lu Yiyuan sent someone to summon her to play the piano almost every day. She has developed a habit. But today he didn't come. It was as if she missed something and felt empty. However, she didn't expect that she still didn't get summoned by Lu Yiyuan for several days. The daily routine of asking her to play the piano to humiliate her seemed to be forgotten. Su Maoyang gradually began to feel restless. Countless guesses rolled through her mind, and she overturned countless guesses. But she still didn't have an answer. At this time, Xiaoji knocked on the door and walked in. Su Maoyang suddenly gave up meditation, stood up and asked, "Did someone come to tell you?" Xiaoji shook her head in confusion. "No. I saw that it was getting late, so I asked the kitchen to make some food. Can the master have some?" Su Maoyang felt empty in his heart, frowned, and finally couldn't help asking, "Is the demon lord busy these days?" Xiaoji remembered what happened a few days ago and immediately replied, "He should be very busy. Listen. It is said that the Saint Son of the Life and Death Realm is going to visit our demon realm. It seems that he wants to discuss with the demon lord about going to the demon abyss in the South China Sea for training. The demon palace has been very busy these days. The demon lord even set up a state banquet to entertain these distinguished guests tonight. I am afraid that he will not be able to spare time for a while, so the master can take some time off." Hearing about the life and death realm, Su Maoyang was suddenly startled. Didn't the demon lord refuse to receive them before? Some time ago, she heard someone talking about this on the way to play the piano. It is said that the relationship between the demon realm and the life and death realm has always been tense. And Liu Yuyuan is very dissatisfied with the life and death realm. At the beginning, he rejected the visit of the Saint Son. Now it has only been a few days. Why did he suddenly change his mind? I don't know. The demon lord suddenly agreed a few days ago. Maybe he had other plans. Or maybe the Saint Son gave more favorable conditions. Xiaoji shook her head, also puzzled. Chapter 2574 Encountering the Saint on the Road. That night, Su Maoyang tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Her mind was full of bloodstains on the edge of the bed, and the sudden visit of the Saint of the Life and Death Realm. The next day, because of her worries, she couldn't calm down to practice until the evening. After thinking about it, Su Maoyang decided to ask Xiaoji to find out the news of the demon palace. But just as she was about to call someone, Xiaoji happened to walk in quickly. "Master, the demon lord has summoned you to play the piano, and guard Lin is already waiting outside." Su Maoyang didn't expect to be summoned after half a month. She thought he would be busy entertaining the life and death realm during this period and couldn't spare time. However, she didn't say much after the surprise. She quickly packed up and followed Lin Qin to the demon palace. In fact, these days, too many questions lingered in her heart and troubled her. Instead of asking Xiaoji to find out the news, it would be better for her to go and ask Liu Yuyuan in person. It was only half a month since she went out. When she walked through the garden, Su Maoyang realized that the warm sunshine had faded the snow and frost and awakened the branches and buds. The red and green flowers in the garden were quietly blooming, exuding the vitality of spring. At this time, they were forced by the sunset in the sky, like bright stars left in the world, shining brightly. Perhaps attracted by this rare beauty, Su Maoyang's heart, which had been depressed for a long time, finally got a moment of peace. Unfortunately, this peace did not last long, and was interrupted by the evil spirit that came in. "Miss Su, we are really destined to meet again." The visitor leaned lazily on the sedan chair, wearing a black cloak and a perverse black mask on his face. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, the embroidered gold-plated totem and the exquisite waist accessories showed his noble aura. It was not yet night, and the sky was bright and shining, but he was like a dog eclipsing the sun, making the place where he passed by instantly gloomy. The garden, which was just bright in early spring, seemed to have turned into a cold winter night in the blink of an eye, leaving people in the cold darkness. This was the first time Su Maoyang saw what a real sight was. Fortunately, she had seen this son of life and death in the prehistoric land, and knew a little about his pomp and situation, so she didn't bow out of control. "Holy Sun, how are you?" TSK. Miss Su was so wild and rebellious in the prehistoric battle, and now she has learned to be well-mannered in the harem of the demon lord? As if the smoky voice was scratched by strong liquor. She laughed deeply. Su Maoyang didn't want to talk to him anymore, and said goodbye with a cold face. "After so many years, my temperament has naturally become much calmer. I have something to do today, so I won't disturb the Saint Son from visiting the garden." The Saint Son of Heiming obviously didn't intend to let her go, and continued, "Miss Su doesn't seem to want to see me?" Speaking of the successful end of the primordial war, it was thanks to my alliance. How could Miss Su turn her face and not recognize me? I have left the great Yin dynasty. Who owns the mining rights of the primordial land has nothing to do with me. You don't have to use the past to get close to me. Su Maoyang always felt that this saint's son was a little weird. So it's better to keep some distance. Ha ha ha. Miss Su may have misunderstood. I just admire Miss Su's ability and want to make friends. I have no ill intentions. I don't know if there is any malicious intent. I just know that I don't lack friends and I disappoint the saint's son. Su Maoyang's attitude was distant. The holy son of He Ming laughed helplessly. I didn't expect that I, the holy son, would be despised sometimes. Well, it's human nature that you don't want to believe me. But it's too early to say that you don't lack friends. After all, who doesn't have difficulties and needs help in life? Maybe I can help you a lot in the future. Su Maoyang frowned and looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean by that? I heard that Miss Su didn't come to this demonic realm voluntarily. What do I mean? Miss Su is smart. Don't you understand? It was obviously a low and hoarse voice. But it was a bit of casual and calm sexiness. And it actually had a different charm. But Su Maoyang didn't believe it at all. And snorted coldly. You dare to take action under Lu Yuyuan's nose. Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster to the life and death realm? Take action? I'm not stupid enough to be an enemy of the demon realm. Not to mention that I came to the South China Sea Demon Abyss this time. And I have to get the nod of the Demon Lord before my disciples in the life and death realm can go to the trial. Why should I make the relationship awkward? It's just that I heard that 2 ancient demon weapons appeared in the South China Sea Demon Abyss. Isn't Miss Su interested in taking a look? The son of He Ming chuckled, as if he was laughing at Su Maoyang's idea, and as if he was giving her some advice. Su Maoyang was a smart man, and immediately understood what he meant. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he bowed slightly. Then I'll have to trouble the son of He Ming. No matter what the intention of this son of He Ming was. Going to the South China Sea Demon Abyss was indeed her only way to escape from the demon realm. As long as she was in the entourage. When the situation became chaotic, she would have a way to get rid of the constraints of both parties. Miss Su, you don't have to be polite. Just consider it as a return gift for your alliance with me and sharing the secret realm of life and death for 5 years. The holy son of He Ming didn't want Su Maoyang to misunderstand that he had other thoughts. So he simply used this as an excuse. Su Maoyang smiled and was polite on the surface, then bowed and walked away. However, she didn't walk far away when she heard clear and violent slaps and scolding from a distance. Looking up, she saw 2 groups of people standing in the distance. One of the maids knelt on the ground, covering her red face, crying. Ran Ningen looked down at her with contempt, cursing. You bitch. You walk without eyes. And you dare to step on this princess's feet. Come! Break her legs. No. I didn't. I'm wronged. Princess. Spare me. Princess. Spare me. Ran Chongzai. Please save me. The maid was trembling with fear. Kowtowed to Ran Ningen, and asked for help from Ran Shuqing beside her. Ran Shuqing seemed to have lost a lot of weight. The white dress made her waist look so thin that it seemed like a gust of wind could take her away. But her beautiful face was still as dazzling as usual. When she stood in the crowd, she was still the most outstanding one. At this moment, she was furious and shouted coldly. Ran Ningen. It was you who deliberately rushed up and stepped on the palace maid. Why are you blaming me? Don't. I'm not as shameless as you. Blaming me is your specialty. How can I compare with you? Elder sister? Ran Ningen sneered. Anyone could understand that she was mocking Ran Shuqing for setting up a trap to frame Su Maoyang. Ran Shuqing took a deep breath and warned seriously. Don't go too far. If you don't like me, just come at me. Why do you have to wrongly accuse a maid? I didn't wrongly accuse her. She was blind and offended me. Can I, a princess, discipline a servant? Ran Ningen snorted arrogantly. Ran Shuqing has been demoted to a concubine and has completely lost the favor of the demon lord. Her father has also been cold to her for a long time. I think he is disappointed in her. And Ran Ningen is still useful to her father. If the 2 sides really quarrel, for the sake of interests, her father will definitely stand on her side. So, now Ran Shuqing is nothing in front of her. And she can humiliate her however she wants. Chapter 2575 Why help her? Oh! I forgot that my elder sister has always been kind-hearted and loves these servants very much. Since my elder sister is reluctant to let her be beaten, then my elder sister will do it for her herself. This maid will definitely be grateful for your great kindness. You dare. Ran Shuqing knew that her status was not as good as before. But she didn't expect that the other party would dare to be so presumptuous as to use private punishment on her. Ran Ningen saw her angry look and seemed to find it funny. He suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Elder sister. Do you think I want to break your legs? Don't worry. You are my sister. How can I do such a treasonous thing? My request is not high. As long as my sister can lick my shoes for this maid, I will let her go. How about it? As he said, Ran Ningen stretched his feet slightly and placed the exquisite and clean silver-threaded shoes in front of Ran Shuqing. How could the arrogant Ran Shuqing tolerate such a humiliating method? She shouted angrily. How dare you? No matter how disgraced I am still a princess of the demon realm and your eldest sister. How dare you humiliate me like this? I will go to my father today to have a good talk. However, before she finished her words, she heard a crisp slap. Ran Ningen slapped Ran Shuqing's face heavily. Unlike the previous joke, her face was full of anger at this moment, and her eyes seemed to be poisoned. She stared at Ran Shuqing fiercely. It would be better if you didn't mention my father. But you just had to mention my father to disgust me. So don't blame me for being ruthless. You are just a bastard who crawled out of a maid's belly. Do you really think you have some weight in front of my father? If it weren't for the virtue of Qixia Yuanjun, you would have died in the slutty maid's belly long ago. And you would never have the chance to pretend to be my eldest sister. Are you worthy? With such a humble birth. She was raised by Qixia Yuanjun and took away her status as the eldest daughter, making her a legitimate daughter give way to a maid's daughter. But her father doted on her and supported her unconditionally no matter what happened over the years. Now that Ran Shuqing has fallen to this point, she is still dreaming of using her father to threaten her. How can she bear it? Thinking of this, Ran Ningen shouted angrily. Come on. Slap her mouth. I want to see how you can explain to your father after your mouth is broken. The palace maid standing behind Ran Ningen was so scared that her face turned pale, and she advised with embarrassment. Princess, forget it. After all, she is the princess of Yuqing. Humph. I am also a princess. You are afraid of her, princess. But not me. Ran Shuqing asked back in a harsh voice, frightening the maids so much that they trembled and had to move their steps, tremblingly stretching out their hands towards Ran Shuqing. Su Maoyang saw that a princess of a country was forced into such a situation, and she couldn't bear it and shouted, Stop it! Hearing that someone was stopping them, several palace maids were relieved and quickly withdrew their hands and retreated behind Ran Ningen. Ran Ningen saw Su Maoyang walking towards her from a distance, and immediately frowned, saying unhappily, Su Maoyang, she is the culprit who almost killed you. This princess is venting her anger for you. Why are you still stopping her? I don't need anyone to vent my anger for me. Not to mention that I have no friendship with Princess Ningen. And the princess really doesn't need to impose her own selfish desires on me. Su Maoyang glanced at her coldly and didn't appreciate it. Ran Ningen didn't understand. She deliberately harmed you. Do you intend to let her go? Are you confused? Yes. She is indeed not a good person. But at least she got to the top by her own strength and means, which is 100 times better than those of you who rely on your background and luck to bully the weak here. Su Maoyang despised this kind of stupid and bad, incompetent, bullying and making trouble. Ran Shuqing didn't expect Su Maoyang to speak for her, and looked at her with surprise. She thought that Su Maoyang would not be able to resist stepping on her when he had such a good opportunity to humiliate her. Ran Ningen was so angry that his face flushed, and he shouted angrily, You are so presumptuous. I am a princess. How dare you disrespect me? I have never respected status, but only those who are strong. Even if your sister has lost her status as a concubine, and has lost the favor of the Demon Lord and the Demon Emperor, she is still an amazing Dansheng Peak. She always has a place in this demon realm. But you have lost your father's favor, the protection of your mother's family, and the status of a princess. You are nothing. Why do you ask for respect from others? Su Maoyang asked sharply, and Ran Ningen was so angry that he trembled. After thinking for a long time, he squeezed out an advantage. I am at least better at martial arts than her. Are you sure? Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing. To this day, Ran Ningen still hasn't seen the truth. I don't know if she is too stupid or Ran Shuqing disguises too well. Ran Ningen was choked by her 3 mocking words and couldn't speak. His face was more ugly than ever. Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. High and low are never brought from the mother's womb. Even if you jumped out of the devil's belly, If you don't have strength and means, you are still only fit to be jealous in this small harem. And you don't deserve anyone's respect. Because status, position and favor can be taken away at any time. Only strength can't be taken away by anyone. And your sister was born in a humble family. But she is better than you in everything. You don't reflect on yourself. But you talk about the high and low. You should feel ashamed. Ha ha ha. What a strength that no one can take away. At this time, a loud laugh came from a distance. The holy son of He Ming came slowly in a sedan chair. And his voice of approval was obviously joyful and excited. Ren Ningen didn't expect to meet the holy son of life and death realm here. Her pretty face with anger suddenly froze. And she greeted with a little less anger. This princess is dealing with some personal grudges. Let the holy son laugh. I didn't expect the princess of the demon realm to be so domineering. And dared to openly humiliate and beat the eldest sister. So this is the upbringing of your demon realm. I think it's nothing more than that. The holy son of He Ming sneered and mocked. Ren Ningen was choked by the retort. And thought to himself that it was not good. Although his father did not care about the little fights between his children. If it happened in front of the holy son, it would ruin the image and reputation of the demon realm. And he would definitely not let her off easily. Then he changed his attitude. Holy son, you misunderstood. I was just joking with my elder sister. If you are joking, you will hit someone. If you are not joking, wouldn't you kill someone? The holy son of He Ming asked back without giving up. Ren Ningen did not expect that he would not let go. And his face darkened again. As a guest, it is better for the holy son to mind his own business. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But it has happened under my nose. If I still pretend to be deaf and dumb and let you sisters kill each other, I will inevitably be said to be standing idly by, not helping others, and having bad intentions, which is against the etiquette of being a guest. Ren Ningen was speechless and had to give up. Okay, I'm unlucky today, so I'll spare you for now. I won't let you off so easily next time. Let's go! Ran Shuqing saw Ren Ningen and his large army hurriedly fade out of sight. And then he bowed to the pilgrim and Su Mayan with gratitude. Today, thanks to your help, I, Ran Shuqing, will remember this kindness in my heart. It's just a small favor. Princess, you don't need to be polite. I have something else to do. So I won't stay here. The holy son of He Ming seemed to be uninterested in Ran Shuqing's gratitude, and replied coldly and distantly, and then left without saying more. Su Mayan couldn't tell which one was the real him for a while. Ran Shuqing was not surprised by his attitude. At this moment, she was thinking about Su Mayan and asked, Why help me? Help you? You are probably overthinking it. You sewed a net to lure prey into the trap, trying to use the self-torture trick to regain the favor of the demon emperor. I don't want you to succeed, so I came out to stop you. Don't be so self-indulgent. Ran Shuqing's words just now were obviously intended to provoke Ren Ningen to beat her. Now that the distinguished guests of the life and death realm are in the demon palace, the dignified eldest princess was beaten by her sister, out of heartache or face. The demon emperor will come out to solve it. Once she successfully arouses the father-daughter relationship of the demon emperor, she can get up again and gain a foothold in the demon palace. This is her plan. Ran Shuqing. Chapter 2576. Are you jealous? Ran Shuqing opened her eyes wide in surprise, and was stunned on the spot. She didn't expect Su Mayan to see through everything. It wasn't until Su Mayan turned and walked away that she suddenly came back to her senses and shouted in disbelief. You say one thing and mean another. You are obviously helping me. With Su Mayan's personality, she wouldn't care if she regained the favor of the demon lord, let alone the demon emperor. So, if she really hated herself, she would have wished that the sisters would kill each other and see her being beaten up. So why would she say anything to stop it? Su Mayan, who walked away, paused and froze in place. Speaking of which, she didn't know why she was so kind to help the person who had hurt her. Perhaps they were all the same kind of people. She understood her difficulties and her suffering. Or perhaps she saw in her the former self who was surrounded by enemies, isolated and helpless, and had to use all means to struggle forward, no matter which one it was. She couldn't stand this method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of her own. It was heartbreaking to see. However, she didn't need to tell Ran Shuqing about this feeling. After thinking it over, Su Mayan raised her foot again and quickly faded out of Ran Shuqing's sight. Ran Shuqing quietly looked at the direction where she was going away. For the first time, a sincere smile bloomed at the corner of her lips. Her voice was so low that it was hard to hear that she had never felt warm before. Thank you. Demonic Palace? Walking into the palace, the demonic aura was filled with the sky, and the cold and oppressive atmosphere swept over like a blizzard. Su Maoyang felt cold and piercing in an instant, as if she was falling into the abyss. It was very different from the bright and beautiful scene of recovery just now, as if she had walked into another completely different world. Although this demonic palace has always been so dark, she was still keenly aware that the atmosphere today was different from the past, and it was much more depressing and heavy. However, she did not say much, and followed the old rules, sitting directly behind the guqin and playing it with ease. However, this time, she played for more than an hour, and there was no movement behind the curtain. In the past, before she finished playing a song, Lu Yiyuan would find out all kinds of faults, either humiliating her or making things difficult for her. In short, he would not let her feel good. But why is it so quiet today? It seems a bit strange. After thinking for a while, Su Maoyang's mind suddenly struck with lightning, and she couldn't help but remember the strange thing about the bloodstains on the edge of the bed. Could it be that? Su Maoyang's fingertips suddenly stiffened, and the sound of the guqin stopped abruptly. She raised her eyes to look at the figure behind the curtain, and tentatively called out, "Demon Lord?" After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Su Maoyang was even more confused, and the urgency to know the truth prompted her to boldly lift the curtain and walk in. What came into view was a tall and noble figure leaning on a soft couch with his eyes closed. His hair was cut like a knife. His eyebrows were like ink paintings, and his jade-carved face was made white by the snow-white fox fur under him. Even if he was wearing a black satin robe, he was as bright as a night pearl in the darkness, and his aura was overwhelming. However, Su Maoyang saw the clue at a glance. His skin was white without a trace of blood, and he was obviously weak. This scene undoubtedly confirmed Su Maoyang's guess, and her heart was beating like a drum. She was overwhelmed by fear and rushed up to him. "Hao Tsang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." But as soon as she stretched out her hand, before she touched Lu Yiyuan's body, she was grabbed by the wrist. When she raised her eyes, she met a pair of cold eyes flashing with cold light. A low and angry voice exploded in her ears like thunder. "Who told you to break in?" However, Su Maoyang's mind was full of his injuries at this time. She didn't care about his questioning at all. She just looked at his body anxiously and worriedly. "Are you injured? Where are you injured? Let me see." Lu Yiyuan's face was slightly startled, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. But his eyes quickly returned to coldness and alienation, and he shook her hand away. "Look carefully. The person in front of you is Lu Yiyuan, not Jun Haotsong. You care about the wrong person." Su Maoyang's body stiffened, and his face also lost all blood. It was as if a stone was stuffed in his heart, and a sour feeling suddenly surged up to the tip of his nose. She looked at him with red eyes and said firmly, "This is Jun Haotsong's body, no matter whose soul is inside. I won't let it get hurt." Lu Yiyuan's heart was twitched by her sad look, and he snorted coldly, "He can't come back. When will you recognize this reality? If he can't come back, why did you appear by my bed in the middle of the night? Don't tell me that you are bored and like to peek at others sleeping." Su Maoyang looked straight into his eyes and asked sharply. Lu Yiyuan was suddenly startled. He had clearly set up a barrier to create a false illusion. How could it be that? Su Maoyang saw that he showed a rare surprise, and he was more convinced of his guess. "Are you injured because of me? Don't be sentimental." Lu Yiyuan turned away with a look of disgust. Su Maoyang didn't believe it, and directly took off his clothes. "No. I want to see where you were hurt, and how you got hurt." Lu Yiyuan didn't expect her to be so presumptuous, and angrily waved her hands away and scolded. "Don't be hypocritical. You were just happily strolling in the garden with another man. Why do you have to pretend to be so affectionate now? If you like to care about others so much, go and care about your son." Su Maoyang was pushed to the ground by him, looking at him in astonishment, and was stunned for a long time before she realized it and said, "You sent someone to follow me? The entire demon palace is my people. Do you still need to follow me?" Lu Yiyuan sneered. Su Maoyang had no way to refute such an answer, and felt that he seemed to have no right to be angry. But he still couldn't suppress the thought that flashed through his mind. "Then you Are you jealous? Lu Yeyuan was shocked by the word jealous and shouted angrily. You are dreaming. You are my concubine. But you flirt with other men and behave unrestrainedly. I just feel sick and want to vomit. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's heart suddenly sank, and he couldn't tell whether he was disappointed or angry. Sure enough, he hated her so much. How could he be jealous of her? At this moment, the out-of-control emotions were instantly blown away by reason. But she was splashed with dirty water for no reason. And she still couldn't bear the injustice. The Holy Sun and I are just nodding acquaintances. We just happened to meet in the garden and exchanged a few words. Only if you are dirty at heart, you will think so badly of us. Su Maoyang was sure that Lu Yeyuan didn't know the content of their conversation. Because for such a cautious matter, the Holy Son of Heiming must have shielded himself from the surroundings and talked to her alone. Otherwise, Lu Yeyuan's focus at this moment would never be on their ambiguous glances. Lu Yeyuan looked at her steadily, as if trying to distinguish the truth from the falsehood in her words. But Su Maoyang had no desire to argue, and was about to get up and turn around to leave. I think the Demon Lord is full of energy, and the injury should not be serious. I won't disturb the Demon Lord to rest for now. Seeing her leaving, Lu Yeyuan felt the pain in his chest tearing more intense, and he sneered unwillingly. Can't you bear this little injustice? Compared with the injustice I have endured. What is this of yours? Su Maoyang stood still, thinking of the things in his previous life, and felt bitter in his heart. I am sorry for you. What a weak apology. Get out. Lu Yeyuan didn't get the answer he wanted, and closed his eyes in disappointment. Su Maoyang calmed down the piercing pain for a while, and finally walked out with heavy steps, closing the curtain. Seeing her leave so abruptly, Lu Yeyuan could almost hear the sound of heartbreak, and the intense emotion surged, causing him to cough violently. Lin Chen, who was waiting outside the palace, heard the movement and immediately walked in quickly. But before he could stand still, he saw Su Maoyang, who was coming towards him, turned around with a pale face and rushed into the curtain. He was so frightened that he was stunned, and before he could yell at her insolence, he heard her anxious shouts spread throughout the palace. Lu Yeyuan, wake up! Someone! Call the Imperial Physician! Chapter 2577 Long Lost Throbbing. Lu Yeyuan's coma plunged the entire demon palace into chaos. I don't know how many demon doctors came and went, and they worked almost all day and night. And the treatment without stopping for a moment gradually helped him stabilize his injuries. It was also thanks to Su Maoyang, who was an alchemist, that he fed him a pill to heal internal injuries in time, so that the injuries did not expand to an unmanageable level. But at this time, seeing him lying on the couch with a pale face and a weak breath, from the high and mighty demon lord to a comatose patient without even a little life, Su Maoyang's heart was still tight and painful. She had not heard any news of his injury during this period, and never knew that he was injured so seriously. It is hard to imagine how he managed to hold on to such a horrific injury. It is even more hard to imagine who would have such a great ability to seriously injure Lu Yeyuan. Miss Su, the demon lord is not feeling well. He doesn't have the energy to listen to you playing the piano today. I'll have to trouble you to go back to the palace first. After Lin Chen explained a bunch of things, he remembered that Su Maoyang was still here. Su Maoyang was lost in thought. She came to her senses after hearing his voice. She found that the doctors in the room had already left, and the maids were busy making medicine and preparing meals. She glanced at Lu Yeyuan and insisted, I want to stay and wait until he is stable before leaving. This, Lin Chen couldn't make up his mind for a while. But when he thought about the fact that Su Maoyang had a certain status in the demon lord's heart, he called her to play the piano even though he was not feeling well. He should need her company. He nodded immediately. Okay. Then the demon lord will have to take care of him. I will be guarding outside the hall. If the young lady needs anything, just tell her. After that, Lin Chen tactfully left, leaving only her and Lu Yeyuan. The hall regained its tranquility, so quiet that only Lu Yeyuan's shallow breathing could be heard. Su Maoyang finally overcame the awkwardness in her heart, walked to the wash basin and rubbed a handkerchief, then returned to Lu Yeyuan's side and wiped his forehead again and again, touching the outline that was exactly the same as Junhao's song. Her heart surged. Her nose was sour, and after holding it in for a long time, she still asked the question that had been entangled for a long time. Are you Lu Yeyuan or Junhao's song? If it was Lu Yeyuan, why did you appear in my bedroom in the middle of the night? What did you do to me that night? And why didn't I feel anything? These days of getting along, she is getting more and more confused about him. Ming Ming. He hated her. But he wanted to invite her to play the piano. He knew that she was a stubborn person who was invulnerable to anything and spoke directly and harshly. But he deliberately provoked and angered her. As a result, each time they had to end up hurting both sides. But he never tired of it. Su Maoyang couldn't tell for a moment whether he was enjoying the pleasure of revenge or indulging in the perverted tendency of masochism. However, after such a heavy blow in his previous life, it was normal for him to be psychologically twisted and perverted. It was just too unfair to her. She didn't recover her memories of her previous life. She had only seen fragmentary pictures in the illusion and understood some of their love, hatred and hatred. But she had no way of knowing the truth. Now she had to lose the love of her life and endure this storm like retaliation. But she couldn't hate this person. Could this be the retribution for her past life sins? Su Maoyang's heart spasmed. She took a deep breath and retracted her hand that was wiping her cheek. However, just as she pulled her hand away, Lu Yeyuan, who was in a coma, grabbed her wrist. Yunqiana. Yunqiana. He suddenly called her name in her past life. And every sound was full of tension and urgency. Don't leave me. Su Maoyang's body froze. And it seemed as if a large piece of her heart had been dug out. And the pain was doubled like a tide. Sure enough. You are just Lu Yeyuan. Su Maoyang's mouth suddenly pulled up a self-deprecating sneer. She actually hoped to see the shadow of Jun Haocong in him. I really don't know if she is naive or stupid. She should have understood long ago that this man in front of her, whether it was hatred or love, would always have Yunqiana in his heart. And there would never be a place for her. Su Maoyang. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang mustered up all her courage, exerted all her reason, and forcibly pulled his hand away. But who knew that Lu Yeyuan seemed to be stimulated by her fierce resistance, and suddenly opened his eyes, turned over and pressed her under him. His breath was very weak, but his strength was very strong, imprisoning Su Maoyang so that she could not move. She could only stare with horror and look into his eyes. Those beautiful blue eyes were soaked with moisture, like pearls in the deep sea, flashing with clean and pure light. The eyebrows that seemed to be split by a sword were sharp and unparalleled in handsomeness and dignity, as if a slight frown could easily crush a woman's heart. Although his lips were pale and bloodless, they were beautiful as if they were petals without color. At this moment, they were pursed and infinitely magnified in Su Maoyang's eyes. The delicate and straight nose sprayed a warm and ambiguous breath on her cheek at a close distance, and it was like an invisible rope. And every time it pulled her heart up and down. It was so intense that Su Maoyang could hear the heartbeat that was about to burst out of her chest. However, Su Maoyang's proud emotional ability was effectively exerted here, and she quickly calmed down, because she found that Lu Yeyuan looked dazed. And most likely, he was still in a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. She couldn't help but curl her lips coldly, and use the words that Lu Yeyuan had used before, and sarcastically said, "Look carefully. I am your enemy. You may have taken the wrong person, however." Before she finished speaking, Lu Yeyuan kissed her in anger, almost roughly blocking her mouth, so that she could no longer utter a single syllable. Su Maoyang was shocked. Her head buzzed and went blank, and the whole person froze on the couch, and even forgot the resistance that should have been there. She endured his attack with her eyes wide open, feeling the long-lost throbbing and passion that surged, and the stiffness in her body gradually receded like the tide. Slowly, she seemed to be drowning in this vast ocean, and even breathing became difficult. But this feeling made her addicted, reluctant, and unable to extricate herself, because this was the first time in so many years that she really hugged Jun Haocong's body, feeling his temperature, his breath, and his passion. But this is not Jun Haocong. He is Lu Yeyuan, who treats her as Yunqiana. Su Maoyang suddenly woke up and pushed him away with all his strength. "You are sick and confused. Take good care of yourself." After that, Su Maoyang turned over and got up, and slipped out of the demon palace as if escaping. Lu Yeyuan was pushed to the couch, and a tear slowly ran down his eye. His sarcastic voice floated in the empty hall, adding to the coldness. "I want to be confused. If he is confused, he can follow his heart and not be burdened by the obstacles in his heart. If he is confused, he can face his feelings openly and vent his inner distress. However, being confused is also a luxury for him." Chapter 2578, Weird and Unnatural. It was midnight when Su Maoyang returned to Ningxue Palace. She should have gone to bed. But her heartbeat was so strong that she couldn't calm down. Her mind was full of Lu Yiyuan's eyebrows, eyes, nose, lips, and the passionate kiss and irresistible temperature. In order to stay awake and get rid of the terrible thoughts, Su Maoyang had to numb herself with practice. She practiced until she was sweating and fell to the ground. She tried her best to calm herself down. The next morning, Lin Chen came again with the will of the Demon Lord, saying that he was summoning her to serve him. But after what happened yesterday, Su Maoyang felt embarrassed and rejected his will. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Chen ran several times impatiently. But Su Maoyang refused to go because she was not feeling well and was afraid of passing the disease to the Demon Lord. Although the Demon Lord was furious every time, he couldn't do anything about her. So after this back and forth, no matter how dumb Lin Chen was, he figured out the tricks. Facing Su Maoyang's rude disobedience, he became calm and even respectful. That afternoon, Su Maoyang was practicing martial arts in the backyard, and Xiaoji ran over in a hurry. Su Maoyang refused without thinking. "No, Master. It's not Lord Lin. It's Princess Yuqing who came to visit you." Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, "Ran Shuqing? What is she doing here?" Xiaoji shook her head. "I don't know. I saw that she brought cakes. Maybe she heard that you were not feeling well, and she came to visit you." Su Maoyang didn't believe this. She claimed that she was not feeling well to deceive Lu Yiyuan. Ran Shuqing was so smart. How could she not understand such a lame lie? "Forget it. Everyone is here. Let's go and take a look." Su Maoyang put away the knife neatly, tidied his clothes, and walked towards the main hall. Ran Shuqing was sitting in the guest seat in the hall. When she saw Su Maoyang coming from the courtyard, she immediately stood up to greet her and politely saluted. "Miss Su, how are you?" She did not call Su Maoyang a concubine, but only called her Miss, which was considered to be a great respect for Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang nodded, and politely extended his hand to lead her to a seat. "Princess, no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." Ran Shuqing smiled and agreed, then pointed to the cakes already on the table. "I heard that you were sick these 2 days, and your appetite was not very good. So I brought you some appetizers. You can try them. If you like them, I will ask the palace maid to bring them to you another day." The palace maid standing behind Ran Shuqing emphasized, as if to take credit. "Miss Su, don't underestimate these cakes. These are all made by the princess herself. From ingredients to seasonings to cooking. The princess checks every level and does it herself, never asking others to do it." Qiuping, stop talking. Ran Shuqing felt embarrassed and glared at her. Su Maoyang didn't expect Ran Shuqing to spend so much time on it. She looked at the pastries on the table with some surprise, and found that they were indeed delicate and small. Quite appetizing. She immediately thanked. "Princess, you are so polite. I feel sorry for having you cook for me personally. My little thought is nothing compared to Miss Su's kindness." Ran Shuqing bowed her head in shame, and she didn't dare to look directly at her. If Su Maoyang hadn't awakened her at the beginning, she would have gone astray and walked on a road of no return. Later, Su Maoyang couldn't bear to see her use a self-torture trick to get to the top, so he helped her out regardless of the past. She remembered such kindness in her heart. Moreover, she had collected a lot of information about her during this period of time, and learned that she had gone through a lot of hardships and dangers along the way, and had survived many deaths. But she still made a name for herself. This tenacity, self-reliance, and self-improvement made her deeply impressed and admired. So she had wanted to come to visit her for a long time. But she had made such a mistake before, which made her embarrassed to come. Now, after hearing that she was not feeling well, she finally found an excuse to come to her house to express her closeness. Su Maoyang saw that her eyes were evasive, and he also expected that she was probably still brooding over the previous things. In order to dispel her concerns, he couldn't help but smile, picked up a piece of cake and ate it. "It's really delicious. The princess has good skills. I am lucky today." Ran Shuqing saw her smiling face and eating sweetly, and couldn't help but raise a relieved smile at the corner of her mouth. As long as she likes it. However, at this moment, a harsh sarcasm suddenly interrupted the warm and harmonious atmosphere, rushing in like a hurricane. "Humph. What a sisterly love. I didn't know that Ran Chengzai, as a princess of the demon realm, actually learned cooking skills." Su Maoyang heard the familiar voice. and put down the cakes and stood up. Why are you here? As soon as she saw Lu Yiyuan's exquisite and handsome face, Su Maoyang's embarrassment and awkwardness in her heart broke through the shackles and surged out again. Especially the slightly sarcastic lips were getting closer and closer, and they became clearer and clearer in Su Maoyang's eyes. The scene of the previous 2 days suddenly jumped into her mind, making her uncontrollable heart beat even more. This man is a bewitching evildoer. Lu Yiyuan saw her looking at him in surprise, and heard that her tone seemed to be disliked. His already unsuspecting face became even more gloomy, and he said coldly, "Why? Do you blame me for interrupting your sister's long talk and confessing their feelings to each other? What are the 2 women confessing to each other? Is he okay? I don't understand what the demon meant." Su Maoyang frowned, thinking that he was weird and annoying. "I heard that you happened to be sick, so I thought of coming to visit you. I didn't expect that Ran Changzai's craftsmanship was so great that pastries could cure diseases. Looking at your rosy complexion and full of energy, your illness is probably cured." As Lu Yiyuan said, he walked towards Su Maoyang, looked down at the pastries on the table, raised his hand slightly to pick up the pastry crumbs stuck to the corner of Su Maoyang's mouth and put them into his mouth, as if he was also very curious about Ran Changzai's craftsmanship. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang's face was a little embarrassed, and he took 2 steps back suddenly. "If the demon lord likes it, you can ask the princess to prepare one for you." Lu Yiyuan couldn't help but sneer. "I don't have this honor. Ran Shuqing was very attentive to him before, and I didn't see her cooking cakes to bribe him. Now she is full of sincerity to Su Maoyang, which shows the difference between false and true. It's just unexpected that in Ran Shuqing's eyes, he is not as good as a concubine in his harem. Even more unexpectedly, Su Maoyang would rather smile at the women in his harem than give him a good color." Ran Shuqing heard the anger in Lu Yiyuan's words, and was so shocked that she knelt down on the ground. "The demon lord is too kind. If the demon lord likes it, I will personally prepare it for him every day." Lu Yiyuan didn't even bother to give her a glance, and coldly refused. "No need." Lin Chen outside the palace saw through the confrontation inside, and couldn't help but sympathize with Ran Shuqing, and sighed secretly. His demon lord didn't care about her cakes at all. He clearly cared about the people who ate the cakes. Chapter 2579, Don't You Want Me to Sleep With You? Su Maoyang knew that Lu Yiyuan's anger was directed at her, but she was a stubborn and difficult person, so he could only vent his anger on the people around her. So Ran Shuqing was implicated by himself. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was also unhappy, and said in a bad tone, "The demon lord blamed me for not going to serve the sick. Why implicate innocent people? It's a mean act. You disobeyed the order, and I haven't punished you yet, but you blame me instead. I really let you do whatever you want these days." Lu Yiyuan shouted coldly with a gloomy face, overflowing with anger. Su Maoyang was indifferent. "I said it before. You can come and take my life at any time." After Jun Haocang died, she was already a walking corpse, living only to complete the unfinished tasks and take on her own responsibilities. Since I owed Lu Yiyuan a life in my previous life, if he wants it, just take it. Ran Shuqing saw the 2 of them arguing, worried that Lu Yiyuan would find a way to humiliate Su Maoyang again, and quickly kowtowed and volunteered. "I am willing to serve the demon lord. Please forgive Miss Su." Lin Chen outside the palace slapped his forehead and shook his head helplessly. Silly princess. Silly princess. People are flirting here. You take it seriously. Isn't this interfering and hindering people from improving their relationship? Sure enough, Lu Yiyuan's eyes became visibly cold, and he swept towards Ran Shuqing sharply. "What do you have to do here? Get out. I am willing to serve the demon lord. Please forgive Miss Su." Ran Shuqing repeated with a solemn face. Obviously, if the demon lord didn't let Su Maoyang go, she would kneel down for a long time. Su Maoyang was also shocked by her tough and stubborn attitude. She didn't expect that Ran Shuqing, who was always smooth and didn't say a harsh word, would have such a sharp and bold side now. Lin Chen, who was outside, was frightened to see that she was still sticking to him. He immediately walked in quickly before the demon lord got angry and helped her up. "Princess, don't worry. The demon lord won't do anything to Miss Su. If you continue to talk, it will add fuel to the fire." Su Maoyang didn't want to implicate Ran Shuqing, so she persuaded her kindly. "I will be fine. You go back first, and we will talk again another day." After hearing Su Maoyang's words, even if Ran Shuqing wanted to stay, She had no reason to stay, so she could only reluctantly withdraw. Lin Chen had received Ran Shuqing's favor before, so after sending her out, he couldn't help but give her a few more words. Princess, you are such a smart person. How could you not see through the Demon Lord's thoughts on Miss Su? You'd better not interfere in their affairs in the future. Ran Shuqing paused and looked at him with an ugly face. But she doesn't love the Demon Lord. Can feelings be forced? Who said she doesn't love anymore? Lin Chen disagreed. What do you know as a man? Ran Shuqing almost couldn't control his anger. Lin Chen looked confident. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by the princess. Now, no one understands love better than me. Ran Shuqing thought it was ridiculous, laughed dryly twice, and strode out of Ningxue Palace. Qiuping noticed that Ran Shuqing was in a bad mood, and was also confused. After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked, Princess, you knew that the Demon Lord would not do anything to Miss Su. Why did you still irritate the Demon Lord for nothing? When Ran Shuqing was asked this question, she felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. She didn't understand why she was so impulsive today. She just felt that the two of them standing together were very eye-catching. Perhaps she just couldn't bear to see such an excellent woman trapped under the power of the Demon Lord. Yes, it must be like this. Su Maoyang saw that the person was walking away, and his face fell immediately. Looking at Lu Yeyuan, what do you want? I'm sleepy. Help me go to bed. Lu Yeyuan didn't care whether she was happy or not, and walked towards her bedroom while giving orders. Su Maoyang frowned and hurried in. Demon Lord, please look carefully. This is Ningxue Palace, not your bedroom. Lu Yeyuan stood in front of the couch, opened his arms. As long as it is in the demon realm, any place can be my bedroom. Hurry up and undress. Su Maoyang looked ridiculous and asked, You don't want me to sleep with you, do you? As a concubine? This is your job. Lu Yeyuan said, as a matter of course. Don't even think about it. Su Maoyang's face turned red with anger. You have no choice. Lu Yeyuan raised his eyebrows domineeringly, waved his sleeves, and the demonic energy instantly entangled Su Maoyang's waist and rolled him onto the couch. He took off his cloak and lay down beside her. He held down Su Maoyang's struggling body and said 2 words coldly. Sleep. After that, he really closed his eyes, as if he was really just sleeping. That's it? Su Maoyang was stiff, staring at him in surprise. It really took a long time to wait for his next move. It wasn't until he made a shallow breathing sound that Su Maoyang realized that he was actually asleep. It seems that she thought too much. Lu Yeyuan hated her to the core. So how could he really touch her? This was just another way to humiliate her. After understanding the truth, Su Maoyang felt a sense of loss for no reason, and her eyes lingered on his sleeping face, unable to move away. It had been many years since she had slept in the same bed with Jun Haocong, and she hadn't admired his sleeping face so closely for many years. It seemed that such a happy and warm scene was so long ago that it was a thing of the last life. In a trance, Su Maoyang seemed to have returned to the past, back to the time when she could see him every day when she opened her eyes. However, she still found that he was not the same as before. Even when he fell asleep, he frowned tightly. His expression was cold and serious, and there were large dark circles under his eyes. Obviously, he didn't even let him relax and rest for a moment when he slept. I think he has been tortured during this period, and he must be very bitter. Su Maoyang reached out her hand distressfully, wanting to smooth his frown, but she was afraid of waking him up, so she timidly retracted her hand. As the culprit, what qualifications did she have to feel sorry for him and comfort him? Her existence was the source of his pain, and she shouldn't have appeared in front of him. However, her heart full of reluctance was too heavy. So heavy that she couldn't support her body, and so heavy that she couldn't muster up the courage. Just like that. Stay with him for one night. Just one night. In the early morning, the moist spring breeze gently swept in from the window, gently brushing the bed curtains, and raising layers of ripples. The morning light was like a beam of shining gold thread, quietly projecting through the gauze curtains on Su Maoyang's face, reflecting this already beautiful face, even more dazzling and charming like the rising morning glow. Lu Yeyuan was fascinated, his eyes greedy for her face, and he felt that this light seemed to shine directly into his heart that had been depressed for many years, illuminating his eyes and his world. Chapter 2580, There's a Mosquito on Your Face. Looking at him, Lu Yiyuan stretched out his hand for some unknown reason. But before he could touch her cheek, Su Maoyong suddenly opened his eyes and asked loudly, freezing him in midair. What are you doing? Su Maoyong actually woke up early in the morning. After all, she was stared at by his sharp eyes for so long that she was scared out of her slumber. However, lying on the same bed, the close stare made Su Maoyong feel embarrassed. So even if she woke up, she kept pretending to sleep and didn't dare to face him, hoping that Lu Yiyuan would get up and leave early. Who knew that not only did he not leave, but he became addicted to looking at her. And now he even wanted to take action, forcing Su Maoyong to open his eyes and scold him. Sure enough, the embarrassment of the four eyes met, and the next second it was like a flood that had been opened, not only making Su Maoyong blush, but even Lu Yiyuan was frozen and at a loss. After a few seconds of silence, he pulled the corner of his mouth and found an excuse that was more embarrassing than looking into each other's eyes. You have a mosquito on your face. As if to prove that what he said was true. As soon as he finished speaking, he actually slapped Su Maoyong's face with a snap. Su Maoyong didn't expect there would be such a ridiculous thing. She was so shocked that her eyes widened, and she sat up from the couch in anger. Lu Yiyuan, are you sick? You can kill me or cut me up. Is it fun to tease me like this? It made her restless all night. And it was fine if she was tormented in her heart. But now she was being played with like a monkey. For her, this kind of soft knife that tortured her nerves was 10,000 times more uncomfortable than physical torture. It was really shameful and angry. Su Maoyong stood up directly, stepped on Lu Yiyuan's body, and turned over to get out of bed. Lu Yiyuan was stepped on hard, and he stepped on the injured part. He couldn't hold it back and groaned in pain. Su Maoyong turned around abruptly when she heard the sound. Seeing that he suddenly turned pale and looked painful, she suddenly remembered that he still had an old injury. She ran back to the bedside and checked his body. Lu Yiyuan, what's wrong with you? With such a serious injury, even if he woke up, his body would not be fully recovered. Lu Yiyuan was shocked by her words and raised his head and looked at her steadily. Su Maoyong focused on his injury. Seeing him staring at her, she became more and more anxious. Why don't you say something? Where are you injured? Lu Yiyuan's heart moved, and he suddenly turned over and threw her under him, staring into her eyes, and asked seriously and nervously, tell me honestly, were you worried about Jun Haosong or Lu Yiyuan just now? Su Maoyong was stunned. The handsome face so close to her, and the warmth coming to her face made her head feel hot and blank. Seeing her silent and dumb, Lu Yiyuan thought she was hesitating. He wanted to know the answer and said hurriedly, who are you worried about? Tell me. He clearly heard her calling Lu Yiyuan just now. Did she mean Su Maoyong was awakened by his questioning? She was in a complicated mood and didn't know how to answer. At this time, Xiaoji outside the palace helped her out. Master, are you awake? Princess Yuqing is here. Will you see her again today? Hearing that Princess Yuqing came to the door, Su Maoyong was relieved and pushed Lu Yiyuan away. She was too embarrassed to look him in the eye. I will go out to entertain the guests. After that, Su Maoyong slipped away like a loach. Lu Yiyuan pinched his brows in annoyance. That Ran Shuqing. Why did he come at this time instead of earlier? He was really haunting. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He no longer wanted to stay. He quickly put on his clothes and walked towards the front yard. At this time, Ran Shuqing had just met Su Maoyong and had not had time to go into the hall to drink tea when he was bumped into by Lu Yiyuan. Perhaps because he did not expect Lu Yiyuan to be here. The smile that Ran Shuqing had just raised to Su Maoyong disappeared in an instant when she saw Lu Yiyuan, and turned into a look of surprise. Your servant pays respects to the demon lord. Although her face was not good, and she was still full of questions, she still bowed to Lu Yiyuan in a proper manner. Lu Yiyuan looked at her sharply, accurately catching the food box in her maid's hand, and said, why? Are you here to send cakes to Concubine Su again? I didn't know your relationship was so good. Before, I got into a big trouble. But Miss Su helped me out regardless of the past. I felt sorry, so I made some cakes to show my gratitude. Ran Shuqing explained truthfully. Lu Yiyuan glanced at Su Maoyong unhappily, snorted coldly. She is not feeling well and has a poor appetite, so she is not worthy of your cakes. Besides, a concubine is not worthy of you cooking in person. So don't do such things that are beneath your status in the future. Yes, I obey your order. Ran Shuqing clenched her fingers and bowed reluctantly. But her body did not mean to leave at all. Seeing that she was still standing there without knowing what was going on, Lu Yeyuan reminded her in an even more hostile tone. If you are really bored, then you should devote more time to refining pills. And don't let your father down for recommending you to me. Recommend? Ran Shuqing was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. In a few days, we will leave for the South Sea Demon Abyss. Your father recommends you as an accompanying alchemist. This is an opportunity that your father has finally asked for you. You must seize it well. Lu Yeyuan warned coldly. Ran Shuqing finally understood that although her father had ignored her, he had not completely given up on her and actually asked for such a good experience for her. Hearing such good news, Ran Shuqing's face suddenly eased a lot, and she immediately bowed to thank him. Thank you for the grace of the Demon Lord. Then, she looked up at Su Maoyang again, and suddenly she had the courage to beg. Demon Lord, Miss Su is also an amazing alchemist. I heard that she has reached the level of Alchemy Lord. If you let her accompany you, it may be more secure. After saying that, Ran Shuqing felt that she was too bold and carefully observed Lu Yeyuan's expression. But Lu Yeyuan agreed without thinking. Since you strongly recommend her, she will go with you. Ran Shuqing widened her eyes in surprise. Before she could think about Lu Yeyuan's intention, she found that although he said this to her and for her face, Lu Yeyuan's eyes were fixed on Su Maoyang. The focused and competitive eyes instantly made Ran Shuqing understand. It turned out that she was just a cover. Thinking about it, Ran Shuqing suppressed the strangeness in her heart and put on a smile that was uglier than crying. Thank you, Demon Lord, for your help. I have something else to do, so I will go back to the palace first. Seeing Ran Shuqing leave his sight, Lu Yeyuan felt a lot more relaxed. He was about to tell Lin Chen to prepare breakfast, but Su Maoyang interrupted him mercilessly. Farewell, Demon Lord. Lu Yeyuan was choked by her words, and the mood to eat with her disappeared instantly. After glaring at her, he left in anger, looking at the angry back of the Demon Lord. Lin Chen looked at Su Maoyang angrily. My aunt, you are really ruining the scenery. You are even less romantic than this man. After saying that, Lin Chen also chased after her angrily. Su Maoyang looked at the two of them inexplicably, and sighed speechlessly. Both the master and the servant are sick.